Sup, my fellas. Don't forget to leave feedback, and enjoy the story. Red rays appeared in the air. It was said that one day a gate in the heavens unexpectedly opened, and monsters poured through them to the earth. People fought with monsters. The thought arose that along with the monsters there were also those who were able to suppress them with their power, these creatures of another world who came to earth and interfered in the lives of people, called celestials. A view of the buildings opened up, and someone greeted the citizens. Residents looked frightened when they heard that they expected that the events in which they are now involved will happen sooner or later. Measures to eliminate these problems have been developed since the very foundation of the Republic of Korea, asking them not to leave their homes under any circumstances. The students were standing in the study. People looked out the window. It was heard that let them lock the doors and not come out. A rescue team consisting of celestials would soon arrive. The man looked away. A glow appeared on his hand. He rushed forward. People struck at creatures. The thought arose that ordinary people began to show abilities. Like the celestials, the human thirst for life was not inferior to the endurance of monsters. The guy looked forward maliciously. It was said that they had a huge power in their hands to confront the monsters. It meant that anyone in this world could take power into their own hands. The source of the powers and abilities of the celestials was the divine basis. The man stretched out his arms to the sides. A phrase flashed by that the divine basis is the basis of the abilities possessed by the celestials, and it is divided into three types. The first is possessed by those who lead and control the laws of the creation of all things, who can use the power of heaven and earth, the heavenly basis. Images of people appeared. It was said that the second one was possessed by those who controlled the energies of wood, fire of earth, iron and water, which formed the entire surface world, the earthly basis. People stood in a circle. The third basis is possessed by those who can control the human body with the energy of the sun, moon, yin and yang, the human basis. A view of the city opened up, and the hero reflected on the fact that finally, the basis, which does not belong to either the celestial, or the earthly, or even to the human foundations, creatures with this basis are unpredictable. Suddenly, a blow flew to the ground. The earth shook suddenly. The cars began to fly up. The monster was standing in the middle of the street. The creature growled furiously. People looked around frightened. Residents began to run away. The monster lowered its head down. Raising his head, he shouted. Frowning, the creature exclaimed. The man walked forward, and the thought arose that the elixir had been accepted. He held a cigarette in his teeth. There were reports of active ingredients. The guy was holding a truncheon in his hands. He stood still. Looking straight ahead, the young man smiled. The monster screamed angrily. He looked at the man. Suddenly, the young man jumped up. The guy swung his weapon. His eyes lit up brightly. In fact, the blow came. The monster slammed its head into the building. The man was flying down, and the thought arose that the basis of such beings was not heavenly or earthly. The creature stood still. The guy rushed in his direction. It was said that they were not even human. They were not a predictable disaster. He swung his weapon sharply. Stretching out his hand to the side, the hero thought that chaos in its purest form, their basis could not be determined by an inexplicable basis. A high-rise building appeared. Blood flowed from the monster's hand, and the hero thought that in a world where people have gained strength thanks to the divine basis. The inhabitants looked at me in amazement. The girl stretched her hand up, and the protagonist thought that the celestials, who had risen above them due to their status and committed atrocities in an attempt to dominate the earth, now appeared an unpredictable creature with an inexplicable basis. A man was standing on the roof of the building. It was said that he was given powers from birth. The cigarette flew to the side, and the hero thought that his ability allowed him to consume chemicals to reveal his potential. Looking to the side, the protagonist said that Lady Yua's ancestor turned out to be just a famous divine spirit. He still couldn't understand why these celestials just left the monsters to massacre here and did nothing to them. Puck's eyes widened and thought that he had a unique foundation that wielded cataclysmic power. The city buildings appeared. It was heard that they would pay for the atrocities, damn monsters. Suddenly the hero jumped up. He was flying in the air. The protagonist flew to another building. The thought arose that using his unusual abilities, he fought against the celestials. The news of his battles appeared, and it was heard that he was completely different from the other celestials. A building appeared, and someone shouted that it was time to finish. People were standing in the warehouse. It was heard that they would finally go home. The man was holding a bottle in his hands. Going forward, the worker said that he was so tired that his whole body ached. Making a living was not an easy thing. The man began to drink. Looking to the side, the guy said that they had done a good job today, and now it was time for him. Looking at him, the worker asked that he would not join them for dinner, to which he replied that no, he had things to do for tomorrow. Looking to the side, the man asked what he ate, that even after a working day together he was the only one who remained full of energy, to which the worker replied that he had just seen him running back and forth, maybe he was on some stimulants. The hero was moving forward. He heard that other vitamins have an effect. He believes that he is so active and hardy because of the vitamins. Well, as an option, he regularly takes red ginseng. Puck put his hand to his face and thought that vitamins were the best way out for situations when they did not have enough strength, and they were tired, because his peculiarity was that drugs worked better on him than on others. The man was holding the jar in his hands, and the protagonist mused that he discovered this when he started drinking the nutritional supplements that a fellow soldier gave him. The hero raised his hands up. The thought arose that 2 vitamin pills were enough to make his fatigue disappear after a whole day of exhausting work. His mind would become clear from taking omega-3, and his concentration would increase. Getting off the bus, the protagonist thought that his ability was full of advantages. Looking at his phone, he added that he could stop by for coffee on the way back. Puck looked to the side when he heard the address. Taking a step forward, the girl said that she should wait a little. The hero looked in amazement when he heard that she was saying such a thing to someone for the first time, but, smiling, the protagonist asked what it was. In bewilderment, he asked again when he heard that he had a pleasant appearance, if he had a free minute, if they could talk to him. Stretching her hands forward, the girl said that she was not a bad person, honestly. Her name was Han. She was from the 38th parallel of the north of the Korean peninsula. Suddenly, the hero rushed forward and wished her a good day. The protagonist ran swiftly forward. Running down the street, he thought that she should have asked him about this. He thought that he would never meet sectarians. But it turned out that he was mistaken. He dislikes everything related to celestials and sectarians so much because of his father. His father in general was a very hardworking and stable person. Looking straight ahead, the man said that he had made an important decision. Sitting on the floor, he added that he would create a medicine with which he would later become a celestial. His father was carried away on a stretcher, and Park thought that after what he had said, he had quit his job and gone to his parents' house in the village, where he mixed medicines with different ingredients and consumed them in large quantities, which is why he was hospitalized many times with stomach pains. The woman held the letter in her hands. It was said that one day he left home in an unknown direction. Because he could not achieve what he wanted, he left a letter where he said that he would return as soon as he restored his energy. But 20 years had passed. The child looked at him in surprise, and the hero thought that he was 2 years old when it happened. Standing at the checkout, the protagonist thought that it was so long ago. His mother had a hard time after the sudden disappearance of his father. As he walked through the store, he added that his father could just take vitamins and dietary supplements like he did, rather than trying to create a magic cure. Looking up, Puck exclaimed in surprise. Residents of the city froze in the middle of the street. A ship could be seen in the sky, and the question was heard what else it was. Standing near the store, the hero reflected on the fact that when he entered the store, this had not yet happened. Wide-eyed, he added that he doubted it was done with filming equipment, whether it was really a spacecraft. The protagonist shuddered in amazement and asked again. Looking to the side, he thought that an earthquake was happening. The monster grabbed the asphalt. The creature began to crawl out of the ground, and someone shouted what it was. The monster stood before the hero. He looked furiously, and someone shouted that you can go crazy, what the hell. With his eyes wide open, the protagonist thought that damn, he also needed to run away. He shuddered in amazement, and a notification appeared that the nutrients had been absorbed. The creature waved its hand. A notification about the active components appeared. Park looked at him in fright, and several messages appeared. The baton flew directly at the hero. His gaze froze and he wondered why so slowly. Standing in front of the monster, the hero thought that either he sees everything as if in slow motion. He looked at me in surprise and added that how did it happen? Lowering his head, the protagonist wondered if he had such abilities before. A can of coffee was lying on the ground. The thought arose that it was because of the coffee he had drunk. White smoke appeared. The thought arose that at this rate he would easily escape from any monster. The hero shuddered when he heard cries for help. He gritted his teeth tightly and thought that these vile monsters. The protagonist lifted his leg up and added that in this state, he felt that he could resist them. The creature flew to the side. The hero looked at him. The truncheon fell to the ground. The protagonist gritted his teeth furiously. The monster looked at him angrily. They rushed sharply towards each other. Puck and the monster reached for their weapons. Suddenly the hero grabbed a truncheon. He swung it sharply. The creature was standing in front of him. Turning around, the protagonist said that he was weaker than he thought. Puck looked away. The monster suddenly jumped in his direction. The hero gripped the weapon tightly in his hands. He gritted his teeth tightly and shouted that if so, then let them get it. The protagonist swung his weapon. In fact, the blow came. The blow flew directly to the monster's head. Puck rushed forward abruptly. He fought with creatures. The hero looked at them angrily. He struck at monsters. The creature froze in place. The protagonist was standing behind him. The corpses of monsters lay on the asphalt. Looking straight ahead, Puck said that well, it seems to be all. Taking a step forward, he asked if it was all or not. The hero looked at him in amazement, and exclaimed. Looking at the monster, he thought that it was who else it was. The monster looked down. Grabbing a baton, the protagonist thought that there was nothing to do. He needed to join the battle. After all, he could be much weaker than it seemed at first glance. His gaze froze in place. The creature swung its club. Puck looked at him in surprise and thought that the effects of the caffeine were gone. The creatures brandished their weapons, and it was heard that they should not stand like a pillar and lower the shutters. Stretching out his hand forward, the man shouted that the monsters should not enter their store, to which the guy replied that he was actually also scared. Let him go and close it himself. The hero flew up, and the man added that this is what the workers should do, and not. Suddenly they flew aside. Falling to the floor, the man exclaimed. The creature stood in the smoke. A huge monster entered the store. Lying on the floor, the man shouted for help. The creature stretched out its arm forward. The hero lit a cigarette. Suddenly he rushed forward. The protagonist was running rapidly towards the monster. He smiled broadly as he looked at him. Suddenly, the monster flew out of the building. He writhed in pain. A puff of smoke appeared in front of the store. Puck took a step forward. He was holding a cigarette in his hands. The hero smiled as he looked ahead. A stimulant notification appeared. Throwing away the cigarette, the protagonist said that round 2. The cigarette but fell to the floor. Rushing forward, Park exclaimed. He struck the monster with his fist. The hero clenched his teeth tightly. In fact, a lot of blows came. He looked angrily ahead. The monster rose abruptly. The protagonist jumped to the side. He dodged the opponent's blow. Swinging his fist, Puck shouted that he was strong. Suddenly, he attacked the monster. The creature fell to the ground. He looked frightened. Raising his leg up, the hero asked what he was doing. Suddenly, he trampled it into the ground. The protagonist looked at his corpse. Putting his hand to his face, he said that cigarettes also worked. Looking to the side, Park said that he hoped his mother was all right. Suddenly, he was hit from behind. The monster grabbed his face. The hero opened his eyes wide and exclaimed. The monster swung his fist. He struck directly in the protagonist's face. The creature looked at it in bewilderment. Puck grabbed his arm. Frowning, he said that enough was enough. Suddenly, the hero launched a counterattack, shouting that he should die already. The monster writhed in pain. He fell on the hero. The protagonist raised his hand up. His gaze froze in place. Puck shoved the body away with his foot. Closing his eyes, he said that he was tired as a dog and could not lift a finger. Suddenly, the hero exclaimed in bewilderment. People ran away from monsters screaming for help. Lying on the ground, the protagonist addressed them. Gritting his teeth, he said that he lacked strength. Looking at the creatures, Puck shouted where they came from and why they attacked defenseless people. Frowning, he added that they should stop. The hero looked surprised when he heard a request for help. The guy ran forward with a request for rescue. Suddenly, he fell to the ground. The protagonist opened his eyes wide and shouted that they should stop. The creature waved its hand. The monster held a club in his hands. The girl was flying swiftly through the air. She slowly descended to the ground. The mage landed down. She was holding a map in her hands. Suddenly, the master threw it forward. Karata flew towards the creatures. A barrier appeared around her. Suddenly, the cards multiplied. A huge sphere appeared in the middle of the city. The creatures were attacked by lightning. Their bodies began to incinerate. Blue rays flew in the air. Lying on the asphalt, the hero thought that at one point all monsters. Standing up, he added that who it was definitely a person. The protagonist looked at him in bewilderment when he heard that he was impressive. Standing in front of him, the mage asked that he had managed to destroy one of these monsters without any preparation. Looking down, she asked who he was. Puck stared at her silently. Standing in front of the hero, the girl said that she wanted to look at his features and potential. Let him give her a hand. The hero closed one eye and asked again. Stretching out his hand, he exclaimed. Looking at his palm, the master said that she would take a look. With her eyes wide open, she said that no, he did. The protagonist stretched out his hand forward. The thought arose that it was not a heavenly or earthly basis, and not even a human one. It was a real inexplicable basis. Puck looked at her in amazement. Frowning, the girl thought that although someone like him could not be chosen as the bearer of an inexplicable basis, but since this had happened, she could not just let him live. Because with such forces he was able to cause a disaster, she had to destroy him immediately, and the hero thanked her. The glow on her hand began to fade. Closing his eyes, the protagonist said that if it were not for her, something bad would have happened. He smiled and added that he had no idea how to thank her. The mage stared at him silently. The map rose above her hand. A sphere appeared. It sounded that it was sorry that he was wasting his talent and pure energy. Suddenly, the girl put her finger forward. The sphere flew right into the hero's mouth. The protagonist swallowed it. Closing his eyes, Puck thought it was bitter and then asked what she had given him. Suddenly, he opened his eyes in amazement. Standing in front of him, the master said that it was a means used to seal the center of his energy. Frowning, she added that although it was originally used to seal demons so ferocious that they were uncontrollable, the hero gritted his teeth when he heard that this remedy was the only way to save his life. Sitting on the ground, the protagonist heard that one day the uncontrollable abilities of his inexplicable foundation would destroy him and turn the world into chaos. Maybe now his body was very bad, but soon he would realize that it was for the best. Turning around, the magician added that he should not hate her for this. Looking at her, Puck heard that if it was destined, they would meet again. She began to fly away, and the hero asked her to wait. Lying on the ground, he wheezed. Frowning, the protagonist asked what merits she had given him this medicine, and what else the inexplicable basis was. Lowering his gaze, he added that it was really due to his peculiarity. Puck gritted his teeth tightly. Rising to his feet, he said that he should not be in a hurry. Taking a step forward, the hero added that if it weren't for his ability, he would already be lying on the ground with a fractured skull. A store appeared. The protagonist took the jar in his hands and thought that was why. He opened the lid with his teeth. A notification appeared that the stimulator had been accepted. Puck began to take the stimulant, thinking that he was using his ability to survive. Reports of active substances arose. The package was lying on the floor. The hero was sitting near the bottles. He brought the jar to his mouth. Sitting on the floor, the protagonist said what made him think that hangover drinks would help him. Looking at his hand, he added that it had mentioned a catastrophe. The substance it had given him was supposed to affect his body and his ability. Getting up, Park said that first he would take the most necessary things and go to his mother. Suddenly he exclaimed in amazement. Looking at the phone, the hero asked if there was an emergency alert, if monsters were also appearing in other places. The protagonist looked at the emergency alert in bewilderment. Holding the phone in his hands, he asked again. After looking at the app, Park asked that the special measures were 24. Raising his eyebrows, he added that it looked like they had developed this application in a hurry. Since the SMS came from the emergency department, he thought it was not scammers after all. Standing in the middle of the room, the hero said that to scan his ID card for authentication, a notification appeared that the authentication was completed. The protagonist looked up in amazement. He started waving his arms and then asked what was going on. Notifications appeared in front of Puck. Looking at them, the hero asked what kind of abilities, what kind of type. Raising his head up, the protagonist wondered what that girl was talking about. The image of a magician appeared. The thought arose that if something related to the inexplicable popped up now, then he guessed. Looking at the phone, Puck shouted that it was ready. Suddenly his head began to spin. The hero's legs trembled. Falling to the floor, the hero said that why now, the effect of the substance that she gave him is still there. The protagonist began to drink a stimulant. A message appeared next to him. Closing his eyes, Park said that it had become a little better. Looking at the notification, the hero exclaimed. A message appeared about his type of divine foundation. The protagonist looked at him in bewilderment. A tree appeared. It was said that empty blue, the color of this substance is blue, it symbolizes wood. In very rare cases it is based on water, and this is called empty blue energy. Among the various types of ingredients of the world around them, it is considered one of the best. Gritting his teeth, the hero thought that his stomach was again. He was on his knees. There were notifications about the active substance. The protagonist was breathing heavily, thinking that the empty blue energy was in the pill that the Celestial had given him earlier. The hangover drinks had helped neutralize the poisonous ingredients of the pill, and only empty blue energy remained in his body in its pure form. Puck grabbed his jacket and thought that after that something interesting began to happen to his body, and then said that he was thrown into a fever so abruptly. Sitting on the floor, the hero said that it was better to wait until the temperature dropped. He closed his eyes. The protagonist began to practice, and said that it was uncomfortable in any position. Raising his head up, Park said that this is normal. He began to meditate. Grinning, the hero asked that this is not the position in which martial arts films are sit. Sitting on the floor, he added that it was comfortable. The protagonist took the phone in his hand and said that he would sit like this until he felt better. Looking at the message, he asked that he did not have an inexplicable basis, why it said about the earthly. Puck began to read the message. He narrowed his eyes and said that she had given him the medicine because she had seen an inexplicable basis. Looking at the notice, he added what the energy of trees means. Raising his hand, the hero said that the poison seemed to have been neutralized. Lowering his gaze, he continued that perhaps some components of her medicine remained in his body and changed something in his predisposition and abilities. Sitting in front of the notification, the protagonist said that in any case it was good. If an inexplicable basis was displayed, then he would probably have to go on the run. Suddenly a screen appeared in front of him. Standing at the microphone, the man greeted him. Looking at him, Park asked that even the president was on the news, and everything he said next was true. Frowning, the president said that for the sake of the safety of all citizens of their country. Red lightning flashed in the air. It was said that 10,000 years ago, the world was a place far more impressive than their current one. The monster's eyes lit up, and the thought arose that the creatures they now call monsters walked the earth while beings from other worlds crossed the galaxies to come to their world. At that time humans were brutally exploited and had no rights. Images of people appeared, and the hero thought that in the midst of all this chaos, a select few had found a divine basis, incredible power that they did not even suspect. People's life expectancy increased, endurance increased, their world became one where anyone could have power. Later people with abilities were called celestials. The monsters were sucked into the portal, and he added that they sacrificed their lives to close the gates. The man raised his hands up, and the thought arose that only humanity should be allowed to flourish on earth. People walked down the street. It was said that the exploits of the celestials from generation to generation were sung in legends and myths, as long as they continued to protect the gates as human civilization developed, or at least continued until recently. The man looked frightened when he heard that the celestials would be patrolling the areas assigned to them. The girl froze when she heard that they would ensure the safety of citizens. Sitting in the middle of the room, the hero listened to the fact that all patrolmen are qualified and have the right to apply the law if necessary. Notifications appeared in front of him. Clicking on the message, the protagonist asked what they meant when they said they would match the skills to their abilities. Suddenly Puck opened his eyes in amazement. He looked at me in surprise and asked that these were all skills. Looking at the notification, the hero said what it was. A notification with its status appeared. It was heard that the upper, middle, lower centers. Frowning, the protagonist asked that these are the places where he feels the heat, and the pose is the same as he has now. Looking at the state window, he said that after practicing systematically for some time, he would feel hot in at least one of the 3 zones. Sitting on the floor, Park said that as soon as the heat spread to all 3 zones, he would be able to start training in earth directions. Closing his eyes, he asked what was happening. At this stage he should practice breathing techniques. Grinning, the hero said that yesterday he could not stand everything related to the celestials, and now he was sitting here and practicing the technique of mystical breathing. The protagonist took a deep breath. He exhaled all the air from his lungs. Looking to the side, Park said that it was easier than he thought. The hero took a breath into his lungs. A window of state appeared, and the thought arose that even though there was a divine basis, it still took quite a long time to feel the heat in the 3 zones. For some people, this process took months and even years depending on their abilities. Closing his eyes, the protagonist thought that with intense training, it is possible to reach a state where he loses track of time. He took a deep breath and thought that he had taken his first step. Looking straight ahead, Park added that he was becoming a celestial. Plants appeared around him. The tree broke the glass. The leaves were lying on the floor, and the question was heard what they were. Leaning on the sofa, the hero asked how long he had been sitting there like this. Leaving the apartment, he added that damn, the phone was dead. Looking around, the protagonist said that somewhere in the corridor there should definitely be a clock. Puck looked at the wall clock. Looking at them, he said that it was June, the 22nd. Suddenly the hero shuddered in amazement. Wide-eyed, he asked that 100 days had passed. The protagonist took a step forward. Wiping his head with a towel, he said that it was good that there was water. Looking to the side, Park added that something was bothering him. The wounds had healed, and he was not hungry at all. Raising his hand, the hero said that the feeling as if he had not even lost weight. On the contrary, the muscles had become more pronounced. The phone was charging. Holding it in his hands, the protagonist said that the phone had just been charged, although the latest news could be learned. Looking down, Puck wondered what was the last time he had looked out of the window. A view of the city opened up, and he added that he saw a huge domed barrier from the outside. Since there is a funnel from which monsters come out, this area, apparently, they decided to isolate. The hero looked away in surprise. Standing at the window, he asked that there was another earthquake. The monster walked slowly through the city. Wide-eyed, the protagonist asked what it was. Looking to the side, he added what the hell. The creatures were right under the window. The monster's eyes lit up, to which Puck thought that there were monsters everywhere. He furrowed his brows and added that he had to get out of here as quickly as possible. There was a message about a limited mode, to which the hero said that, as expected, there was no connection here. Tapping on the phone screen, the protagonist added that apparently this is the only option. He looked at the state window. The thought arose that he had spent 100 days in the lotus position in order to tame the heat in his body. Apparently this breathing technique was something unique and amazing, and there were system notifications. Sitting on the sofa, the protagonist asked that maybe there was at least something here. Information about him appeared, and he said that the only thing that can be opened without a network is. There was a message about 2 ability cards, to which Puck asked. The hero stretched out his hand and asked again. A notification appeared about copies of cards available for use. A message arose about the fast travel technique, to which the protagonist said that light steps were his first ability. Closing his eyes, he added that it was easy. Puck gritted his teeth tightly. He looked at me in surprise and asked what was all that. The hero stood up and said that nothing seemed to have changed. He took a step forward. The protagonist suddenly hit his face against the wall. On his knees, he said that this magic of space compression really works. Putting his hand to his face, Park asked what abilities were still there. Looking at the notifications, the hero said that it increases his muscle strength, somewhat reminiscent of a flash, and then asked what he could try out on the roof. Sitting on the floor, the protagonist said that but monsters can react to the light and come there, maybe something else will be found. Puck looked away. Looking at the message, he said that last time he repeated the breathing technique described in this section, he needed to examine this section more carefully. The hero looked at him in surprise and said that he could level up. He froze and thought that it would take at least 10 years to get 1 star. The protagonist put his hand to his face and asked that he would be 70 before he could use it, if he would practice the breathing technique for the rest of his life until he died. Closing his eyes, he said that first he needed to see how many stars he already had. Stretching his arms forward, Park thought about how he could measure his achievements, concentrate energy in both hands and stretch out his left arm. Raising his hand, he said to stretch his left hand forward. The hero exclaimed in bewilderment, and thought that the number of rings that appeared on his hand was an indicator of his level. The protagonist was standing in the middle of the room. He gritted his teeth tightly and asked again. The monster walked through the building. His eyes lit up brightly, and Puck thought it was a monster outside. Looking at the notifications, the hero added that he urgently needed to find something. Smiling broadly, the protagonist said that's it. Suddenly, the wall in his room collapsed. Puck looked away in surprise. The monster jumped on him sharply. The hero gritted his teeth in pain. The creature bit into his shoulder. The creature's eyes lit up, The thought arose that in ancient China there was a technique called the absorption method. This technique was considered the most ruthless, because it allowed you to take the lives of animals. A glow appeared around the hero's hand, and he thought that he had chosen an ability similar to this technique. The protagonist used the skill on the monster. He grabbed the monster's head. Suddenly Puck threw the creature aside. The hero stood at attention. A bright light appeared around the protagonist. Looking at his hand, he said that if it wasn't for this ability, he wouldn't have survived. Suddenly Puck opened his eyes in amazement. He fell to his knees abruptly. The hero was on one knee. A notification appeared that the stimulant had been taken. The protagonist's eyes lit up. The monster was lying on the floor. With his head down, Puck was breathing heavily. Stretching out his hand, he asked what had happened. Frowning, the hero said that he felt how energy was boiling in him. Looking at the creature, he added that it was because of the nutrients that entered his body when he destroyed the monster. Rising from the floor, the protagonist said that great, this energy should be enough to hold out after the light strike was applied. Puck looked to the side and exclaimed in surprise. Putting his hand to the body, he asked that these were sprouts. Looking at his hand, the hero said that he saw for sure that until recently they were not here. Putting the sprouts in his bag, he added that he would take a couple with him, in case they would be useful. Walking down the hallway, the protagonist said that he could only use the seed planting skill on an opponent once. Looking at the notification, he added that if he had time to absorb the energy of the monsters before killing them, it was best to avoid encountering several at the same time. A skill message appeared, and Puck said that he needed to hold out until the rescue team arrived. Lowering his gaze, he added that in that case, he should take advantage of it. The hero looked at the monster. Suddenly the creature rushed forward. He opened his mouth wide. The protagonist gritted his teeth as he looked at him. The monster bit his arm. Puck looked at him angrily. Gritting his teeth, he shouted that he should let him go. The hero struck the essence with his fist. As he left, he thought it was not the time to fool around. Rushing forward, the protagonist thought that he needed to climb to the roof as quickly as possible and give a signal for help with a light strike. The creature was climbing the stairs. Suddenly it jumped up, to which Puck thought that otherwise it would never end. He began to fight monsters. The creature bit the hero on the leg. The monster clung tightly to his leg. The hero hit him on the head. The protagonist looked away. As he climbed the stairs, he shouted that damn it, there are so many of them here. The roof of the building appeared. Suddenly its doors were knocked out. Puck stepped out onto the roof. The hero opened his eyes in amazement. He looked at the monster. The creature's eyes lit up. Gritting his teeth, the protagonist thought that it would not take long to go with his head. Frowning, he added that there was nowhere to retreat. Puck jumped up sharply. The monster stared at him maliciously. The hero was holding the phone in his hands. A light shock notification appeared. The protagonist raised his hand up. The creature looked at me angrily. The monsters stared at the light. A bright beam struck the roof of the building. Puck lowered his gaze and grunted. Sitting on the floor, he heard that he could get out, to which the hero thought that it was a human voice, a rescue team. Rushing forward, the protagonist shouted that he was here. He looked at the man. Frowning, the man asked what was worth. He didn't have an ability card to fly or jump. Smiling, Puck replied that he only had the 3 cards he had received at the beginning. Looking to the side, the man shouted that here, let him stretch out his hand to him. Putting his hands behind his back, he added what he was doing. He did not hear what he said, to which the hero replied that it was there. The celestial looked at the creature when he heard that it was behind him. A glow appeared around his arm and he said that here was a parasite. The spheres flew around his hand. Suddenly, the man struck at the monster. The creature was lying on the ground. Frowning, the man said that he should not make him repeat it a 3rd time, and that he would hold out his hand. The hero looked at him in surprise. He held out his hand to the man. Flying in the air, the Taoist asked who he was, that he wandered around the forbidden zone, did not value his life at all. The protagonist looked at him. Hearing that he should forget, he did not need to know such a thing. Flying beside him, Puck said thank you for saving him. They flew out of the barrier. Throwing the phone, the hero shouted that he even had time to get scared. Holding the phone in his hands, he said that so many notifications, it is not surprising. After all, he was stuck there for 100 days. It was good that his relatives were not injured. A view of the city opened up. The thought arose that so much could have changed during this time. Frowning, Puck thought that he wondered how much the rest of the world had changed. A view of the building opened up. I heard that he would call her later. Holding the phone to his ear, the hero said that it was okay, he was just lost, and then he was found, so they said that they had to investigate. Looking up, he added that they would see each other later. Standing in front of him, the officer asked that he had ended the conversation, to which the protagonist replied that yes, so far yes. Sitting at the table, Puck thought that he was glad that his mother and the rest of the relatives were safe. Suddenly a man ran into the room. Clenching his fist, the man asked that it was him. Standing near the table, the officer replied that yes, it was Commander Cha, one of the students of the commander of this unit. The guy looked surprised when he heard that he should come out, to which he replied that but he had not yet taken a statement. Cha looked at him angrily and said that he would not repeat it twice. Crossing his arms, he asked that he had studied divine techniques before the heavenly gate opened, to which the hero replied that he had not. Frowning, The man asked what was happening. He was the worthy one who was able to wake up his sleeping teacher. The protagonist looked at him in disbelief. Puck looked at the notification in surprise. Stretching his finger forward, the man said that it was written ascending. There were 9 levels of celestials in total. Clenching his fist, he added that those who had just awakened were called disciples, but his master had recognized his abilities and granted him an ascending level. Cha waved his hand and shouted that age, where he was from, all this did not matter. The only important thing was that if he had just started his journey, he was the youngest, and if he had already advanced, then the elder, and the younger ones should do everything for their elders. That was the rule. Putting his hand to his face, the hero said that this is the lowest level, and then asked what level his teacher had, to which the man asked again. Grabbing the hero by the clothes, Cha shouted that he should come to his senses and get ready. Frowning, he added that if he had an innate divine foundation, then he was bound to obey his elder ancestors. The man looked angrily and shouted that he would not repeat it twice if he blurted out such rudeness to his teacher again. The protagonist smiled and replied that his teacher probably liked to say that he would not repeat it 3 times, and he probably adopted his manner of speech because he thought it was cool. Cha gritted his teeth and exclaimed. Suddenly he shuddered in surprise. Information about the hero appeared. With a smirk, Puck said that he remembered telling him that the high level follows the ascending level. The man looked at me in bewilderment and asked what it was. Raising his hand, the hero said that the younger ones should do everything for their elders. Looking to the side, he asked what was true. A view of the building opened. Crossing his arms, the Taoist said what was going on. He told him to treat him like a senior, and he gave him his room. Cha lowered his head. Slamming his fist on the table, the master shouted that he was not a stupid idiot. Sitting at the table, he added that how could someone who has a bandit fighting technique in his arsenal succumb to this puppy, to which the man apologized. The disciple looked frightened and said that but his level of achievement is higher than him, and the one who has a higher level is higher. Frowning, the Taoist replied that it was probably all about the constitution of his body. He stretched his hand forward, hearing that, and if so, then he had an inexplicable basis, to which the master shouted that he had enough of continuing to talk nonsense. Raising his hand, the Taoist said that he had an earthly basis. He was born with this foundation just like them. It was just that there was some wood in his nature. The apprentice looked at him in surprise and asked if it meant that his training speed would be faster, to which the master replied that he had no idea. People with the wood element were quite rare to see. Waves flew around the man. It was said that people came out of the water. Flames appeared around the sword. It was heard that they stepped on the ground, lit a fire to drive away the cold, and smelted metal to extract it in its pure form from the ore. The hero looked at his hand. The thought arose that although all living beings have a common feature, there is no harmony in their relationship. Frowning, the Taoist said that it was likely that his message asking for help had come to him because his case was extremely rare. Lowering his head, he added that if he understood everything, then let him try not to mention anything about the construction method. He would give him medicine when his breathing stabilized, to which the disciple thanked him. Looking straight ahead, the man thought that this was amazing. The protagonist stood still, and he added that he had never even heard of the solar wind ability. Maybe this ability is inherent only to those who have the nature of wood in their divine basis. The man was typing on the keyboard. There was garbage on the table. Puck was sitting at the computer. Putting his hand to his face, he thought that according to the government's statement, there was not a single person with an inexplicable divine basis. People were walking through the city. The thought arose that it was said that everyone who had an inexplicable divine basis according to the test results was isolated. Residents looked at the notifications. The hero frowned and thought that apparently he had not been identified then. Images of people appeared. It was said that the divine basis is mainly divided into 3 types, heavenly, earthly and human, but a 4th type appeared, the power of which is simply impossible to measure, an inexplicable basis. People attacked, and the protagonist reflected on the fact that in recent decades, when the Celestials almost disappeared, the owners of an inexplicable basis tried to interfere in their world, then the Celestials united. The craftsmen stretched their arms forward, and he added that to banish them. Books appeared. The idea arose that they should be mentioned only in legends and myths. Closing his eyes, Park said that Jung and Hong were being portrayed as heroes. Holding the cup in his hands, he added that it was foolish to believe that if he was different, he should be banished from society, while the likes of Hong and Jung were revered. The hero began to drink from a mug. A notification appeared that the stimulant was taken. Looking straight ahead, he said that even in this brown rice-based tea, there were a lot of substances that he was able to absorb. The guy was sitting on the floor, and the protagonist added that he thought that in that test, his basis was displayed as earthly due to the fact that he took an empty blue substance. Sitting at the table, Park said that until the effect of this substance wears off, and they don't find out about everything, they need to find something with a similar effect, but for some reason he can't find anything. Stretching, he added that apparently the state has restricted such information for ordinary people. The hero suddenly froze in bewilderment. The protagonist began typing on the keyboard. A search query appeared. The results were displayed on the screen. Seeds appeared, to which Puck asked. The hero was sitting near the monster. He froze in surprise and asked what those seeds were. The protagonist held the seeds in his hands. He opened his eyes in surprise and said that he had taken them from the monster he had fought in his dormitory. Apparently these seeds were more common than he thought. Looking at the screen, Park said that however, the seeds appeared on the screen, and he said that he had never seen where they germinated. An article appeared, to which the hero asked that it looked like them. The seeds fell down, and the thought arose that purgatory grass was a wild plant that grew near the Sanzu River, and if you ate it raw, you could get sick, but the sprouted seeds were an elixir that gave dark energy. With his eyes wide open, the protagonist asked that they were difficult to germinate. Putting his hand to his face, he thought that the seeds he had quickly sprouted. Puck was fighting a monster. Looking at the seeds, the hero said that he would try to experiment with seeds that did not sprout. Holding them in his hands, he wondered what if he followed the breathing technique of the solar wind. A glow appeared around him. The protagonist closed his eyes. He looked down. Suddenly Puck looked at him in surprise. Sprouts appeared on the seeds. Stretching his hand forward, the man turned. Standing in the middle of the room, he asked what and where he had gone. Looking to the side, Cha added that he had run away, or something, he would not be able to go far anyway. Running around the room, he asked that he had not stolen anything from him. The man looked at the fruit in surprise. An open package appeared, and he said that he knew so. A view of the city opened. Loosened soil appeared. The hero was sitting on the ground. He looked down. The protagonist opened his eyes wide and exclaimed. A tree grew in front of him, to which he said that 2 hours of breathing was enough for the seeds to grow like this. Looking at the tree, Puck said that he would take a look. Smirking, he thought that with the help of breathing, there was an exchange of energy with everything around him, his ability to use the solar wind to help plants grow much faster. If he continued to cultivate medicinal herbs like this, he would be able to continue to live with an inexplicable basis without any problems. Looking to the side, the hero asked that he would try to eat them. He ate the seeds. There were notifications that the stimulant was taken. A red glow appeared around the hero. Closing his eyes, the protagonist thought that great, like last time, heat began to spread through his body if the absorption continued in this way. Puck suddenly exclaimed in surprise. Closing his eyes, he asked if he had done something wrong. Smoke was emanating from his head. Frowning, the hero asked that there seemed to be an effect, but why did he feel it only in the abdomen? He looked at him in surprise and added that because the thick blue substance as a medicine was much better in quality, and how could he get it again? Closing his eyes, the protagonist thought that he would try again. He did not know if there was any difference at all. Puck suddenly opened his eyes wide. A bright glow appeared around him, to which he thought that the heat had changed. The hero looked at the notification. The thought arose that it was written on the internet. Putting his hand to his face, the protagonist thought that it was dark energy. This plant was of a dark nature, and the blue matter was the nature of wood, the method of breathing the solar wind, the method of absorbing the energy of the tree. The sprouts lay in his hands, and Puck wondered if this meant that he should learn a method of breathing to absorb the dark nature if they found that the energies were mixed. Looking at his hand, the hero thought that then his life could be in danger again. Bending his knees, the protagonist added that it was still good. The effectiveness of course was decreasing, but the strength was increasing. Taking a step forward, he said that he had almost forgotten. Puck slammed his fist into the ground. Holding the tree in his hands, he thought that judging by the description, the forces of the solar wind if he used it. Suddenly the hero exclaimed in amazement. Holding the phone in his hands, he asked what kind of alarm it was. An emergency alert appeared. Turning his head, the man asked what and why he was only getting it now, and the other added that the danger was level 2. It was raining outside. I heard that we needed to evacuate as soon as possible. People stood behind the hero. Looking straight ahead, the protagonist heard that he should look at these worms. Worms crawled on the asphalt. It was heard that he should not be afraid. They live only where there is access to loose earth. Puck looked away, hearing that they should just not touch them, and as long as they were here, they would not come here. Looking up, the hero thought that they were attached to buildings. Then it was good that he followed the others here. Suddenly, the protagonist's eyes opened wide. The worms were in the jar. The monster began to eat them. The monster's eyes lit up. He looked angrily ahead. Puck looked at him in fright. Lying on the ground, the girl screamed for help. The hero opened his eyes in surprise. Looking straight ahead, the girl said that she was asking him, begging him to save him. The bird suddenly seized her. Suddenly she threw the man up. The girl fell into a mountain of worms. She looked at me in amazement. The protagonist stood in front of the creature. The young man opened his eyes in fright and said that if he had hesitated even a minute longer, he could have been in her place. Looking to the side, he asked that he could smell cigarettes too. The hero held a cigarette in his teeth. Looking straight ahead, he thought it shouldn't be like that. The cigarette but fell to the ground, and the thought arose that even if all these terrible events were due to the grief-stricken Poseidon, ordinary innocent people should not be left to die. It was unacceptable. Suddenly, the protagonist rushed forward. He was holding a branch in his hands. Puck struck the monster with his foot. The creature lifted its head up. The hero slid on the ground. The protagonist looked at him in surprise and thought that he had always been so strong. The seeds appeared, and Puck wondered if it was because of that purgatory herb. He was standing in the rain. Looking up, the hero thought that no, this rain, after all, these are the tears of Poseidon. There was a notification that the stimulant was taken. The protagonist opened his eyes wide, thinking that water nourishes trees, thereby causing them to grow faster, which makes them stronger, by activating and amplifying the energy of the wood element. Holding the stick in his hands, Puck thought that he was now capable of a lot. Gritting his teeth, he added that it was so. Tree branches appeared. The hero raised his sword in the air. The protagonist was standing in front of the monster. The creature screamed furiously. He looked angrily and growled. Suddenly the monster waved his hand. Looking at him, Puck exclaimed. He rushed forward abruptly. The hero furrowed his brows with anger. His foot slid on the ground, and he thought that if he loosened his grip a little now, he would immediately throw it away. Standing in front of the monster, the protagonist thought that this could not be allowed. There was very little left to the protective barrier. He had to survive. The monster furrowed his brows. Looking straight ahead, Puck thought that here was the breach. Suddenly, a bright ray appeared in front of the creature. The monster fell to the ground. Looking at the sword, the hero thought that despite the strength of the attacks, there was not a scratch on the weapon. Holding the weapon in his hands, the protagonist thought that this is the peculiarity of this sword. Standing in front of the monster, Puck asked. He looked at him in surprise and thought that he couldn't take his eyes off the blade, maybe because it was a peach tree, and they said they chased ghosts away. The creature turned its head to the side. The girl was lying on the ground. She turned around and shouted. The hero swung his weapon and asked what he had soaked up where. The protagonist swung his sword sharply. The girl began to fall down. The protagonist rushed forward abruptly. He caught the girl. Puck turned his head when he heard that she was grateful to him, to which he replied that it was too early to relax. The creature growled angrily. The hero began to run away rapidly. The monster stretched out his hand. The protagonist opened his eyes in fright. Suddenly it flew aside. Puck sat on the ground. Red particles appeared around it. He put the weapon on the ground. Leaning on his sword, the hero thought that what a blessing it is that he avoided fractures because of the substances he took. He hopes that that woman managed to run to the shelter, and everything is fine with her. The protagonist looked up. The monster flew into the sky. The creature looked at me angrily. Smiling, Park said that when he was that size, attacking in flight was an absolute cheat. The hero's legs trembled and he thought that he would not run to the place of evacuation, since the effectiveness of the stimulants was weakening. He was losing strength. Raindrops dripped from his face. The thought arose that he could plant sprouts. It would be difficult to use them against the flying monster. Frowning, the hero thought that whatever he chose, it would become a game of chance with minimal chances of survival. If so, he would use weapons. Raising 2 fingers up, the protagonist reflected on how the demon exorcism blade was not just an ordinary sword, it had the properties of a plant that was rooted deep in the ground. It took a long time to exchange energy to become sufficiently developed and strong. Waving his hand, Puck thought that now, when it was raining from Poseidon's tears. Holding the weapon in his hands, the hero thought that he could increase its durability with the help of magic that absorbed this rain, as well as keep the demon's subjugation energy in it. The protagonist raised his hand up. Closing his eyes, he thought about the direction of the energy of the solar winds. Lightning suddenly appeared around the hero. The monster stared at him silently. Suddenly Puck jumped up. He swung his weapon. The creature hit its head against the wall of the building. The protagonist flew past him. The monster's head was stuck in the building. Suddenly he turned around angrily. Puck rushed in his direction. He stared at the monster furiously. The hero furrowed his brows and shouted. The building was hit. The severed limb of the monster appeared. People looked at him in amazement. The girl, looking straight ahead, turned. She opened her eyes in fright and asked what he saw. He killed this creature. The hero stood in front of the corpse of the monster. It was heard that this bird was the favorite of a powerful deity. So even when someone died from its mouth or claws, the government did not react to this in any way. The protagonist rushed forward. It was heard that even in such a situation there was someone who did not care about it. Park carried the girl in his arms, and the man said that the one who did not hesitate to save a person in danger was like a superhero. The hero was filmed. Suddenly, a blow flew into his back. An explosion thundered in the city. A video appeared, and someone shouted that he was a brat. Stretching out his hand forward, the Taoist asked what he imagined, what he had done. Frowning, he added that he had just killed Lady Yua's favorite creature, and ignorance did not exempt from responsibility. The hero was sitting on the ground. It was heard that it was not enough to burn him for such a thing. Let them grab him quickly. The protagonist lowered his head down. The guy was looking at the phone. The girl was sitting at the computer. People watched the live broadcast. Comments from users appeared. Standing at the window, the girl asked that the baby had been killed. Turning around, she said that they had burned the impudent man who dared to raise his hand against her pet. Lowering his head, the subordinate replied that they had taken him into custody. Looking at him, Lady Yua asked why they were mocking, after which he was simply taken into custody. Stretching out her hand, she shouted that she should tell all the people that if they did not want to know her anger, they should tear it to pieces at once. Standing behind her, the guy said that but the recording of his crime had become the hottest topic of discussion. Looking at him, Yua heard that the new leadership hoped for her leniency so that there would be no unrest in society about the actions of the Celestials. Smiling, the girl replied that such a boring world, their government is afraid of its own citizens. Standing in the middle of the garden, she asked what was good. he had probably already found a way to appease her anger in another way, to which the young man replied that yes, they had prepared a tribute so as not to lose her favor. Looking at the window, Yoa said that it was fine, she would wait. Raising her head up, she added that the rain was stopping. It seemed that Poseidon had stopped grieving. Looking straight ahead, Yoa thought that it was just an illusion that the supreme beings were free from their desires. Poseidon would not mourn the death of a boy who was not even his legitimate son. He must be content to perform the ritual of summoning rain. Holding the bundle in her hands, she added that in any case, she got what she wanted. The guy looked at me in bewilderment and mumbled. Turning around, the girl replied that yes, it was the same. Holding a piece of wood in her hands, Yoa thought that this plant is called a treasure of fantasy even among the deities. Its flowers bloom once every 1,000 years, and it takes at least 3,000 years for it to bear fruit. This magic tree only grows in the garden of the queen of the mother of Western Paradise, the peach tree of immortality. Looking at the tablet, the girl said that no one had coveted the peaches of immortality after the Monkey King, because the orchard disappeared after the queen mother of the Western Paradise sacrificed herself to close the gates of paradise. Standing at the window, she added that if she could germinate it, she would become the new queen, the mother of the Western Paradise. A view of the sky opened up. The man took a step forward. The hero looked at him in amazement. He lowered his gaze, remembering the phrase that he didn't understand that by his rash act he had made all the celestials look bad in the eyes of people. Looking straight ahead, the man said that let him no longer do anything in public that would catch the eye. Here all decisions are made by them. So if he throws something like this again, let him blame himself. Walking through the city, the protagonist reflected that of course, he did not do it for praise, but still does not think that his act can be considered a sin. He was guided by common sense and used supernatural abilities to save a life. He just wanted to make the world a better place. Looking at his hand, he added that although his sword had been taken from him, he had received a trophy. Puck was standing in the rain. Looking to the side, he exclaimed. The hero stretched out his hand to the monster and asked what it was. He was holding a plank in his hands. Looking at it, the protagonist asked why it was tied to the monster's leg. Suddenly he opened his eyes in amazement and thought that it was alive. Park closed his eyes and added that in this case. Stretching out his hand forward, the Taoist shouted that he imagined what he had done. The hero touched the log. There was a sprout in his hand, and he thought that he had used the power of the sun's winds to get the sprout. Clenching his fist, the protagonist thought that maybe he should raise him this way. A view of the city opened. A whole year passed. Sitting at the table, the reporter said that amid growing public discontent over the smells that continued to appear here and there, people were sitting in a cafe. It was heard that the government was discussing the adoption of various measures to purify water. The man gritted his teeth and said that it stinks so much. Putting his hands on his side, he shouted that water purification is not a problem. It's all that monster, for a start. It would be better to deal with him. What are they doing there at all? This snakehead, he is going to boil it in a pothole. A red river appeared. It was said that a month ago, when there was a complete mess with the heavenly energy, a monster had hidden in the Han River. The creature looked forward angrily. It rose up, and the thought arose that it was a 1,000-year-old spotted snakehead. As the monster floated down the river, it was thought that after passing through the monster world to the river in the human world, he had become powerful enough to claim the role of God and proclaim himself the Lord of the Han River. He stated that no one would be able to use the water of the Han River until his demand for human sacrifice was met. The guy looked at the phone screen. Yan threw his legs over the table and said that this snakehead was so stupid. The thought arose that he was a disciple of one of the 8 sacred celestials on the Korean peninsula, the Heavenly Wolf King. He looked to the side, hearing that he should refrain from statements that had nothing to do with the topic of their meeting. Stretching out her hand to the side, the girl said what it was. Holding the remote in her hands, she added that she was asking them to take their respective seats as much as possible, saying that she was the youngest disciple of one of the 8 sacred celestials on the Korean peninsula. Shin looked at the guy after hearing that the topic of their meeting would be his butt, to which she asked what he had just said. Smiling, Ian asked if he was wrong, and then said that it was not a problem that they could discuss and solve on their own. The girl looked at him angrily when she heard that. Besides, she thought that it would be wrong to solve her, wouldn't she? Raising his hand in the air, the young man said that this was originally based on the deepest will of the elders. Let them just act as if everything was fine until these ungrateful mortals were in great trouble and began to protest. Shin gritted her teeth tightly. Ian asked in surprise when he heard that this was what his master had taught him. The man put his hands behind his back. It was heard that more than 10,000 civilians were already suffering from infectious diseases, including intestinal infections. Stretching her hand to the side, the girl shouted that so they had to find a solution as soon as possible. That was what her master had told her. Pointing at Yang, she added that and how dare he, a disciple of the Heavenly Wolf King, insult her master. The young man smiled and asked that she would be able to kill the Han River Lord in this way. Shin frowned upon hearing this. Looking at her, the young man said that just yesterday, the 4 mystic celestials who had come to the Han River to destroy the Overlord had failed. Leaning against the table, he added that there were so many who were in the rank of great celestials, whose rank was even lower than the mystics, and yet she wanted them all to start working together and boldly step into the mouth of this fish. Shin stared at him silently. The monster's eyes lit up. The thought arose that the reason why the Han River Lord was difficult to defeat was because he used land and water techniques at the same time. There were only a few people who were able to master the two techniques, just like the Han River Lord. A tree appeared, and she mused that it could only be defeated by a celestial who had a remote enough territory to drive it away by force, or one that was of a higher rank than land and water combined, such as a tree. Stretching out his arms to the sides, Ian said that he should forget, he would not interfere with her making any plans. But he was leaving. What was the difference between worrying about getting a job if she did not even pass the college entrance exam? The girl sharply crushed the remote control in her hands. Getting up from the table, the guy said that he would rather go and practice. Standing in the middle of the room, the girl heard that if someone could destroy the snakehead, this would be the fastest solution to this problem. A view of the sky opened up. The girl walked slowly forward. Shin held the bag in her hands. Inside it was a sword. The hero waved the weapon, and she thought that a year ago, a man had killed Lady Yua's bird with this sword. The protagonist stood at attention as the girl reflected on how even though he had been arrested and eventually released, the peachwood sword he had used had been confiscated and preserved by the Celestials. It was a rare wooden tool that could be used even by those with a low celestial rank. The people stretched their hands towards the sword, and she added that because it was in the form of a sword, the disturbances it caused in the heavens were quite noisy. But after the energy that this sword was filled with gradually disappeared, the mess stopped. Looking down, the girl thought that it was Puck, if it was him. The hero stood at attention. The thought arose that he had not left Guanac-gu in recent years and worked in a restaurant nearby. Sometimes he appears in various establishments with his mother or friends, or goes to the cinema in his free time. Looking straight ahead, Shin wondered if he hadn't said that he didn't use the app anymore, and that his phone was always turned off, then he wouldn't be able to use the talisman or evaluate his achievements. The video showed up, and she added that well, given what he had been through, it was possible. The girl suddenly looked away. The hero ran to meet her. He ran past her. Shin looked surprised and thought that he swerved unexpectedly. She couldn't miss him. A glow appeared around her leg. Suddenly she rushed forward. Shin began to catch up with the protagonist. Her eyes widened. She thought that come on. Running after the hero, the girl added that she could not catch up with him. Particles flew around her legs. The thought arose that she was running, that she had strength, also using a talisman, but the distance between them did not shorten. The girl clenched her teeth tightly. She stopped abruptly and exclaimed. Looking to the side, Shin said that she had missed him. Standing behind her, the hero asked that she was connected with the Celestials. Smiling, he added that he did not want to run away. He was just surprised that someone was following him. The protagonist raised his hand. Frowning, the girl thought that he was sweating, so he didn't use the talisman and ran away from her so quickly using only physical strength. What kind of guy he was. Throwing him the phone, she said that he should take it. The protagonist looked at his smartphone. A notification appears on the phone screen. The girl stared ahead silently. Puck froze, looking at the screen. Pulling the phone out in front of him, he asked that if he showed it to her, she would leave him alone. Shin opened her eyes in amazement and thought she couldn't believe it. Information about the hero appeared, and she added that he was still a tall celestial and shorter than her. The hero removed his hand behind his head. They walked slowly forward. Walking in front, the protagonist asked that so, she wanted to use his wooden element to kill the Lord of the Han River. Turning his head, he added that did the Celestials really want the monsters to die? Shin stared at him silently. Stopping, Park said that perhaps this is only his vision of the situation, but he perceives it as a deliberate ignorance. The girl frowned and replied that no, the reason why their heads didn't take any action was because they wanted to see how the disciples would deal with this problem on their own without relying on their masters. Stretching out his hand to the side, the hero said that thousands of people are suffering like this right now because their masters are waiting for the development of their students. Turning his head, he added that well, if he cooperates, the sanctions imposed on him will be lifted, and he will be compensated, so. The girl looked in surprise when she heard if he could take this sword back. Shin frowned and asked how he found out. Smiling, the protagonist replied that when inhaling, he can interact with the trees around him. This is a function of the technique he is currently learning. Looking at him, the girl thought that for the same reason, he could run fast in the forest, since the earthly basis of the Celestials was influenced by the environment that suited their element. Opening the bag, the hero said that first he wanted to know if it was possible to get rid of his curfew. Standing next to him, the girl replied that he was temporarily cancelled to complete the task, to which he asked again. Smiling, Shin said that it was an important task that attracted the attention of those around him, and there was no one here who would scold him just for helping. She furrowed her brows and thought that the curfew had been set up by her superiors to punish Park for killing Lady Yua's bird. Now this incident was almost forgotten. The problem would be easily solved if she, a celestial apprentice, did everything possible and persuaded this man. The hero looked at the weapon. The thought arose that he would finally help get rid of the Lord of the Han River. A bank appeared near the river. Stretching his hand forward, the guy asked if they needed to go all this way. Putting his hand to his face, he added that he didn't know if she had come here to try anything, but if she had come to stare at this human being, it was disgusting. Standing in front of the people, Shin replied that they should calm down. It was necessary to kill the Lord of the Han River. Looking to the side, she thought what the hell he was going to do. The hero stood at attention. Lowering his gaze, he said that it was an abomination. As the protagonist poured earth on his arm, he thought that he had prepared it for just such an eventuality. But he did not expect that he would have to take advantage of it so soon. Rushing forward, the girl said that it was too dangerous to get any closer. Puck held the sprouts in his hands. Shin opened her eyes in amazement. Standing on the pier, she said it was. Looking at her, the hero asked if she hadn't seen it when she was in elementary school. He used to grow it in his class. The plants spread through the water, and the girl asked if it was a water hyacinth, to which the protagonist replied that yes, this plant is perfect for purifying water. Looking at the glow, he added that he had done half of it, and now, he was immediately answered. The monster's eyes lit up brightly. Park smiled and said that well. The creature struck the water with its hand. Looking at the monster, the hero heard that he was the god of this river. Typhoons rushed in his direction. It was heard that he was not the one who should obey. The protagonist rushed forward abruptly. He bounced off his plants. Suddenly Puck jumped up. He smirked as he looked at the monster. Arrows suddenly rushed towards the lord of the river. Looking straight ahead, the creature asked what he had done. Arrows flew directly at him. The creature opened its mouth in pain. Puck jumped up when he heard that he was a snot, a damn puppy. The girl opened the umbrella above her head. With her eyes wide open, she thought that it was amazing that by using hyacinths, he had completely purified the water polluted by the Han River Lord. The monster glared at the hero furiously, and Shin added that however, at this rank, he still wouldn't be able to win. The monster wagged its tail and said that although it was dealing with energy that was difficult to see, its paltry tricks would no longer work. Suddenly, a blow flew to the protagonist. Puck unfastened his bag. He began to fall down. The seeds began to germinate underwater. Flowers appeared on the surface of the river. The hero landed on a plant. Holding the seeds in his hands, he said that this was the last one. A glow appeared around him. A bright beam struck the monster. Raising his head up, the monster said that it was the same tree that had been struck by lightning, so he was going to destroy this body with the help of some small toy. Smiling, the protagonist asked what he put his heart into this toy. Didn't he feel it? The creature dived underground, saying that they would meet again. Puck sighed and said that it was a lightning storm dart that he had spent a lot of effort creating, so he couldn't let it go just like that. Suddenly he knitted his brows. The hero put his hand to the water. Lightning rushed after the creature. Swimming under the water, the monster exclaimed. Countless lightning bolts flew over the river. A view of the blue sky opened up. People looked at me in amazement. The corpse of the monster was lying under the water. It was heard that it was carrying fried fish. Looking up, the hero said that it was quite refreshing here now. The protagonist stuck the sword into the monster's body. Standing on top of the overlord's corpse, he said that he had done a bad deed in the end. Park sat down and added that he had attracted attention again, and it seemed to him that this time it would not end well. As the people stood in front of each other, it was heard that if the reason why the Celestials had ignored the Han River Lord until now was indeed for trial and growth, it was definitely only for their own disciples, not for ordinary people. Suddenly, the hero looked surprised and said that he had found it. Holding the orb in his hands, the protagonist added that he thought it would be bigger, and then thought that it was the inner core of creatures living in water, the crystal of effort that appeared in the hope of becoming a dragon, heard that this would be his reward. Puck raised his head when he heard the address. Looking at him, the master asked what he was doing. A glow appeared around his hand. Chains appeared around the hero. Suddenly his hands were chained. Frowning, the man asked what he even understood what he had just done. Looking at him, Shin thought that it was the Heavenly Wolf King. She opened her eyes wide, remembering the guy's phrase that let them just act like everything was fine until these ungrateful mortals were in great trouble and started protesting. It was originally based on the deepest will of the elders, to which the girl thought that the fact that they appeared at the same second that the Han River Lord was defeated means that they were just considering the time to kill the River Lord, but because of Puck. It can't be. Jumping up on the plant, the girl greeted the Celestial. Looking up, she said that she did not know how they ended up here, but to which the man asked what he wanted to tell them, how they would be safer, and what they were allowed to do. Looking at her, he asked if she wasn't a celestial apprentice, to which Shin replied that she was, and the master added that she meant that the apprentice of such a genius master didn't understand the seriousness of the situation. Frowning, the man shouted that the guy she had brought here had only been studying for a year, and even then without a master, even though the wooden element was rare, the boy without a master had mastered in just a year the technique that was enough to kill the Lord of the Han River, and she had no doubt about his intentions. If she opened her mouth even once, she would bring the master to great shame. The girl lowered her gaze and answered approvingly. The master looked at him in bewilderment when he heard laughter. The hero smiled as he looked at him. Looking at him, the Heavenly Wolf King asked what fear had lost, to which the protagonist replied that well, what should he be afraid of? Smirking, Park asked if he had done anything wrong. The master looked at him maliciously. Stretching his arms to the sides, the hero asked that he doubted him because he had an unusual basis. Unfortunately, this is not the first time this has happened, plus it has already been checked with the app. Looking to the side, he added that by the way, about 3 minutes had passed, so they appeared immediately after the death of the fish. The man gritted his teeth when he heard that it was true, just as they had planned. Hanging in the air, the protagonist said that they must have been watching this fish quite closely, as they appeared as soon as he killed it. Smiling, Park asked what they thought that if they killed the fish, the public would bless them, and after he destroyed the stage from which their disciple was supposed to rise, they ran here as fast as they could. The Celestial looked at him angrily and said that he had had enough of his chatter. Suddenly, an explosion thundered behind the girl. Stretching out his hand, the master said that it was his own fault. Standing behind him, the man said that but whatever it was too much. The man frowned when he heard the sound. The hero was standing on the ground. Looking up, he said that it was a blow to the stomach, just like then. Suddenly, the protagonist raised his sword up. The master put his hands on his side. His eyes lit up and he asked what he understood what it meant to point a sword at him. Frowning, the man added that he did not want to say anything before he died. Smiling, Park replied that it didn't look like he was going to die, so what's the point, he would never kill him. A sphere appeared in the hands of the master, and he said that let him come down to the ground, arrogance not. Suddenly the man attacked. The hero raised his sword in the air. He stood still. An explosion thundered on the pier. The Celestial looked at him in bewilderment. The man stretched out his hand in front of him. Poon froze when he heard that the caretaker who was supposed to guard the gardens had forgotten here. Looking at the Celestial, he replied that there was a request from Lady Yuwa, to which the master asked. The man furrowed his brows when he heard that he hoped it wasn't too rude of him to intrude on their show of force. But it was so unjustified and cruel. Poon stretched out his hand when he heard that the lady wasn't trying to drag him away because she wanted to take out her anger on him over the cherished death of her bird a year ago, to which he replied that now that he realized that he was even more stupid than he thought he would if he chose to fight, he wouldn't run away. Looking ahead, the elder said that both of them would have a bad reputation, but if he didn't have an excuse, then let him not get in the way of the elder. Gray smoke dissipated in the air. Putting his hands behind his back, the man said that at Lady Yua's request, why did this cunning lady have to call an elder for help to save this brat? People went forward. They stopped in the middle of the room. The hero looked away in surprise, and the elder asked that he knew he would appear, which is why he was so arrogant. The protagonist exclaimed in bewilderment, to which the master said that he would give him advice. Poon frowned and said that perhaps he thought he was exceptional, but immense arrogance often led to a downfall. Puck looked surprised when he heard this. Smiling, he said that he would think about it. Thank you for the advice, to which the man replied that let him go straight. Taking a step forward, the hero asked that immense arrogance often leads to a fall. Yes. The protagonist stood in front of the monster. The thought arose that a year had passed since that day. He still clearly remembered what confusion he was in and what he faced that day. Despite how good his intentions were, no one understood it. Standing in front of the door, Puck reflected on how he had been carefully prepared since the rumors about the River Lord had just begun to appear. The doors opened in front of him. The hero opened his eyes in amazement and thought that he wouldn't have to go through it again. The protagonist froze, standing in front of the lady. She looked at him silently. Smirking, Puck thought that so now he wouldn't act in the heat of the moment, and wouldn't allow himself to be treated like a fool. Posts from users appeared. The image of the girl appeared. It was said that Lady Yuwa had a garden. It was an unusual garden, and the room in which the divine medicinal herbs were carefully selected and cultivated. The history of this garden was most likely an ordinary rumor, but he came up with a good plan to get weighty evidence. Smiling, the hero thought that the plan was for him to attract the lady's attention. He stood at attention in front of the girl. Closing her eyes, the girl asked that he was Park, if he knew what it was. A glow appeared around the seeds. It was heard that the seeds of purgatory grass, they rarely germinate. The protagonist looked in amazement when he heard that these precious seeds were found in the possession of mortals who were buying up on the black market. He frowned when he heard that she had inquired about the salesman in order to punish him seriously in the future. Smiling, the lady said that she would have to guess who he was. Falling to his knees, Park shouted that he had sinned madly. Lowering his head, he added that he was begging for forgiveness. He had no choice, and there was really no money left. The hero looked in surprise when he heard that he should raise his head. Putting her hand to her face, Yuwa replied that it was good. He had already paid enough for his sins. Even though she had spared him, he still had to be punished. The price for killing her bird was not so small. The protagonist asked in amazement when he heard that she would spare him again. Sitting in front of her, Puck heard why not work in her garden. Sitting near the plants, the girl said that she had one garden with trees and herbs. Looking straight ahead, the hero heard that he was able to grow purgatory grass, and he had enough skills to purify the water polluted by the Lord of the Han River with ordinary aquatic plants. After all, he could make her garden fragrant. Raising his hand, he replied that he was very grateful that she had such an opinion of him. He knew, and it was called the solar wind. Using the technique would make an ordinary plant bear fruit in a day or two. Looking at the lady, the protagonist added that but the grass of purgatory did not grow further than these sprouts, no matter how many times he tried. Sitting in front of him, the lady replied that this was how he assured that he lacked skill, to which Park said that it was true. She put her hand to her face. Yuva raised her eyebrows and said that her intestines were not as thin as they seemed at first glance. She could not believe that he was already arguing with her. The hero looked at her in bewilderment and asked again. Raising her hand up, the lady said all right. Pointing aside, she added that she would send him back with a small amount of medicinal herbs and provide him with the necessary tools, work with the youth to succeed as soon as possible. Now that he obeyed her, she would not deprive him of power. The protagonist stared at her in amazement. Bowing, he thanked her for her mercy. Puck grinned slightly. A view of the room opened. Putting her hand to her face, the lady asked why she was there. The girl took a step forward. She put her hands in her pockets. Janbi stared silently ahead. Sitting on a bench, Yoa asked what her verdict was, to which she replied that it was suspicious. Looking to the side, Janbi added that he was so obedient, as if he wanted to see the garden in person not because of her orders. The hero was walking through the garden. It was heard that she heard that he was the one who killed her cherished bird. The protagonist looked ahead, and the girl added that he would also defeat the Lord of the Han River. With her eyes wide open, Jianbai said that he was inexperienced, but the fact that he had achieved all of this meant that he was either a genius or… Twisting her finger at her temple, she added that the one who went on his head was a psycho. Looking at her, the lady asked again, to which the girl replied that it was a worldly term. The garden appeared, and it was heard that she knew that he was up to something, but she accepted it anyway, thought about it, so she asked her to look after it. Looking to the side, Yoa said that she shouldn't worry about it, because she would only let him manage the sixth garden at first. Even if he had bad intentions, he wouldn't be able to steal even a seed from her garden. Putting her hand to her face, she added that if it was really useless, she thought it would be a wonderful fertilizer for her plants, to which Janbi replied that she had originally planned so. Looking straight ahead, she wondered that they had agreed to work together for a peach from the peninsula, but she was the kind of person she would never like. Frowning, she added that she hoped it would prove to be more useful than ordinary fertilizer. The hero was walking through the city. Throwing a stick over his shoulder, he wondered what the power of the celestial was hiding there. Orbs appeared in front of the girls, and the protagonist thought that there were more than 300, and Lady Yua had almost 400. Closing his eyes, Puck said that he had achieved 10 stars of the solar wind in a year, so he could roughly calculate the other people's forces, but he was not sure about these two. Images of elders appeared, and the hero thought that the Heavenly Wolf King, that hot-tempered man, had 600, and Poon had about 400. Taking the phone in his hand, the protagonist thought that on the other hand, he had it. A notification appeared on the phone. The characteristics of Puck appeared. Frowning, the hero said that he had deliberately deceived Shin about his rank, but if he was rated as a mystic celestial, then… Looking down, he thought that he had about 45. He had secretly learned all the solar wind techniques in the past year, but it was all just a theory. Taking a step forward, the protagonist thought that he needed to try. He was standing in the middle of the field. Park gritted his teeth and said he was here. Suddenly a tree appeared in front of him. Smiling, the hero said that today he brought him something. A peach tree appeared. Placing the sphere in the ground, the protagonist said that it was the Sintamani of the Lord of the Han River. On one knee, he added that, and since he was giving this pebble to him, Puck was standing in front of a tree. Smiling, he said that he should give him something in return. The hero was meditating in front of a tree. A glow appeared around him. Saliva flowed from the hero's mouth. The protagonist suddenly shuddered in amazement. Rising from the ground, he said that this peach smell was simply delicious. Looking at the tree, Puck thought that since he had learned how to enhance his attacks with his breath, he had been training all year. Touching the branch of the tree, he added that but only a week ago the flowers on the tree had bloomed and borne fruit, and then said that he was still quite small. The hero swallowed his saliva and thought that he looked so juicy and mature. Holding the peach in his hands, he added why he couldn't eat it. The protagonist shuddered in amazement when he heard that he should not be in a hurry. A man was standing behind him. The bear put his hands behind his back. Looking at him, Park clarified that he could ask who he was. Putting his hands behind his back, the bear said that the elder had given him the name Guanik. The hero smiled and replied that he was the god of Mount Guaniksan, and then thought that after the gates of heaven opened, the deities stopped hiding their presence. The bear stood still, and he added that the master of the mountain was not such a happy spirit. The man raised his hand upwards, and the thought arose that hundreds of years ago, when Hanyang was made the capital, the earthly officials believed that the energy of the fire of the mountain would adversely affect the city. A beast statue appeared. It was said that by adding water energy, using the statue of the mythical horned lion, a watery area appeared, and the hero thought that by digging a southern pond and so on, they terribly damaged the energy of the mountain. Looking at the bear, the protagonist wondered why he was so small. With a smirk, he said that he had been training here for over a year, so he had hoped to meet him sooner, but that's what they had, to which Guanik replied that it was because he had previously seen no reason to interfere with such a devoted student's training, and Park added that he understood, thanked for the work, and thought that he was willing to bet that he just didn't want to tarnish his authority even in front of him. Looking at the fruit, the hero thought that maybe the reason was the peach, but after the tree distorted the sight, he could not get through the barrier. Standing near the tree, the protagonist said that he should wait a little, he needed to eat something, to which the bear shouted that he should stop. Frowning, he asked what he didn't hear what he said. It would be complete recklessness. After looking at the fruit of the tree, Park asked what he was talking about this peach, to which Gwanak replied that the energy of the tree was inside the fruit. If he plucked it now, the protection would stop working. What would he do if the people who had their eyes on the tree took it away? Smiling, the hero asked what he meant by himself, to which the bear asked what he thought. He was a thief. Closing his eyes, Gwanak said that he was not only talking about himself. Sooner or later people would begin to find out about the existence of this tree. The protagonist exclaimed in surprise when he heard that right now someone was waiting for him at the bottom of the hill. He raised his head up. Looking at the barrier, Puck thought that there was so much dark energy. Stretching his hand up, the bear shouted that he should watch. He was talking. The hero looked to the side, hearing that if they had destroyed the barrier so much, then they definitely wanted to catch him here. Perhaps they had come for the peaches of the holy tree he was growing, to which he asked again. The protagonist smirked and asked if it was the peach that had been mentioned on the journey west, the peach that had been eaten by the Monkey King. Putting his hand on his face, the mountain master replied that he should forget. The only important thing was that one of the super Taoists was moving towards him with a fire technique. Looking at it, Puck heard that with such preparation, he could awaken the true form of this tree. Clenching his fist, Gwanak said that the human body could not absorb the medicinal properties of the peaches of the holy tree. But he was different, so let him give the fruit to him. The hero plucked the peach, hearing that then he would be able to regain his power and protect him and the tree from these guys. Smiling, he replied that he was sorry. The master of the mountain looked at him furiously and shouted that he was an idiot. He froze in bewilderment and wondered who the hell he was. But it was still the peach from the holy tree that had made the Monkey King and Dong the Celestials. Images of people appeared. The thought arose that it was interesting what would happen. The hero was meditating. There were notifications that the nutrients had been absorbed. The protagonist lowered his gaze. Looking at him, the bear asked how it was that he felt some changes in his body. Smiling, Park replied that it was very fresh and juicy. The master of the mountain froze in bewilderment. A view of the forest opened up. It was heard that he was a crazy idiot. Looking at his hand, the hero thought that the heat was beginning to spread. A glow appeared on his hand and he added that no matter what technique he tried, the heat was not concentrated in one point, but continued to spread throughout the body. What to do with it, by the way, this warmth could not be compared to what he felt last time. It was much warmer and gentler. Lowering his head, Gwanak said that technically it takes 3,000 years to produce a peach of even the smallest level. But what would be the effect of the one he grew in a year? To which the protagonist replied that it was he who stopped listening to him when he talked about death. Placing the sword on the ground, Park said that his student was in trouble and didn't want to help, to which the hill master replied that he was a jerk. Clenching his fists, he shouted that he couldn't help even if he could, because he didn't have his former powers. Suddenly, a seed flew over his head. The master of the mountain looked furiously and shouted that since he couldn't help, he decided to start throwing rocks, to which the hero thought that he had given it up because he thought he would catch it. The bear looked at his hand in bewilderment. Clenching his fist, he asked if it wasn't a purgatory grass seed, and moreover, it had sprouted. Looking at him, the hero heard that he was giving him this precious thing, to which the protagonist thought that he was very cute. The protagonist poured seeds into his hand. The bear looked at him as he heard that this was all he had now. Smiling, Park asked what he would replenish thanks to this. The master of the mountain looked at him happily and replied approvingly. Standing in front of him, the hero asked what he could do now. Clenching his fist, Gwanak replied that he could sell the caves from now on. The protagonist froze in bewilderment and thought that maybe he did not hear. Looking to the side, the bear said that just 3 seeds of purgatory grass would not be able to restore his strength, to which Puck asked what else he could do. Frowning, the master of the mountain asked isn't it time for them to put those who are hunting him right now in their place? After looking at the phone, the hero replied that he thought he could check their whereabouts with this. A notification appeared in front of him, and he added that yes, this feature is here. A map of the area appeared. The objects were approaching the point, and the protagonist said that in the meantime, he would have to deal with the guy who was approaching them, to which Gwanak asked that he was going to fight now, and Puck replied that yes, if he didn't do anything, they would just take his tree. The bear froze with fright and thought that it was obvious that now with his preparation he would lose. But what was he thinking about, and why was he so calm? The guy ran forward at a rapid pace. He opened his eyes wide and said that he had found it. The hero stood silently in front of him. Lowering his gaze, the protagonist asked what this energy was. He was a disciple of the Heavenly Wolf King. Yang gritted his teeth when he heard this. Looking at him, Puck asked what his master had ordered him to bring in. Putting his hand under his clothes, the young man replied approvingly. Holding the weapon in his hands, he said that he even gave him this. Smiling, the guy asked what he even knew what it was, to which the hero shouted that it was the fan of a 9-tailed fox. Sitting on a tree branch, the bear shouted that even the 5-tailed fox had been seen only once, and that was more than 300 years ago. Holding onto a tree branch, he added that he couldn't believe that such a treasure was made from a 9-tailed fox. It was indeed a rarity. The protagonist looked at it after hearing that since it was valuable, and the tail was still intact, the cloud ghost's energy must be enormous. Standing in front of him, Young said that it was the same fan of the nine-tailed fox. Crossing his arms, Park said that even though his master was the Heavenly Wolf King, he was going to make an explosion with it in Seoul, a city with a huge population. Standing in front of him, the young man asked what he felt about the energy around him. Ian raised his hand up and said that it didn't matter what skill he used and how loud he shouted, because outside the barrier no one could see or hear what was happening here. Closing his eyes, he said that everyone was in favor, and someone shouted about the flag of the Northern Dark Detachment. Frowning, the Mountain Master shouted that when he said that the energy was unusual, he meant that he had used a treasure that contained the powers of the 4 heavenly beasts. The hero looked at him, hearing about how if their combined strength was so great, then it was of course. Ian frowned and shouted what the hell it was, what it was, and why it kept interrupting him. Putting his hand to his face, the protagonist replied that he did not know. He grinned and asked what the Nemoviks were. Holding the weapon in his hands, the guy said that bastard named Shin, he was a jerk, and now that little bear, why were they all meddling in his affairs? He lowered his head down. Gritting his teeth, Ian shouted that the snakehead was his prey. A glow appeared around him, and he added that instead of the snakehead life he had taken, he would take it. Looking at him, Puck thought that his strength had instantly increased by about 100, which was 5 times more than his normal powers, like an artifact in the game that had to be donated. The hero grabbed his weapon. A memory of him appeared, and a thought arose in his mind that when Shin came for him, he had spread his energy throughout the mountain and lowered his skills. Bright rays appeared in the air. The bear looked away in amazement. The protagonist got into a fighting stance. Frowning, he thought that he would return the energy he had distributed. Suddenly the guy waved his weapon. Puck looked at him angrily. The beam rushed towards the beasts. The hero cut the fox in half. He stared ahead silently. The protagonist stretched out his hand to the side. With his eyes wide open, the master of the mountain thought that he couldn't believe it. This man had completely entered into symbiosis with the surrounding nature. This was even possible. Puck stood still. Standing on the ledge, the hero asked that he said that everything that happened here would remain within this barrier, so. Smiling, he added that if he dared to point his sword at someone, he should be prepared to counterattack. Yang gritted his teeth tightly when he heard this. Raising his weapon up, he shouted that how dare such a street mutt as he did. Suddenly, the young man looked away in bewilderment. Lightning suddenly appeared around him. The protagonist watched him in bewilderment. Going downstairs, Park asked what it was. Watching from the hill, the bear said that he was in a complete ass. The guy was lying on the ground. It was heard that when he recklessly armed himself with this, hoping for great power, his soul was absorbed, since he had no strength left. This is a frightening part in the history of sacred artifacts made by demons. Turning around, the hero said that he didn't think it was that bad, to which Gwanek replied that if the right person armed himself with it, the mountain would take off. Every sacred artifact is a treasure that can lift a mountain or dig a river. Raising his weapon, the protagonist thought that the sacred artifact had such great power. Looking at him, Park added that if that's true, then how much of it is? Suddenly, the hero opened his eyes in amazement. A powerful flame broke out. The man stretched his hand forward. Rushing forward, he shouted the name of the disciple. Holding the young man's body, the Taoist said that no, this was an incredible failure, and then thought that he couldn't believe that a disciple of the Heavenly Wolf King had become an imbecile in his own realm, and of course, this brat would no longer be able to escape the righteous wrath of the Heavenly Wolf King, whether he was the commander of the Celestial Society or a master of the Red Fire Arts. All of this was nothing compared to the 8 sacred celestials. How could he do it? A gray sky appeared. It was heard that it was self-defense. The master looked to the side when he heard this. The main character was standing in the midst of the flames. Stretching out his hand to the side, he said that he thought these words applied to him as well. Sitting next to the guy, the Taoist said that he should have burned him to the ground a year ago. He didn't understand why the Heavenly Wolf King had to endure a walking disaster like him. Raising 2 fingers up, he added that since it had come to this, he would burn his airways and lead him to the Heavenly Wolf King. The protagonist frowned upon hearing this. The forest was covered with flames. Puck rushed to the side. He turned around in surprise. The hero blocked the attack with flames. Shells flew in his direction. The protagonist deflected the blow. He fell sharply to the ground. Frowning, Puck said that it was bad. Looking at the master, he thought that the difference in their strength clearly did not play into his hands. Of all the elements, why fire? The man looked at him angrily. The Taoist looked to the side when he heard that he should try to use the 9-tailed fox fan. Just put his energy into it, and use it, no matter what element he used. Suddenly the bear flew aside. Looking straight ahead, the hero thought that the fan of a 9-tailed fox was blowing. The guy was lying on the ground. The thought arose that it would consume his soul in the same way as it happened to Ian. Grabbing his weapon, the protagonist thought that well, he would not try, he would not know. Suddenly he waved his weapon. The foxes rushed towards the man, to which he shouted that he dared to use the fan of the 9-tailed fox. Gritting his teeth, the master exclaimed. The foxes crashed into him. The hero looked up in surprise and said that this is what it is. Standing at attention, he added that the power of the sacred artifact. Walking forward, the protagonist asked where Gwanek was. Suddenly, a blow flew on his back. Puck opened his eyes wide and wheezed. He began to bleed. Grabbing the wound, the hero said that it seemed that he had pierced something. Standing behind him, the master said that what a shame. The man looked at him maliciously and added that it was not enough for him to turn the disciple of the Heavenly Wolf King into a vegetable, so he also decided to use the fanning of the nine-tailed fox. Gritting his teeth, the protagonist thought that he could not believe that he had survived. Nevertheless, it meant that all extraordinary celestials were so strong. Making an attack, the Taoist shouted that this was the last straw. A lot of blows flew into the hero. Puck crashed into a tree. Blood flew out of his mouth. Taking a step forward, the man said that he would not allow him to cheat anymore. Frowning, he added that now he would lead him to the Heavenly Wolf King. Looking at him, the hero thought that this is how he will die. Holding on to the wound, he added that damn it, if only he hadn't been injured. Suddenly, a glow appeared around his hand, to which the protagonist asked why the pain was gradually subsiding. The active ingredient of the peach of the sacred tree appeared. A bright sphere appeared, and a notification appeared that the analysis of the substance was completed. The Monkey King smiled broadly. The thought arose that a long time ago, the Monkey King wanted to get rid of possible damage, and so he got his skin. He was invulnerable to a huge number of sacred artifacts, and had endured 49 days on the Eightfold Path. A glow appeared around his hand, and it was said that despite the pressure exerted by the 5 fingers of the Buddha, his skin had saved him for 500 years. The image of a man appeared, and the hero thought that Dong wanted a body that would make him invulnerable to death, so he got immortality cells. The monster's eyes lit up, and he added that even the most brutal techniques concocted by the messengers of death could not kill him, and eventually even the king of the underworld stopped trying. A notification arose that the nutrients had been absorbed. The protagonist closed his eyes and thought that this was how he got what he wanted, the devices that were responsible for various metabolic actions, including the neutralization of poison. The new liver filled his body with warm water from head to toe. Puck's eyes suddenly lit up. The man looked at him in surprise and said that this energy. Standing in front of the hero, the master wondered what the hell could he have the energy of water. Frowning, the man shouted that he was a snot. Stretching his hands to the sides, he added that he had an inexplicable basis. Grinning, the hero replied that he did not know how it happened. Waves flew around him and he added that he felt good, because the heat was gone. Suddenly, the protagonist grabbed his weapon. He made an attack in the direction of the master. The foxes jumped at the Taoist from all sides. He opened his eyes in fright and asked how this was possible. The water flew up. Patting the hero's face, the bear said that he should open his eyes. Sitting beside him, the master of the mountain asked that he had come to his senses. Frowning, he added that no, he meant what he did to put the place in the water. The protagonist looked at it in bewilderment and asked again. Puck looked at the lake. Trees were lying on the ground. They were uprooted. The hero froze in surprise. Standing in front of the stream, the protagonist thought what a mess. A barrier in the sky appeared. The master's body dragged along the ground. Sitting next to him, Park said that he heard somewhere there was a flag that was responsible for removing the barrier. But where was it? Suddenly, the hero opened his eyes in surprise and asked what it was. He held the bag in his hands. Standing near him, the bear replied that it was a bag of treasure, to which the protagonist asked. Raising his hand up, Guanik said that simply put, it was a magic bag that was created to store small and large artifacts, to which Puck thought that then Yan should also have such a bag. Frowning, the master of the mountain shouted that this was definitely not the time to do this. He was sure that the others were rushing here to help. The hero put his hand to his face and thought. The body of the Taoist was lying on the ground. A barrier in the sky appeared. Rushing after the hero, the bear asked where he was going. The man's body fell to the ground. The master of the mountain looked frightened and asked what the hell he was thinking. Standing near the tree, he added that if he stayed there, they would find a peach tree. Smiling, the protagonist replied that he should wait a second. Suddenly he slammed his fist on the ground. The leaves were flying in the air. It fell on the master's body. Guanik opened his eyes in surprise and thought that he was causing the tree to absorb the body beyond the thermal Taoist for the sake of ripening a new fruit. The leaves were falling from the tree. Looking to the side, Park said that fortunately, they were not too late. Looking at the people, he added that it was close. People began to leave, and the hero said that the peach tree had bloomed and reopened the barrier. Flying up, the bear replied that what a bummer. If only this Taoist didn't have the fire element, he would have grown a new fruit. Flowers began to ripen on the branches. Standing in front of the tree, the hero said that since they were talking about the fruit, it had some medicinal properties, to which Guanik replied that he did not know, considering that it was a precious and secret treasure. Only a couple of people knew about it. The protagonist raised his eyebrows when he heard that since nothing had changed for him, the fruit was not fully ripe, so it had no effect, to which he thought that the effect of the fruit changes depending on the size and amount of time it has been ripening. Putting his hand on the wound, Puck thought that even now, if he passed the power through the liver, the water energy would increase, and quite intensely, wondering what would happen if he ate a fruit that had been ripening for a long time. The hero closed his eyes. Looking at him, the bear said that by the way, to which the protagonist responded. Raising his eyebrows, Guanik asked what he could show him from the outside. Looking at him, The protagonist asked if the deity could walk outside, to which the bear replied that it was easy, you just need to release his alter ego. Puck raised his head when he heard that he needed his powers to do so, to which he thought that he would not be able to get away from him now. Waving his arms, the bear shouted that there was nothing to be done, even if people came here, no one asked for offerings. Smiling, he added that now that their paths had crossed, he would be able to see the world and cool things through it, to which the hero replied approvingly. Stretching out his hand to the side, the protagonist said that in return, let him give him something. Giving him a truncheon, the bear said that here, let him hold it. Holding a baton in his hands, Park asked what it was. Holding the pointer in his hands, the master of the mountain said that this was not the right thing. For a long time, there had been some strange people in East Asia, including the Korean peninsula. The monster's eyes lit up, and he added that fantasy races with intellectual abilities, goblins, they not only had excellent physical abilities, but were also born with a spiritual foundation. Their nature is quite outstanding. They created special tools that made their abilities more accurate. Objects appeared, and it was heard that this was a helmet and a goblin mace. Looking at the weapon, the hero asked that he could use it. He thought he had read somewhere that only the owner could use it. Stretching out his arms to the sides, the bear replied that it was true, however. It was an important treasure that could be exchanged from the goblins for anything. The goblin helmet and mace were not artifacts that could be crafted twice. Looking at him, the protagonist listened to how losing each of them means that the wielder has lost half of his power. He can make the mace wielder do anything by blackmailing her. The master of the mountain smiled when he heard that, but since he kept it just like that, he had no idea who the owner was, to which he replied that he picked it up by accident. Looking at the mace, Puck thought that well, according to his words, it didn't sound so bad, he hadn't expected much anyway. Gwanek smiled when he heard that they would go together, to which he thanked him. Turning his head, the hero asked why they didn't go to work in the ladies' garden. A view of the high-rise building opened. The protagonist walked with a bag in his hands. The city appeared. It was heard that in connection with the upcoming New Year, the Seoul Summit will be held on the 31st of this month. The car was driving along the road, and someone said that the government was preparing to meet the heads of state and the highest celestials. Looking in the mirror, the man said that he had heard that the reason for this summit was the Arlon Tower. Puck looked at him and asked if it was Babylonian, to which the driver replied approvingly. A view of the tower opened up, and the hero reflected on the fact that the Tower of Babel, a unique structure built by humans to reach heaven, despite the fact that the story is slightly different from the myths, the Tower of Babel existed even before the gates of heaven closed, and thanks to the current dynasty of celestials, it will be reconstructed in the style of Babel. It was heard on the radio that if the Tower of Babel was reconstructed according to the Babylon Project, would they not unify all the languages of the world? They said that this was the future, but the consequences would be very difficult. Sitting in the back seat, the hero listened to the fact that, for starters, there are a huge number of businesses related to translation. Looking out the window, he thought that this was a completely different world story. He assumed that it would never affect him. Suddenly Puck shuddered in amazement. The car began to skid to the side. Looking at the man, the hero asked what happened. The monster appeared. He froze in amazement. The girl pursed her lips. Frowning, she said that she should go out. Standing in front of her, the protagonist hears that she is John B. Putting her hands in her pockets, the girl said that she had been asked to be his partner for a while. John B. turned around when she heard that he was glad to meet him, to which she replied that it was the lady's order, so it was none of her business whether he would follow the string or be useful. The girl's eyes lit up, and she said that if her name was involved in some stupidity committed by him. Puck lowered his gaze when he heard the bear's voice. Opening his eyes wide, Gwanek said that he was sure it would not be easy for him, to which the hero asked that he knew her, and he replied that he did not know much. The protagonist looked in surprise when he heard that he wanted him to tell him her weaknesses. Images of guys appeared, and the master of the mountain said that this girl likes cute guys. Puck looked at me in bewilderment and asked again. The son and father appeared, and the thought arose that the son of a deity named Gakseong was rumored to be a very handsome man who had long been known for his elegance on Jeju Island. The girl looked away. The guy was standing in the lake. Janbi's eyes widened, and it was said that an ordinary girl who happened to see Doran bathing awakened her spiritual foundation. A glow appeared around the girl, and the bear said that despite the fact that the gates of heaven were closed. Frowning, the hero asked that he was lying, after all, and then said that it was completely impossible. The protagonist looked at him in disbelief, hearing that he knew that there were people who had awakened their abilities the moment their minds and bodies were in a state of shock. These people had been chosen and raised by deities from the human world. A palace appeared, and the master of the mountain said that because Jeonbai had the same foundation as Doryong's family, Gakseong had accepted it. The girl got down on one knee. It was heard that this was why she was chasing Doran. The guy looked at her in surprise, and the bear said that but wasn't it obvious how Doryong perceived a girl who was an ordinary young celestial with no connections and support, to which Park asked that he took advantage of her and gave hope for something that could never have happened. The girl gritted her teeth and asked that he had no reason to see her. Swinging her fists, she added that she would then create it on her own. Explosions rang out in the palace. It was heard that in less than 100 years she had conquered Jeju Island. The girl raised her hand up, and Guanax said that she had become known as a flower that would reach the heavens and sweep the whole world to hell if it plucked it, a fading Sura flower. The young man looked at her frightened. A phrase flashed by that after creating a dynasty, Jianbai officially proposed to Doryung to tie the knot, but he and his father, frightened by her, came up with a plan to kick her out. The girl was standing in the middle of the room. It was said that when she was preparing for the wedding, dreaming of a happy future, the father and son discussed the plan with all the inhabitants of the island. Janbi was standing in the middle of the room. She looked at her in surprise. The thought arose that on the wedding day, while she was hurriedly drawing her makeup, the one who came to find her was not her dearly beloved Dorian. Instead of him, she saw an armed army. The ninja stood in front of her. Suddenly the man let go of the sphere from his hand. The ninja jumped in her direction, and someone shouted that he should die. The girl looked frightened. She clenched her teeth tightly. Suddenly Janbi rushed forward. A glow appeared around her. The master swung her fist. She struck the ground. The warriors began to run away, and the bear said that even though they had attacked her, no one had been able to escape from her thanks to the fading Sura flower's ability. The girl struck at rivals, and Guanik added that the battle of that day was documented as a great battle that almost engulfed Jeju Island. The master clenched her teeth tightly. She stomped her foot loudly. The girl raised her head up. It was said that in the end she was the loser, since it was she who was betrayed by her love. She stood at attention. Flying in the air, the hero heard about how she was approached from many places because of her abilities. They sent various bachelors with beautiful faces to her, as there were rumors that she liked handsome men, but none of them survived. The protagonist lowered his gaze after hearing that if the princess who was her acquaintance hadn't intervened, it was likely that Janbai would have been expelled from the Korean peninsula. Park frowned upon hearing that he didn't feel better. She wouldn't have any reason to hate him, to which he asked what was the reason for it, to which Guanik said that he knew his appearance was objective. Grabbing his face, the hero asked that he wanted to go back to the mountain. Turning her head, the girl asked what he was doing. They stopped near the palace. Climbing the stairs, the protagonist asked for forgiveness, to which she asked why he didn't hurry. Walking forward, the Celestial said that there were a total of 6 gardens in the lady's castle, each of them taking care of one, starting with the first and ending with the 6th. She stopped and said that she was among them. Opening the door, Janbi said that the 6th garden was the only place where he could be. Raising his hand, Puck thought that perhaps the 6th garden was not the most important. He suspected that she would not allow him to get to the precious medicinal herbs so immediately. Suddenly he opened his eyes in amazement. The hero froze, thinking that he could not believe there were 2 suns here. Taking a step forward, he added that but why was this place so miserable? And the girl said that each gate of a certain garden was in a different time period and existed in different parts of the world. From now on, he would be the lord of the 6th garden and would be able to grow crops here. But he was also obliged to protect these places from the creatures of this world. Looking at her, the protagonist asked what about the former lord and gardeners of the 6th garden, to which she replied that she thought they existed. This place had been closed since the death of the last lord hundreds of years ago. Frowning, Puck thought that as the world changed and the number of celestials increased, the importance of common herbs must have increased in line with the increased demand. The 6th garden, which had been closed hundreds of years ago, was reopened. Standing in front of him, Janbai said that but this did not mean that he was obliged to work without pay. When the time came for the harvest, he would earn as much as he grew here, since there were no other gardeners here and he would not have to share with anyone, to which the hero replied approvingly. Closing her eyes, the girl said that okay then. Lowering her head, she hesitated. The phone fell out of his pocket. He bounced off the ground. A screensaver appeared on the screen. The hero froze in amazement. Sweat was dripping down his face. Standing in front of the girl, the protagonist said that he respects her. Puck opened his eyes and saw Guanaka in front of him. The bear ate raspberries and was glad that he had finally woken up. At this time, the boy looked straight ahead in surprise. The protagonist was lying right on the ground and was very surprised when the guardian of the mountain explained that it had been about 2 hours. Looking at his companion, Park asked what had happened, and he explained that it was a good punch, and for the first time in his life, he saw someone perform this punch without using any technique. Holding his chin, the boy begged him not to continue, for he realized that he had been beaten, and Guanik said it was better to look at it, and although this garden was the worst, only well-planted seeds had germinated, so their quality and taste were excellent. Looking away, the protagonist reasoned that she had said that they would keep an eye on how well he was doing until the next harvest season. Immediately afterward, Puck clenched his hand into a fist and thought that if he showed a couple of his abilities, they would definitely ask him to grow more significant plants. Imagining the fruit of his great peach tree in his head, the boy thought that it could be a peach sacred tree or something more precious. With his menacing gaze forward, the protagonist realized that he had to seize this opportunity and become even stronger than he was now, so as not to fall victim to their games again. Getting up straight from the ground, Park thought that he would not allow anyone to touch him or his family in the world of unruly celestials. Looking sharply to the side, the boy reasoned that in order to achieve this, first of all, he needed to do something with this stagnant field. The protagonist then looked at the mess that was right in his new domain. Suddenly, Puck looked directly at the bag on his shoulder. A moment later, he opened it and noticed that the sword inside had been burned. Remembering his battle against a man with fire powers, the boy realized that it turned out that he had gone a little too far that time. A moment later, the protagonist stuck his peach tree sword directly into the ground. Holding directly onto the hilt of the blade, Puck claimed that he had saved his life many times and thanked him for it. Immediately after that, the boy closed his eyes. At this time, Gwanek watched from the sidelines as the protagonist concentrated energy around him, and could not believe that he was sincerely praying for it. As he continued to eat the raspberries and watch what was happening, the bear reasoned that it was just a plant, but he could take it to heaven without any regrets. Suddenly, a small appendage appeared right on the blade. At the same moment, the spirit of the mountain was greatly stunned when a huge tree appeared right in front of the boy. The roots of this plant began to grow rapidly. They rushed forward with great speed. With deft movements, they managed to wrap around the surrounding fence. Gwanek watched in amazement at the newly created new fence and did not understand how this was possible. At this time, Puck continued to concentrate his inner energy around him as the bear spirit pondered that the peach tree, which had been burned and needed months of rest, now only needed 4 seconds to grow to such an extent. Immediately after that, the boy pointed with his hand to 2 trees and ordered them to climb. At the same moment, he used the plague of sunlight, the 9th star of the art of chanting, agricultural work, and turned these trees into treants. Happily looking directly at his subordinates, the protagonist stated that he would allow them too to be the main ones in the duties of an experienced farmer. Accepting the order, the living trees immediately went forward. The treant touched another tree with his hand and used the energy. With the help of their power, these 2 creatures managed to revive other trees as well. Gwanek was sitting right on Park's shoulder and was extremely dumbfounded. He says it's amazing. Watching the treants work for the benefit of the 6th garden, the spirit of the bear stated that reviving trees is a skill that requires a lot of effort even for high-ranking celestials, but he did it masterfully, to which the boy replied that he was flattered. Suddenly, the protagonist, holding his head, noticed that now he should rest, because he had spent too much energy, and his companion asked if he wanted a Chinese date that had just ripened. Immediately after that, he is transported to a small hut. A moment later, Puck opened the front door to it. Looking around, the boy noticed that this house was wider than he thought. Suddenly, Gwanek pointed his finger directly at the book lying on the table and revealed that the former Lord of Garden 6 was called Park Haeun. He was also known by the alias Gyumajinen, as recorded in the memoir, and had read about him while he was passed out. The protagonist would then place his backpack directly on the floor. Sitting in the lotus position, Park realized that he had to replenish some energy by using breathing techniques, because he had spent too much energy restoring the garden. Suddenly, the boy saw an unknown green glow. At the same moment, the protagonist opened his eyes. Immediately afterward, Puck would confidently get up from the floor while the spirit bear asked what had happened. Looking around in surprise, the boy thought that he had heard the call of a plant responding to his breathing. Suddenly looking directly at the floor, the protagonist assumed that perhaps he was on the lower floor. Focusing his energy directly into the sprout, Puck wondered if he should use the names that were left over from the date he had just eaten. A moment later, a wooden pickaxe appeared right in his hand. At the same time, the boy began to break the floor right under him, and the guardian of the mountain, who noticed this, asked what he was doing. Don't listen to him at all. The protagonist continued to swing his tool. With another blow of the pickaxe, he managed to destroy the floor. At the same moment, a huge amount of energy burst out. Puck stared in surprise at the unknown glow in front of him. Looking directly at the security seal under the floor of the hut, the boy asked what it was. Abruptly jumping straight to the floor, Gwanek said that it was a special barrier drawn in blood, and whoever did it most likely felt a strong dislike, which is quite unusual, so he thinks there is something underneath. The protagonist put his hand directly on the security seal and knew that the call was coming from there. Swinging his tool, Puck knew that he had to break the barrier. With a strong blow of the pickaxe, the boy managed to break the defense. A moment later, a small crack appeared. The protagonist and his companion immediately looked inside the hole. They saw another room, and Park asked if it was a secret hideout. A moment later, the boy jumped down, and the words of Park Haeun, the Lord of the 6th Garden, who is also known by his pseudonym Gyumajinen, appeared in his head. The protagonist looked directly at the things on the dresser while he addressed the next Lord of Garden 6. Imagining the image of Mrs. Yoa in his mind, Park read in the book that he would like to inform about the atrocities of this woman. Dark energy was wafting around, and sounds of pain could be heard. This darkest energy emanated directly from the man as he revealed that on his way home after parting ways with his friends, he accidentally stumbled upon the shrine of the patron deity, and was possessed by a ghost. Recalling someone calling out to him from behind him, the man explained that while he couldn't do anything, a good scientist who was passing by helped him get rid of the ghost. The man in the hat ran up to the ghost-possessed man and said that he had scattered red beans, so he should be fine now, and he thanked him. Pointing his finger forward, the scientist added that, however, if the ghost chose him, it meant that the spiritual basis had awakened. Looking at he, who was trembling in pain, the unknown person concluded that if he left everything like this and remained in the human world, he would be chased by people who were obsessed with obtaining the powers of the celestials, and he should leave this place before falling into the abyss. Placing his hands on the unfortunate man's shoulders, the scientist asked him not to worry, because he knew some celestial, so he would only have to follow his instructions. Remembering the image of the huge Chinese gate, he continued to say that after the venerable scholar's words, he followed him and entered Lady Yua's pavilion. Looking at his bandaged hands, the unfortunate man explained that he had said that if he worked himself, practiced, he could become stronger. Looking at other people who worked in the garden and interacted with each other, he wrote that due to being born an ordinary person, wishing to become a high-level celestial was like counting the stars in the sky for him, and without any progress, he was doing all this strange work. Standing right in the middle of the abyss of his own despair, the unfortunate man told me that in the end his debt became his limit, and until then he thought he could do something about it, but in fact he was wrong. Looking straight ahead, he talked about events when he was around 30 years old. Looking at the child who was brought to work in the garden, the unfortunate man explained that he had met a girl who looked like him, who also came from the world of people with an awakened spiritual basis. Looking at this girl, he wrote about the reasons why this child got there, which shocked him. When the unfortunate man learned all this, he was greatly puzzled, and said that they were exactly like those who had brought him there. Remembering the events when he had been possessed by a ghost, he reflected that he had an epiphany, that he had not been possessed by a ghost because he had entered the shrine of a patron deity. Visualizing the image of a man in a hat summoning a dark spirit, the unfortunate man explained that everything happened because of a scientist who set him on him so that the spiritual basis would awaken, and then he forced him to come there. Presenting himself against the backdrop of a huge mechanism, he wrote that he was an ordinary cog, a scapegoat for those who wanted to live comfortably, a pawn that could be replaced at any time. Gritting his teeth in discontent, the unfortunate man said that after studying the history of others, he realized that he could not live his whole life as a servant. Kneeling with his elders, he bowed in supplication to all the earthly art masters he knew to teach him. Writing something down directly on a piece of paper, the unfortunate man explained that every time, if he got a piece of information, he tried to bring it to life. He deftly wielded the brush in his hand. After some time, due to constant work, he developed calluses. At some point, the hand began to fall out of his hands altogether. Sitting right in front of the decayed scroll, the unfortunate man told me that, however, his mortal body, which had no strength, became flabby every year, and while he was in this state, he even managed to invent a mocking nickname. Imagining the image of Foxtail being born in his mind, he explained that whenever he bent down to do work, they compared it to this weed that grows everywhere. Remembering the huge field sown with these plants, the unfortunate man wrote that this is how he got this nickname, the Foxtail Man. Sitting right in front of his manuscripts, he said that when this happened, he seriously thought about suicide, because he was unhappy anyway. Suddenly noticing an unknown light that appeared as if out of nowhere, the unfortunate man noticed that something had happened later. Looking directly at Lady Yua, who seemed to be radiating light, the Foxtail Man explained that a miracle had happened at that moment. While the maids were holding out something in the direction of the mistress, he said that she rewarded him for his efforts and self-sacrifice by proclaiming him the Lord of the Sixth Garden. Looking directly at the tray with the art and the steward's plaque, the unfortunate man explained that she had rewarded him with the Earth Element martial art, the Earth Dragon art, which had been passed down for generations from one Sixth Garden Lord to another. Remembering his crying expression at that moment, the Foxtail Man wondered how he could have been so moved. Bowing directly to Lady Yua, he said that he had promised not to forget her grace and had sworn to fulfill the duties of the Lord of Garden 6 until his death. The narratives of the story then traveled directly to the small house next to which the Foxtail Man was practicing the two arts, and wrote that from that day on, he devoted himself to the study of the Earth Dragon, practicing in Garden 6. Looking directly at his hands that were enveloped in energy, he said that his strength was growing every day. Clenching his fists with joy, the Foxtail Man added that his energy had finally grown to the level of a mystic celestial. Observing his hands plunging into the dark abyss, he wrote that despite what he had achieved, his body had become weaker. Looking at his trembling limbs, the Foxtail Man said that only then did he understand the secret of the Earth Dragon arts. Turning abruptly to the side, he explained that the effect of the Earth Dragon arts was simply excellent. Looking directly at the thriving garden, the Foxtail Man wrote that the power was absorbed by his medicinal herbs around him, not by him. Suddenly, the narratives of the story are transferred to Puck, who was holding in his hands this very book written by the Foxtail Man. Looking straight at her, puzzled, the boy thought that he had only seen such stories on TV before and could not even think that the Celestials were doing such a thing, because it was disgusting. Sitting directly on the protagonist's head, Guanik stated that he was just assuming, of course, but in fact there was nothing unusual about surprising his companion. Holding on to his hair, the spirit bear told him that it was a common practice, because the Celestials do such things to maintain their comfort. Hearing this, Puck imagined the image of Lady Yua in his head and reasoned that this meant that he could become something like Foxtail Man, never going to allow himself to be sacrificed like she had done to him. At the same moment, the kid who was imagining the ear read another page in his book, which said that if someone was able to break through the barrier he had created with his lifeblood, he had no doubt that this person was strong enough to burn this damn pavilion to the ground, and his followers, who might be in the same situation as him, must keep the stolen treasure and protect it at the cost of their lives. Looking directly at the items that the guardian of the mountain was examining, the protagonist assumed that he was probably talking about those things that lay next to the will. Picking up a bottle of mandrake, Park mused that these were seeds grown overseas, and they were also called the ghost warrior of ginseng because they screamed to take the soul. Looking at the next object in his hand, the boy asked what it was. Looking back and forth in the book, the protagonist wondered why he hadn't written more about it, and Guanik remarked that it looked like a container from which people in the temple drew lots. As he continued to examine this most unknown object, Puck remarked that it was strange. Feeling an unknown blue energy emanating from him, the boy reflected that the call he had given him was not from the seeds, but from this one. Immediately afterward, the protagonist focused and released his energy, wondering if he should cultivate it. A moment later, he was repelled by a burst of energy. The spirit of the bear ran right up to him and asked if he was okay. Scratching his head awkwardly, Puck explained that he couldn't believe that he landed on the part he had been hit last time and reflected on this thing. Looking directly at the object that radiated blue energy, the boy reasoned that she didn't want to grow and looked like she had to be in this form. Immediately afterward, the protagonist grabbed it with his hand and wondered what kind of thing it was. Suddenly, Puck noticed something. At the same time, he began to wave this object from side to side and stated that it was a familiar feeling, assuming that it was the hilt of a blade, which greatly surprised the guardian of the mountain. After a moment, the guys looked at each other and asked where the blade was. Suddenly, the narratives of the story are transported directly to Lady Yua, who was looking straight ahead, puzzled. A palanquin appeared right on the horizon. Suddenly, people crouched down to put it directly on the ground. Looking straight ahead, Lady Yua said that she had gone to this humble place for a visit. She saw a red dress that emitted purple energy and spoke to Isanokama, the shrine master. The two women then stared at each other menacingly. With a haughty expression on her face, Isanokame explained that she knew it was rude, but she was going straight to the point, because she had heard that she had a treasure inside her palace that was important to her. Looking straight ahead with great displeasure, Yua listened as her visitor added that she had come there to retrieve property lost in a scandalous incident 100 years ago. As Puck examined the unknown object in her hand, the shrine master claimed that it was the hilt of a 7-pointed sword. The boy was looking directly at the hilt, which was emitting blue energy, and Isanokame was saying that she wanted it back. Imagining a man with a crown on his head in his head, Park thought about the 7-pointed sword, which was a strange artifact, and the same can be said about Beach, where it was created, because it was originally a state that could not be founded. This is because of the 3 states. It was the only one that did not have the strength to support the country. Visualizing the image of Lady Yua and the archer, the boy thought that Silla was founded by Park Hyukjios, which had an inexplicable basis, and the state of Goguryeo was founded by Saint Jamung, the son of Lady Yua, with the blessing of the spirits and ancestors of the Korean peninsula. After imagining the emperor wearing a red kimono, the protagonist reasoned that, however, King Anjo had founded Beach with the help of manpower, without any support in the background, and he had awakened his earthly foundation and obtained the gold element belatedly, so he created the arts just by studying on his own, and he was not just a person, a rare genius. Visualizing the map shrouded in flames, Park mused that Beach was in its prime because of its ability, but as time passed, and due to the meager abilities of its successors, the state withered away, and traces of the mighty king soon disappeared. Imagining the image of another man with a crown, the boy thought that there was only one person who resembled him, and he was as much a genius as King Anjo, the prince who spread Beach's influence throughout the continent and the archipelago, the king of Junshogo, and the 7-pointed sword was a rare artifact made by a prince. And the high-level treasures that reached the power of great sacred artifacts were ironically stored in a remote archipelago. As the gates of the manor were illuminated by the sun, Lady Yua talked about the hilt of the 7-pointed sword. Standing right in front of her intruder, the woman asked if it had not been handed over to them along with the blade, to which she was told that they had also thought so up to that point. Recalling the terrible storm that sank the ship, Isanokame told me that there was a record in the past that said that King Junshogo was going to give the sword to the Sky King, but the ambassador who was carrying me with him was involved in a natural disaster and died. Inserting the blade in the box in her head, the shrine master added that fortunately, the ship on which the sword was located was quickly found, but only the blade was brought back to them. Looking straight ahead after all she had heard, Lady Yua clarified what it meant that they were claiming that the 7-pointed sword actually had a hilt. Tilting her head slightly to the side, the woman asked if it wasn't strange, because it looked as if she had only recently realized the possibility of the hilt. Standing right in front of the intruder, Lady Yua wondered why she was interrogating everyone about her now, and Isanokama explained that she hadn't come all this way just to ask a couple of meaningless questions. With her menacing gaze forward, the shrine master spoke on behalf of the sanctuary to propose a heavenly battle in 6 months. Looking at her seriously after hearing this, Lady Yua asked about the conditions. With an arrogant expression on her face, Isanokame replied that they would bet on the blade of a 7-pointed sword. Holding the fan in her hands, the shrine master added that if they won, they would allow them to take one item from the lady's property, and if the hilt of the 7-pointed sword was still in this place, she promised that she would only take it. Such a thing, Of course, she promised that she would never tell what she saw there. Smirking after hearing this, Lady Yua agreed to such conditions. Holding her hand to her breast, the woman added that she needed to add a condition. Then the narrative of the story is transferred 6 months later to the courtyard of Lady Yua's domain. The adepts of the clan passed right next to the wall and talked that they were said to be broadcasting the upcoming heavenly battle live. The man with the mustache looked at his friend in surprise and said that Lady Yua herself said that she wanted to show it to the whole world, and he asked why they were broadcasting it live, although he would have looked at it. Suddenly, the red-robed kimono guy turned around abruptly, stating that they were already at Garden 6, and in order not to cause trouble to the Lord of Garden 6 while they checked his progress, he asked them to refrain from fussing. After receiving a positive answer, the guys went to the gate. When they opened them, they saw a huge space lined with trees. The adepts looked around in surprise and asked what it was and whether this place was really a lifeless desert not so long ago. At the same moment, Puck, who was eating a rice cake, was suddenly surprised. Distracted from reading the book, the boy noticed that the guests had arrived. Suddenly, a man accompanying a guy in a red robe called him rude. Looking discontentedly directly at the protagonist who approached him, the adept asked why he was waddling and eating, since Sir Liun had a heavenly rank, and asked him to immediately show at least a modicum of respect. Hearing this, Puck stretched out his hand and stated that it was a pleasure to meet them. The boy smiled broadly and gave his name, explaining that he was the head of the garden. Shaking hands with him, the red-robed boy called back his name and remarked that he was there to test his progress. After his words, the protagonist put his hand in his pocket. Showing his status window on his smartphone, Park asked why his students force him to call him senior. At the same time, information about Puck was shown in the notification window of the system. After a moment, everyone present there was extremely stunned that he was a celestial. Then the narrative of the story shifts to the moment when Lee's subordinates were carrying out punishment, and the boy asked their leader about the heavenly battle. Holding a cup of tea in his hands, the red-robed guy said that this is what they said, and 2 players from every rank from heaven to supreme will fight against the Japanese side. Sitting right next to him, the protagonist remarked that he didn't even know about this event because he rarely comes out of there, and asked if he would participate in the match himself, to which he received the answer that it was likely. Looking directly at Liun, who was drinking tea, Park mused that during the Korean War, he had awakened his spiritual foundation due to the shock of losing his family in the explosion and later entered Lady Yua's pavilion, and he could have despaired like the foxtail man did, but he was talented with abilities who glowed brightly with happiness after meeting the master. Immersed in thought, the boy thought that he could not trust most of the Celestials, but found his sincerity quite amusing. At the same moment, he remembered how Lee had bowed to him and hoped that he did not hold a grudge, adding that they could call each other brothers, and reflected that he had previously apologized for the inappropriate attitude of his disciples towards him. Suddenly, right from the gazebo, the voice of the protagonist was heard, who stated that he could not believe that he would participate in this celestial battle, and argued that he was one of the strongest celestials, to which the red-robed guy laughed and noted that he was still studying, so the lady gave him a chance to practice, and it was better to have another celestial. Imagining the image of Chevul in his head, Lee said that he would soon become a magnificent celestial, and it is said that he is a blood relative of Lady Yua's son, King Dongmyeongseong. Taking a sip of tea, the red-robed guy added that he was happy to participate in the same battle with someone like him. Hearing Chevul's name, Puck suddenly began to think. Immediately afterward, the narrative of the story is transferred directly to Lady Yua's room, where her voice echoes that everything they know is on the agenda. Looking seriously straight ahead, the woman added that the sanctuary had accepted their offer. As she took her seat at the meeting, Lady Yua said that the only reason the mortals supported them was because they had killed a couple of monsters. Imagining the image of Shin in her head, the woman concluded that if he took an active part in the issue of national dignity, he was likely to receive more worship and glorification than that student of Taibik, who sometimes kills monsters. Suddenly, a maid burst into the room and asked the lady to wait. Looking menacingly directly at her, Yua asked what was wrong with the Lord of the Sixth Garden suddenly wanting to see her. Closing her eyes after what she had heard, the woman told the impudent man to wait, for she was having tea with the earth, and the maid began to convey his words. After listening to her, Lady Yua looked straight ahead menacingly and was greatly surprised, and Chevul called him a cocky boy. The celestial jumped up from his seat, asking if this rookie dared to challenge him, and asked how he even dared. Suddenly, the girl sitting in front of him noticed that she thought there was nothing wrong with fighting him. It was the magnificent celestial Gua, who, while holding a cup of tea in her hands, stated that there was a rumor that he was deliberately stuck at the rank of a heavenly celestial, because he was afraid to fight the magnificent ones in this heavenly battle, and if he didn't like such rumors, why not accept the challenge and show his skills? Looking thoughtfully straight ahead after what she had heard, Lady Yua noticed that she was right. Looking ahead with her serious gaze, the blue-eyed woman asked if he would be able to deal with the Lord of Garden 6. Hearing such a question, her grandson suddenly became worried. At the same moment, Chevul gritted his teeth in displeasure. Immediately afterwards, the story is transferred to the moment of the beginning of the competition between Mrs. Yua's grandson and Park. A woman with blue eyes sat in her place, waiting for the battle to begin. A huge number of people gathered right around the arena and talked to each other. Suddenly, the boy was very surprised when someone called out to him. It was Gua who had activated his internal energy. Looking menacingly straight ahead, Mrs. Yuva's grandson begged him not to blame him if he made him burn in agony of pain. Scratching his cheek in puzzlement after hearing this, the protagonist reflected that he was looking at him as if he wanted to kill him, and he was just offering a fight. With a snide grin, Park reasoned that it would be an advantage for him if his opponent's mind was clouded with anger. A moment later, the boy was greatly stunned when the start of the Battle of the Celestial Inhabitants was announced, and could not understand why there were so many subspecies of different celestials, such as Magnificent, Celestial, Supreme, and others, because it even made his head explode. At the same moment, Guanik, who was eating raspberries, concluded that it was because he needed it. Chauveau concentrated his inner energy directly into the magic balls. A moment later, he struck directly at the enemy. Noticing this, Puck also gathered his inner energy. With the help of a shield made of a plant, he managed to repel the opponent's attack. Levitating in the air, Lady Yua's grandson asked if he really thought he could block his attack with his leaf shield. Looking at how the leaves immediately began to fall from him, and Chauveau noticed it. Bringing the magic balls to himself, Lady Yua's grandson said that he could say goodbye to this technique forever, as well as to the others. Chauveau then gathered a huge amount of magic right above his head. With a snide grin, he declared that his end was near. At the same time, Park, holding a clot of energy in his hand, asked for forgiveness and stated that he was just fully charged. Holding his artifact right in front of him, the boy used the Sunlight Execution, the second star of the art of chanting, and concluded that if anyone failed, it would be him. Immediately after that, the protagonist released a ray of solar revelation forward. In an instant, he approached directly towards Gua. Stunned, looking straight ahead, Lady Yua's grandson was aware that this was not an ordinary shield and was absorbing his power. At the same moment, someone suddenly rushed forward. Right in the battle arena, there was an explosion of yellow energy. Covering his face with his hand, the protagonist heard someone's voice apologizing for this rude interference. An unknown man stood in front, his hand outstretched in front of him. It was Tamdek who explained that they couldn't lose this child, because when it was already obvious who the winner was. Looking in the direction of his mistress, the guy in the green kimono noticed that even with his strength, he would not be able to create such a pavilion. Hearing him, Lady Yua silently stared straight ahead. Folding her fan abruptly, the blue-eyed woman concluded that if he thought so, then all right, and given his talents, he thought it was a valid argument. A moment later, Puck was greatly puzzled when the mistress asked him to come to her, and could not believe that she so easily accepted her nephew's defeat. Then the boy looked at Tamdek standing next to him. Examining the guy in the green kimono, the protagonist wondered who he was. The harassment of the story continued to take place near the main pavilion of Mrs. Yuva. A woman with blue eyes sitting in her seat asked what kind of training he had been doing these 6 months. Smiling broadly, Puck thought that she seemed to be bothered by his sudden progression, and said that due to the rarity of the wood element, the pace of development of his martial arts was quite fast. Looking menacingly straight ahead, the boy added that he also knew that she had given him this position to make him grow something, and if he wanted, he could order him to grow it right now. As Lady Yua stared directly at him, the protagonist continued to say that if she trusted him, he would never betray her. The blue-eyed woman smirked at what she had heard, remarking that it was quite bold, and that was what he had been thinking about since he had been there. Waving her hand at him, Lady Yua said that now he should concentrate on the competition, and she would think about his words, and now he could go, and Park noted that he would wait for it. Suddenly, a thought came to the boy's mind. Looking directly at his mistress, the protagonist said that he would like to ask some question, and wondered if he could go outside for a while. Immediately after that, the narration of the story is transferred to the street of the city. Puck was walking straight along it, accompanied by Tamdek. Looking directly in the direction of the guy with brown hair, the boy reflected that when she said that she would find him a companion for a walk, he did not expect it to be this person, and asked if he could find out his name, to which he replied that he had forgotten to introduce himself. At the same time, Tamdek, who looked very much like the majestic emperor, gave his name and asked to be called and abbreviated if it was more comfortable for him. Hearing this, the protagonist looked at his companion dumbfounded and couldn't believe that this was the same great king, and that he was so charismatic, while the guy with the brown hair noticed that there were a lot of interesting things there. With a slight grin, Puck reflected that compared to how he had looked when they had first met, he was unusually soft now. Turning sharply to the side, the boy noticed something. Pointing his hand directly at the cocktail stand, the protagonist asked if his attendant would like a strawberry and banana drink and greeted the worker, asking for one and something else. A moment later, the two guys with their hands full of goodies continued to walk down the street. Pointing his finger forward, Tamdek noticed that despite hearing a couple of stories about the human world, he could not imagine such a thing, and Park said that he was glad that he was having fun, because it was said that adult celestials sometimes visited the human world, and asked if he had been here before, to which he received a positive answer. Looking at the people around him, the brown-haired guy said that when he first died in the human world, Lady Yua had helped him become a celestial, But he didn't know that because of this, he would have to live in the celestial realm. Listening to him, the boy sadly looked straight ahead and thought that it was true that Kwang the Great had died early, and he must have been disappointed in the human world more than once, since he had reached such heights in the world of the celestials. Looking directly at the huge skyscraper in front, Tamdek said that he wished that all people knew and remembered his name after his death, and now he understands that these were immature dreams, because, being in the world of celestials, he constantly thought about what he did not have time to do there, and in the end, he remained a mediocre representative of the past. But even if he did not have a hand in it, they made this world wonderful. With a big smile on his face, the brown-haired guy added that he had been ranting for a long time and thank you for your attention, because thanks to him, he was able to enjoy the human world as he had wanted in the past. Smiling back at him, the protagonist said that he was not worthy of gratitude. Looking directly at his phone, Park remarked that if they went like this, they could seek Wanghamun. Suddenly, Tamdek stopped in place, looking directly at the people with posters, and asked what they were doing, and his companion explained that they were protesting. A huge crowd of people with signs asked to stop turning a blind eye to the death of innocents, because human sacrifice is murder. Right on the stage, there was a man who concluded that it was necessary to force these heavenly bastards to respect their rights, and even if it was the king of dragons, it was necessary to stop their sacrifices. Hearing the words about sacrifices, Puck was greatly stunned as Tamdek clarified whether he understood what he was seeing correctly. Suddenly falling into madness, the young man with the brown hair could not believe that the head of this country was killing his own people, and asked how such degenerates could continue to exist. Looking directly at his companion, Tamdek declared that this could not be, and suggested that he go immediately to the leader, and the boy suddenly stopped him. At the same moment, right in the sky, the sun was obscured by an unknown black substance. Looking at this dark something, people thought it was a solar eclipse. Looking up with his menacing gaze, Tamdek asked the protagonist to protect the people here. At the same time, an unknown person released blue energy from his hand. A moment later, the dark force began to destroy everything around them, and people were screaming for salvation. Right in the middle of the crowd of fleeing people was a man in a kimono. As everything around him exploded, the cultists turned to beings who did not know their place. The story then showed us a system notification window with a description of Puck's art. People fled in fear from the explosions. Right in the middle of them, Yun Sein was standing there, addressing beings who didn't know their place, when suddenly someone asked what she was doing. It was Puck who was releasing his green energy. Swinging the legendary artifact, the boy called his opponent names. The protagonist swung his weapon. A moment later, he directed the attack directly at his opponent. After that, only a bloody cloak remained right in that place. With displeasure, Puck stepped on the remnants of Sine's equipment with his foot. Looking around, the boy heard people screaming in fear and asking for help. At the same moment, he saw the cultists exterminating ordinary mortals. Noticing the attacks on people, the protagonist was extremely dumbfounded. At the same moment, Park gritted his teeth in displeasure. Suddenly he turned back, noticing something there. A moment later, the boy jumped off the ground, dodging the blow. The unknown person stood right on a small ledge, noting that she did not expect to find him in such a place. It was Sein, who concluded that he was a wanderer of the wrong world. With her hand out in front of her, the gray-haired girl was about to take his life in the name of Kvalbin. A moment later, she was extremely surprised when Park said that this was complete nonsense. Looking straight ahead with displeasure, the boy noticed that its energy was similar to that used by the henchman of the Heavenly Wolf King. Remembering the image of this celestial releasing his energy, the protagonist reflected that he would recognize this unfavorable Ian energy, and had felt it since the explosion of the statue. Imagining Ian in his head, Park reasoned that she did not hide her desire to kill him. At the same moment, Sein looked furiously straight ahead as the boy asked if she was really close to Ian. Hearing this, the gray-haired girl gritted her teeth in displeasure. Unleashing her dark energy, she said that he could think as he wanted, but was going to make him pay for all his evil deeds no matter what. Grinning snidely at her words, the protagonist asked about his atrocities. Immediately after that, the boy, putting his hands on the ground, released his inner energy. At the same moment, energy roots spread right on the ground. Looking directly at Sein standing in front, the protagonist asked not to make him laugh. Recreating the trance with his energy, Puck explained that she was the only one who had to pay for her atrocities. Standing right in front of a huge number of newly summoned assistants, the boy clarified that all her people should pay more accurately. A moment later, the Ents rushed to attack. Living trees rushed straight towards the gray-haired girl's henchmen. Sein stood right on the hill and only silently watched as her people were killed. Turning to the side with displeasure, the girl with gray hair asked what they were doing, and ordered the shiver-throats to be released immediately. As her subordinates read the inscriptions from the scrolls, Sein told them to tear a man to shreds. A moment later, demon spirits appeared right on the battlefield, and a girl with gray hair explained that their target was the man who killed her dear husband. Watching the demons that destroyed the trance, the protagonist mused that these tremblers are very evil spirits, so it will be difficult to get rid of them with the help of his wood assistants, and there are a lot of them, so using the fan of the nine-tailed fox will be ineffective. Thinking back to his recent purchase at the store, Park didn't think he wanted to use it now and was lucky to have bought a small smoking pipe from the store before. Immediately after that, the boy was smoking tobacco. By pouring their energy directly into the seeds, the protagonist received notifications from the system that the substance had been absorbed and the active ingredient was mandrake, which improved concentration, maximized sensory and nerve reflexes, and maximized activation of muscle cells. Then Puck threw the seeds directly on the ground. At the same moment, they sprouted right through the tiles. Noticing this, the boy grabbed one of the trees. Having torn it right out of the ground, the protagonist declared that he would not spare anyone. At the same time, Puck pushed off with his foot right out of the ground. With the deft swing of an improvised blade, the boy managed to destroy the enemy. The protagonist moved further towards his opponents at great speed. He broke their ranks with his weapons. After each killed enemy, Puck threw his wooden weapon to the ground. At this time, Sign watched the boys battle against her subordinates from above. Looking menacingly straight ahead, the gray-haired girl remarked that no matter how many of these pieces of wood he took, it would be as good as wiping a stone with a toothpick. Speaking directly to her men below, Sign asked what they were doing, and ordered them to continue summoning the Shutterthroats. The bag shouted at his subordinates. The girl with gray hair added that they should catch this flying creature already. Suddenly, she was extremely dumbfounded when she began to cough up blood. At the same moment, all her people also began to experience tremendous pain and twitched in convulsions, saying that they could not move. All the people there coughed up blood and asked for salvation. Cyan trembled with pain spreading throughout her body and asked what it was. She was leaning her hand directly on the ground to keep herself from falling. At the same moment, Puck saw the girl fall straight down. Running closer to her, the boy asked if she really thought he was crazy enough to fight her with swords. When the protagonist came very close to her, Cyan asked if it was all because of the smoke. Holding a smoking pipe in his hands, Park explained that this smoke was not dangerous for him, because it triggered the detoxification process with the help of the liver and extracted only useful components from it, but for them it was a real poison, while the system notified that a substance with the active ingredient mandrake had been taken. Taking another breath from a smoking pipe, the boy noticed that passive smoking is very harmful. At the same moment, the girl with gray hair right in front of him continued to bleed. Opening her mouth with the last of her strength, she was about to say something. A moment later, an unknown glow appeared right in the sky as Cyan called out to her father. At the same moment, the boy abruptly jumped away from the explosion. The protagonist stared straight ahead, dumbfounded, because he recognized the voice, while the man standing in front asked if she really said about her father. It was Tamdek holding the wounded Heavenly Wolf King in his arms and asking if she was saying this to him. Seeing this, Park was extremely dumbfounded, realizing that this was the same person in front of him. Cyan watched as her father fell to the ground. Trembling with pain, the Heavenly Wolf King asked who they were. Looking menacingly to the side, the Celestial wondered if they knew who he was. Glancing furiously at him after hearing this, Tamdek asked what it mattered, since the only thing that mattered was that he had unforgivably sinned against humans. At the same moment, the Heavenly Wolf King began to laugh loudly, and the young man with the brown hair noticed that it was futile to resist. Getting to his feet, the Celestial released his dark purple energy, and said that he had guessed everything. What kind of nonsense, he would say. With a look full of madness, the man asked me to remember what he was going to say before they sent him to hell. As he began to drain the energy from all the people in the square, the Heavenly Wolf King concluded that thanks to them, he would not spare anyone. Park watched in amazement as people lost their power, and mused that it was absorbing not only the bodies of the dead, but also the energy around the living. Looking straight ahead, puzzled, the boy did not understand what was wrong with them, and why they were crippling innocent people. For this time, the Celestial continued to envelop himself in dark purple energy. Looking directly at the Heavenly Wolf King who was levitating in the air above him, the protagonist noticed that his eerie chanting art was very strong, and did not understand how to stop him. Holding his wooden blade in his hands, Puck wondered if he should use the nine-tailed fox fan, and wasn't sure if it would work, but there was no other way out. Suddenly, the boy looked away in surprise when his companion asked if it was an ancient art, and explained that he could not verify that the reincarnation of the bloody Mithraea was there in the human world, so he thought the elders were grieving. Stretching out his hand directly towards the protagonist, Tamdek asked if he could borrow his sword. At the same moment, Park noticed how angry the guy with the brown hair was. Without hesitation, the boy threw a weapon in his direction, saying to win, because he understood that if this was really that great man, then he would cope. Catching the blade with his hand, Tamdek expressed his gratitude. A moment later, a cut of yellow energy fell directly on the Heavenly Wolf King. This very blow cut the black cloth in half. At the same moment, the dark thing blocking the sun was shattered, and Tamdek declared that he had no right to execute someone who was a celestial. Then, the dark sphere completely crumbled. The young man with the brown hair raised his blade above his head, adding that even though he had sinned against innocent people, there was nothing he could do. As he drew his sword aside, Tamdek remarked that when it came to what he had done to his subjects, things would be different. Holding the blade directly in front of him, the brown-haired guy declared that he, as one of the Celestials, would take responsibility and execute the necessary punishments. Immediately afterward, Tamdek rushed to attack directly at the Heavenly Wolf King, Bleeding from the damage he had taken, the Celestial screamed loudly in pain. Having completed his blow to the opponent, the guy with brown hair was right behind his back. Then, right behind him, the corpse of the opponent fell to the ground. When he was done with his trial, Tamdek seemed to be sheathing his blade. The news showed the place where this skirmish took place, and the announcer said that thanks to the quick reaction of the Celestial's public, all the terrorists were arrested, and at the moment the identities of the dead and injured are being established. Then a man in a suit of himself right at the table added that a nationalist organization called CAFFEINE was involved in everything. Showing the place where the tragedy occurred, the presenter talked about the actions taken by the authorities. The man in glasses looked to the side and invited the dear spectators to discuss the Gwangwoman incident recently. Lady Yua stared directly into the system's notification windows as the announcer told her that the news had said that they had dealt with the incident. A blond man in glasses, waving his hand to the side, noted that the Society of Celestials did not even lift a finger, and he managed to get photographic materials from the scene. Showing a photo of Tamdek and Park, the blogger said that they would understand who their hero was if they watched this video. At the same moment, the boy was looking straight ahead, puzzled, while the blond man in glasses asked if they found this person familiar and if they remembered him, saying that he became a hero a year and a half ago. At the same moment, the woman with blue eyes waved her hand away, saying that it was enough when she heard that the blogger said that he was the one who killed the huge bird. Then, Lady Yua looked menacingly straight ahead. Standing in front was Tamdek, who bowed and said that he had caused her a lot of trouble, and he didn't even have the qualifications to prove that he was a celestial, so he had committed the unforgivable sin of descending into the human world. Standing right in front of his mistress, the brown-haired guy concluded that whatever punishment she could endure, he would accept it. Looking thoughtfully straight ahead after what she had heard, the blue-eyed woman turned to Park and asked if he dared to look her straight in the eye after what they had done. Hearing this, the boy was a little puzzled. After a moment, he bowed and asked for forgiveness. Looking straight ahead with displeasure, the protagonist reflected that she wasn't even particularly angry, and it was clear that she was smiling slightly, because she was definitely pleased that Tamdek had defeated the Heavenly Wolf King, so she scolded him for no particular reason. A moment later, the brown-haired guy raised his head as the mistress asked to look at her. Sitting on her throne, Lady Yua explained that she would not say that his actions were wrong, although she advised him to be more careful, and he took note of this. Waving her hand, the woman with blue eyes said that everyone was preparing for disciplinary action, and he said that he understood everything. The narrative then shifts directly to Gate 6 of the garden, to which the boy has planted himself, after Lady Yua has said that then it can be free. Looking at the plants around, the protagonist noticed that it seemed as if he had not been in the 6th garden for a lot of time. Sitting right on the gazebo, Puck noticed that he could finally check the find. Then he took out several memoirs directly from the bag. Remembering how they climbed the destroyed memorial, the boy thought that he could not even think that someone would hide it in the statue of the great Sejong. Opening the scroll, the protagonist said that he didn't think this thing had any powers, and this statue was built in 2009, so its story is short. A moment later, Park was extremely stunned when he realized that this was the handwriting of Sejong the Great himself. Sitting right on the boy's head, Gwanek said that he was called Sejong the Great after his death, and he was talking about that little mayor boy from the Yi family. Recalling the images of the two men in red and blue kimonos with displeasure, the guardian of the mountain stated that he actually looked that way because of their family, and all because they had suppressed the energy of the mountain when they founded the country there. Gwanek then continued to be indignant and ripped the hair right off the protagonist's head while he looked directly into the scroll. Imagining a basin with a bloody rag in it, Park read that Hyang had wiped off the blood that had been spilled that day. Looking straight ahead, dumbfounded, the kid mused that Hyang was Munjang's real name, and the one who wrote this was undoubtedly King Sejong the Great. Visualizing the image of a man in a red kimono, the protagonist read the inscription that he knows that he does not have long left, but is not afraid at all. Imagining the sick man lying right in bed, Puck continued to read that he was still worried about the thought that he would see his son close his eyes forever first, and his rest, his concern for the people he would have to leave behind. Visualizing the unknown as if towering over the imperial estate, the author of the scroll said that seeing Hyang lose more and more weight every day due to the curse of the deity is horrible, and will cover the island with the blood and tears of innocent people. Remembering the street of the city wrapped in corpses, Park read that a long time ago, there were a huge number of people who gave their lives in the name of the deities, and before the era of the Celestials' rule over humans came again, people who had not yet awakened the spiritual foundation needed to gather strength and courage to resist the Celestials. Imagining unknown symbols in his head, the boy learned from the scroll that on a distant northern island there were letters called runes, and they said that if they were used correctly, they would show his strength and power. Visualizing these very runes spreading around the area, the author said that it looked like a poem with a great power inside it, and if he could write a text with these letters, then everything would be different. Looking seriously straight ahead, Gwanek speculated that perhaps he wanted to create power from a language system similar to the bone tongue of an oracle. And overheating his head right on his hand, the spirit of the bear added that this boy was popular and respected even among the Celestials, and if he had lived 100 years more, he might have done it, when suddenly Puck said that he had succeeded. Imagining a huge number of different unknown symbols in his head, the boy thought that if someone could read and write, then just by learning how to activate their power, that someone would be able to use the power of the runes, and his last wish would not let these 28 symbols fade away for people who were able to achieve their goals with ease. Happily looking directly at the martial art book, the protagonist congratulated himself. Looking directly at the memoir about the correct pronunciation and instructions for people, Park declared that the future that the great king longed for had arrived. Puck stared straight ahead, puzzled. He released internal energy directly from his finger. Making a few movements, the boy lifted the boards into the air. Looking at the result of his efforts, the protagonist was extremely dumbfounded. Looking straight ahead in surprise, Puck couldn't believe what was happening, and he knew that this was his true attack power, and it was all about the power contained in those words and sounds, because the main thing was to pronounce them as in the instructions for humans. Imagining a martial arts book in his head, the boy thought about what it said, that he needed to visualize the words in his head. The protagonist looked thoughtfully straight ahead, reasoning that then it was possible to use their power simply by saying it out loud. With a look full of seriousness, Puck ordered to burn. At the same moment, the board directly in front of him was covered in flames. Seeing this, the boy was extremely delighted. Raising his hands up, the protagonist continued to order them to burn. Looking happily straight ahead, Park continued to talk about fire while Gwanek asked who was making such noise outside. Noticing a boy setting fire to the boards right in front of him, the spirit of the bear wondered why he set fire to everything that came to hand in broad daylight. Jumping directly on the protagonist's head, the guardian of the mountain asked how someone who could not light a normal fire without him found a way to have fun like this. Scratching his head, Puck noticed that sometimes he wanted to get out of line a little, and Gwanek said that even if so, he should be careful not to burn anything else. Hearing this, the boy looked straight ahead seriously, thinking that the louder he spoke, the greater the fire. Imagining flames in his head, the protagonist reasoned that this meant that he needed to say that word as loud as possible if he wanted to squeeze the full potential out of it, and the louder the word, the more power it absorbed. Then Puck remembered screaming about fire, and wondering what would happen if he screamed loudly. Immediately afterward, the kid visualized the crowd screaming about fire and wondered if the effect would be more extensive if multiple people said it. The protagonist then silently stared straight ahead, imagining a huge number of unknown symbols in his head again. Puck thought that maybe instead of using a single word, he could create something stronger and more effective, since power lies in the intent of words. Taking a deep breath, the boy was about to say something. Raising his hands above his head, the protagonist shouted to the heavens to howl and cry as they pleased. Looking directly at the sky, Puck heard only silence. Scratching his cheek in puzzlement after everything that had happened, the boy noticed that it was a little embarrassing to say it so loudly. Suddenly, the protagonist noticed Janbai standing next to him. At the same moment, a smile appeared on the face of the girl with brown hair. Looking straight ahead, Puck asked how long it had been since she had been there. Immediately afterward, Janbai raised her hands up and shouted to the heavens to howl and cry as they pleased, and the boy tried to stop her. Raising her fist directly above her head, the girl with brown hair declared that he was the best and craziest in heaven, while the boy said that he did not shout anything like that. Turning sideways to him, Janbai begged him not to worry and explained that it was okay to do this sometimes, saying that she respected him. After saying that, the brown-haired girl smiled broadly. Looking directly at her, Puck was completely shattered. Lowering his head down, the boy asked why she had come there, to which he received the answer that, as he heard, he was participating in a heavenly battle. Looking gravely ahead, Janbai asked if he had beaten Chevul, and noted that he was developing rapidly. Hearing this, the boy looked straight at her in embarrassment. Scratching her head, the brown-haired girl explained that the reason why she had come there was because she was also participating in the heavenly battle, as she had argued with Madaman and had gone outside to prepare for the heavenly battle. After all, it was better to understand all of this, but she had found something for him. Watching the Ents gather fruit from the trees, Janbai added that she should have watched him, although she did not do so, but it seemed that there was no longer any need for it, since everything was going smoothly. Immediately afterward, the brown-haired girl threw the box directly towards Puck. Looking directly at her, the boy asked what it was, while Janbai explained that it was a description, and they said to give it to him since he was in the heavenly battle, and he did not understand who exactly said it. Tilting her head slightly to the side, the brown-haired girl explained that it was a wise man. A moment later, the protagonist was reminiscing about his entire life when Janbai said it was his father. At her words, Puck gritted his teeth in displeasure. He trembled violently, trying to contain his anger, and addressed the girl with brown hair directly. With a look full of hatred, the boy asked where she had met the man who dared to call himself his father. Looking directly at him seriously, Zombie said that it was in a place called Shinfu. Hearing this, the protagonist imagined a man with various herbs in his head and thought that a long time ago, Huaneng descended from heaven on sandalwood to Mount Pictou and gave wormwood root and garlic to bears and tigers who wanted to become humans. Visualizing images of two wild animals, Park reasoned that, unlike the tiger that ran away, the bear survived only on garlic and wormwood root in the cave. Visualizing a woman standing right behind a man in a yellow kimono, the boy thought that he had become a woman named Unnyo, and that's how she and Hwanung gave birth to Tengen Wangham and created a new history of Korea, and this is the most popular among people. Imagining a girl casting a dark shadow in his head, the protagonist reflected on what was left behind. This myth was that Eungnyo was not Hwanung's legal wife, but the one who ruled the human world together with his family, in which no animal blood flowed. Visualizing a huge palace made in the Asian style, Park reasoned that they had grown a sacred tree of life on the sacred land of Korea, which was in contact with the heavens, on the land where Shinfu was. Looking straight ahead, Seongbi said that his father was married to the youngest princess Hwanung and lived in Shinfu. Recalling her encounter with this man, the brown-haired girl explained that she had finished her business in this place and was about to return when his father came to her. He was holding the box in his hands, and Jeonbi had noticed that he said it belonged to the palace. Standing right in front of Puck, the brown-haired girl was telling me that he had said it was going to be restless soon and had laid out some very important things there, and that was all he had conveyed. Smiling directly at the box in his hands, the boy thought that everything was clear to him, and thought that he had forgotten about his family, and just ran away somewhere. Recalling the image of his father against the background of banknotes, the protagonist reasoned that he squandered their fortune for his own pleasure, and all his debts were placed on the shoulders of his mother and grandmother. But despite this, his father did not take the blame. Visualizing the grave of his own grandmother, Park thought that in the end she simply died. Looking menacingly ahead, the boy reflected that it seemed that he had found a new family, and did not know how he was received, but since he was now part of the Hwanung family, very influential people, his past family should not mean anything to him. Looking directly at the box, Jeonbi asked to open it, and assured him that it was a very good item. Listening to her advice, Puck opened the lid and wondered what he had given him. Suddenly, the boy was very surprised. Right in this box, he saw a closed mystical bamboo fan of golden color. Imagining a monster in his head, the protagonist reflected that the scripture in the form of a fan was created in order to catch demonic creatures and evil souls with its help. Visualizing a huge dragon, Park reasoned that a fan with 24 plates was of very high quality. Imagining an open fan emitting violet energy, the boy understood that the more plates, the better the artifact was considered. Looking at his father's gift in surprise, the protagonist noticed that this one had 72 of them, and did not understand why he gave him something so good. At the same moment, Jeonbi, puzzled looking directly at him, noted that he was good enough to absorb most evil spirits, and hoped that he would use it, and Park replied that of course he would, since he would be the last idiot if he did not accept such a treasure. Trying to hide his displeasure on his face, the boy remarked that he would be well taken care of, and asked how a weakling like him could afford not to use him, since he might never be able to touch something so precious again. Seeing his reaction, the brown-haired girl smirked. Watching the protagonist directly as she looked at her father's gift, Jeonbi realized that he was not looking for easy ways either. At the same time, the plot showed us a system notification window with a description of all of Puck's treasures. The narrative of the story is transferred directly to the forest 8 hours before the start. Puck suddenly noticed something in front. Looking sharply to the side, the boy noticed that it felt like someone was walking. At the same moment, someone took a step forward. It was Tamdek making his way through the branches of the plants. Noticing him, the protagonist immediately called out to his brother. Going straight to it, the guy with the brown hair noticed that it was so beautiful, and the garden had become prettier, and also only thanks to him it would never wither, while Puck thanked him for such words. Looking directly at Tamdek, the boy asked why he had come, and he explained that he had come there because he had a request. Putting his hand directly on his chest, the young man with brown hair asked for help in creating a flute. Imagining a map of the area in his head, the protagonist reflected that it is recorded in history that the flute that removes all the ills of the world and brings peace appeared after the unification of Silla, but in fact, it was created much earlier, and back in the time of the great king of Kwang. This is thanks to his strength, when even venerable sages could not intervene. After all, it was a perfect human age. Visualizing the image of a water dragon, he reasoned that, however, with the cessation of the intervention of the sages, the dragons from the 3 seas began a war, as if they had been waiting for this. Imagining the images of creatures in the form of people, the boy said that then there were a huge number of victims. Visualizing the 3 men coming together, the protagonist pondered that in order to end the senseless suffering, all 3 states joined forces, and thus a tool that could be used against dragons appeared. Then Park imagined a flute shrouded in water in his head. At the same moment, the voice of Tamdek resounded right through the forest of the 6th garden, who said that since the flute had great power, 2 restrictions were imposed on it, and firstly, it could not be taken out of the country, and secondly, it could not be used against the people of this country. Lowering his head down, the brown-haired guy added that she had been entrusted to Silla since she was close to the strongest dragon king in the Eastern Sea, and so now her whereabouts were unknown, and she must have broken due to restrictions. Looking directly at his friend, Park asked if that was why he wanted to create a new one, and Tamdek replied that he thought that since he was the owner of Garden 6, he should know what ingredients were needed for this. With a look full of seriousness, the brown-haired guy concluded that since the heavenly battle was coming soon, the boundaries of the flower garden would weaken, and at this time, he was going to sneak in and take out the black jade bowl. Then, he was a little puzzled, remarking that if it worked out, it would become difficult. Imagining the flute in his head, Tamdek said that with the appearance of the new flute, new problems would appear. Visualizing the image of Lady Yua, he noticed that it could not be ruled out that she suspected that the black chalice had been obtained. The brown-haired guy then imagined water dragons in both of his transformations and concluded that the possibility of a war with dragons who wanted to destroy the flute was also something that could not be forgotten. Looking menacingly ahead, Puck thought that his brother was going to take all the responsibility. At the same moment, Tamdek did not look away. Recalling the events during the protest of citizens, the boy reasoned that it was because the last time he saw a strike in Gwaenghaman. The protagonist then presented an image of a guy with brown hair who was beside himself with rage. Immediately afterward, Puck smiled slightly, realizing that he was different from the other sages. Looking happily straight ahead, the boy declared that he would certainly help him. Clenching his hand into a fist, the protagonist explained that as a man of the people, he was very happy with the very thought that there was someone like him. While Tamdek was extremely dumbfounded by this answer, Park added that he was afraid that he would not be very useful. A moment later, the brown-haired guy smiled broadly and remarked that he thought so. Happily slapping his brother right on the shoulder, Tamdek declared that he knew he would help him, because he was a really good friend. At the same moment, Puck closed his eyes, realizing that he needed to find a place where a tree suitable for a flute grows. While the sun was shining brightly in the sky, Tamdek offered to go right away, and the boy agreed with this and thought that if this was the place, a tree branch or even bark could be used as a precious medicine. Using his inner energy, the protagonist took a diabolical step forward. After a moment, he looked around in admiration. Looking directly at the island fluttering in the air, Puck spoke of it. Looking at Tamdek standing next to him, the boy noticed that he didn't know that it could be accessed through the door of the garbage dump, and he explained that the pavilion itself was a collection of these spaces, so if he touched the structure of the formula, he would be able to enter this place. As he put his hand into his spatial bag, the brown-haired guy stated that it wouldn't be easy. Taking out a wooden figure of a horse, Tamdek ordered him to come out. A moment later, a black horse named Garmy appeared right in front of the guys. Stretching out his hand directly towards Puck, the guy with brown hair asked to take his hand. At the same moment, he was fully clothed in his armor. A moment later, the boy was riding with his companion straight through the sky. As he rode the horse, Tamdek asked to believe him and explained that they would not be able to touch even the tip of his hair while the boy asked what was there. At the same moment, the protagonist noticed something in front. Right in front of him, there were a huge number of sea monsters. Turning back, Puck was very frightened as his companion led the horse forward. At this time, the sea monsters were heading directly behind them. Dropping Puck off on the island, Tamdek explained that because of those monsters, he would not be able to go with him. With a look full of seriousness, the young man with the brown hair asked to be trusted. Immediately after that, he galloped away. Seeing monsters right in the forest, the boy noticed that there was no food there either. At the same time, the protagonist took out a smoking pipe and said that while his brother was covering him, he needed to finish as soon as possible, while the system notified that the substance had been absorbed with the active component of mandrake. Recalling the performance of the female idols, Park reflected on the correct pronunciation and instructions for people, realizing that the longer and more meaningful the sentence, the more their power increases. Taking a step forward, the boy shouted that he needed to hurry. Saying that he must be better than anyone, the protagonist ran past each monster at great speed. As he made his way straight through the forest, Puck mused that the unusual aura was coming from two places. Jumping right over a tree branch, the boy said that it would be nice if there was a jade bowl there. Suddenly, the protagonist noticed something right in front of him. It was a monster that immediately struck him. Jumping back, Puck managed to dodge his lunge. Looking straight ahead, dumbfounded, the kid thought that he was at a heaven level or even higher, so he was at a disadvantage. At the same moment, the protagonist noticed that there were a huge number of lizard monsters right in front of him. At the same time, Puck took out a weapon from behind his spatial bag. Opening his fan, the boy stated that he had already used a mandrake, but it was still difficult to pass, so he had one more good trick. At the same moment, the monster rushed to attack. Noticing this, the protagonist swung his artifact. Having made a swing with the help of a fan, Puck ordered to go out. At the same moment, something unknown rushed straight towards the lizard. It was a huge red monster. He stared menacingly straight ahead. A fierce bear enveloped everything around in bright flames. The lizard monsters ran away in fear from an unknown enemy. A huge red bear destroyed them with deft blows of his paws. The familiar summoned by Puck destroyed opponents left and right, telling them to wave their fan more. Swinging his artifact, the boy reflected that when he jumped out, he said that he didn't want to go into Pamachuksan. In fact, he really liked that he could use force. Watching how Gwanek deftly handles the lizard monsters, the protagonist noticed that he is not called the mountain deity of fire for nothing, because this is also not his real image. Imagining a mountain shrouded in flames in his mind, Puck mused that evil implies a large mountain among the mountain spirits, and those who rule the mountains with the sign of evil make up a smaller part, but one of them is Mount Gwanek, which has the shape of a mountain peak similar to fire, making it a volcano. Visualizing the true appearance of the fire spirit, the boy reasoned that the ancestors believed that fires would easily break out in the capital overlooking this mountain, and to extinguish the fire, a pond was dug on the top of the mountain and a bronze statue of Heat was erected, so for hundreds of years, he suppressed the energy of Mount Guanik. At this time, the guardian of the mountain, looking directly at the fleeing monsters, asked why they were leaving. About to rush forward, a huge bear told them to stop, and Puck asked where he was. Watching the lizards running away into the depths of the forest, the boy thought that it was better to follow them, because there was nothing strange in them running away to where they felt strong energy. As the protagonist inspected the trees around him, he realized that this black jade bowl must also eat up more than half of the island's nutrients, even though all the plants there were good enough. Suddenly, Puck looked to the side thoughtfully. Then he jumped straight into the tree. Standing right on a tree branch, the boy watched the lizards that approached the turtle shell. The protagonist continued to watch everything that was happening from above. Seeing the huge turtle shell, Puck wondered if that thing was a black jade bowl. Suddenly, the boy saw something in front. Watching the blue energy that was wafting around, the protagonist knew that it was inside that rock. Sitting directly on his shoulder, Guanik asked what he was doing, and asked him to let him go into battle as soon as possible. Looking directly at his companion, Puck noticed that there was nothing unusual inside, and asked if he would regret it later, to which the spirit bear replied that, whatever it was, they had to go on the attack so that he could roast them. Hearing this, the boy waved his fan and offered to do it together. Immediately afterward, the guardian of the mountain took the form of a huge bear and rushed to attack. Then, right on the battlefield, which was shrouded in flames, the corpses of lizards were carried around. Guanik deftly wielded his claws and laughed loudly, declaring that only one blow was enough for them. Suddenly, the bear's spirit noticed something right in front of him. Looking directly at the unknown blue energy spreading around the area, the guardian of the mountain was surprised. After a moment, Guanik noticed someone's menacing gaze. At the same time, the spirit of the bear cried out loudly in fear. He was right in the cage out of the water and asked what Puck was doing, telling him to get him out quickly. Hearing this, the boy released his vines directly from the ground. When Guanik jumped directly on his shoulder, the protagonist said that he meant that he was the one who acted as fertilizer on the island. At this time, the bear spirit was staring frightened straight ahead. Looking directly at the unknown creature bound by vines, the guardian of the mountain asked what it meant that this Heat puppy was in this place. Pointing his finger directly in front of him, Park asked if he had really said about Heat, and Guanik said that it was true, he was old enough for her. Looking puzzled directly at the blue puppy, the boy noticed that if it was that size, then there were quite a few of them, and the spirit bear noticed that they were very vile creatures. Imagining the man stroking Hada's head, the guardian of the mountain told that it was not uncommon to find those who possessed the appearance of a divine beast and tamed them as an intermediary, and Mr. Lee had also raised one of them, and the reason why he had no choice but to watch his energy seal was because of this rotten bastard. Watching the puppy try to get out of its shackles, Guanik stated that the cub was about 200 years old, and as far as he could see, it was doing its best. Looking thoughtfully directly at Heat, Puck listened as the spirit bear added that he needed to grow up exploring the world at that age, and seeing that he couldn't even resist the technique, he could conclude that he hadn't learned the basics. Immediately after that, the boy took out his fan and noticed that everything would be fine. Greatly frightened after what he saw, the guardian of the mountain asked only not to say that he was going to imprison him. When the protagonist waved his artifact and explained that he would let him sleep some more later, Guanik asked him not to do so. At the same moment, Heat and the bear turned into spirits, and they began to be sucked in. They were heading straight into the protagonist's golden fan. A moment later, images of these two monsters appeared right on the artifact. Heat landed the ground. Suddenly, he saw Guanik hiding right behind the trees. Immediately afterward, the blue puppy rushed towards him. Happily watching everything that was happening inside the artifact, Puck noticed that it was just a charm and they were very suitable for each other. Closing his fan, the boy said that now he needed to collect everything he needed and move on. He then looked directly at the plants that were shrouded in blue energy. Suddenly, the narrative of the story shifts to the moment when Puck took a step forward, entering the room. Looking directly at Tamdek, who was nearby, the boy noticed that thanks to him he had returned safely, and he expressed his gratitude. Watching the brown-haired guy envelop himself in golden energy, the protagonist assumed that he seemed to be very out of breath. At the same moment, Park noticed that his friend was bleeding. Running up to him in fright, the boy said that he had hurt himself, and Tamdek explained that there was no need to worry and, having rested in a quiet place, he would be able to recover quickly. Worried looking straight ahead, the protagonist wondered how many hours he would struggle with this. Immediately afterward, the brown-haired guy held out a purple orb directly towards Park and asked him to take it. With an emaciated look, Tamdek declared that this was the payment he deserved, and asked if he did not want to accept what was given. Imagining images of water dragons in his head, the young man with brown hair said that this garden was protected by twin dragons, and he would honestly like to give it both. Park stared admiringly directly at the purple sphere as his friend added that he had only been able to get Yeju from one of them. Hearing this, the boy silently looked straight ahead. Placing the purple sphere directly in his hand, Tamdek asked him not to make such a face, for it was more than a fair reward, because whatever his intentions, he would have to forget even the mercy of the godmother. Imagining a flute shrouded in water in his head, Park thought that the price of reckoning did not end there, and if he withstood the fight for supremacy, and then created a new Manpashik flute and provided it to people, everything would change. Remembering Lady Yuva's menacing look, the boy reasoned that the lady would find out about it. It would be impossible to avoid her wrath, and if it happened, he would be in trouble. Realizing all this, the protagonist sadly lowered his head a little lower. Taking his friend by the arm, Puck asked him to wait. Smiling broadly afterwards, Tamdek asked why he wasn't doing it to protect his pride and politely declined. Then the words of the boy reverberated through the house, saying that even if he refused, he was not the kind of person who would write everything down, and the guy with the brown hair said that there was no need to flatter him and call him elder, and asked why he was doing it again, because such treatment was annoying. After his words, the protagonist suddenly laughed. With his serious gaze forward, Park reflected that Tamdek was strong as a sage as a man. As he helped his friend into the room, the boy reasoned that he would have to wait, and he would be strong enough to confidently call him Big Brother. Park looked happily straight ahead and invited Gwanek to go to Pamachuksan. Hearing this, the bear spirit was extremely displeased and stated that as a mountain god, he should maintain his reputation and asked if he really wanted to say that it was okay to be imprisoned in some kind of tool. Standing right in front of Gwanek, the boy asked how many jars of honey were enough for him, and he replied that he wanted as many as 20 pieces. The narrative of the story is transported directly to the island, to which the Celestials arrived in their carts, when an unknown voice greeted dear spectators. The man in a life jacket stated that he was now on the island of Dokdo, where the battle for supremacy was taking place. Looking directly at the Celestials who were standing next to each other, the host stated that the mood was striking even before the battle began. There were also participants from the other side who were exuding violet energy. Showing the standings, the announcer said that, unlike previous tournaments, this is a competition where the winner remains and faces the opposite team. As Park looked away in surprise, the host said that there were also voices of concern about whether it would be disadvantageous for the winner, who would be of different levels with others. Watching Tamdek standing to the side, the boy mused that from the outside it didn't even look like he was seriously injured. At the same time, Mrs. Yoa was reading something in her scrolls as the announcer stated that before the start of the competition, the sage representatives from each side were currently sending congratulatory messages to the Dragon King of the Eastern Sea. Isanakane also read the contents of her scroll using magic. The two women stood directly opposite each other on opposite cliffs as the host explained that with this message, they hoped that the Dragon King would understand what it meant to hold a competition at sea in the Dragon King's domain, and said that it meant making sacrifices in return, and he saw that the preparations for battle were going on without a hitch. At the same moment, the shrine master waved her fan. Immediately afterward, the blue-eyed woman followed suit and did the same, while the announcer said that the work of temporarily filling the sea for battle would then begin. At the same moment, the water surface began to agitate. A moment later, several mountain peaks appeared right out of the water, and the host claimed that the two islands were getting hotter in the blink of an eye. At the same moment, the representatives of the two sides used their magic with the help of fans, and the announcer noticed that this was the power of the Celestials. Immediately after that, two people appeared out of nowhere, and the host said that foreign observers of the Celestials had appeared in the open area, and they were there for fair judging. Looking directly at the two unknown warriors, the announcer said that along with the check, each representative invited a high-ranking official to fulfill his conditions. At the same time, the masked woman, folding her hands together, declared that as one who speaks in the name of Shiva, she would judge justly with all the honor she took upon herself. Sealing the artifact with her magic, the Celestial added that until the winner was determined, she swore that she would protect Lady Yua's wealth at the cost of her life. Immediately afterward, the red-masked man struck his chest, declaring that as someone who spoke on Odin's behalf, he would judge fairly with all his honor. Using his magic directly on an unknown box with unknown contents, he swore to protect the 7 blades at the cost of his life. At the same moment, Puck's spatial pouch suddenly moved. Noticing an unknown blue glow directly from it, the boy thought it was a resonance. Remembering the image of the found blade hilt, the protagonist reasoned that it reacts to 7 blades, and the blade of this hilt was a 7-pointed sword. At the same moment, the box with the blades suddenly opened. The man in the red mask who noticed this was very dumbfounded. Immediately after, he activated his blade on his back. Absorbing the blue energy, it abruptly soared into the air. At this time, the people on the island were dumbfounded by what was happening. Using his sword, the keeper of the 7-pointed blade managed to subdue him. The Celestial pacified the 7-pointed blade with his artifact and asked for forgiveness, because this kid really wants to win, and sometimes when they meet their opponents, he reacts quite violently. Holding his own blade in his hands, the red-masked man added that even though the sword had no owner, he had shown such a reaction. As he sheathed his weapon, the 7-pointed sword protector apologized for interrupting the event. With a look full of seriousness as she looked directly at him, Lady Yoa remarked that if it was copper that could handle a swordsman's divine power, his spirit level was clearly not low, and rather, it disproved that their treasures were so valuable. At the same moment, Puck, looking straight ahead in surprise, thought of the broken sword. Watching directly at the snidely smiling woman with blue hair, the boy thought about the man and the broken sword that was the destroyer of weapons. The protagonist then imagined in his head the image of this very man in a red mask and reasoned that such a name was given to him because his grip is so strong that there is no sword that he can hold without breaking, and even among the ancestors of Valhalla, he is the owner of the skeleton of a man with such great fighting strength that its owner can be counted on the fingers of one hand, and that's Beowulf. Looking directly at his spatial pouch, Puck wondered if this blade had become quiet thanks to him. Watching the red-masked man directly, the boy mused that if it weren't for Beowulf's position, the resonance with the blade would have caused the hilt of the seven-pointed sword to pop out of the treasure chest. Imagining the image of a hilt shrouded in blue energy in his mind, the protagonist thought that, for that matter, the reason for this was probably because he was the one who had the blade hilt. Realizing this, Puck looked straight ahead seriously. Immediately afterward, the Untold was transferred to the moment when the two participants were right in the battle arena, and an unknown voice announced that Li Yun was coming out first. Immediately after that, the guy in the red kimono went straight onto the battlefield. A man in gray robes stood opposite him, some kind of system announcing that the heavenly first round was beginning. Clenching his hands into fists, Park wished good luck to his named brother. Suddenly, the boy was very surprised when the girl next to him noticed that it would be a great pity. It was Gwa, who with a smirk on her face asking if it wasn't so. Looking directly at the girl with blue eyes, the protagonist mused that she was a member of the family he saw when he was determined to the heaven level and asked about pity. With an arrogant expression on her face, Gwa offered to take a look and see everything for herself, because she hates explaining such obvious things. Immediately afterward, Puck looked forward. Watching the man in gray robes, the boy concluded that it was Kamaitachi. A moment later, the demonic caresses rushed to attack. The spirits were heading straight towards Lee. At the same moment, the Japanese celestial gritted his teeth in displeasure. At the same time, demonic caresses appeared right behind the back of the guy in the red kimono. After a moment, Park was extremely stunned to see blood splatters right in front of him, and thought that in terms of combat sense and abilities, Lee was ahead of his Japanese opponents, but that celestial had greatly increased his power. With a frightened expression on his face, the boy realized that it was all the fault of the Dharma tool. As the protagonist stared straight ahead in surprise, Gwa asked if it had just dawned on him. With a formidable expression on her face, the blue-eyed girl told me that the original teacher was a wanderer who went away every now and then but always returned, and asked why he had taken a disciple if he had no Dharma instrument to impart. As Park stared directly at her, Gwa continued to say that even if he got rid of him, the next attacker would probably be Brother Gwa, armed with Dharma tools. At the same time, the reporters right behind them were loudly discussing something, and the boy was thinking that the Battle of Dako was also a place to test the skills of the Korean and Japanese celestials. Presenting a huge body from a video camera, the protagonist reasoned that this battle, which is watched by the people of the world, and the hidden purpose of this competition was to make the active performance worthy of their memory. As the lens filmed the Korean celestial lying on the ground, Park realized that Lady Yuwa, in order to revive the virtues of the family for people around the world, wanted to show the image of a clan defeating Japanese ancestors on Dokdo, and from the very beginning, Lee was just an assistant. Looking straight ahead, the boy thought that it was not over yet. At the same moment, a guy in a red kimono hit his weapon right on the ground. Looking directly at Lee, who was holding on to his feet with the last of his strength, leaning on his stick, the protagonist reasoned that he had not yet given up. The heroes stand opposite each other. Lee almost lost consciousness after the attack, but he managed to survive. A young man leans on a staff. His condition seems to be very serious. Perhaps a serious wound received from Kamatak was the problem. Blood runs down the warrior's face. Kama stands over the defeated man. He gritted his teeth. The young warrior swings his staff and declares that you can't just lose. His opponent snaps his fingers and thinks it's useless to flutter. Lee soars up. He bows his head. Blood drips on the ground. A young man rests his hand on the ground. His face is covered in blood. He leans on a staff. The warrior falls. Japan wins the first match. The main character is sitting on the podium. Someone nearby is shouting to carry a stretcher and adding a first aid kit. Puck clenches his fist. He turns his head. The girl sits next to him and asks that he shouldn't be happy, and adds, because thanks to this, there is a stage in which he can stand out even more. Gwa shifted her gaze and said that it was of course if he could win. The main character turned to her, and the girl continued to tell him to try to lose beautifully and quickly, so that she could stand out. The young man pursed his lips. He folded his hands in his lap and said that of course he would try his best, but she would not be able to stand out. He looked at the girl and added, because he would be the winner. Gwa turned her head. Park entered the battlefield for battle. He is known for killing Lady Yuwa's favorite pet. The warrior looks ahead to see what he will show. Kama crossed his arms over his chest and said that he was nothing again. The man smiles and asks what he has seen, what he is capable of. He spreads his arms to the sides and adds that he will feed him to the monsters. Puck raises his hand. He deals a crushing blow. A man and a girl are watching what is happening. Reporters shout what has just happened. The main character puts his foot on the opponent, and the announcer continues to say that Mr. Hanyul won by an incredible margin. The young warrior turned his head, The reporter's voice saying that Park might pass out from lack of blood, like Mr. Leun. The young man opens his mouth and shouts that he is crazy, and that of course he will be if he does not practice at all. Jianbi leans forward and asks Park that he doesn't value his life at all, and what honor has to do with it, and Dandiak says it's a bold and very effective decision. The girl turns around and is indignant that she rushes under attack like an immortal. She raises her hand and continues, which is also how he knows about the fast travel technique. The Supreme Celestial leans forward and replies that in learning skills, Master Haniel is like a bottomless bowl. The main character stands over a defeated opponent. He takes a stimulant. A description of the medicine appears. Park looks away and thinks that the iron and folic acid have eased the bleeding and would like to use something that will stop it completely. Because with this he can only pretend that everything is fine. Koktukoksi turned to Park and wondered if he would be able to take the punches and that he needed to start attacking back. The young man's eyes filled with rage. The young warrior focused his gaze. He took the cards in his hands. He waved his hand up and shouted that he was not so simple. The young man folded his hands. Park stood in front of the opponent and thought that the enemy was just a puppet in a protective amulet to avoid close combat. He clenched his fist. The opponent approaches him. Koktukoksi shifted his gaze and mentally asked that the protagonist was going to use Shikuchi again, and continued, because he thought he was something, but it looks like that's it. The Celestial raises his fingers up and says that he will win this way. He turns to the side. The monsters attack him and he asks that Park has summoned a puppet as well. The monster leans over him. The main character opens his mouth slightly and decides that he needs to finish in Korean. He stands in front of the puppets and says that now it is necessary to sing a battle march. The young man looks ahead. He puts his hands on his waist. The main character clenches his fist and sings. He stands right in front of the audience, and the young man asks why there are 15 minutes left and why he is suddenly singing the march. Puck closed his eyes. Monsters stand in front of him. Koktukoksi raised his head up. He raised his fingers. The monster clenches his fingers. The Celestial turns his head. The main character looks forward. The standings appear. The correspondent holds a walkie-talkie in his hand and shouts in amazement that something incredible is happening. There is a battle in the center of the court. Puck looks after his fleeing opponent and thinks that he used only one move in the battle. The protagonist opened his eyes wide and imagined that because of this, the next opponent would not be able to assess his strength. Gwa put her hand to her face. Park thought that this competition was just a show to raise the authority of the Yua family, and continued that most likely they expected him to be another victim like Leun. Lee hangs in a fighting stance. The main character continues to reason that he is not going to play according to their script. Park looks ahead and mentally says that he plans to become the main character of this play. An announcement appears that says that due to the fact that 2 celestial beings from the Japanese side have lost, the next to fight from Japan will be a magnificent celestial, and from Korea Park Haniel. A person's foot hits the ground. A girl with dark hair looks forward and says that it is a shinobi. The protagonist stands in front of a rival. The correspondent continues to say that it is completely unclear why shinobi is involved in the affairs of the shrine, and Park reflects that it is not really clear, because the level of power between the heavenly and magnificent levels is strikingly different. The ninja looks at the main character. The protagonist raises his head and thinks that this time he will have to fight the magnificent. The main character opens his eyes wide. Puck launches an attack. Spears plunge into the body. An explosion occurs. Shinobi jumps. The ninja throws a kunai. The long-haired guy dodges. The kunai stick themselves into the ground. The weapon shines. The protagonist jumps up. The opponent draws his sword from its scabbard. Shinobi looks up. Puck opens his mouth wide and shouts a spell. The opponent jumps forward. A warrior holds a sword in front of him. The main character holds a fan in his hand, and says that he almost cut it in two, and adds that the opponent is still on a different level, and thinks that he needs to come up with something. The protagonist waves a fan. The bear opens its mouth wide. Puck looks down from above. The protagonist raises his head, and Guanik yells out that how could he leave him with this creature. The ninja holds a sword in front of him, and the bear asks why Puck is in this form, if he was beaten. The main character replies that it was the ninja who did it. The armor reflects the light, and Guanik reflects that it is Naburai Suzuki, as there are few shinobi who wear the emblem of a 3-legged raven. The bear waves his paw and argues that it is necessary to beat all the shit out of him, and Puck declares that his opponent is of a great level. The ninja stands in a stance, and the beast continues to mentally say that this magnificent celestial will not be able to do anything, because his armor is made of gold, so he is very vulnerable to his fire. The warrior's armor begins to melt. The guy raises the fan up. Shinobi swings his sword. A bear approaches an opponent. The warrior kneels. The beast raises its paw and says that the opponent has already lost. The bear throws out its paw forward and shouts that there will be a clear victory. Puck's eyes are wide and shouts for him to stop. Smoke spreads over the ground. Guanik looks at his opponent. The bear opens its mouth wide and shouts that Naburai Shinseong used the wrought iron technique. Metal envelopes the animal's body. The bear spreads his paws and shouts that the gold melts from the heat and binds him even more, and continues that he needs cold energy to cool the metal. Park waves his fan and says that he has no cold energy. The main character opens his eyes wide and says that the cold is on the way. The bear stands in front of the enemy and says that it is good that a solution has been found. The animal raises its head and says that it knows this feeling. The animal opens its mouth. The main character hangs in the air. Guanik turned around abruptly, and with a growl, asked why he was the one. The beast makes a swift leap. The correspondent opens his eyes wide and shouts to look at what is happening. Spirals of multicolored energy rotate over the ground, and the correspondent continues to state that Pak Han-yun showed the technique that painted the battlefield in the colors of Taiguki. The boy is waving his fan. The ninja rests his hand on the ground. The shinobi kneels down. The warrior looks forward. The protagonist holds a fan in front of him and thinks that it is clear from the opponent's eyes that he is not going to give up, and proceeds to mentally say that defeat can be a humiliating thing, and although he looks exhausted, he may have a few tricks left in reserve. The protagonist looks ahead and thinks it's time to finish. A man lays out a fan. A girl with black hair looks at the main character. Information about the fan that Puck is using appears. A long-haired guy looks into the distance. A girl in a kimono declares that it's time to end here. The hero, holding a fan, is surprised aloud. The long-haired woman makes a serious look. She stands in front of the shinobi and declares that the main goal of this battle is to bring about a peaceful resolution to the conflict. The girl, opening her mouth, claims that there is no need to put someone's life on the line. The protagonist frowns at the interlocutor. John B sticks out his tongue. Pak, watching the ninja, inwardly realizes that this means that he must not die, since shinobi are not part of the temple. A guy in a hood clenches a fist on his knee. A girl in a kimono stands behind the ninja. The hero assumes in his mind that a treaty was made by which Saikash was given to the shrine. The protagonist looks on in surprise. Yoa behind states that he is embarrassing her. The main character turns around, and a blue-eyed woman talks about Mrs. Isenokami's decision to consider the student's life more important than victory. The girl in the blue kimono, opening her mouth, declares that she will follow the same example and accept defeat as well. Puck makes a surprised face. He stands in front of Yoa with a fan in his hands. She congratulates the guy on his excellent work, after which she notes that he managed to reach the third battle. Blue-eyed, opening her mouth wide, says that she could not even imagine that the protagonist has such amazing skills. The hero frowns and thinks that although she pretends to praise him, she is actually insulting him, after which he adds that she raises her voice so that everyone can hear. He, looking at the interlocutor, declares that if she had warned him, she would have made the show much more interesting. Yuva, making a surprised face, asks what the guy is talking about. The hero waves his fan. He suggests aloud that she is worried that he attracts too much attention from ordinary people. Park, passing by the blue-eyed woman, tells her that he knows what ordinary people are thinking, since he himself is an ordinary person who has become a celestial. The protagonist moves on. Shinobi gives an evil look under the mask. Puck looks at him with pity. The hero notices Janbai in surprise. She, slapping the next chair, praises the guy. The protagonist sits down. The girl says that it is terrible. The black-haired man replies with a laugh that he is fine. Yellow Eye, shifting her gaze, replies that she wasn't talking about Puck. Go stands in front of a man in a black kimono. John B asks the hero if he knows that in the idol elimination show, such guys are called the producer's choice, after which he adds that regardless of their abilities, they will be promoted further. The girl in the blue kimono smiles slightly. Yellow Eyes continues to say that they will go to any tricks, and adds that this guy needed to show his best side in order to earn a reputation, even if the result of his efforts would be a loss. She declares Gua's intention to force ordinary people to worship her, but at the same time, she does not understand their nature at all. Jianbai then asks Park if he understood what she just said. The hero's gaze is directed to the side. He says to himself that if we draw a parallel with football, then it is like replacing a strong striker, and adds that the audience will not support this person, no matter how cool he plays. The protagonist, shifting his gaze to the yellow-eyed girl, states that he did not think about the fact that she knew about it, to which John B replies that she did not see it herself, but this is often written about on social networks. She, turning to the guy, repeats her words, to which the hero agrees with a smile, after which she adds that he respects her. The protagonist is sitting on a chair with a bruise on his head. Someone says that Go will come out on the Korean side for the next fight. Two men, looking around in amazement, are surprised aloud by the earthquake. A wave of water appears in front of a group of people. A lot of guys and girls run away from the tsunami screaming. Someone is standing on a blue liquid. A guy with blue hair, holding a trident, loudly asks where the group of traitors who dared to rebel against the royal palace is. Park makes a surprised look. Janbai asks why they are here. The hero turns around and asks the girl if she knows who she is, to which she replies that they are the sons of the Dragon King of the Eastern Sea, after which she adds that the center is the eldest of them. The long-eared guy, with his mouth wide open, loudly declares that he will not listen to excuses, and then asks how they dared to deceive the Dragon King, the ruler of the Eastern Sea. The sons of dragons stand on a tsunami in front of a crowd of people. The eldest asks if anyone thought they could hide the whereabouts of the seven-pointed sword blade, and then adds that they found out anyway that someone was trying to exchange other treasures away from the palace's view. An adult man, looking up, asks what he is talking about. A woman next to him clarifies aloud about other treasures. The blue-haired guy, his mouth wide open, demands to hand over the blade and handle that were used for the bet. Park watches the Sons of Dragons, the eldest of them claiming that if they sincerely apologize to him and give him what they stole, then his merciful father will take pity. Jongbai asks aloud what kind of nonsense he is talking about. A man in a red mask grabs a sword. The blue-haired guy, continuing to stand on the tsunami, shouts that he understands the answer to his question. He, holding a trident, says that he agrees with this. Longnerd raised his left hand in front of the crowd of people. Dragons appeared behind him. The guy declares that he will send everyone to the bottom of the sea. Water monsters rush forward. The man, opening his mouth in fright, screams. Surrounded by water, the girl, crouching, screams for help. Puck, raising his fist to his head, asks himself what is going on, after which he thinks that he can take advantage of the commotion and steal the blade, then wonders where Beowulf is. The hero opens his eyes wide from the find. A man in a red mask attacks a long-haired guy. The protagonist notes to himself that he has found what he was looking for. The white case on the swordsman's back is wrapped around straps. Puck realizes that it is a blade. He pulls out the hilt of his sword and thinks about the resonance that happened earlier. The guy raises his head to the approaching tsunami. A large number of people are inside the water. The hero, covering his mouth with his palm, says to himself that he has not yet found the blade. He holds the handle and notes to himself that the resonance has begun. A vortex of water heads towards the protagonist. The guy looks at the resulting sword in his hands. He, smiling brightly, rejoices aloud. The puck is a few meters in the air above the water. Falling down, he shouts in surprise. A wave appears from the fall of the guy. Air bubbles surround the hero at depth. He covers his mouth with his hand, curses to himself, then adds that the sword is pulling him to the bottom, and then thinks about getting out of the water faster. A yellow light appears. Park looks at the sword in his hands in surprise. He states to himself that it is the most powerful and pure energy he has ever felt. The sword in the hands of the guy shines with gold. The hero silently assumes that it belongs to a 7-pointed sword. The protagonist grabs a trembling hand with the sword, and mentally assumes that due to the fact that the artifact was separated long ago, he began to radiate so much energy, after which he adds that it begins to pour into him. His face tenses. Puck curses to himself and thinks that there is too much energy. The hero, raising his sword behind his back, declares to himself that his body will not endure. As he sweeps, he thinks that he must free as much as he can. The protagonist makes a surprised look. The guy looks at the crack that appeared in space, and thinks that it appeared after the swing of the 7-pointed sword. Puck, opening his mouth in amazement, says in surprise that he is being sucked inside. The water vortex grabs the hero. He screams loudly. Purple clouds are shown. A purple sky appears. A lot of lightning thunders in the air. The protagonist is washed away by a wave. He falls to the ground. The guy clears his throat. The swordsman raises his head. He looks at a huge hole in space. Puck, lying on the ground, suggests aloud that this place was formed by a 7-pointed sword. The lightning fades against the purple sky. The hero suggests that he has entered another dimension, like the time he passed through the gate of the White Flower Pavilion. As he puts away his sword, he silently asks if he can go back if he swings his sword again, and then thinks that he needs to investigate the place first. The guy turns around in surprise. A projectile pierces his body. Puck coughs up blood. An unknown man stands in front of the hero. The protagonist looks at the figure with blood in his mouth. The swordsman tries to get up with trembling hands. Shinobi smiles broadly with a red demon behind him. Puck recognizes him. The ninja makes an angry look under a broken mask. The main character asks himself if after his defeat he was chasing him. The killer, kicking the protagonist's chest, states in Japanese that there are many more torture tools than the main character thinks. The shinobi, glaring at the swordsman, says that he will be able to choose. Park smiles with blood in his mouth, and claims that he doesn't understand Japanese. The ninja, taking out a scalpel, replies that then he will choose himself. He shifts his gaze to the side. The hero reaches for the green branch with an effort. The assassin grabs the plant, and asks the swordsman if he really thought that he would not notice, after which he adds that, after all, techniques are just techniques, then reveals that they were able to help Puck that time, but now it became clear that he is just an amateur, and then asks if the tree attribute is the basis of the protagonist. The shinobi, pulling out the plant, says that he will make sure that not a single piece is wasted. The swordsman smiles. He, making a satisfied face, asks the killer if he is going to eat it, after which he adds with regret that it is not suitable for eating. Shinobi shifts his gaze to the plant with a face. He looks at the screaming sapling in surprise. The ninja clutches at his throat. The killer collapsed to the ground. Puck, getting up, says that you need to be careful with plants that you have not seen before. He coughs up blood. The hero falls. The protagonist, looking up, says that even though he has dealt with the shinobi, he cannot move. The guy takes out his red pouch and declares that he should try to do something. A black vortex swirls over Puck. Guanik appears above the ground in human form, and calls the swordsman names. The boy runs to the hero, and shouts that he has a terrible look every time he summons him. The wounded protagonist, holding a fan in his hand, pronounces Guanik's name, to which he replies that everything will be fine, then talks about taking medicine and practicing breathing techniques. The boy's face sweats. Puck says that he can see everything on his face, then asks him to tell the truth. Gwanek looks at the swordsman's wound. The young man, stretching out his hand over the hero's body, states to him that the Dientian has suffered greatly. The protagonist, looking down, notes to himself that because of this, he had the feeling that the energy was leaking somewhere, then adds that if everything is left as it is, then his power will disappear, after which he realizes that not only power, but also life. Park, lying in a pool of his blood, declares out loud that there is no other choice and should use it. Gwanek loudly declares that he can't do it. The boy, watching the protagonist, explains that he has already told him about it, after which he claims that it is not something that the swordsman can handle. A purple sphere appears against the background of two blue dragons. The boy says that the pearl that the hero received from Byak contains the energy of the divine or even supreme level, then adds that it contains the power of the Amugi, who has not yet become a dragon. A multitude of dragons rush into the sky. Gwanek says that this item is imbued with the tenacity and determination of an Amuga who is willing to do anything to evolve into an adult dragon. The boy, looking at Puck, asks if he, who has not lived even 100 years, can cope with such an amount of energy. The hero watches the guy, who declares that being consumed by this power is worse than death and that even Dandiak would not let him eat it. The protagonist is breathing heavily. He clutches a fan in his hand. Gwanek makes a surprised face. The swordsman apologizes. The boy, opening his mouth wide, loudly declares that Park summoned him only because he was going to use the pearl while controlling a closed mystical bamboo fan. A bright white light appears. Gwanek calls the protagonist a blockhead. The puzzled girl ordered everyone to leave. The servant stood behind her and addressed her. Yuva grabbed the tray. She threw it aside. The girl with an angry look screamed that she told everyone to get out. The servants left her. Clenching her hand into a fist, she said that she would tear it apart. Gritting her teeth, Yuva emphasized that they had no idea what they had done. She remembered fighting the water dragon and noticed that just because they were in their territory, they attacked them. Frowning, the girl added that it was all because of the rumors about the flute. Getting to her feet, the girl wondered why she would help them if they stabbed them in the back anyway, adding that there was nothing wrong with that. In the end, the only one who would suffer losses would be the Dragon Palace. She would try. She imagined a young man who asked with a serious look if she really thought that they wouldn't know about her attempts to exchange treasures away from the eyes of their palace, after which Yuwa concluded that he was talking about some treasure besides the seven-pointed sword. With a calm expression, she emphasized the fact that the king of the dragons of the Eastern Sea would not give his life in the name of lies. Her face became calm. The girl imagined staring at a man's back and wondered where this decrepit lizard had heard such a thing, adding that she thought he could be trusted. She turned around. Holding the fan in her hands, Yuwa noted that the plan to make Go Hyunhwa the new hero had failed miserably. She imagined how the guy and the girl rode off on a horse and added that thanks to Diak, all was not lost. They would see what would happen next. Smiling, the girl presented the news, where the guy is called a hero, and added that soon the entire Eastern Sea will bow to her. When he opened his eyes, Park said that his head hurt. Holding his head, he assumed that his dantian had recovered. He felt the horns on his head. The surprised protagonist asked what it was. With a puzzled look, he reported that these horns closely resembled the horns of animals, and that his senses had become so acute that he could sense the surrounding temperature. Looking at his hands, MC clarified how much time had passed. Folding his fingers, he reported that his body was surprisingly clean. Sitting on the floor, he stated that judging by the house, his clothes, and the condition of his body, someone had been taking care of him all along. Lowering his head, Park asked if it was Gwanek. He imagined the boy and added that he didn't know what this place was. The last thing he remembered was how he used a mystic bamboo fan to absorb the pearl and create a barrier. But in order to do so, he had to free Gwanaka so that he could return to the mountain. However, the elder decided to stay nearby and take care of him. The dumbfounded protagonist called out to his comrade. He was shocked by what he saw. Examining the area ahead, the guy clarified where the forest came from. Surprised, MC asked how long it had taken for them to grow like this, noting that he had indeed erected a barrier of plants around it. His gaze was interested. Puck looked at the ruined ground, where smoke was rising. He examined the ruins. Standing by the tree, the main character examined the footprints. As he walked to the edge of the barrier, he wondered if Gwanek was fighting someone. Closing his nose, the guy asked in his mind where his friend was now. He heard a crash and asked who was there. The protagonist began to run through the forest. He was surprised. MC continued to move after the creature. He came to the sanctuary. Looking around the building, Park asked if Gwanek lived there. The monster landed on the roof of the sanctuary. Raising his head, he saw Heat. Watching him, the guy said that the animal had grown up, but did not understand why he was so wary of it. Touching the horn, the protagonist clarified if it could be because of this. Heat pounced on him. He jumped on the protagonist. His paws reached out to the guy. A smile appeared on Puck's face. He dodged the monster's attack. The main character turned into a dragon and said that you should not rush at the owner. Heat began to tremble with fear. He fell to the ground. MC touched the beast with the words that it was cute. Returning to his human form, the guy said that since he was still small, he needed to show strength so that he would obey him. Standing next to the beast, he noticed that even though the heat had absorbed the pearl, the ability hadn't changed much. It was because of the fact that a lot of energy had gone into restoration, and then asked if it was because of the fact that a lot of energy had gone into restoring the dantian. Puck was suddenly surprised. As he approached the shrine, he said that these were the things that Guanik had left for him. He took the bag with the words that he would see what was inside. Something fell out of it. Taking the scroll, the protagonist asked if he had anything like this. Looking at the records, he wondered if it was the secret scroll that the shinobi used. Remembering the items he had already found, a surprised MC reported that he had a book with the correct pronunciation of the runes, a closed mystic bamboo fan, and now a secret shinobi scroll. He remembered how Guanik had noticed the shinobi emblem and told him that it was Naburai Suzuki, and there were few shinobi who wore the thorn raven emblem. Looking at the scriptures, Puck reported that this secret scroll is called the Yatagarasu scroll. He turned his attention to the rest of the objects. As he inspected them, MC pointed out that they were the clothes that shinobi was wearing. Taking the kimono, MC clarified whether it was able to change shape using the energy of gold. Putting on his shinobi clothes, the guy noticed the noise in the forest. Looking at the trees, he asked what the noise was. He began to run there. Jumping through the trees, the protagonist thought that the sound was coming from the side where the traces of the battle remained. People walked behind the barrier. The man swung his pickaxe. Watching them, Park wondered what they were doing and if they were trying to break the barrier. The puzzled guy asked in his mind if they lived there, because they had blue skin, a large physique and red hair. He drew attention to the weapons of the people. MC remembered how Guanik had given him the club and remarked that it looked exactly like the goblin club his comrade had given him. Observing the strangers, he asked if they could be goblins. The young man wondered that he hadn't expected to meet goblins in the space of the seven-pointed sword. Continuing to follow them, he asked if they wanted to break the barrier since it had invaded their lands. People continued to strike at the barrier. Looking around, Park said that it was only a matter of time before the barrier broke. He needed something to stop them. He was suddenly surprised. The man turned. Looking at MC, they asked who he was. Crossing his arms, the guy introduced himself. The workers began to look at each other when they heard the question who was the boss. The man stepped forward. He introduced himself as Malduk with a serious look. Standing in front of the protagonist, the guy clarified where the owner of the sword was, after which Park asked why he needed it. Malduk said with a vicious look that this place was not easy to get into. Only the owner of the sword could open the passage, so MC had to answer immediately, otherwise his head would be broken. The protagonist with a serious look asked first to say why they needed the owner of the sword. People behind his back began to discuss what they should tell him. Looking away, the guy said that he wanted to take revenge on him. Furrowing his brows, Malduk stated that King Junchogo had promised them that a man with a sword would soon come, that he would be worthy to be their chieftain's mate, but the man never came. Imagining the blade, Puck thought that he did not know all the details, but it seemed that a new owner of the seven-pointed sword must have come there. Thrusting the pickaxe into the ground, the young man cried out that the promise had not been fulfilled, and because of this, the previous chief was seriously shocked and soon fell ill. A powerful aura emanated from him as he said that therefore, the sword owner should be punished. Embittered, Malduk said that he would take him to the current leader, and he would execute him with his own hands. Puck stood in front of him with a thoughtful look. Looking at the interlocutor, he clarified whether the guy had seen a red bear there. Pointing to the side, the worker said that he had told him to go back to where he had come from, but he would not listen, and then the present chief came and seized him. The enraged protagonist wondered if they had captured Guanik. Sighing, MC noted in his mind that since he knew where he was now, he could save him. Holding the fan in front of him, he revealed that he was the owner of the seven-pointed sword, so he was their new boss, to which he received the answer that he should not lie, because he would die from even one blow from the guy. Park was shocked by what he heard. He listened dumbfounded as people discussed that it didn't look like he had ever studied martial arts. Closing his eyes in anger, he thought that they were fools. Malduk looked at him and said that in any case, if he could open the passage, he must leave. If he did not interfere, he would live. Unfolding the fan, MC called them snots. He urged the heat and noted that he should not be underestimated. Stretching out his fan, he ordered the beast to spit it out. The monster puffed out his cheeks. The red liquid got into the guy. Malduk glanced at his hand. He was frightened. People ran away from the monster in fear. The liquid flew in different directions. Wounded workers were lying on the ground. Smiling, Park said that if they didn't get up right away, he would pour red bean porridge on them again. People were horrified by what they heard. The guy got on his knees and shouted that they would obey him. Sitting in front of them, Park asked if their leader was really that strong, to which he was told that he was very strong and the best at wielding a club. With a serious look, he asked if this was the only reason why he was able to defeat Guanik. On his knees, Malduk told them that their leader still had a shield in the form of a golden pumpkin. The protagonist asked with an interested look what power the leader possessed. He noticed the glow and the voice that said there was no need to ask. The girl landed in front of them. A fiery aura emanated from her. Smiling, she declared that she could not trust them with anything, after which we were introduced to Sodam, the chief of the goblin tribe. Pointing her finger at the guy, she said that she had come to see what was going on there, after which she asked if they did not understand that they had been fooled, noting that they would be locked up for 10 years as punishment. The goblins began to disappear. They moved into her flask. Taken aback, Park concluded that this pumpkin was something like a seal. Stretching out his hand to the heat, he thought that he was interested in how strong it was and let him taste the red bean porridge first. The liquid flew into it. The girl managed to dodge. Taking up the club, Sodam noticed that this was an obvious attack. Maybe those idiots had fallen for it, but it wouldn't affect her. Waving her weapon, she asked the goblins to appear. Taking out the scroll, MC thought that this was a ridiculous ability. The opponent was too strong, he needed to give his best, and end it as quickly as possible. A demon mask appeared behind him. He'd rushed into battle. The beast began to kill the goblin spirits. The girl jumped. With a smile on her face, she asked if it was a bad thing. Waving her club, she noticed that she hadn't had so much fun in a long time. The protagonist was surprised. He remembered holding a club in his hands and asked if it was possible that goblins could create anything with their imagination and a club, noting that it was unfair. Gwanek flew in front of him and replied that this was not entirely true. The main ability of goblins was to embody images from their imagination. Raising his finger, he added that but the point is that goblins don't think about their fantasies. They can't imagine anything specific, but act instinctively. The bear imagined monsters and emphasized that in addition, goblins from the moment of their birth already have impressive physical strength and a strong body. If they had even a little more intelligence, they would have already subjugated the entire world. Watching Sodam, Puck thought that her level of imagination far surpassed that of other goblins, which only flimsy pickaxes were capable of. With a serious look, he emphasized the fact that the goblin chief was on a completely different level. He looked at the beast and added that Heat was still coping and asked what he should do. Drawing attention to the barrier, the protagonist stressed that it is worth taking advantage of. MC was taken aback by the question of where he was looking. Sodam struck him. Smiling, she asked if he really had time to be distracted. Frowning, the guy tried to restrain her. The girl was frightened when she noticed the demon mask. She dodged the shot. The goblin chief held out a club in front of her. The spirits flew at the protagonist. The attacks hit him. A powerful blow rang out. Puck fell to the ground. Sodam flew in front of him and asked if this was really all. She pointed the monsters at him, saying that it was time to wrap up. MC should scream and beg for mercy. The demons pounced on him. Opening the pumpkin, the girl thought that as soon as he screamed, she would be able to lock him up like that bear. She watched the guy and asked him to scream in her thoughts. Smiling, the protagonist said that he understood what was so funny about it. Monsters appeared behind him. In their hands were pots of red bean porridge. Sodam shuddered at what she saw. The monsters opened the pans. They poured the porridge on her. The girl was trembling with fear. Energy flew out of the pumpkin. She fell to the ground. Picking up the flask, Park said that was why she was waiting for a scream from him. The guy noted with a satisfied look that the girl had fallen into her own trap. Tapping the gourd with his finger, he asked Gwanek to come out. The bear flew out of there shouting that he knew that his comrade would save him. He held on to Park and shouted that he deserved to be punished. Because of him, he had to play the role of a pet. Examining the trees, MC asked if he knew how much time had passed, to which he received the answer that about 150 days had passed, although the passage of time in this dimension was different, but there was not much difference. Turning the pumpkin over, the protagonist said that then it is worth leaving as soon as possible. They can all get out too. The goblins were lying on the ground. Sitting over Sodam, he clarified where the seven-pointed sword was. The goblin chief paid attention to him, saying that he was small, and his shoulders were narrow. Everything about him was small. The embarrassed guy started shouting that he wasn't small. He was taller than average. His height didn't matter at all. Sitting on the ground, Sodam replied that this is exactly the case. Size does not matter. She added with a calm look that her mother said the same thing. She thought it was nonsense. Victory was his. Puck looked at her with a serious look and listened that he seemed to be quite smart, and his appearance was also not bad. She made a decision. The girl with a satisfied look asked him to be her husband. Taken aback, the protagonist asked. Gwanek sat on his head and wondered if he would lead the ceremony if he got married. The embarrassed bear clarified in his thoughts. Maybe this is even for the best. Sitting across from her, MC clarified what was going on. The bear patted him on the head and asked if he had listened to the story that the goblin had told him before. He remembered how Malduk had said with a serious look that King Junchogo had promised them that a man with a sword would soon come, that he would be worthy to be their chieftain's mate. But that man never came. Puzzled, Puck began to say that a man with a sword would come, that he would be worthy of becoming their leader's mate. He imagined their wedding. The frightened protagonist wondered if they wanted to tell him that he should marry her. Raising his hands, the guy shouted that he had nothing to do with it. The person who was supposed to come with the seven-pointed sword had long since died, and she was the daughter of the previous chief. Dark energy emanated from Sodam. Closing his eyes, the main character noted that now was not the time. He needed to pull himself together. Rising to his feet, he asked to know where she hid the seven-pointed sword, because if she did not say, then in the near future she would only eat red bean porridge until it burst. The monsters held her over a bowl of porridge. The spoon was brought to her mouth. Opening her eyes, the girl said that Park could do whatever she wanted, but she would not tell anything. She cried out dumbfounded that she would not give him the sword until they had 3 wonderful children. The monster began to pour porridge on her. Watching Sodam lying in a puddle, Gwanak said that he felt he was using the wrong method. Crossing his arms, MC reported that goblins are stubborn creatures and are not easily persuaded. The bear pulled his hair and asked if there was a reason why they could not get married. Looking at the injured guys, Puck assumed that the goblins were trapped there, and because of this, only the young ones remained. Perhaps that's why they don't understand their full strength. He imagined a flask that emitted a glow, and said that even the golden gourd that the chieftain was using was a high-ranking treasure. Since they possessed such an item, then their clan must have an unusual background. Gwanak sat on his head and told him that since the protagonist was a celestial, he would be able to live for at least 100 years, and in 100 or 200 years, they would gain strength, and then he would have a hard time. The guy lowered his gaze. Looking at the girl, he noted that, as his comrade had said, they should not be underestimated. Holding his chin, MC concluded that instead of intimidating, he should try to subdue them, but he didn't know how to do it. A smile appeared on his face. Morning came. The girl opened her eyes. Trying to get up, Sodam asked him if he had decided to tie her up and what he was trying to achieve. She was surprised. In front of her was a table with food. Inspecting the food, the goblin chief asked what it was. Park came to her and noted that she woke up. Sitting down at the table, he listened to the fact that no matter what he did to her, she would not say a word until they were married. Holding the chopsticks in his hands, MC said that he would have a snack first, and then he would think. He took the food. The guy started eating. Sodam watched him carefully. She was shocked by the words that the combination of soy paste and rice cakes is very tasty. Drool began to drip from her mouth. She said with a sad look that she also wanted to eat it. Closing her eyes, the girl cried out that she wanted to do the same. She began to chew on the pie. Sodam was delighted with the taste. Holding the plate in his hands, the protagonist listened as she asked for another one. His face was vicious. Turning the plate over, Puck poured the pies into his mouth. The stunned goblin chief wondered if the guy really thought that she would refuse to marry because of this. Smiling, MC reported that it was delicious, only 2 rice cakes left. Tears came to her eyes as she said that if a guy didn't want 3 children, then they would come together for 2, 1 son and 1 daughter. The protagonist threw a pie into his mouth, saying that there was only 1 left. The upset girl replied that she agreed to 1 daughter. He was preparing to eat the last pie. Dumbfounded, Sodam began to scream. She bowed her head and said that he should just let her get married. Smiling, Puck thought that this was what he had planned. Looking at her, he said that they would get married, but only when he wanted. Now he could not do it, to which he received the answer that this meant that he could not marry at all. The protagonist held out a plate with the words that he would get married in 100 years. It would not be so long for her, and in return he would give her this. Looking at the food, Sodam listened to the fact that these are corn tortillas. He will tell how to cook them and how to grow the necessary ingredients. Lying on the ground, the girl cried out that this was a wedding gift from her husband. She agreed to such conditions. Looking up at the sky, MC wondered what was the point of getting married when he was already 120 years old. They came to the chest. The surprised guy asked if it was a treasure or something else, after which the goblin chief noticed that it was very beautiful. She had received it from her mother. The girl reached into the chest and asked to wait a second. She reached out and asked me to take it. The main character's face was puzzled. Looking at the objects, Park listened that this was her dowry. She stood in front of him and noticed that they were bumps. Raising an eyebrow, the guy imagined the spirits and thought that these were cones from a fairy tale that tells about a kind old man with an ugly bump on his face, who met a goblin, and he exchanged his bump for wealth. But there was another elder, greedy and evil. With the same bump, he envied the first one and came to the goblin, but instead of wealth, the second elder had only the second bump. Sodam sat at the table and ate cakes. The protagonist had a lump in his hands. He listened with a puzzled look that she was very valuable. Holding his chin, MC assumed that he knew which fairy tale it was from, to which he was told that he was talking about a folk tale, after which Gwanak asked if he knew that the main character in it was actually a famous Korean singer at the time. Taken aback, the guy asked if it was true. Imagining the monster shrouded in energy, the bear reported that the goblins, by giving people what they crave so much, take away their most outstanding talent. The goblins are honest in their desires. They have developed a method that allows them to give and take away even such intangible things as talent. But people would not just give something like that. Gwanak imagined upset people and said that these bumps are proof that a person, faced with a very difficult life situation, decided to exchange his talent for something that would help him get out of this situation. Pressing the cone to his face, the bear added that this is why they are so valuable. He shouted with an angry look that their size was simply amazing. The protagonist needed to attach them to himself as soon as possible. Inspecting the item, the guy wondered if everything would be okay if it was something good. Turning around, Puck turned to the girl and asked if she knew how these bumps appeared. Munching on the cake, Sodam replied that her grandmother had told her that she had received them long before she came to Korea, when Yopeso died. Surprised, Gwanak said that it was during the reign of King Shansan. Although it was a very noisy, but at the same time a good time. In any case, the owner of this cone was a healer. The surprised protagonist looked at the object. The bear imagined the image of the man and said that he was very famous for his ability to make medicines and his knowledge of acupuncture. But when he was wandering around the world, a powerful man forced him to treat an incurable disease, and as a result, locked him up in a dungeon and began to starve him. In fear for his family, he gave his lump to his grandmother in exchange for that she would hide them. Surprised, Park asked if this man was a famous healer. Smiling, he thought that when he was making prescription medicines, which Zainin left in his book, he came to a dead end. The girl pointed her finger at the lump and noticed that it belonged to a very strong warrior. She imagined a man on his knees and said that this warrior was skilled in both martial arts and horseback riding, but vanity had ruined him. Stretching out her finger, the goblin chief said that he seemed to have taken his beloved to the battlefield, and when the situation got out of hand, he gave his bump to have his girlfriend rescued. This was the first and last time he had sacrificed anything for someone else. Puck glanced at the second bump. He noted with a calm look that although he did not lose anything, it was a little disappointing. Rising to her feet, Sodam asked if she could start. Smiling, the guy replied that it was so, but he did not understand why she needed a truncheon. Dark energy emanated from the girl. There was a smile on her face. In the forest, rumbling and screams were heard. MC was holding his head. He was surprised that it didn't hurt him at all. The puzzled guy listened that it didn't hurt because she did. Looking at his hands, the protagonist said that he did not feel any change at all, to which he received the answer that he should not worry. When the time comes, he will be able to use his talent. Puck turned. His eyes fell on the box. Opening it, he saw the blade and noticed that he would take what he had come for. With his hands on his hips, the main character listened to the fact that usually treasures of this level are self-aware, and this one will be especially arrogant. Crossing his arms, he added that the protagonist's base attribute was wood, so he would have to exert himself. He imagined the elements and their opposites, and told them that the seven-pointed sword had its opposite attribute. Puck looked at the bear with an interested look, which said that in any case he needed not to overdo it. A drop of sweat ran down his face. Yellow mana emanated from the blade. He stretched out his hand to him. The protagonist took the sword by the hilt. A bright aura surrounded him. MC frowned at such power. Dumbfounded, Guanik shouted that he had told him not to overdo it. He was shocked. The guy gritted his teeth. He was trying to restrain his sword and heard a voice telling him that he was an ignorant fool. The dumbfounded guy began to shout loudly. He continued to hold his sword. Sparks emanated from the blade. Surprised, the bear thought that Puck had changed. He saw the spirit protagonist behind him and added that he usually had a grin on his face, but now he was aggressive. The energy stopped coming from the blade. MC said with a satisfied look that the sword had finally calmed down. Observing this, Guanik stated that he had heard stories of how the Bumgals, who had become celestials, conquered opponents only by willpower, but did not expect that he would be able to subdue the seven-pointed sword. Looking at his hand, Puck thought that this was unexpected, but he had the desire and confidence that he would be able to conquer the sword, and then asked if it was the talent of a martial artist. Green energy surrounded his hand. A smile appeared on his face. Looking at the bear, he asked if it was time for them to return. A loud noise was heard in the city. Hugging the mug, Guanik said that it was very tasty. Sitting at the table, the guy thought that after a long time, they returned to Korea. He sat at the computer with an interested look as he said that they had stopped at an internet cafe. Remembering how he got into a taxi, the protagonist said that they had originally planned to go straight to Guanik-san, but in the battle with Sodam he used up too much strength, so he had to stop in a city near Mount Guanik-san. He noted with a calm look that Sodam wanted to go with him, but fortunately, she had a strong sense of responsibility. Looking at the monitor, MC added that it had been 7 months since the Battle of Dokdo. Reading the news, Park added that people are still gossiping about her. This is due to the unexpected invasion of the sons of the Dragon King of the East Sea. He imagined the image of the guys. His eyes fell on the article that the Dragon King had been silent for 76 days. The protagonist imagined Yoa and began to speculate that almost immediately, the representatives of Bakwa Garden and Inosakami Temple accused the Dragon Palace of interfering in their battle, but the representative of the Dragon Palace repeated Yoko's words and accused them of the opposite. However, after about a month, the Dragon King suddenly began to make excuses. He apologized, saying that he had made a mistake due to false information, but both sides knew that these were just empty words. Sitting on a glass, Guanik asked what was wrong with the Dragon Kings of the Western and Southern Seas, to which he received the answer that firstly, they had not expressed any position. It seemed that they were not on the side of the Eastern Sea. Holding the pipe in his hands, the bear said that the Eastern Sea was clearly ignored. Looking at him, Puck listened to the fact that although the 3 Dragon Kings didn't get along very well, they always seemed to unite when faced with humans or celestials, after which he thought that he didn't think they could so easily ignore the provocation of the Eastern Sea this time. Shifting his gaze, the protagonist emphasized that they were to blame. Imagining the blade, the guy came across an article where they discussed where the seven-pointed sword disappeared. An image of an old man appeared in his head and he noted that Beowulf was said to have notified the Northern Council that he was staying on the Korean peninsula and was likely to take part in the war in the East Sea. Holding the back of his head, MC thought it was because of the oath he had made on Docto. Imagining Bovo fighting, Puck added that he was strong enough to drown out the resonance of the seven-pointed sword with a single blow. They needed to be more careful as he was looking for a sword. Surprised, Guanik reported that the Eastern Sea is completely cornered, even people are spoken of badly. They drew attention to an article where it was said that Beowulf, who is responsible for the security of Japan, said that he would give his life, but return the seven-pointed sword. The East Sea had long maintained trusting relations with representatives of the West and South Seas, so the news of the conquest of the East Sea was a surprise to everyone. The guy was surprised when a message appeared on the screen that his session had expired. He got up from the table. The protagonist calmly announced that they needed to go to Mount Guanik-san. Looking at other internet cafe patrons, he said that he was now either missing or dead, so if he returned unharmed, he would arouse suspicion. Smiling, MC said that so he would calmly observe the situation from the sidelines. The bear with a thoughtful look noted that he also wanted to get to Mount Guanik-san to check the condition of his main body. He was worried that he had stopped feeling its energy, after which the guy clarified since when this has been happening. Holding his chin, Guanik reported that it was since they entered the place where the goblins lived. He thought that the connection would be restored when they returned, but it seemed that something had happened to his main body. The puzzled protagonist wondered if it had been 7 months since his connection to the main body had been broken. Surprised, Park shouted that this was very important. Holding his comrade in his hand, he noticed that they were going to the mountain right now. They were surprised. Many hives hung on a tree. Looking at the insects, the main character clarified how the bees were able to penetrate the barrier of the peach tree, because it does not seem that the barrier has weakened. Guanik jumped off it and replied that it was strange. Sorting through the leaves, the bear reported that either the bees broke through the barrier, or the tree itself called them. The guy looked at the leaves with a surprised look. Digging through the foliage, he said that this could not be. The bear dug up his body. The guys were horrified by what they saw. A powerful aura enveloped the bees. They paid attention to them. Looking at the huge insects, Park clarified why they suddenly became even bigger. Bees began to fly at them. The protagonist unfolded the scroll. He summoned several demons. The monsters began to aim at the bees. Shots hit them. The bees flew aside. Another swarm of insects flew into battle. The frightened guy noted that they did not end in any way. Holding the pipe between his teeth, he thought that even iron cannons could not cope. He urgently needed to come up with something. The fiery aura struck the bees. Guanik was furious. He became a huge bear that was enveloped in flames. The insects were killed. They began to fall to the ground. He rushed into battle, saying that they could be easily finished off with fire. Covering the guy with himself, the bear stressed that he could hook both the nest and the peach tree. MC's gaze fell on the beehive. Yellow mana hovered around the tree. Frowning, the bear asked if there was another way. Closing his eyes, the guy began to think of a safe way to destroy the bees without touching the tree. He was suddenly surprised. His gaze fell on the corpses of bees. Surprised, Park wondered why they were dead if they had no wounds. Looking at the bees, he clarified what he had done. Standing near the hero, the beast asked if there was any other way. Closing his eyes, the protagonist thought about it. Suddenly he looked at him in surprise. Insects lay under his feet. Looking at them, Puck wondered why they were dead if they had no wounds. Frowning, he added what he had done. This was it. Flames flew around the tree. Guanik turned when he heard the address. Opening his eyes wide, the hero shouted that he should step aside. He stretched out his hand. Stones flew towards the flames. They were covered in fire. The insects flew up sharply. They began to fly away from the tree. The protagonist suddenly slammed his weapon on the ground. The insects hit the barrier. Sitting on the ground, Puck sighed. Closing his eyes, he said that they barely had time to get out of the barrier. Lying on the ground, Guanik said that he still did not understand where they came from. Raising his head, he added that this was only his guess. But there was a story in which the Golden Queen bee grew something called a gumabon on a mountain. Looking at him, the hero heard that, but it had been a long time since she had last been seen. There was no reason for her to show up now. Pointing aside, the protagonist said that, but if you think about it, it's a peach tree. Looking up, he added that it meant that perhaps there were still living bees from then. They could live in another place. But when they smelled a peach tree, they flew in, to which the bear replied that it was quite possible. Getting up, Puck said that since they had figured out how to get rid of the bees, the smoke had already cleared. Grinning, he asked if they could go inside. The hives hung on the branches of the tree. The sword touched the hive. It was cut in half. With his eyes wide open, Guanik said that it was unbelievable. It was not an ordinary honey. It was full of yang energy. He looked at him in amazement, and added that if he ate it, his body would be filled with strength, to which the hero replied that here, let him take it. Holding a part of the hive in his hands, the protagonist asked that it was honey from the peach tree. Touching the honey, Puck wondered what he would see. The book said that there are many useful things. The larvae in the honeycomb moved. Grinning, the hero thought that since they were still alive, it would be better to move them to another place. Frowning, he added that there are many useful substances that will help in further growth. Bringing honey to his mouth, the protagonist wondered what effect the honey would have. There were notifications that the substance had been taken. A glow appeared around the hero. Puck crouched and exclaimed. Sitting on the ground, he said that since it was honey, he thought it would be sweet, to which the bear asked. Looking at the hero, the bear asked that his head was glowing. The hero froze in surprise. Looking up, he mumbled. Horns appeared on his face. Jumping to the side, Guanik shouted that they were horns. Why were they on his head? To which the protagonist replied that they had grown after he had absorbed the pearl. Frowning, the bear shouted that how is it connected at all? Let him not talk nonsense. He will not turn into a bear if he eats beef soup for 3 days. Taking off his clothes, Park replied that he had something else strange on his body. He noticed it when he was changing. Putting his hand to his face, the master of the mountain asked why it had appeared. The hero looked at him in surprise and asked if it was because of the dragon pearl, to which he replied that it was not that simple. Dragons appeared. It was said that they were creatures that were born from water, and after many years of training, they were reborn. Looking straight ahead, the bear said that however, human nature is different. In order to become stronger, they use other methods, but he became a dragon, although he was a human before. Gritting his teeth, he added that he didn't even know what to say. The protagonist looked at him in amazement when he heard that he had become a real monster. Standing in front of the hero, Guanik said that it would be difficult for him to live as an ordinary person now, to which Park replied that if he had the opportunity then, he would not have absorbed the pearl. However, the horns and scales of the dragon have their advantages. Crossing his arms, the bear said that as he could see, the moment he ate the honey, the dragon parts had grown. If he were an ordinary person, he wouldn't get much advantage. Raising his head up, he added that who knows, maybe one day he could become a real dragon. The hero frowned and thought that he would become a real dragon. Turning his head, he added that at least since the horns responded, it was worth eating royal milk regularly. The honeycomb was lying on the ground. Looking up, the protagonist thought that if the larvae were left alone, they would eventually grow on their own, and when that happened, more royal milk could be collected. Frowning, he added that in the meantime the larvae were growing. The bear flinched when he heard that he wanted to learn a new technique, to which he asked again. Memories appeared. It was heard that he was very lucky, because the first elixir that he absorbed was Gongsun extract. Originally it had an inexplicable basis. Raising his finger up, the hero said that after learning the techniques, it has changed. Because of this, he has to absorb only elixirs that have the attribute of wood, which in turn is not very effective. Types of attributes appeared, and it was heard that if he learned techniques with other attributes, he might be able to absorb other elixirs as well. Standing in front of him, Guanik said that it was a good idea, but where was he going to get other techniques? To which the protagonist replied that he already had them. Looking at the books, the bear said that it was the same. Books and a scroll appeared, and he added that the techniques that the students had. Sitting on the ground, Puck said that since they would have to hide anyway, maybe they should try them, to which the master of the mountain asked what he wanted to start with. Taking the scroll in his hand, the hero said that he thought this one would be perfect. Smiling, he added that it was a shinobi technique. Objects appeared. It was heard that he already had 3 items that had the attribute of metal, including a 7-pointed sword. Crossing his arms, the bear said that well done, he planned everything himself. Since they were in a safe place, he could start without any hesitation, to which the hero replied that, by the way, something was bothering him. A glow appeared around the man, and someone said about a jade bowl. Smiling, the protagonist said that he couldn't get it, and then asked if there was a way to contact him. Frowning, Guanik asked what of what he had failed, and then said that he did not understand why it bothered him at all. Looking to the side, Puck asked. Holding the scroll in his hands, the hero said that he would look at the commentary. Sitting on his head, the master of the mountain asked what was going on. A comment appeared, and the hero said that he should take a look. Then he was mentioned. The protagonist looked up when he heard that there was a teddy bear. Stretching out his arms forward, the bear thought that this was how it was done. A view of the forest opened up. I heard what it were. Sitting on the ground, Park asked why he was so serious, to which Guanik replied that he needed to learn to see the world more broadly. Crossing his arms, he added that he knew what a flute was. Did he really think that if they got it, all problems would be solved at once? The hero lowered his gaze, listening to the fact that there is no need to put his life in danger for the sake of the first person he meets. He lowered his head and replied that he had. Shaking his head, the master of the mountain said that he was still so young. Let him not be silly, he could always find a person who would do everything for him. The protagonist flinched when he heard this. Wide-eyed, he asked that he knew someone who could help with this. Clenching his fist, Guanik shouted that here is a scoundrel. Even if he gets the flute, he will still not use it, but will give it to him. Smiling, the hero replied that no, he actually wanted to keep this flute for himself. The bear looked at him in bewilderment and asked again. Standing in front of the hero, he asked that he was not lying, to which the protagonist replied that it was true, he would never give it to him. Closing his eyes, Puck wondered why he would give it to someone if he could use the flute against the dragon palace himself. Sitting on the ground, the master of the mountain said that okay, he would help, to which the hero shouted that he was the best. Crossing his arms, the bear said that the master he wanted to introduce him to was Wadiak. He had been serving his older sister and nephew for a long time. Lowering his head, he added that so, they need to get to Mount Kivelson, to which the protagonist asked what and where it is, to which Gwanek said that perhaps he did not even know about it. This mountain was in North Korea. Smiling, Puck asked. Looking at the master, he asked what his sister's name was, to which Gwanek replied that she did not have a name. He, as a spirit of the mountain, inherited her name, but his sister was not a spirit. The image of a man appeared. As for his nephew, he is usually called Tengen, along with Lady Yua. He was one of the 3 leaders who ruled the entire Korean peninsula. He still rules Asadale near Mount Kyulsan in Gwanghee province. A view of Mount Kyulsan opened. Looking straight ahead, the hero reflected on the fact that he would never have thought that he would ever get to North Korea. Looking to the side, he added that it really was. Looking at the mountains, the protagonist thought that it really deserved to be called the sacred mountain of their people. Going up, he added that but where was Asadale? Turning around, the young man said that he should not have his head in the clouds. Looking at him, the hero asked what and when they would come, to which he replied that they were already like that. The protagonist looked at him in surprise and asked again. They were standing in front of 2 statues. Looking down, the creature asked who they were. Asadale did not accept intruders. Looking at him, the boy said that he should tell her that a red bear had come to her from the mountain. He raised his hand, hearing that he should wait a second, to which Gwanek said that he should do it faster, and he would take off his disguise. Standing behind him, the protagonist thought that he had always perceived him as an ordinary teddy bear, but now he looked so noble. Puck shuddered and wondered what was the purpose of camouflage. He lowered his head down and exclaimed. Putting his hand to his head, the hero said that he suddenly felt dizzy. The protagonist's eyes widened. A huge settlement appeared. Residents communicated with each other. The girls were playing catch-up. Looking down, Puck said that the village hidden behind the barrier turns out to be all the people here, to which the guy replied that no, not everyone here is celestial. Before Asadale hid himself from the world, they accepted those who wished to stay, although one of the conditions was that all the rights to life and death would belong to his nephew, and these people were their descendants. The hero opened his eyes wide and thought that heaven on earth under the rule of a great leader was indeed in the north. A man was standing beside them. Closing his eyes, the young man said that he greeted him. Putting his hands behind his back, Gwanek asked where his sister was. The master of the mountain turned his head when he heard that she was waiting for him in the abode of grace. By the way, who was the man behind him? To which he replied that his servant, he could be trusted. Stretching out his hand to the side, the soldier said that he asked to pass. People were walking down the street. The hero shuddered when he heard that they had arrived. A cave appeared, and the thought arose that it was in such a wilderness. As he walked forward, the protagonist wondered why she should be here if there was a magnificent palace over there. The girl was standing in front of them. She was standing in the middle of the bridge. Anyo silently stared ahead, to which Park thought that she was so different from Lady Yua. Closing her eyes, Anyo said that he was so busy, but brought her younger brother anyway, to which the soldier replied that it was their job. Well, it was time for them to go, they would leave them. Gwanek stood in front of the girl. Lowering her gaze, she said that she had not seen each other for a long time. The guy looked up. Lowering her head, Anyo said that it was indeed a very long time ago. Suddenly she threw herself into his arms. The hero shuddered as he looked at them. Smiling, the sister said that it was a long time since they had seen him. How could he have been away for so long? It was too long. Gwanek's eyes widened when he heard that he had come too far to return, so let him rest for a while. A glow appeared around them. The protagonist opened his eyes in surprise. He grabbed the weapon, and his sister said that he should not worry, she just put him to sleep for a while. Puck put away his weapon and smiled. Looking straight ahead, Anyo asked if she hoped she hadn't embarrassed him with her behavior. This child was her only blood relative left over from the time she had been the successor of Grace, so let her answer. Standing still, the hero heard why the dragon claims to be his brother's servant. The protagonist pursed his lips. Taking off his mask, he said that it was more likely not a dragon, it would be more correct to say a monster. Puck's eyes lit up. They sat in front of each other. The guy was fast asleep. It was heard that this is how they ended up here. Looking at her brother, the Celestial said that she understood. Gritting her teeth, she said that there was something that bothered her. He had told her everything up to the point of becoming a Celestial. He didn't think she had heard too much. Closing his eyes, the hero replied that not at all. Frowning, he said that Gwanek was well aware of his situation. The girl stood still, listening to the fact that, despite this, he still brought him here, although it was necessary to hide his identity. The young man was fast asleep, and it was heard that this meant that he trusted him. Closing her eyes, Anyo said that he was shrewd. Looking at her, the protagonist heard that the one he was looking for was not here. Puck looked at him in amazement and asked again. Putting her hand to her face, the girl said that he had not lived in Asadale for quite some time. The hero widened his eyes when he heard that since he was taking care of her younger brother, he would make him a flute if he prepared a small gift, to which he replied that he was understandable, and then thought that he was very worried. But everything went better than he suspected. The hero's gaze froze. Sitting in front of the girl, the protagonist mused that if Wadok hadn't lived in Asadale for a long time, then Gwanek must have known about it. Why then he decided to come here? Looking at him, his sister replied that he finally understood what Park asked again. Sitting on the floor, she added that he had planned to ask him to join Asadale. The hero looked surprised when he heard this. Lowering her head, the girl said that to be more precise, that he should take the throne that would soon be vacated as a member of their clan. The protagonist opened his eyes in amazement and thought that the throne that would soon be vacated. Looking to the side, the bear said that the Eastern Sea was clearly being ignored. A throne appeared, to which Puck wondered if they were the 3 dragon kings of the Eastern Sea. The girl grinned, looking straight ahead. The carriage flew across the sky. People sat in front of each other. The guy lowered his gaze. Looking at him, the lady asked what was the matter with him, to which he replied that nothing. Frowning, Yoa added that he was not satisfied with the meeting of leaders. The young man averted his gaze when he heard that he didn't want to lead an offensive against the Eastern Sea, to which he replied approvingly. The people fled in fright, and it was thought that when the sons of the Dragon King of the Eastern Sea thwarted the battle, they had caused significant damage on land as well, and a huge number of innocent people had died because of their actions. Frowning, the young man thought that he couldn't forgive them for that. Looking down, he added that they would be punished no matter what it cost him. The young man raised his head. The lady frowned when she heard that even if so, but children, to which she shouted what nonsense he was talking about. Looking at her, the young man heard that he had already forgotten what they had done. They were their enemies, and they had to destroy everyone without exception. If he mentioned it again, she would remove him from the role of commander. Sitting in front of her, he replied approvingly. Looking to the side, the lady thought about the new Dragon King. The guy was sitting on a bench. The thought arose that the reason why they brought up this topic at the leadership meeting was that if the vacant place was taken by a puppet of one of the factions, the consequences could be catastrophic. The carriage flew over the city, and Yoa thought that fortunately, dragons were rare, so it would not be easy for them to find a suitable candidate. Putting her hand to her face, she added that she could not allow anyone else to take advantage of this. Frowning, the lady thought about finding a dragon that she could control as soon as possible. A view of the city opened. A building appeared. I heard that he had a request. Sitting on the floor, the hero said that he should help him leave Asadal unnoticed so that no one would know that he was a dragon. Looking at him, Anyo asked again and replied that if he ascended the throne of the Dragon King, it would be easier for him to achieve his goal. Leaves appeared above the protagonist, and he said that even if he ascended the throne as a member of Escadal, he would become a mere puppet. Gritting his teeth, he added that he didn't want anyone else to run his life. Puck thrust his hand forward. Bowing, he said that, and if possible, he would like to ask for advice on how to proceed. Closing his eyes, the hero said that he doubted that among the Celestials he would be lucky enough to meet someone who would dare to help him, so let him give him advice. The girl looked at him silently. Grinning, she said that it was nice to hear it. She thought her brother would be saddened by their parting. The protagonist raised his head and asked what she meant. Looking straight ahead, Anyo replied that she would no longer allow him to leave their lands. Closing her eyes, she added that her brother had to leave Asadal a long time ago, even though she had resisted it with all her might. Patting her brother's head, the girl said that he had become the guardian deity of the mountain, but had ultimately lost everything and become so. Sitting in front of her, Park said that it turns out that she wants to exchange Gwanik for helping him, to which Anyo replied that no, she would not let her brother go, even if he did not ask her for anything. Raising her hand, she added that by the way, the throne that a dragon can climb is not only in the seas, but also in places where a large amount of water energy is concentrated, and a throne can also be formed. Stretching out her hand to the side, the girl said that although the level of such thrones is lower than the sea thrones, their energy is still quite pure. Placing the scroll on the floor, she continued that she just knew of one. She had a close connection with the Dragon King who lived nearby, and when his lineage was interrupted, she inherited the rights to his lands. The hero looked at her in surprise when he heard that she would hand them over to him, and he would be able to take the throne. Of course, it was not as good as the sea, but that would be enough for him. This place would be perfect for him to build up his strength without worrying about strangers. The protagonist looked down and wondered if he should leave before Gwanik woke up. The guy was fast asleep, and he added that at least he would like to say goodbye. Lowering his head, Park said that he would never forget what he had done for him. The person broke the contract. Looking straight ahead, the hero exclaimed. Standing in front of the lake, he said that what an unusual energy. He couldn't believe that the throne was on Mount Pitu. Looking at the water, the protagonist said that first he needed to absorb the water core of this lake. He dived under the water. With his eyes wide open, Park reflected on the fact that he could swim and breathe underwater with ease. It felt like he had become a fish. Suddenly the hero looked in amazement. Looking at the glow, he wondered what it was. Frowning, the protagonist added that what incredible power. As soon as he approached, he felt himself filled with power. A glow appeared around his arm and Puck wondered how strong he would become. Stretching his hand forward, he added that when he devoured it. The hero gritted his teeth and exclaimed. Frowning, he shouted that there was no need to be stubborn. While near the bottom, the protagonist added that he would consume it. A bright glow appeared. Clenching his fist, Park exclaimed. Putting his hand to his chest, the hero thought that he felt strange. It seemed to have merged with the dragon pearl. The protagonist looked up in surprise. Black particles appeared in the water. Sitting in front of the girl, Puck heard that soon after he removed the barrier. Looking straight ahead, Anyo said that the Amuga would appear, that they would feel this energy. They had trained a lot to become dragons, for him they would be difficult opponents. Turning around, the hero said that they had come earlier than he thought. Suddenly he rushed upwards. The protagonist jumped out of the water. Frowning, he said that whoever he wasn't going to give up so easily. Puck swung his weapon sharply. The creature stared at him angrily. His eyes lit up brightly. The hero repelled the monster's attack. He gritted his teeth and wheezed. Lightning flew in the air. Lightning struck in the direction of the protagonist. Puck fell under the water. Looking at him, the serpent said that it was simply ridiculous. Sticking out his tongue, the beast said that he was right. Although he could feel the dragon's energy in it, he was not even able to cope with his own strength. The creatures looked ahead. It was heard that this nonentity could not withstand even a single blow. In any case, they had absolutely nothing left to become dragons. If they ate him, they would speed up the process. The monster looked at him in bewilderment. Bright pink particles appeared in the air. The hero looked forward angrily. He looked up, hearing that it was pointless to resist. The creature opened its mouth wide and shouted that it should enjoy these petals before it died. A bright glow appeared behind the protagonist. Puck grinned slightly. Lightning flew around the plants. The hero silently looked ahead. The monster looked at him and asked. Bright flashes appeared in the sky. The rays beat on the water. I heard that let him accept it. The protagonist held the scroll in his hands, and the monster asked what it was. Looking at him, the serpent thought that he had repelled their attacks in an instant. It seemed that he still had a lot of aces up his sleeve, thinking they should retreat immediately. The monster looked around when he heard that the count of 3 was gone. Looking at the sky, Puck asked. He put his hand to his face. The hero frowned and thought that he had used too much strength trying to absorb the core. He was already at his limit, but he couldn't leave everything like this. The guy was standing in front of the palace, and the protagonist added that he got this opportunity in exchange for it. Looking at his brother, the serpent turned. He opened his eyes in surprise. The protagonist suddenly rushed in his direction. He flew out of the portal. Puck gritted his teeth when he heard how he got there. Looking at him, the creature shouted that who the hell was he? The monster looked angrily and asked what he was waiting for. He couldn't use the lightning rod right now. The hero approached them through the portals. The monster looked at me in surprise and asked again. Smiling broadly, he shouted that it was useless. The protagonist dodged the monster's blows. He swung his weapon. With his eyes wide open, Puck said that this was the end. He struck sharply and shouted. The hero jumped to the side. Looking straight ahead, the serpent wondered where this guy had come from. The monster rushed forward and added that let him forgive him. If he stayed, he would also die. He had to run quickly. With his eyes wide open, the creature thought that damn it, he could become the king of dragons. Grinning, the protagonist asked where he was in a hurry. Foxes swam underwater. A plant appeared. It was said that with its help Puck conquered 2 amugas, called black Chinese bamboo. Even in ancient times it was believed that with its help you can fight dragons. If you pierce their body, then the dragon will gradually lose its vitality. The monsters fell under the water. It was heard that he should not dare to fall asleep, otherwise he would die. He was too noisy. Puck opened his eyes in amazement, and exclaimed. Looking at the structure, he wondered what kind of building it was. A building appeared, and the hero added that it was really the dragon's palace. The monsters were lying on the ground, and I thought that perhaps he appeared when the owner of the water core approached him. Well, he had to look around. The protagonist landed on the ground. Puck looked to the side, hearing that he would do whatever he said, only asked to pull out those sticks. He couldn't take this pain anymore. Holding the bamboo in his hands, the hero replied that okay, if he answered his question honestly, he would get them. Frowning, he asked what but if he lied, he understood what would happen, to which the serpent replied that he understood everything. The creatures were lying on the ground, and the protagonist asked if there was anyone else besides them, to which the monster replied that perhaps he meant those who guarded the dragon palace. The 5 of them were now hiding in their lair. Putting his hand on his side, Puck asked what they had done immediately after the barrier was removed. How did they know about it? To which the serpent replied that they were connected to the place. Looking straight ahead, the creature said that his name was Halok. He and his brother were originally servants of the previous owner of the place. The hero put his hand to his face when he heard that he had passed away 600 years ago. They had been training for a long time to take his place, to which he thought that if they were servants, they must know this place, so they would still be useful to him. Taking out a stick, the protagonist said that he was cleaning as promised, and now let him show him this place, to which Kalok replied that but he missed alone, let him wait a second, he needs to change his shape, as it will be uncomfortable for him. There was a glow in the air. The guy closed his eyes. Putting his hand to his chest, he said that he would introduce himself again. His name was Halok. Looking to the side, the young man asked that he could remove this fox, to which Puck replied that only when it was finished, and then thought that in truth, he was harmless. Waving his hand, the hero said that he should show it. The guy looked away. The monster was lying unconscious. The thought arose that they were still lucky to stay alive, and the hero asked what he was digging in. He should stuff those sticks into him again. Following the hero, Halok said that he was already coming. A glow appeared in the room. A statue of a dragon appeared. The protagonist was standing in the middle of the corridor. Standing behind him, the guy said that the devices and mechanisms that were in this palace were powered by the energy of the water core, so the owner of the core could safely manipulate them. A palace room appeared, and it was heard that despite its small size, this palace had existed since the Sango era. Up to the last owner, no one was inferior to the Sea Dragon Kings. Walking forward, Puck wondered what was surprising. There were fish swimming outside, but there was no water inside. The yard looked spacious. It would be possible to move a peach tree here and make a garden. They stopped suddenly. Looking at the symbol, the hero heard that the treasures of the palace were stored here. Looking up, the guy said that only the owner of the court can open this door, so the treasure remains untouched. The hero smiled and replied that they would see what was inside. They went into the room. Walking forward, the protagonist said that it was cleaner than he thought. Suddenly he exclaimed in amazement. Looking at the bookshelves, Puck asked what it was. Taking the book in his hands, the hero said that it was not like ordinary books. Looking at the book, the protagonist asked what it was. Standing behind him, the young man replied that it was a martial art, to which Puck asked again, and he added that yes, it was the technique of the White Sword King. Turning around, the hero wondered what the technique of the White Sword King was, and then asked that if you think about it, how should creatures like him train if they wanted to become dragons? Looking down, Haluk replied that most were just looking for a mentor to guide them. He and his brother had been mentored by the previous Dragon King. Looking down, he added that the master had passed away, so they had never been able to become dragons. Turning around, the protagonist thought that he was teaching them his technique. The guy stood still, and he added that if everything this Amiga had said was true, then by mastering this technique, they would be able to become dragons. Park smiled and thought that in that case, he could use them, and then said that it was okay, he would give this technique to him, to which the young man asked. Haluk looked in amazement when he heard that in return he would become his servant, to which he replied that he would do anything to get her. Holding the book in his hands, the hero said that then he would immediately give him the first building. Smiling, he added that he should prepare to meet the guests. Frowning, the protagonist pondered. Haluk closed his eyes. The thought arose that he had the appearance of an idol. Looking up, Puck wondered if those three brothers looked the same way, if all dragons had such an appearance. The monster was unconscious, and the hero thought that it was interesting what Kanbei looked like. People were sitting at the table. The man closed his eyes. Looking at him, the hero thought that it was surprising. The Lord of the Divine Fire had come directly to his palace. Wide-eyed, he added that although he was only at a great level, he had recognized him as the Dragon King. I wondered, he didn't need to address Lady Yua respectfully now. Smiling, the man asked what it meant that the new Dragon King, who was supposed to be busy rebuilding the palace, wanted to see him for some reason. The protagonist tucked his hand under his sleeve. Holding the bamboo in his hands, he said that he had a request for him. Looking at the stick, the craftsman said that it was black Chinese bamboo, to which Park replied that he wanted him to make a flute out of it. Frowning, Waddock said that the young Dragon King's ambitions were very deep. Shaking his head, the hero replied that he was not going to use it. Smiling, the master said that he should not worry, he knows how to keep the secrets of his clients, to which the protagonist thought that it seemed that he did not believe him. Looking at the bamboo, the man said that the size was just perfect. With this he would definitely be able to make an excellent flute, put his skills into it. Looking at him, Puck thought that at a glance he understood all the value, he was really an excellent craftsman, it was worth asking him. The man shuddered when he heard that if he allowed him, he would like to ask one question, to which he asked again. The hero put his hand under his sleeve. A weapon appeared in his hands. The protagonist threw the weapon up. The sword stuck in the ground. Wadiak looked at him in surprise. The hero's gaze froze and he thought that he had found this sword in the vault. It seemed strange to him, and he decided to take a closer look. Puck looked at the shelf. He stretched out his hand to the sword. Holding the weapon in his hands, the hero thought that the aura he emitted was embarrassing him. His eyes widened. Smiling, the protagonist thought that there was no anger or resentment in him. But as soon as he took it, he was overwhelmed with the desire to shred someone in order to see his blood, flesh and death, pure intention to kill. Looking at the sword, Puck thought that it was a pity, he could use it, but he couldn't handle it. Standing in the middle of the room, the man said that this sword was not from these lands. He grabbed his weapon sharply. The hero opened his eyes in amazement. He stood up abruptly and shouted that he should stop. A glow appeared around the weapon. The protagonist looked at him in surprise and thought that he had not been able to handle it even with all his strength. Watching the man, he added that here he was, a master of his craft, the Lord of the Divine Fire. Holding the sword in his hands, Waddock said that this sword was a vile weapon forged by the dwarves of the Northwest. It could endow the wielder with great strength, but if not careful, the sword would only bring death to its owner. Standing in front of the hero, he added that if he was worried about the strength of this sword, then he could subdue it by making a new scabbard. As long as he was in it, there would be no reason to worry. But once it was taken out, the owner would fully feel all the lives that this sword had taken. Frowning, the master said that no matter how hard he tried, he would calm down only after tasting blood. The hero nodded his head and replied that he would remember. Looking at him, the man said that he would visit him when everything was ready. A view of the palace opened. The protagonist was sitting at a table. Smiling, he said that what a good place, he did not expect that the office would be so spacious. Closing his eyes, Puck said that it was a pity that Guanak was not here, he could use his help. A wonderful place to study something. Entering the room, the guy turned. With his eyes wide open, he said that a guest had come to see him. The hero looked surprised when he heard this. A man was standing in the middle of the street. The man froze. Looking straight ahead, he asked that he was the new master of the palace, and then said that he was called Sonin, the sage of the mountain from Balsundan. A view of the palace opened. It was said that there were 8 sacred halls. During the Goryeo dynasty, a monk founded 8 sacred temples. Each of them had its own deity, to whom gifts were brought and prayers were prayed for the prosperity of the country. But in fact, everything was different. The 8 mountains were inhabited by celestials who had amazing power. The man was on his knees, and the hero thought that this is why the authorities declared these mountains sacred and presented them with gifts. Soon they began to be called the sages of the 8 sacred mountains. The documents appeared, and the thought arose that years had passed and they had been abolished. But now that the gates of heaven had been reopened, the Korean government had restored the status of the sages, and the master of the sanctuary of Mount Pictu, in other words, the rightful owner of the entire mountain, had come to him. The man stared ahead silently. Standing in front of him, the protagonist said that he greeted him. He had to find him and greet him first, to which Sonin replied that everything was fine, he was in the castle and had just returned. Looking to the side, he added that this child was his youngest student. Let him say hello. Shin frowned and said that she was Mr. Sonin's junior student, paying her respects to him. The hero looked surprised and thought that this was the same, and then said that it was nice to meet you. Lowering his head, the protagonist said that he would take them to the living room. Let them go. They walked through the palace. Walking forward, Park thought that the atmosphere around him had changed a lot. The girl looked away, and he added that after her recovery, they began to call her Sonin's fairy, and with the naked eye it was clear that he showed favor to him. But what did he want? The hero turned around when he heard that. By the way, what kind of relationship he has with Unyo from Asadal? Everyone knows that she owns heaven and earth. Gritting his teeth, the protagonist replied that although he had received help from her, it was her own initiative. Putting his hand to his face, Sonin said that not only had he reached a magnificent level at such a young age, but he had also visited the gates of grace. Park stood still, and he added that he had a close relationship with the successor of Asadal's grace. He had never seen a celestials who had been able to achieve such a thing in such a short period of time. Closing his eyes, the master said that her young age did not prevent her from having an excellent talent. She had almost reached the heavenly level. Smiling, he asked what he thought of it. The hero looked in amazement when he heard that to give his disciple a couple of instructions. A view of the room opened up. It was heard that what he called pair learning. Sitting at the table, the protagonist asked what could be interpreted as training for building friendly relations. Raising his hand, the master replied that it was true that by practicing together, they would be able to please each other. Closing his eyes, he added that who knows, maybe this girl will become his concubine. Puck looked at him in amazement and asked again. Sitting in front of him, Sonin replied that yes, this is the whole essence of pair training. Smiling, he added that Taoist practices are a truly mysterious thing. By properly releasing chi energy, it is possible to bring the male and female principles into harmony. Only in this way it is possible to reach the highest path in the shortest possible time. Looking at him, the hero thought that using Shin he was trying to tame him. Sitting at the table, the protagonist said that he should excuse me. He did not intend to enter into such a relationship. To which the man replied that he should not rush with the decision. Couple practice would help him a lot. Lowering his head, the master said that he could also become his son-in-law. Stretching out his hand, he added that he was not one to treat his sons badly. Puck froze and wondered what it was. The vase was on the floor, and he added that it was gongqin extract. Memories appeared, and the hero thought that thanks to him he managed to hide his basis. The girl looked at him. The thought arose that he had never been able to find something similar to the elixir. Raising his head, the protagonist thought that the rarer the elixir, the more valuable it was. The master stared at him silently. Turning his head, Park said that he was already engaged to another woman and intended to marry her, to which Sonin replied that as difficult as it was with him, this practice had nothing to do with feelings. Stretching his hand forward, he added that it didn't matter if he had a spouse or not, as long as they paid attention to each other, then there was nothing wrong with it. Besides, he was a dragon, as he was going to maintain chastity. The hero looked at the girl. Shin silently stared ahead. She opened her eyes in surprise when she heard that. Well, okay. Sitting at the table, the protagonist thought that with all due respect to Shin, he would reap as much benefit as he could, and then said that he agreed to have a couple practice with her. Park sat in the study of heaven and earth. His eyes widened. A glow appeared in front of the hero. A cloud appeared between his hands, to which he said that it was great, it worked. The hero smiled and said that it was not bad. Looking at the cloud, he thought that now that he understood the principle, he could make it rain using the energy of the air. Opening the scroll, the protagonist added that when he reached the 6th stage, he would be able to combine different properties and create natural disasters. Smirking, Puck thought that this was fun. He couldn't wait to reach the 6th stage. Standing in front of him, the guy turned. Looking straight ahead, he said that the lady would like to join him in the bedroom. The hero smiled and thought that great, it was time for him to use the immortal Sonin. With his eyes wide open, the protagonist said that he should come in. She was standing in front of the door. Shin closed her eyes. Looking down, she thought that an ancient dragon was an amazing opportunity to become part of the Dragon King bloodline. The girl was standing behind the master. Looking to the side, the man asked that she understood what it meant. If she made an effort, she could get the dragon. Shin froze, thinking that everything that belonged to her belonged to him. He believed she would succeed. Closing her eyes, she thought that it was true. It was all for the sake of the teacher. As she walked into the room, Shin said that she apologized for bothering her. Suddenly she looked in surprise. Smoke was flying in the room. The hero grinned slightly. Holding the fan in his hands, he asked what she had come. Looking at him, Shin heard what she thought. The atmosphere should be something like this, so he embellished everything here a little, what he would say. Lowering her head, the girl thought that it was all for the sake of the teacher, and then said that it was understandable. Thank you for your concern. She opened her eyes in amazement, hearing that she did not want to do this. Lying in front of her, the protagonist said that he could see from his face that she did not like it. It was surprising that such a worthless mortal thought that she was equal to him. Frowning, he added that he was lying so beautifully. But did he really think that the Dragon King was willing to give up the most valuable thing? Park leaned his head on his fist and asked that if he said that she could only get the treasure by turning her back on her master, then how would she continue to be called Sunina Fairy? Or was it because his situation had worsened? Shin gritted her teeth. Grabbing her weapon, she shouted that he was a bastard. If he continued to insult the teachers, he would regret it very much. Suddenly, the monster jumped in her direction. Going forward, the hero said that the farther into the forest, the more firewood. A mere mortal cannot be compared with the king of dragons. Coming closer, he added that no matter what her master thought of him, he was the king of dragons and this was his palace. The girl was lying on the floor. Smiling, the protagonist said that he could do whatever he wanted, but she would not be able to harm him. Shin looked down. She looked away, hearing that he should follow him. He would show her another way. She was sitting in the middle of the room. Bookshelves appeared. The dishes were on the table. Holding out a lump, Puck told her to eat. The hero stood still. The thought of what was happening appeared. Smiling, the protagonist said that this was the perfect opportunity to play a prank on Shin. Hayluk opened his eyes wide and replied that yes, he is so beautiful that anyone can fall in love with him. To which Park replied that when he says such things to his face, it is not difficult to believe. The girl held the lump in her hands. She looked at it in disbelief and thought that it was the 8 Treasures energy conservation pill. Standing in front of the hero, Shin added that this is the most ordinary medicine, and even now she does not need it. As the dishes sat on the table, the thought crossed her mind that if she looked at the quality, this pill might be different from what she was used to. Closing her eyes, she thought that well, she would try. It would definitely not be worse. Suddenly she opened her eyes in amazement. Putting her hand to her face, Shin thought that a properly prepared medicine had no taste or smell. It was different from the ones her teacher had given her. Lowering her head, she added that in addition, the wounds were healing, and strength was increasing. Could such a basic medicine really affect the heavenly level? The girl looked at her in surprise and asked what was the trick. Standing in front of her, the hero replied that in good ingredients and skills, he is a jack of all trades. Gritting his teeth, he added that her teacher was a cunning opponent who was difficult to ignore. He had no intention of having sex with her. Stretching his hand forward, the protagonist asked how about just pretending. Looking at him, Shin asked that the teacher wouldn't guess, to which Park replied that she hadn't thought about it when she took his medicine. The girl shuddered and asked again. Smiling, the hero said that he would continue to give her the medicine, and she would give him the gongqin extract. Putting her hand to her face, Shin thought that for sure, her doubts would be dispelled as soon as the energy of the air began to rise. Closing her eyes, she replied that it was fine, but she had the conditions. Holding the jar in her hands, she said that the extract was very valuable, asked to tell when she was going to use it. Snatching the jar, the protagonist asked that if he used it incorrectly, she would cry and tell everything to the teacher, to which she thought that she was in vain. Shin looked up after hearing that they would then get straight to the point, to which she asked which was which. Opening his eyes wide, Park replied that to drink alcohol. She looked at him in amazement, and thought that she had really made a mistake. The bowl was on the table. The hero began to drink from it. Looking straight ahead, he said that it seemed that the effectiveness of the drug was decreasing. Looking to the side, the protagonist added that he would have to increase the dosage. Standing near the table, he said that well, this is enough for practice, now you need to add alcohol to the gongqin extract. The girl's cheeks turned red. She stretched out her hand and said what else. Looking at her, Park asked if this wasn't the second keg, to which Shin replied that she could drink 8. Raising her hands up, she shouted that let him pour, to which the hero thought about what should be. She thinks that he has gone crazy. Well, he became calmer after the realization came that the same technique was already being used. The girl began waving her arms and asked that she considered her a nonentity, and the protagonist said that he should take her away. Frowning, she shouted that he couldn't ignore her. She was her father's daughter. At least he knew how proud she was of him. He was a firefighter who had received the president's award. Closing her eyes, the girl shouted that he was a damn man. Puck turned his head, hearing that she thought he wouldn't know she was going alone. The hero looked at her in bewilderment and asked again. Pulling her out of the room, the guy said that they would go. Putting Putting his hand to his face, the protagonist reflected on the fact that he seemed to have learned something useful in this chaos. Smiling, he added that he would decide how to use it a little later. Puck took the flask in his hand. Looking at her, he thought that in the meantime he would be done with this. The hero put the container on the ground. Standing in the middle of the field, he said that it should work. The protagonist looked to the side and thought that the aroma was very strong. If it was smelled by the celestials of soul, he might find himself in a difficult situation. He began to remove the lid. The hero exclaimed in surprise. The protagonist opened his eyes wide and thought that the aroma alone was intoxicating. Plants appeared, and he thought it was a fig peach. He used bee carcasses as a base to make the drink even more sour. Puck put his hand to his face. Holding the flask in his hands, he wondered if it would be much different. The hero shuddered when he heard that this aroma can drive a person crazy. Putting on the mask, the protagonist thought that the celestial hadn't felt it at all. The man took a step forward and said that there was no need to be so careful. Grinning, he added that he was only a passerby, that he liked to drink. Puck looked at him in surprise and thought that this was the man. Standing in front of him, the man asked if he didn't mind, if he could try this drink. Closing his eyes, he added that it was hard to resist such a fragrance. Suddenly the hero threw him a flask. The protagonist stretched out his hand forward. Hearing that the whole jar was a whole jug, he really gave it to him, to which he asked what he wanted to try. Smiling, the man said that what a kind young man he was, in this case, he would accept him. He began to drink from a jug. Closing his eyes, the man said that it was a divine drink. He had not drunk anything like this for a long time. Putting his hand to his face, he added that he even remembered a friend, to which Park replied that he said that he would forget the taste of alcohol forever after death. The man looked at him in surprise and asked how he knew. Smiling, the hero said that he apologized for the late greeting. The man held the book in his hands. The thought arose that according to the records, he was a wanderer who had settled north of Mount Pictou after becoming addicted to an alcoholic beverage, one of the 8 immortals, a descendant of the Thunder Sword technique, who had killed countless dragons and punished the evil of Bing. The man froze in place when he heard that he was greeting the master of heaven and earth, the immortal sword. A forest appeared, and it was heard that he was on his way to greet the new Dragon King. Closing his eyes, Ben said that since he had lost the bet with the former Dragon King, he was now his named brother. Standing in front of him, the hero asked that is, he said that he would not drink until he received a drink from the new Dragon King, to which the master asked that he knew so. Raising his hand, the protagonist asked that he was the new Dragon King, so he didn't break the terms of the bet, did he? Shaking his head, the man replied that it was sad to admit, but at that moment he did not know who he was, so it did not count, to which Park said that but he had kept his word for 600 years. Stretching his hands forward, the hero shouted that although he understood from the aroma how precious this drink was, he did not show any malice and was polite. The master pursed his lips when he heard that so. Bean began waving his arms and shouting that enough was enough. Clutching his head, he added that yes, let him just say that he was a real drunk from head to toe. He could no longer listen to these ticklish words. Standing in front of him, the hero thought that he had decided to keep his word to the end. The master closed his eyes, and he added that either he was too stubborn, or too righteous. Stretching his hand forward, the protagonist said that it hurts him to watch his older brother use such horrific words to describe himself. Smiling, he added that instead, why don't they sit down for a good drink and honor the memory of their ancestors? Looking at him, the man said that well, in this case. Wide-eyed, he replied that he didn't mind. Standing beside the hero, Bean said that thank you, he had saved him a lot of inconvenience. If he ever needed his help, let him just tell me. The master looked at him in surprise when he heard that he could ask him for a favor then. The creature looked up, and the thought appeared in the hero's head that the astronomical sword technique, an amazing martial art obtained from a sage, the legends say that with its help he defeated the evil dragon, using even the most ordinary sword in combination with this technique, it is possible to achieve a strength far superior to other martial arts. Putting his hand to his chest, Park said that he also practiced sword techniques. Let him teach him his sword skills, and then thought that learning was never harmful. Night fell. The leaves were flying in the air. A view of the barn opened. The girl closed her eyes and said that everything was fine. If he did not move, he would leave. Suddenly she looked away in surprise. The monster stared furiously at the man. His eyes lit up brightly. The child was sitting on the ground. Closing his eyes, he shouted for help. Grinning, the hero said that what wonderful lands are here. Suddenly he struck a blow to the point. The girl looked at him in amazement. The protagonist took a step forward and said that there was another great thing. He froze, looking at the girl. The child looked at him in fright. With his eyes wide open, Puck asked if it was. Looking at them, he thought that these children were being used as a sacrifice. Gritting his teeth, the hero thought that he could only imagine children. He shuddered when he heard how dare he touch him. The monster stared at him furiously. The protagonist turned when he heard that he would tear him apart. The girl opened her eyes in amazement. Clothes protruded from the monster's mouth. The thought arose that oh no, even such a strong man. Closing his eyes, the child thought that now there was definitely no one to save them. They would die. Suddenly his gaze froze in place. The monster looked at the hero and shouted that he was sure he had swallowed him as he slipped out. The protagonist furrowed his brows. Park struck a blow to the point. The monster screamed in pain. Circling around the hero, he shouted that now he had nowhere to run. The hero looked away. He grinned slightly. The protagonist's eyes lit up, and he thought that the heavenly escape meant hiding from the gaze of heaven. The monster looked at me in surprise and asked what the hell, where did he go? Puck flew into the air, thinking that if he could hide his presence and change the direction of his attack, then so could the human body, in which the power of the air was concentrated. He struck many blows to the point, and added that he was also capable of doing so. Lightning began to appear on the monster's body. Suddenly, a bright beam struck him. The hero landed on the ground. Turning his head, he sighed. Wide-eyed, the protagonist said that his stomach could not get used to it. Putting his hand to his face, Park thought that he could not believe to teach him this. The elder constantly threw him off the mountain. Walking towards the monster, he added that it had worked nonetheless, and now he was training in a place where a huge number of monsters lived. Grinning, the hero thought that they would be an excellent fertilizer for him. Standing behind him, the girl thanked him. The protagonist looked to the side, hearing that he was very grateful for saving them. Standing in front of her, Park asked that they were not from S1-2. Looking down, she replied that yes, although they had been kicked out, their family had worshipped and revered the gods for generations, because they were hereditary shamans. The man was holding a fan in his hands. The beast ran swiftly forward. The soldiers looked away in surprise. They pointed their weapons, shouting that who was there. Suddenly, bright rays rushed forward. Blows flew to the heads of the soldiers. Someone jumped up from the top of the tree. The hero flew in the air with the beast. He looked away. Standing in front of the child, the protagonist asked that her mother was a shaman, to which she replied approvingly. With her eyes wide open, the girl said that when the creature appeared, the villagers began to offer sacrifices to it. The monster's eyes lit up, and it was heard that he had even eaten her father. A glow appeared in front of the woman, and the child said that her mother had made an iron spear to resist him. The soldiers entered the room, and she added that somehow the soldiers found out about it and broke into the village. A shot flew at the woman. The hero looked at her silently. He gritted his teeth and thought that it was inhumane for her to try to protect the village. The protagonist took the girl by the shoulder. Looking at her, he said that he should not cry. Frowning, Park added that he would avenge her mother's death. The hero began to descend to the ground. Holding the fan in his hands, he shouted that he was forward. Suddenly, they flew into the top floor of the building. The beast slid across the ground. Looking at the building, the protagonist thought that he had been doing everything he ordered lately. Wide-eyed, he added that he might perceive him differently because he had become a dragon or because he was lonely. The bear was sitting in a tree, and the thought came to him that he and Guanik seemed to get along even better than he thought. A blow flew into the wall. The beast landed on the ground. Gritting his teeth, the hero said that he expected to be a celestial or a master. Standing in front of the creature, the protagonist added that it turned out that he was just a monster that disguised himself as a human. The beast held the creature in its teeth. It was heard that it looked too much like a dog. Frowning, the creature shouted that who was he to dare to attack them. Standing in front of him, Park replied that he had come to ask for justice for the murder of an innocent person and return the artifact they stole, to which he was told that he was talking about that shaman. If he was taken away, then most likely he was now with the general. Holding the fan in his hands, the hero thought that the generals, of course, they had appropriated the ranks and penetrated into the encirclement of people. Looking at the shoulder straps, he added that he was dressed in the uniform of an officer. Using his position, he easily manipulated the government and the people. Gritting his teeth, the protagonist thought that it was to turn all the villagers into food for that monster. The officer smiled and shouted that, judging by the reaction, he had no idea who he was dealing with. Looking at the hero, he added that the reconnaissance squads had already reported to the headquarters, and reinforcements would arrive soon, to which the protagonist asked what was true. Suddenly the hero grabbed him by the ear. He looked at him angrily, and said that then let him lead him to the lair of these scum. He would personally pay them a visit. Looking at him, the beastman replied that he was digging his own grave, and then thought that although he was a celestial, he was nothing compared to him. They rushed forward abruptly. Images of beasts appeared. It was said that when they, the demons, fled from the celestials from China and South Korea, they settled in North Korea, and they were all led by a 1,000-year-old white tiger, a great demon on the verge of reaching the supreme level. The beasts gritted their teeth. The hero looked at the corpses. Demons devoured flesh. Meat appeared, and the protagonist thought that here they were. With his eyes wide open, he thought that not only were they pretending to be human, they were openly engaging in cannibalism. Gritting his teeth, Park said it was disgusting. Stretching out his hand, he added that they were creatures. Particles appeared around his finger. Suddenly he made an attack in the direction of the animals. Smiling, the officer exclaimed, to which the hero said that he should spit him out. Turning his head, the beastman shouted that no, don't do it. He began to fall down. The hero's gaze froze in place. The creature waved its hand. The protagonist covered his face from the smoke. Smiling, the demon said that he was wondering what the fuss was. Clenching his fist, he added that it turned out that a pathetic little man was raging here. Gritting his teeth, Puck thought that he had been able to dispel the dragon cloud in one fell swoop, and then asked that he was Tenga. Standing on the ground, The demon replied that he was a non-entity, dared to call his name so unceremoniously, he would pay for it. Stretching out his hand, he shouted that they must be hungry, let them eat him, since he came, he would taste him personally. Lightning flew in the air, charges flew at the creatures. Tenga turned around in fright. Looking up, he said that he should wait. The snakes looked at him maliciously. Smiling, the hero said that after all these battles, he was a little hungry. Looking straight ahead, he added that he should not be kept waiting long. Stars sparkled over the forest in the night. The young man looked away at the snake, and ordered him to collect all the corpses. Haylock obeyed. The reptile swallowed the dead. The hero reasoned that he was just like a real snake. Someone came up to Puck from behind, calling out. Grandfather held his hands behind his back, saying that as he asked, he collected all the trophies. The guy looked around, saying that it was good, and told him to go first and prepare everything. Puck remembered hugging the old man, thinking that Kanbei was very funny. When he saw the guy drinking alcohol, he immediately burst into tears and said that he reminded him very much of his former King Pictu. A young man approached the box, offering to look there. The hero looked into the cage, starting to talk about what the children said. There was a magical beast with a trunk. The guy told me that this is a supreme spirit that feeds on iron. It is able to drive away nightmares and evil spirits. Puck handed him the object, calling him to him. The hero leaned over the cage, thinking that he thought he would relax if he was given something to eat, but heat came up to the left, and the guy asked if he wanted to try. The huge monster stared at the small beast. The young man put his hands on his belt, assuming that maybe they would become friends since they were of the same kind. Heat stretched out his paw for food. The animal was calm. The hero noticed that they became friends. The dog stuck out his tongue, asking if he had done a good job. Puck rushed to stroke him, saying that he was a great fellow, reasoning that Heat had become a real troublemaker. The hero thought that at least he now had a new friend who, at least a little, would replace Kwanaka for him. The young man opened his fan as the dog smiled. The animal flew silently to the side. His image appeared on the fan. The guy folded his fan, realizing that it was time to return. Bubbles flew in the air above the roofs. Puck with his grandfather and the serpent watched what was happening intently. After the feast, a man with empty bottles was lying on the ground. The hero said that this was a dragon palace or a tavern, wondering if the teacher had already left, and it was necessary to urgently start cleaning. The girl was asleep on the floor as Park reflected on how she and the teacher had become real drinking buddies, and funnily enough, she doesn't know the teacher's true identity. The children joined hands, hurrying to the hero. They opened their eyes wide, saying that he had returned. The young man had apologized for making him worry, and now everything would be fine. Puck held out the books. The child looked with surprise after hearing that these were their mother's things, took the objects in his hand, sighing. The boy held it in his hands, shedding tears, turning to his mother. The child raised his head after hearing the guy's question about how they must cherish it very much, clarifying what it was. The boy looked at the keychain, saying that it was a family heirloom of their home. In his hand, the object glowed brightly. When the child told that their grandmother had received it as a gift from someone a long time ago, she said that if they kept it, it would help them in their time of need. Park listened silently, standing in front of them, thinking that it was a pity, but even in such a situation, they could not take advantage of it. The child fell to his knees when the hero reasoned that it was because they lacked the knowledge and skills to use the spell engraved on this relic. The young man knelt down on one knee, saying that perhaps he could help them use it, asking if they would give it to them. The children looked at each other in silence. The child handed the relic to the hero. Puck looked at the object. He pressed it to his chest, after which it lit up. The relic cast a bright light when the guy touched it with his hand. A powerful beam of energy rushed upwards, and the children watched in amazement. A bright pillar of light could be seen from afar. As the characters looked up, Park thought it was like the mascot of the signal flash he had once used. The young man looked up intently, realizing that the problem was. The heroes looked at the night sky. The guy wondered if the one who gave them remembered the signal, after so many years. A blue glow could be seen in the sky. There was an explosion. The characters covered themselves with their hands from the rapid flow of air. The young man's eyes widened, wondering in his thoughts that he had come so quickly. He ran forward, chasing away in his head who it could be. The silhouette of an unknown person appeared. Someone was standing on a huge snake, asking if he was the owner of this hole. The stranger looked down and demanded the immediate release of the descendant of his benefactor. Puck put his hand on his chest, thinking about what an unexpected meeting, said that there had been a misunderstanding, and why didn't he listen to the guy first? The girl clenched her fist menacingly. It was Zombie, the withered flower of the Sura. The children looked up in fright, starting to cry. Jambi pressed her hands to her chest, addressing the children. The lady rushed to hug them, saying that she was sorry, offering to go with her, and promised that they would have a lot of beautiful clothes and delicious food, and she would also teach them martial arts. Jambi turned to the hero, wondering how she could make amends. He replied that everything was fine, saying that she must have come a long way here, and she needed to eat. The lady asked again. The young man raised his palm, explaining that during the battle between Korea and Japan, he had seen her on TV, and it was a great honor to meet her. Puck tilted his head, reasoning that luckily she didn't recognize him, and it was a good thing that he switched to a water base, A wood base is rare and can give it away. Janbi looked at the guy attentively, listening to the question of whether she could say what connected them with this jewelry. Because since the girl is famous for her strength, it is difficult to believe that the ancestor of these children was their benefactor. The lady looked down, beginning to say that the truth was. The children slept in an embrace. Halak and Kanbei stood behind the wall, hearing about the girl living as a shaman's apprentice in Okuguka. The main character stood next to her, asking that Mujison lived there. Janbi, lowering her head, confirmed, adding that Princess Bari lived there. A girl with a fan was shown, and it was said that Princess Bari is considered one of the 3 deities of the Korean peninsula and comes right after Lady Yua and Tengen Wangham. She was treated as the progenitor of all shamans. In her lineage she became the 7th daughter, like Jianbai, who had a very difficult life. Princess Bari was also abandoned by her relatives, therefore, they became close. The princess stood with her back to the other girl when it was said that Bari had made Janbi her main assistant. The girl, closing her eyes, said that she was so kind to her that she did not even know how she deserved it. Although she did not even want to listen to the request to return the key to the Siakon garden, the hero asked again that the princess took the key to the Siakon garden from her. Janbi said that she was a little angry, or rather, very angry, and smashed him a little. The guy looked away, thinking that she was talking about another case. Janbi turned away, declaring that she wanted to revive those creatures and kill them again. The girl exhaled with her eyes closed, telling her that although she could not get the key, she stayed in Okuguka to pay back the debt. Janbi remembered seeing another woman, saying that she had met her, the ancestor of these children. The lady looked intently ahead. Janbi remembered the apprentice of the shaman from Okuguka, the shaman Gemsoni. Plants are shown in the yard as she continued to talk about how she was a nice girl and questioned her for a very long time. Puck turned to look at her as Jianbai said that there was an unpleasant incident with the key afterwards. A key growing on a tree was shown. It was said that it was made from a branch of a sacred tree, and in order to fix it, she decided to perform a ritual at a waterfall filled with the element of water and yang energy. But it disappeared, and during the search, the finger pointed at the girl. Janbi clarified that Princess Bari accused Gemsoni of stealing the key. The main character looked at the old man, noticing that he had changed since their last meeting. Kanbei looked ahead, saying that since he had been living for a long time, he had decided to change his appearance to match his age. The guy asked again about what his appearance was like before, expressing a desire to see. Young Kanbei crossed his arms, asking if his former appearance wasn't better. The young man asked the deceiver not to say that. The court was shown when Janbi told that she reasoned that no one except her knew where it was kept. The guy stood next to the girl, listening to the fact that even if Gemsoni had stolen it, she knew perfectly well that with only one key you could not get into the Siakon garden. Janbi looked down, remembering how the girl fell head down, said that when she expressed her objection, she was released, but during the interrogation she was badly crippled, and then expelled. The girl stood against the background of a tree, remembering, talking about what happened when she met her again. The pregnant woman was holding a plate in her hand. She explained that Gemsoni had already married and was preparing to give birth to a child. In her memoirs, Janbai cried on her knees in front of the girl. She explained that she was very persistent and could achieve a lot, but life decreed otherwise. The lady sat on the steps, saying that she blamed herself for what had happened, because this would not have happened if she had not lost the key. She could not find it. Janbi looked down, telling her that that's why she had blessed her and given her that pendant. From time to time, the girl was able to visit her. She seemed to live quite comfortably. The lady stood up, saying that, in general, after that, she also left the temple. She could not stay there, because it was her fault that Gemsoni was kicked out. The girl put her hands in her pockets, having listened to the question of what was wrong with the key, replied that she still did not know where it was. In order to find it, she literally sorted out every grain of sand in the temple. The guy reached into the red bag, saying that he had found something in the belongings of the mother of those children. He held out his hand, saying if it was possible. Janbi was dumbfounded by what she saw and asked again. In the palm of the hero there was a small object. She said that it was the same. The girl stared wide-eyed, asking why he was there. The lady held out her trembling hand, suggesting. Janbi reached for the object when she heard that no matter what she thought, it wasn't. The guy looked at the girl, saying that, as she had already said, Gemsoni was very stubborn. The young man recalled what objects he saw around, saying that when he was looking through the trophy, he came across 2 books. The girl wrote in the book. The hero explained that these were diaries written by Gemsoni. In the open book, a magical beast was depicted. The monster opened its mouth. It was said that despite the fact that she could not continue to live as a celestial, the knowledge did not disappear. She set it out in these 2 books. In the first she wrote about Puldasari. The pages of the diary were dirty. It was explained that in the second they tried to burn it and hide the remains. Red energy swirled in the air as the guy talked about how the mystery of the disappearance of the key had been described. Janbi was stunned, asking that this burnt piece was the key. The girl spread her hands to the sides, clarifying who did it. The guy explained that in the diary Gemsoni was called by her mother. The lady opened her eyes wide, remembering the woman, repeated. Park looked at the girl, claiming that Gemsoni was a witness, not a thief. The lady clarified why. Bari hugged Janbai from behind, after saying that the princess needed a girl. The young man said that she made her depend on her. The girl was standing behind a tree, and the diary said that she had seen a man in red robes try to burn the key with the help of the Samadzina. The woman stood with her back when it was said that the one who ordered this was standing next to him, and this person was his mother. The plot was about telling Janbai everything. She collected the remains of the key. Gemsoni was held by the breasts. It was written that before the girl could do this, she was grabbed and tortured. The lady was behind bars, talking about the fact that she was accused of stealing the key. Bari crossed her arms, thinking, and Gemsoni wrote about how she knew they wouldn't stop torturing her until she confessed her guilt. The two girls were chatting on the street when they were watched by the princess, who was obsessed with Janbai. Bari looked with her eyes wide open. It was written that because of this, she was very jealous that they were so close. Gemsoni was lying in a cage, talking about how she was ready to give up. The girl looked inquiringly in front of her. The door swung open abruptly. Janbai was in a panic, calling out to her friend. The lady ran to the shaman. It was written that Janbai believed her and pulled her out of that hell. The girl hugged her friend, sobbing. The diary read, Gemsoni understood that if she told her the truth, she would try to take revenge on everyone involved, despite the fact that she could die. The lady embraced Janbai with a sad face. It was said that the opponent was the head of Okuguka, one of the three deities. Not far from her friends, the eyes of Princess Bari were illuminated. The woman had one eye, and it was said that if Janbai opposed her, it would further undermine her position. Gemsoni hugged Gemsoni with a trembling hand, wrote that she decided to keep silent about everything until Janbai regained her former status. In her hands was a burnt key on the pillow. It was said that when this happened, she would return the rest of the key to her sister, who believed in her. There were figures of Buddha on the table, and the diary said that even when she was gone, they should bring water to the sacred tree every morning and say prayers. On the red pillow lay a part of the key. It was said that even if it would take several millennia, the object turned green when it was said that the key gradually returned to its original form. It became the same as it was before it was burned. Gemsoni closed her eyes and conjured the key, and Janbai looked up anxiously, saying that the reason the key had been restored was because of the sisters' deep devotion to each other, as if they were their own lives. The girl bit her lip when she said that Bari was a creature. Puck raised his hand, asking him to calm down. To break into Okubek now is suicide. Energy radiated from the young man's hand. He offered to let him propose instead. The hero conjured a magic ball, and the girl watched in surprise. The sprout of an object was connected from several parts with the help of energy. Janbai held the ball in her hands, realizing that the key had been restored. Park smiled, noting that he had the ability to manipulate water, which could make trees grow, and if he helped get her into Siakon Garden. The young man fell silent, watching the reaction. Janbai was surprised to ask if the guy would help her. A drop of sweat ran down the girl's face as she realized that in order to fix the key, this man had used his life energy. The key covered the floor of the young man's face. She reasoned that even if he were a divine being, she would have to spend most of his energy fixing the key. Since the guy did it, then he really needed something from her. Park touched his face, wondering if she knew why he was wearing a mask. The characters were shown from above. The hero explained that if his identity was revealed, then not only he would be in danger, but also this lake, as well as the dragon's palace. The young man turned to the side, saying that he had planned to hide here for a long time, but when she broke in, neither the barrier nor the immunity could stop the lady. He lowered his head, stating that he was lucky that it was her. If someone else with bad intentions came instead of the girl, everyone would be in danger. The characters stood looking at the restored item. The hero explained why he fixed the key. Janbai watched, silently listening to the fact that although they had great power, they did not use it for selfish purposes. When the guy first saw the girl, he felt that she was disgusted with the world that the Celestials had built, and in this they were similar. The lady did not take her eyes off, thinking that in simple words he needed her help to resist the current regime of the Celestials. A man and a woman were shown as Janbai reasoned about taking a stand that would not yield to the 8 temples. Puck stood opposite when the 3 deities were mentioned. The girl closed her eyes, thinking that the world of the Celestials was not so simple, wondering if he really thought he could succeed only because he had her. Janbai opened her eyes, thinking, but the key shone with energy against the green field of flowers. The lady reasoned that if the key of the Sichon garden was fully restored, they would have to reckon with her. She held out her hand, agreeing to help the young man. A smile appeared on the guy's face. Puck used magic on the key, saying that he was waiting for this answer. Janbai's eyes widened as she watched. The energy ball enveloped the two of them. The girl was furious, asking questions about whether he was in his right mind, why he had spent so much life energy at one time. The lady pounced on the hero, exclaiming that he would die before he could restore the key. Behaving like a child, the young man reasoned that since his main element is wood, it is easy for him to make plants bloom, but because he disguises it as the element of water, it seems madness to others. Janbai held the object in her hand, and she thanked her for restoring the key. The girl closed her eyes, saying that she would do everything possible to help him lead the world of the Celestials. The hero listened attentively to the fact that right now there is a great opportunity. The lady stood before him, talking about the conquest of the Eastern Sea. A huge dragon appeared behind her. The girl offered to take part in this. Unknown beings emerged from the water as it was discussed that due to all the atrocities committed by the Eastern Sea during the last battle, Dokdo, the Western Sea, the Southern Sea, and the Shrine's adaptants had agreed to take part in the conquest of the Eastern Sea. Zombie raised her hand saying that if successful, they had agreed to divide the riches of the East Sea Dragon Palace according to the contribution of each participant, so the adepts wishing to take part in the conquest poured in huge numbers, and everyone wanted to be in the front rows. Speaking in the front rows, they increased the chance of making a great contribution from themselves. Puck tried to catch the object in his hands when he heard about joining them. He lacks fame or strength yet, but since they have a whole year to spare, she knows how to fix it. The young man looked at the artifact. The lady explained that it was a pass to the Shinshire. The hero watched carefully, listening to the fact that in order to prepare for the conquest, you need to go there, talking about Shinshire. Park looked at the object, imagining someone standing next to the house, and reasoned about the place created by Hwanam with his lawful wife, where time passes more slowly than in the human world, the place where his father lives. John B threw the key, saying that since she had received it, she needed to regain her strength as soon as possible. She held up 3 fingers when the princess and the man were behind her, and continued to say that in order to take any plant out of it, his permission was needed, and only the Lord of Serato was allowed to take out all the plants at will. But now he is forbidden to leave the garden, so only she and Princess Bari can take the plants out of the Siakon garden, and she was only allowed to take the flower of life, the flower of reincarnation, and the flower of destruction. The girl showed 4 fingers, saying that these flowers alone would not be enough to restore strength, so she needed to be allowed to take out the 4th plant. The lady looked at Puck, explaining that this was all that needed to be done now. She told him that in fact she still wanted to pass on all her merits to him, which would help him take a good position. The young man asked again if the girl was going to give her merits to him. Jianbai spread her arms to her sides, after hearing the question that she wasn't entering Lady Yua's gardens, said that it was all right. The girl had achieved her position thanks to her abilities, wondering what this lady could do, adding that if she tried to do something, she would straighten her brains. John B smiled, saying that she was good at it. The girl looked down, thinking that someday she would go mad again. Puck was excited to watch her. The lady put her hands on her belt, assuming that he probably knew about her past. The hero began to talk about Jeju Island. The girl said that this was true. John B looked up, saying that her revenge had not yet been accomplished. The young man looked at his interlocutor in fright. She held out her hand in front of her, telling him that she was helping him only because it would help her get revenge. The lady turned to the guy, asking if she could say anything else. The girl looked ahead, telling her that her father had given her the name John B. The baby cried. The lady said that he prayed for a boy to be born, but a girl was born, so he named her Jaejong, which means born at will. There were people near the house. The girl said that when she first left home, she pretended to be a man. She put her hand to her chin, remembering that she wanted to make up a name for herself, that she wouldn't relate to her family in any way. The girl pronounced the name Kim Daeun. John Bai pulled her hands to the sides, saying that it meant all the blessings of the world. The lady smiled, explaining that it was just a nickname, but she did not mind that her loved ones called her that. The young man looked at his interlocutor with surprise. Park was silent, thinking that in the few hours they had talked today, he had gotten to know her much better than he had in all the time he had spent in Lady Yua's gardens, since she had asked to be called by a name of her own making, which meant that she trusted him. Gemsoni was shown. The guy remembered that reading her diary, he learned how much she appreciates people close to her. John B cried as she embraced her sister. The princess screamed with anger. The hero reasoned how much pain that betrayal brought her. Park looked at the girl, and announced that it was okay. From now on, he would call her Daeun Nanji. John B smiled as she replied that it sounded good. The young man was walking down the street, saying that the children laughed with the girl. He rubbed his eyes, saying that when he went to Shinshire, he would leave the management of the palace to Halak and Kanbei. The guy took off his mask, saying about the peach tree. Puck looked at the tree. Large peaches hung on the branches. The hero walked forward, noticing how much it had grown. The young man clutched his nose, asking what the stench was. Puck put his foot on the critters, exclaiming that they were terrible. It hadn't been long since he had caught them, but the smell was terrible, even though he had planted plants that removed toxins. The guy looked at the tree, surprised that as many as 3 fruits had grown. He grabbed the peach, realizing that the monsters' bodies were good fertilizer. Puck plucked all the fruits, saying under his breath that they usually took about 100 years to grow to such a size. The guy took a bite of the fruit, wondering what would happen if he ate it all at once. A bone fell at the hero's feet. The young man held it in his hands, thinking about absorbing them. He opened his eyes wide, felt something. Puck clutched his head in pain. The guy was screaming at the top of his lungs about his head. A tear rolled down his eye as he wondered what was going on. Drool flowed from his mouth, not realizing that he had made a mistake. The doors to the house were shown. There were notifications that the substance was taken, the active ingredient menthol. The hero drank an antibacterial and anesthetic from a mug. He put the dishes on the table, exhaling. The young man was stunned, thinking that he had grown horns. The hero looked at the ground, realizing that they had grown and immediately fell off. The guy examined his forehead, noticing that nothing seemed to have changed in his body this time. Puck took the horns, saying that he thought he would get something useful. The antlers of the deer glowed with a bright light in his hand. He wondered if he could be too greedy. The hero thought that he had eaten only 3 fruits, and it was a shame that it turned out this way. And now he wonders if it is possible to make something from them. Haylock approached the guy, notifying him that his guest was from the residence of the Lord of Divine Fire. Puck smiled, specifying that the flute was ready. The masked hero was surprised, noticing something. He saw the ruins in front of him, wondering if it was the residence of the Lord of the Divine Fire. The destruction was shown from a bird's eye view when the young man wondered what had happened here. A man is standing in a room. He looked at the main character. A young man in a raincoat approaches him, and a gray-haired man thanks him for his visit and says that he apologizes that he receives him here, and not in the guest room. The main character replies that everything is fine and there is no need to worry. The protagonist peeks through the open door and muses that the person is surrounded by so many servants, it must be some kind of strong celestial, and continues that judging by the wounds, he is in critical condition. Servants bring water and towels. The wounded guy is lying on the bed, and Park asks what could have done this to him. Waddock turned his head and replied that it was his wife. He shifted his gaze and said that he had originally planned to make a scabbard and then pay a visit. The sword reflects light, and the man states that to create a scabbard that neutralizes the evil energy of the sword, he used steel imbued with the energy of the sword, and in order to assess its strength, he tried to insert a spirit stone with a fire attribute, and adds that he underestimated the blade. A unicorn appears, and Waddock says that he tried using unicorn horn and even dragon fang to suppress his power, but it didn't work and he ended up inviting a craftsman from the Western bloodline. Waddock pulls his hand to the side and remembers that he was known for being able to create a better metal called Bayan. The old man stretches out his hands, and the man says that in the process of work he had to show a sword. The craftsman's eyes widened. A gray-haired man holds a sword in his hands and asks the master what is wrong with him. The man's hand wraps around the hilt of the sword. He throws up his hand and thinks that the moment he picked up the sword, his mind became clouded and he killed the craftsman. The main character leaned slightly, and did not believe it. Waddock shifted his gaze and continued to remember that before his death, the craftsman was able to tell why this happened. A sword appears, and the man thinks that the materials he used did not suppress the sword, but became the source of his power. He turned his head and said that the sword had broken into the manor, and remembered that the sword had subdued the minds of those in it. People are running away. The woman stood up, and the master continues to remember that his wife tried to stop him. She throws up her hand and exclaims that the sword thinks it can do anything it wants. A girl with red eyes swings her sword. The woman throws her hands forward and shouts that they shouldn't miss this opportunity, and the man with gray hair adds that they did it. Waddock looked at his wife. She clenched her teeth and told him not to worry about her, and to act. The guy directs the streams of fire magic forward and thinks that he had no choice, he had to save the others. The woman turns her head. Men are standing outside the door. The main character shifts his gaze and understands where such wounds come from. Waddock raises his hand and reveals that the sword has taken possession of the body of a girl who has recently joined their lineage, and adds that he managed to forge her, but the sword still controls her consciousness. The master tilts his head down and thinks that he needs to either destroy the sword or create a new scabbard that can pacify him, and apologizes for not being able to live up to expectations. The masked guy approaches the man and remembers that he tried to use the dragon's fang. The protagonist brings his hand to his chin and reflects that the dragon's body parts are extremely difficult to find, so they are highly valued. He covers his face with his hand and asks that it is possible to use the dragon's horn to create a scabbard, and Waddock replies that it must be in perfect condition, and finding one is like plucking the stars from the sky. The eyes of the main character are rounded. He holds a horn in his hands. The guy's hand wraps around the horn. He brings it to the man. Waddock asks where he found such a valuable thing. The protagonist bows his head and says that if that's enough, then they should get started. A clear sky appears. The house stands by a rock. The girl looks curiously at her phone. Puck steps on the ground. He approaches the house. The sword that possessed the girl asks who he is. He looks up and says that he remembered when Puck first picked it up, and it was funny how he trembled when he felt its power. The girl opened her mouth and continued, because he was trying to sheath him. She gets down on one knee and says that if Park thinks that his life is worth nothing, then let him come up, and the young man thinks that she will not do anything to him, since she is constrained. The masked guy shifts his gaze. The girl is holding a mobile phone in her hand. The protagonist closes his eyes and speculates that Waddock said that the sword took possession of the body of the newcomer who joined them, and asks himself why the sword uses the phone. The girl fixed her gaze on the young man, and he thinks that the sword has recently taken possession of her consciousness, and is surprised, because it somehow affected him. He leans over to the girl and asks what she is doing. The sword throws his hand forward and declares that if he does not have a charger, then let him fail, and the protagonist thinks that she has become like a modern child. A blonde girl holds a phone in her hand. Puck looked at his phone. She turned her head to him, and the main character asked if she was reading a novel and asked its title. The girl shifted her gaze and said the title of the novel. The protagonist bent over the girl and asked what he was talking about. She turned her head away and replied that the main character was originally a loser. The house stands at the foot of the cliff. The blonde girl looked at the guy angrily and said that this heavenly sword was so annoying. She lifted her leg up and shouted that he had hacked his buddy to death for touching his sword, and Puck thought he didn't know how to react. The protagonist shifted his gaze and thought that compared to when he first took the sword in his hands, now he did not seem so evil, because he just had a harsh character. The interlocutor opened her mouth wide. Her eyes widened and she asked about the cookies. She stood in front of Park and said that she had a zero balance. Her eyes closed and she said she couldn't read any further, and the guy asked that she had spent it all. The battery in the phone is dead. The child fell to his knees. The main character asked if he was okay. The blonde girl reached out and asked him to give her his phone if he didn't have a charger. The protagonist replied that he didn't have a phone. The interlocutor sobbed and said that God had left her, and the main character asked that everything was really so bad. Tears welled up in the girl's eyes. Puck decided to tell her a story. She went to the main one and asked if she would be interested. The protagonist replied that he did not know. He shifted his gaze and said that this was his story. The blonde girl opened her eyes wide. The girl falls on her back and screams that she can't accept it, and it's so hurtful. The baby is sitting in the arms of a woman. The girl says that his father left him and his mother. The main character is stabbed in the back, and the girl continues that he saved people and for this he was beaten and put in custody. The man looks at his palms. The interlocutor continues to state that, as in general, these people could kidnap people and force them to follow him. Lee leans on a pole. The girl sums up that they only show talented people to make their family look better. The bear looks at his paws. The opponent asks that he had to leave his bear because of the huge number of dangers. A blonde girl grabs the guy by the shoulders and shouts that they should kill them all. The sword possessed by the girl tilts his head towards the protagonist, and says that if he does not have the courage, he can help, and adds that this is the first time he has felt such anger. The protagonist puts his hand in front of him and says that he appreciates his responsiveness, but now it is unlikely that he will be able to help, since he is sealed, and the sword asks the guy to ask the old man to free him. The protagonist retorts that this is impossible, after he smashed everything here. The blonde girl clenches her fists. Pete looks at the girl, and thinks he's inflamed. The interlocutor raises her hand with a sword, and the main character asks if he wants to let off steam. The protagonist raises their palm up and continues that there is one way to do it. Pete holds out his hand. The girl smiles. She tilts her head to the main character and says that as the main character of this story, he must do everything himself. She puts the sword in the hands of the protagonist. Pete holds the sword in his hands. The main character takes his sword out of its scabbard. The blonde guy opened his eyes wide. He smiles broadly. A guy with blonde hair holds a sword in front of him. The protagonist opens his mouth wide, and the possessed sword shouts that he will use his body to punish them, and adds that he will chop everyone to pieces. A brick wall collapses. Wadok flies down rapidly. A man with a white beard throws his hand forward. The main character raises his head. Wadok directs a beam of energy. Picta swings his sword, and asks why he decided to seal it here again. The guy rushes forward and continues that he won't be able to stop him. The main character raises his hand and shouts that this time nothing will work. A man with gray hair looks up. The masked guy stabs with his sword. The protagonist soars up and says that the opponent is already losing ground. Picta twirls his sword. The guy looks up. The scabbard flies in his direction. The main character stands up and shouts that he is surprised that the opponent has not yet given up. The masked youth swings his sword and says that he is about to break the scabbard for him. The protagonist spreads his fingers on his hand. The main character grabs the sheath and loses control. Picta spreads his arms in different directions and shouts that he planned this from the beginning. A guy in a mask holds a sword in front of him. The protagonist opens his mouth wide, trying to stop what is happening. He tries to hold his sword. The main character throws back his head. The young man looks forward. Picta falls to the floor. The main character lies with his eyes closed. The protagonist opens his eyes. A dark-haired guy raises his head, and a guy with blue hair asks how he feels. Haylock tilted his head and said that everything went as he had planned, and asked if he was okay. Park confirmed. The main character holds a cup in his hand, and the guy with blue hair says that he examined him, and he is very exhausted, and adds that he needs a good rest, and the main character asks him to tell him that he is awake. The guy is sitting on the bed. The protagonist holds a cup in his hand and thinks that everything worked out. The young man looks ahead and continues to think that now the sword is sealed in its scabbard. Puck covers his ears with his hands and says that he is very noisy, but since Haylock does not react in any way, it turns out that only he can hear him, and continues that it may be because the scabbard is made of his horns. The green dragon looks at the guy. The protagonist continues to reason that the horns are like antennae to radiate energy, and adds that maybe that's why he's now connected to them. The protagonist turns his head and yells for the sword to calm down. The boy opened his eyes wide, and the sword stated that Puck had heard him, but ignored him. The dark-haired boy holds his chin in his hand and muses that perhaps it was fate that after he ate a peach, he grew horns. The protagonist lowers his head and says that he needs to calm down, because it will be better this way. The sword glitters in the light, and the protagonist continues to speak. If not for him, he would still have to lie in a dusty warehouse, and when it was sealed, the old man wanted to destroy it, and adds that if he goes with it, he will have a chance to destroy those scoundrels. The boy looks at the sword, and the sword asks if he can top up. Puck replies that he will. Wadiak looks at the protagonist and asks why they are leaving, and adds that he thought they would still stay. The protagonist replies that he would not want to interfere, because he still has houses to rebuild. A man with gray hair lowers his gaze. The protagonist holds a sword in his hand, and Wadiak reasons that if they hadn't given up such precious horns, he wouldn't have been able to create this scabbard, and adds that it all happened because of his negligence. Puck turns his head and says that it's just horns, and if he hadn't asked him to help, nothing would have happened, and he's sorry that things turned out this way because of his request, and asks for the cost of his work and repairs. The elder raises his hand and says, "He doesn't owe anything." The master looks ahead and thinks that he never imagined that he would ever be able to work with dragon horns in such a beautiful condition, and goes on to say that it was only thanks to them that he was able to create a scabbard that contained the most ferocious demonic sword, and adds that this is his best masterpiece. The protagonist raises his head, and Wadiak summarizes that he will not charge them and adds that his wife is not an ordinary person and she will recover soon. The main character closes his eyes, thanks the man, and thinks that this man is a real master. The protagonist looks at the master and asks what the craftsman can tell him, what kind of sword it is. A man with gray hair looks at the guy and reveals that his name is Turfing. The sun illuminates the palace. The main character enters the doors. The guy looks ahead, and Shin is happy to see him back. The girl straightens her tie and says that she will go with him. Pikta looks at her and asks if she's going to Shinshur. The main character raises her head and says that her wish alone is not enough to get there, and the dark-haired girl replies that she has already received a pass. The protagonist turns his head and muses that this may be true, as the sage Taibika is behind it. Pikta walks along the sidewalk and asks why she decided to join, and the girl replies that she also wants to participate in the conquest of the East Sea. Shin looks at the protagonist and continues that they should train together so as not to attract the attention of the teacher, and adds that they have made a pact and he doesn't have to do everything alone. The protagonist waves his hand and tells her to do what she wants. A dark-haired girl looks after Pikta. Shin looks ahead in surprise. Haylock covers the children with a blanket, and Shin reflects on how generously he acted when he saved the children. The girl looks through the open door and continues to say that these children were hunted by demons. The dark-haired girl looks down and thinks that when she got drunk to the insole, he saved people. Shin clenches her fists and doesn't understand what she's even doing. She looks at the main character and thinks that she will no longer yield to him. Pikta steps on the ground. The protagonist looks ahead and mentally says that there has been a lot of debate about whether Mount Tybeek exists, and adds that unlike other mountains, it is hidden behind a spatial barrier, just like Goal. The temple stands at the foot of the mountain. People are standing in front of the entrance. The main character argues that there are a lot of people who will probably want to get to Shinshur, and continues that, perhaps, because of the conquest of the East Sea, there will be a crowd there. Shin points his finger at the door and says that they can go in since they have a pass. The protagonist follows the girl, and a passerby says that in front of them is the Tybeek ferry, and thanks to Mr. Tybeek, she has visited Shinshur twice in a year. The dark-haired girl looks ahead. The passerby continues to reason that she used to be an ordinary person and she was very lucky to meet such a teacher, and adds that if he were in her place, he would be much cooler. The protagonist looks at the girl, thinking that she is not very fond of the local celestials. A guy is sitting in front of the entrance. The white-haired guy closed his eyes. Shin looks at him, greets him, and says that they want to get to Shinshur. The girl shows the jade pass, and the yellow-robed youth clarifies that she is not Tybeek's apprentice. A blonde guy looks at the main character inquiringly, and asks his name. The dark-haired girl turns her gaze to the protagonist, and he introduces herself. A guy with white hair raises his hand and says that he doubts the authenticity of the pass, and asks to stand in line. The girl looks at the main character in surprise, and the guy in the yellow suit invites her to pass. There is a queue in front of the entrance, Pikta reasoning that they only let in those who have a patron, and everyone else is kept waiting. The main character turns his head away and continues to think that he is in a hurry, and he does not have time to stand in line. The blonde guy raises his hand. Jumsun looks ahead. Shin turns to the protagonist, and he tells the blonde guy to do his job and check him out. The young man with the yellow bandage looks back. The main character comes closer and asks if he is just sitting here to bask in the sun. The yellow-robed guy turns to Pikta and says that he overestimated himself. Jumsang spreads his arms and shouts that he shouldn't have angered him. The main character grabs a sword. He opens his eyes wide. He looks at the open door. The blonde man goes outside and asks what is happening. A guy in a yellow kimono turns to his father. The protagonist looks at the man and remembers him. Jumsun's father goes to the meeting, and the main character discusses whether he will look like this in a few years. Pikta drops his mouth open and mentally says that he knew he was here, but didn't expect to see him so soon. The main character looks at him and asks that he is the father of this guy. The blonde man looks at him and confirms. The main character raises his head, introduces himself and adds that, apparently, he is nothing for this guy. The protagonist points the finger at the young man and says that if he allows himself to be humiliated now, he will not be able to continue to carry the legacy of the past Dragon Kings, and continues that he demands that the young man's mistake be admitted and made to apologize. Jumsun's father puts his hand to his mouth and says that they are ready to apologize for the disrespect, and adds that they will be happy to receive him as an honored guest. Peekta looks at the man, and the man continues that all this is possible only after he can prove that he is worthy of being a guest of the city, and concludes that entering the city is only possible for those who have enough power and authority. The protagonist raises his head and asks who will be the judge. The man puts his hand on his son's shoulder and says that he will judge. The blonde man looks ahead and says that there are no people who can prove his abilities right now. Peekta raises his head, and Jumsun's father continues that in such a situation, they need to arrange a small duel, in which the opponent will be his son, who has so far reached a great level. The main character decides that there will be a battle. The protagonist looks carefully ahead, and thinks that how long he has been waiting for this moment. The baby is sitting in his mother's arms. The guy put his hands behind his back and continues to think that how many times he imagined how he would meet his father, the man who destroyed their family. The guy opened his mouth and screamed. The protagonist punches. Peekta raises his hand to the sword and mentally concludes that when he finally met it, his mind went blank. The main character takes his sword out of its scabbard. The protagonist swings his sword in front of him and thinks that this is why he was able to be more honest with his feelings and merge with turfing. Peekta tilts his head forward. He looks with furious eyes and thinks that there is nothing left in his heart except the desire to kill. The guy smiles. The warriors stand facing each other. Jumsun opens his mouth. He raises his palms and says that it will be too late to beg for mercy afterwards. The warrior raises his head up and shouts that he will finish him off. Peekta jumps up. The main character does a somersault over the enemy. The blonde guy dodges. The protagonist puts the sword under attack. A fight is going on, and a man from the crowd says that it looks like the Dragon King is losing, and he seems to be weaker than the fairy Tybeek, and adds that he probably just inherited the title. The protagonist puts a sword in front of him and thinks that the enemy is not very strong. Jumsun punches and Peekta is angry that he is having a hard time attacking and continues that his opponent is using the space as a shield. The main character lowers his head and mentally says that space can only be used for those who have a material form. The guy in the yellow kimono flies forward rapidly, and the main character sums up that he needs to transform. The main character's opponent turns his head in surprise. Peekta stabs with his sword. Jumsun flies back and does not understand why the shield did not work. The main character swings his sword. He looks at the opponent's father. The blonde man has opened his eyes wide and shouts at his son to give up. Peekta grits his teeth. The guy jumps up and shouts that his father should not worry. He puts his hands out in front of him. The guy's father spreads his legs wide. The pupils of his eyes narrowed. The blonde man lowers his head and shouts, "How dare he!" The man's assistants rush off. The main character runs towards them. Peekta swings his sword and wonders why he didn't care so much about his family before. The warriors are overtaken by blows. The protagonist throws his hand forward. He opened his eyes wide and continues to think that all this could have been avoided. Peekta looks forward. Warriors in yellow kimonos float in the air. The protagonist looks down and thinks how his attack caused these celestials to hover in midair. Streams of energy are in the air. The main character holds a sword in his hand. He raises his head inquiringly. A man looks at his palm. Hermosa looks down and tells them to end the fight, as there is no point in continuing. The protagonist turns his head and asks why he was stopped. The prince holds his hand in front of him. A guy with long hair goes to the main character and says that his father personally ordered him to eliminate the riots and meet the guest. Hermosa's eyes widened. The protagonist looked at the interlocutor. The guy in the light kimono has his hands behind his back, and Peekta mentally wonders how he could personally get an order from the Sky King, whom no one is allowed to see, and continues that the time-stopping technique was demonstrated. The interlocutor looks attentively at the main character. The protagonist sheathes his sword and remembers that in front of him is the Lord of Heaven and Earth. Peekta lowers his head and greets the prince. The protagonist looks at Hermosa and thinks that he is very similar to his older brother. The prince smiles, and the protagonist continues to reason that he inherited heavenly blood more than anyone from the Gua family. The girl turns to the crowd and informs them that it is Prince Hamos. The guys stand in front of each other, and the girl continues to say that he is the closest relative of King Huangwun. A cloud of ash rises into the sky. Huangwun descended from heaven and founded the city. The man in the dark kimono turned his back. No one had seen him since the gates of heaven had closed. The man is sitting in the lotus position. Some believe that Huangwun has become a creature superior to the celestials. The light falls on the city, and others that this city has become its new incarnation. Hermosa stands in front of his father. There is a lot of gossip and rumors around Huangwun, but the only one who knows the truth is Huangwun's eldest son. The man in the yellow kimono points his finger at the protagonist, and says that he killed Jumsun, and adds that he is your nephew and the grandson of the Heavenly King. Why then do they treat him as a guest? Hermosa turns his head, and says that he was the one who proposed the duel. The blonde man raises his head, and the prince continues that he did not hear him set a condition under which they should not take each other's lives. The protagonist stands in front of the prince and thinks that he has drawn a pretty clear line between work and personal life. The guy looks at Homosa and continues to reason why not every person has family in the first place. Huang Moon's son stands in the areola of the sun, and the main character sums up that there is something mysterious in his behavior and manners that can be described by the word divine. The prince turns his head and tells the man in the yellow kimono that if he wants to change, he must do so as soon as possible, as the time stop does not last long. The warriors float in the air, and Hamosa continues that there are some flower petals from the Siakon flower garden in the city treasury. The protagonist looks at the prince, and Hammerma says that if their guest asks, he can attach the guy's head back to the body. Jumson's father raises his hands and asks. Pikta looks up and says he'd better apologize afterwards. The man kneels down and thanks. The warriors in yellow kimonos leave. The protagonist puts his hand in his sleeve. The bracelet reflects sunlight, and the protagonist muses that in exchange for his life, they will take his hand. The main character holds a hand with a bracelet in his hands. A white aura surrounds the city. The buildings were standing, and the voice explained that it was Shinshur. The sun illuminates the building. People are standing on the street, and the guy noticed that the buildings have a completely different atmosphere than in Asadal. Blonde added that the buildings here are made in a unique manner that they will not find anywhere else, and suggested that this style was used in his father's homeland. The light reflects off the walls of the buildings, and the hero noticed that he began to conduct a dialogue in a more cheerful manner, and suggested that he had to keep a serious tone due to the fact that there were many people around. The protagonist turned around and remembered that the city was built by Huang, and it is truly a heavenly place. People are coming. The white tree stands Zindansu, the divine tree that grows on the top of Mount Taibik and towers over the entire city. The guy raised his head and remembered that according to legend, Huang first stepped on the ground, then this tree grew in that place. The blonde man opened the door and invited him into his house. The light enters the room, and the owner said that it was modest here, but he hoped that this would not embarrass him. The hero sat down on the floor and noticed that it was really modest, and it did not look like the dwelling of the one who rules the city. The young man looked at the cup and noticed that it was empty. The man snapped his fingers and told the protagonist to treat himself. Food and water appeared out of thin air. The hero sits in shock from what he sees. The host took a sip, and the guest thought that he truly lived up to the image he had imagined. The blonde man raised his head, and the hero remarked that it was amazing to feel such elegance in such a humble place. The protagonist looks ahead and says that he thanks him for the kindness and mercy that Prince Hamosu bestowed on him, to which the latter replied that Park has already thanked him enough. An aura of horror enveloped the hero after what he heard. The young man tilted his head and tried to understand how he knew. The man raised his cup and explained that he should not worry, because no one except him knew about him. The prince looked ahead. The blonde man looks at the star and reveals that 2 years ago, in the pre-dawn hours, when the gates of heaven opened, he read fate by the stars and saw a sign. The guy stands in outer space and adds that this is how he learned about their existence, who do not have a name, gender, age. Yellow Eye looked up and said that he was only sure of one thing. The beam burst out of the star, and the prince explained that the person who woke up in the direction where the star fell would be just like him. The young man raised his head and guessed who the prince was. The man nodded. A purple aura enveloped the prince, who said that he was also a monster. An image of signs appeared. Monsters, these are anomalies that have nothing to do with heaven, earth, or man. The guy looks forward. In ancient times, those who are not part of the trinity of heaven, earth, and man were called monsters and hunted for them, believing that they do not obey the laws of nature and negatively affect the general order of things. But at the same time, a monster has become the defender of the main sacred place of the Korean peninsula. His hand touched the mask. The protagonist raised his head and asked why he was telling him this. The man closed his eyes and replied that anomalies are naturally attracted to each other, and once upon a time he had already met a person with the same fate and received help from him. The prince raised his head and explained that this was the first time he had been told about the laws of monsters. The man raised his finger and explained that the elder was obliged to show kindness and help his relatives in order to preserve the future of all. The hero looked ahead and said that he did not know about their existence, to which the man explained that the reason is that there are very few of them. The hero sat in shock when he heard that the prince was watching their every move. The woman looks away, and the owner said that he began with false accusations of Mrs. Yuva. Someone rides a horse, and the prince said that he began even before he teamed up with Dambiak and disappeared during the battle for the 7-pointed sword. The blonde man closed his eyes and said that it was the first time he had experienced such pleasure in such a long time that he couldn't even compare it to a Doric. The young man blushed and thought that someone was looking after him all the time, and this was both comforting and embarrassing, because perhaps the reason was that they were both monsters, and he was unconsciously reaching for him. The prince waved his hand. Something flew out of the chest. The bundle flies, and the prince said that he would take what he saw fit. The protagonist raised his head, and the owner explained that this was his kindness to him. A sword appeared, and the prince explained that it was a dragon-light sword that had saved his life more than once in his youth. Park looks at the weapon and realizes that despite all the years, it is still in good condition. Aura surrounded the blade, which said that it was a pretty good sword, about A rank. The weapon stood up and said that it didn't mean that the hero should take it, because he had SSS rank, and the protagonist realized that if he took the sword, his eardrums would burst. An aura surrounded the object, and the young man noticed that he could feel its aura. The young man raised his head and thought that since they were both monsters, then he most likely had the same type of ability as him. The prince smiled. The hero opened the package. Herbs lie on the fabric, and the protagonist noticed that they are wormwood and garlic. The young man looked down and began by saying that if these two pouches were of equal value. Puck picked up the herbs and realized that he would choose them, to which the blade said that he would make the right choice, because he believed in him. The hero raised his head and asked how he could repay this kindness, to which the prince said that he already knew, because in the future he would meet people like him, which meant that he must definitely help them, to which the young man noted that he was firm and followed his principles. The man raised his head and said goodbye to the hero and wished him to find what he was striving for. Clouds are floating in the sky. The sun illuminates the buildings. The silhouette is walking down the street. The hero looked away. The young man looks at the tree and realizes that the center of the city is a holy place for the Huang clan, and therefore it is untouchable. The protagonist raised his head and thought that he was able to get there due to special circumstances and tried to understand if he would ever be able to visit this place again. The prince is standing, and Park said that he is a celestial with such a peculiarity as him, and added that he can't believe that he feels so related and comfortable just because they are both monsters. Most likely, the time he hit it was painful for him. The young man closed his eyes and thought that someday, he hoped to return. Treats are on the table, and the hero realizes that he wants to talk to him again. An unknown person looks at the protagonist. The man walked over and assumed that it was the Dragon King Pitu. OK leaned over and said that he was waiting for the hero to help him settle in. The short-haired man stretched out his hand and asked the hero for a token to test him. The guy looks at the book and says that it is a token worth 10 and said that Puck can be here for 250 days multiplied by the value of the token. And the protagonist realized that he can be in this place for almost 7 years. OK raised his head and asked what level of accommodation the hero wanted, to which the hero confused assumed that he could choose. The assistant looked ahead and replied that he could choose on the condition that he paid. Light fills the room. The table is standing, and the hero understands that the house is very small. A drop of sweat runs down Puck's face, who notices that it looks like a studio apartment, and it is painfully reminiscent of his previous apartment. The realtor explained that the accommodation he had just seen was in the lowest class of Chongseo, a 6-month 5th-class residence. A picture of a dragon appeared, and the guy began the story by saying that there are 5 ranks of housing in total and they are arranged in the following order, namely, first comes Kianseo, Sok, Sialgi, Bom and Karen. Tiger raised his head, and OK added that higher rank housing is located in areas that promote cultivation progress, so the higher the rank, the more expensive it is. The protagonist looks at the guy, who explained that the Marenbo is the currency of the Celestials, and a certain amount of energy is transferred to the amulet and used as currency, and their number varies from 1 to 9, and the higher the number, the higher the cost. The hero bent down and added that it was forbidden to go beyond the Shinsher, and in order to leave, he had to spend all the days or simply give them up, to which the assistant tried to understand how he knew it. Park raised his head and tried to understand why on earth this was a sacred place. After all, the only thing you need a pass to the city for is to rent a house, and the Huang clan is nothing more than a bunch of landlords. Puck shook the bag and wanted to know how much he had left in it, because he had not been warned that he would need money, and then threw away the needlework, to which the girl replied that she thought he had a lot of money. OK opens the wallet. The golden light illuminates the room, and the assistant explained that based on his means, for the next 6 months, this BOM rank room is his private property, and no one will be able to enter it without his permission. The protagonist stands silently, and the guy said that he wishes him success in his endeavors. The lamp is standing. Park sits in the corner, and realizes that he is broke. The bags are lying around, and the hero said that he lost everything he had, but he is grateful at least that he was able to find a decent room and he will try to return the money that he sowed during these 6 months. The hero opened the bag and said that first of all he would plant garlic and wormwood, which he received from the sun god. The young man looks down and realizes that this is a familiar smell for him. After all, he bought this fertilizer for growing food during training and it is good that he took it with him. The children are standing in the garden, and the hero reveals that during the training period, he can use this to create something useful and he will make them work with the squad while he trains. The hero gathered energy in his hand. Park raised his head and said that he felt alive again. The young man looked to the side and remarked that it was tiring to use vodka key all the time, and added that he could finally practice the star wind breathing technique. The guy sat down on the floor and said that he could start. The hero closed his eyes and said that he was now at a pure level. Puck holds the energy sphere and began to tell him that everything was like 3 months ago, when he was not yet the king of the dragons of the Heavenly Lake. The building is standing, and the young man added that even after he absorbed the energy around the Heavenly Lake, and drank half of the elixir that he received from Shin, a disciple of the immortal Tybeek. The protagonist looks at the aura and tries to understand why there are still no shifts and assume that something is wrong with him. The sphere illuminates his hands, and the hero thought that it was all because he had no talents for this, and then assumed that he had reached his apogee and even the elixir could not improve his abilities, but decided that he would practice the star wind breathing technique for now. The protagonist looks ahead and notices that it was a long time ago. The young man raised his head. Park looks at the colored tree and mentally says that fortunately, he doesn't have to be discouraged that his skills haven't improved. The hero looks down and notices that she is quite big. The tree emits a golden glow, and the protagonist said that although it is not tall, it is a wide thing. This is his strength. Clouds are floating in the sky. A tree sits on the ground. The protagonist lowered his head. The guy looks ahead and says that this time it's the same. Park took a step forward and said that he felt like he had been practicing the breathing technique for a long time. The young man took a wooden hand and noticed that the tree had 2 rings, which meant that it was 5 years. Puck looks down and remarks that this is why everyone underestimated time. The plants are in a box. The hero said that everything had grown well and decided to try. The guy chews plants and thinks that even if he eats it, he doesn't feel an increase in abilities. The energy glows in the hand of the guy who decided that the problem was the star wind technique. An image of inscriptions appeared, and a voice said that it was heavenly art. The man tilted his head and thought that even though he was still learning, the first star wind technique had reached its final stage and he had obtained the 10th star, and added that even if he trained more, he wouldn't be able to improve this technique after all. This technique was easier compared to the others, and he assumed that this technique was originally created for the pure immortal level. An interface with skills appeared, and the hero reflected that this was an unfinished technique, and perhaps some parts of the technique were lost. The hero raised his hand. Puck looks up and wonders what will happen if he creates a new one. The elements surround the sheet of paper, and the guy remembered that in heavenly art, there is a skill that should combine kinds of attributes. But there is one energy attribute that is not mentioned there, namely the wooden attribute. Grass surrounds the tree symbol, and the hero thought, what if he applied this attribute to the star wind technique? The protagonist looks ahead and realizes that it is worth trying. The guy sits there and suggests that you need to combine all the attributes into 6 stars of heavenly art first. His hand grabbed the box, and Puck thought that he had to pay again before that, because 6 months had passed. The box broke due to the hero's grip. The tree fell on the boxes. The man stands and tries to understand what is happening. The man looks ahead in shock. Puck looked at his hands and assumed that he was such a strong man. The hero looks at the garlic. The guy lowered his head and noticed that garlic looked ordinary to him, but maybe because of it, he was able to throw it all off at once and tried to understand whether he could strengthen any body type, and maybe even endow him with a human physique. The figures stand on the altar. The human physique. This is the constitution that allows the immortals to use the human body. The aura surrounds the bald person. If the celestial body and the earthly body use chi as fuel, then the human body uses chi as a nutrient that can strengthen the body itself. The fighter raised his leg, so even if the human physique is on par with others, then his strength is even stronger in comparison. The long-haired man swings for a blow. The man lunged forward. The hand is holding the stone. The protagonist sits on wooden effigies to test the effectiveness of garlic and realizes that if he bites into this garlic, he will have a human physique for about 3 hours. The man scratched his head and said that he didn't expect the effectiveness of the garlic and mugwort he had obtained from him to show up so soon. The hero stood up and said that since he knew the effect of garlic, he should try wormwood. The guy lowered his head and realized that it was okay who wanted to remind him of the rent, who began to say that if he did not pay before sunset, to which the protagonist interrupted him and replied that he would pay everything on time. The hero jumped down and realized that first he needed to deal with the rent. Puck turned around and added that he had to get his money. People are standing. A person walks through the market. The merchant leaned on the counter and said that the interlocutor was trying to bargain with him, to which the man remarked that he was selling it because he needed money. The old man held out the bills and added that this was the only thing that could be sold, because the merchant would regret it if he left now. The guy put down the necklace. The man looks at the jewel and realizes that he managed to get another good item on the cheap and adds that people who don't have money because they train in the city of God are easy targets. Someone approached the people. The old man looked at the hero and realized that he was seeing him for the first time. The man turned around and thought that the protagonist needed money, because there was no point in coming here if he did not need money. Herbs are on the counter. People came up and realized that medicinal ingredients, and they are very important things for people in training, are not usually sold here. The old man opened his eyes wide and asked if he really wanted to sell it. A golden aura envelopes the plant, and someone once again clarified that the hero is sure that he wants to sell these medicinal herbs. People come up to the counter, and one shouted to look at this root, and it seems to him that it looks at least 500 years old, to which someone added that Chinese knotweed is quite common, but apparently not so much, since it is 500 years old. Puck stands in front of people who are discussing the hero's product. Buyers look ahead and realize that with just one piece, they can increase their abilities. People smile wickedly and realize that in the end, he has only one choice, and that is to sell these herbs at a low price. The hero raised his hand and said that it was only an hour. The man smiled and explained that they had to write the name and the desired amount on a piece of paper opposite the item they wanted to buy, and then he would sell it to the person with the highest bid, because he had only received it in Marina. The old man raised his head and shouted that the protagonist had arranged an auction, and such things are not done here, to which Park replied that it was not against the rules of the City of God. The guy lowered his hand and said that he didn't see anyone around selling goods in this way, so he decided that it was worth trying, and he also wanted to give everyone a fair chance, because everyone can bet on the amount they see fit. The hero raised his head and invited them to start. The old man took a step forward and shouted what nonsense this upstart was talking about, and added that he had to knock down his arrogance at once. The young man pushed the old man aside and asked him to wait. The hero smiles, and the guy assumed that this is the heavenly master of the lake. People began to turn around and remember that Mosu had personally chosen him 6 months ago. Park looks at the people gossiping that these medicinal herbs may be from the heavenly lake palace. The crowd began to move and shout that they should buy everything as soon as possible. Objects fly in different directions, and the hero understands that everything is getting out of control. The protagonist looked away. An unknown person walks past the crowd. OK approached Puck and tried to understand what the fuss was about. The protagonist put the assistant in his place and asked him to look after him for a couple of minutes, and added that he would be back soon. An unknown person goes to the building. Someone opens the door, and the protagonist addresses him. The man turned to the protagonist. Park looked ahead and asked how someone who was supposed to be in the Baekwa pavilion right now could be here. The unknown man raised his head. The man opened his eyes wide, repeated the last words of the hero. The long-haired man clenched his teeth. The stranger clutched his head and shouted that he was tired of all this. The man turned around and shouted that he wouldn't give it to him because it belonged to his family, and added that he wouldn't give it to those evil women. The unknown man grabbed his head and screamed. A strange aura envelopes the long-haired man's body. Puck stands in shock. The hero rushed to the man and tried to understand if he was okay. The protagonist raised the man's head. The man is lying in the arms of a guy who, looking closely, realized that it was Songbi and he was definitely one of those who lived in the Baekwa pavilion, and then tried to understand why he was there. The hero holds Sunbae and notices that he had a strange reaction. Puck looked up and thought that he needed to find a place to put him down first, but he couldn't enter any room without the owner's permission, and he couldn't just throw a person out at random. The buildings are standing, and the protagonist decided to take him to himself. The sun illuminates the house. Someone is pouring tea. Puck stands in front of the table. Songbi is lying on the bed. The hero gave the young man a drink and thought that this treatment would be enough. The protagonist lowered the patient and said that it was necessary to prepare medicines in advance so that he would eat them when he woke up. The man turned. The guy grabbed his chest and began to moan. The protagonist raised his hands and realized that these were not symptoms of poisoning. Park sits and thinks that he did not use poisonous herbs and assumed that he was originally poisoned. The hero lowered his head and tried to understand who and when poisoned him, as well as why he was trying to poison Songbi. The herbs are lying around, and the protagonist realizes that he has a lot of antidote herbs. Puck crushes the herbs and thinks that if he uses them incorrectly, he can only make things worse. The liquid was bubbling in the cup, and the man said that he had to be careful. The spoon scooped up the liquid. Songbi lies with his eyes closed. The man's face twisted. The young man spat out the medicine. Park looks down and realizes that he is only getting worse. The guy is tossing and turning on the floor, and the hero said that he is just trying to stop the spread of poison. The bowls are on the table, and the protagonist understands that the detoxification has worked well, which means that the problem is not with his herbs. The man put his hand on the floor and realized that if he gave him stronger drugs, he would be able to push the poison out, but the problem was that he did not know what kind of poison it was. The hero looks at the paper and thinks that he needs to try other methods. Smoke rises. The embers smolder, and the hero says that they are Guang 1 and Shin Wul Hell. Smoke fills the room, and the protagonist says that this is his first time, and he hopes that he is doing everything right. The man wiped his hands and realized that he just had to wait and watch. The sick man turned. The young man began to cough up blood. A snake crawled out of Songbi's mouth. The hero looks up. Park watches the snake and realizes that the venom has been infected with great malice, and assumes that he is very angry about being banished. The protagonist held out his hand. The creature opened its mouth and tried to understand where it came from. The red aura is absorbed into the hero. A snake crawls. The spirit is approaching the light. A white aura enveloped the snake. The energy revolves around the sphere. The protagonist holds the energies. The guy put his hand on his stomach and noticed that it was not tasty. The detoxification was successful. Puck turned around and thought that he had removed the poison, which meant that the young man must be fine. The body swelled. The hero tilted his head and tried to understand what was wrong with the patient's body, and assumed that he failed. Park leaned over and said in his mind that he was sure he had removed the poison and assumed that the guy would die. A crack spreads through Songbi's body. The body begins to break down. A beam of light energy burst out of the body. The protagonist looks ahead and tries to figure out what happened and realizes that it is coming from Songbi's body. The man is sitting. A golden aura envelopes the young man. The guy sits with his eyes closed, and the hero realizes that this is the true form of Songbi. His feet stepped on the floor. The young man opened his eyes. The guy stands in the middle of the room and tries to figure out what it is. The protagonist covered Songbi with a blanket. Park sits and reveals that while they were talking, the young man had a seizure due to the poison, so he needed to examine his body. Goldeneye looked down. The protagonist raised his head and noted that he was not surprised that he was poisoned, which means he knew about it. The young man looked down and replied that his uncle had given him a deadly poison and imprisoned him for many years. The hero looked ahead and tried to understand why his uncle was acting so cruelly. The protagonist stands against the background of a silhouette, and the guy explained that people called him Uncle Seijo or Su. Park looks away and can't believe that he called King Seijo his uncle, and Songbi adds that Un is the nickname his grandfather used to call him. The figure is seated, the sixth king Tanjian. The guy raised his hand and said that Hongwei was his name. Someone is pouring tea, and the hero says that he can't believe that Un is the king of Tanjian. The man stands at the table and assumes that he awakened and became immortal during the Korean War. Park stands there, thinking that something has happened in the Baekwa pavilion, and wants to know if Yuan knew who he was. The hero carries a tray and wants him to tell about who he really is. The landlord sat down on the floor and thought that if he had nothing to hide, he would listen to everything from him. The guy turned around and noticed that Park looked upset. The young man sat down and said that since he was his savior, he would tell about his true identity, because he was probably interested, because it was about the palace. People sit across from each other as the songbei tries to figure out where to start. The guy leaned over and said that everyone knew that he was deprived of the throne at a young age. A man standing with his back to him was holding the boy by the strings, and Songbei added that there was a reason why his uncle didn't carry out a coup d'etat, and that was because of Song, because he wanted to make him a puppet, so he promoted him, but his uncle had a different opinion. The servant carries the tray, and the narrator explained that in order for this to happen, Song-ye deceived him and often fed him poison. The child looks into the bowl. The boy drank the contents, and Songbei said that he didn't know what it was at first. The young man's eyes widened. The bowl fell to the floor. The child is sitting on the bed, and the guy said that every time he took that medicine, he began to feel dizzy and fell asleep and, without realizing it, his body began to collapse. The particles fly away from the body, and the guy continued that it seemed to him that he was trying to tarnish their bloodline. Goldeneye looked down and said that they had to do this to him because the Yi family was afraid that someone, even a non-immortal, would turn against them. Longhair closed his eyes and revealed that Sanji had then successfully manipulated his uncle and soon gained control of royal power, and later, his uncle changed his mind because he had not been able to suppress his ambitions for the throne after all. The man is standing, and the guy summed up that this is how his uncle became king. The boy sits in front of a cup, and Songbi said that his uncle punished him with a deadly poison. The hand holds the mug, and the young man said that after that he realized that he had become addicted. People are sitting on the floor, and the guest continued that none of the means he tried helped to detoxify. The leaves are swaying in the wind. A lantern illuminates the street, and the narrator said that he had come to his senses. A hand breaks out of the ground. The man is getting out of the grave, and Songbei explained that after his death, he was already buried in the ground. Goldeneye looks up. The young man looks up and concludes that at that moment he realized that he had become immortal. The sun illuminates the buildings, and Songbei said that frustrated that he could not fulfill his duty to keep his family together and take care of people, he thought about taking his own life several times. The guy lowered his head and added that he thought so until Jam found him, and then explained that Jam was his savior, teacher, and friend, and in the Songye era, his name was Kim. The faceless man stands, and the hero remembered that this is one of the most famous personalities in history, because after the abdication of King Tanjong, he abandoned his official career and devoted himself to hermitage. The guy reflects on the surface of the liquid and says that in order to regain his existence, which has become non-existent in this world since he taught him cultivation, their relationship has become like that of a mentor and a disciple, and adds that as a tutor, he told him to hide his identity, as he believes it could be dangerous if Songye's henchmen found out about his existence. The guy tilted his head and said that he was sure that it was not easy for Kim to take care of him, poisoned and no different from a criminal. The guest folded his hands and continued that whenever they met, he always gave him his money and elixir. The man holds the heir's hands and says that he will definitely return his place. The old man raised his head and said that he was sure of it. The boy looks at the old man in shock. The child started crying and said that he didn't think he had anything left. The guy fell to his knees and began to thank him. The young man looked forward, and Songbei continued that after spending several centuries cultivating, he absorbed Kim's entire essence because he was the only one who retained his youth, and Kim had aged a lot at that time. An old man in a hat is standing. The warrior is standing in front of the building, and the guy said that he knew he didn't have much time, so he worked hard to become the master of the Baekwa Pavilion, and then set aside a place for him as well. Goldeneye sits and sums up that this is how he became Kim's student, Un. The young man closed his eyes and said that in the end, he could not do anything for his supporters and had to say goodbye to them. Puck looked ahead and noticed that he had been able to keep his head low all this time, and then asked how he had been caught. The guy raised his head and replied that it had happened a few months ago, namely after the battle for the seven-branched sword. Songbei leaned over and said that his humble person greeted Lady Yuwa. The woman sits and remarks that he is Jam's disciple and tries to see if he knows anyone who knows him, to which the warrior replies that he does not know anyone who knows his master. The woman touched her chin. The guy was shocked when he heard a question about whether he knew that Jama's real name was Kim. The light reflects off the hairpin, and Yua assumed that his teacher was involved in that recent conflict. The girl looked ahead and explained that he was involved in a war with the Dragon King of the East Sea. The guy raised his head in fear. The sun illuminates the protagonist's house. Images of soldiers appeared, and the hero remembered that the battle for Chiljido also interested him. Park looks up and tries to understand why Donghee's sons interfered in the election process. The girl looks back angrily, and the hero suggests that Yua is trying to find out if Wong was silent to the end and whether he was investigated, because from all this she learned that there is someone who was able to deceive Wong. The man looked to the side and realized that they had gone far to bring Soul Jam to his knees and suggested that it might be because of the foreigners. Songbi raised his head and said that Yua did not specify where she got her information from, but according to her, the one who instigated Wong was a member of an organization created by the loyal servants of his grandfather and father. The protagonist sits in front of the book and realizes that it is a ceremony and suggests that they hid the activation mechanism inside the statue of King Sejong. The young man looked up and said that he had been hiding for a long time and did not even know that there were loyal servants left, and added that SYP, who had never left under his wing, must be among them. The man was standing, and Songbi continued that when it became known that he was a loyal servant of the Lee family, it became clear to him that his identity would also be exposed, because when Yua said that they would explore the SYP shrine, he knew that it was for sure, because this place was used as his hiding place under the pretext of the place where the teacher's remains were kept. Therefore, protective spells were installed on it. The young man walks forward, and the golden-eyed man adds that when he found out that it was guarded, his suspicions only intensified, and it became clear to him that his past would be revealed, so he gathered his strength inside the shrine and ran here to escape the attack. Puck looked up and thought that they must be the very things he couldn't afford to give to Bakwagak during an attack. The guy raised his head and asked if the hero satisfied his curiosity, to which Park replied that he understood that it was difficult to speak and thanked for the information. The young man lowered his head and said that thanks to him he had been freed from prison. The guy held out the green crystal and added that he was ashamed that this was all he had to offer. The light reflects off the stone, and Songbi said that he would be able to train for at least 50 years. The man took the item and thought it was better than what he had. Goldeneye lowered his hand and asked if Puck could help him again. The young man lowered his head and said that he wanted him to hide it. The young man stared intently ahead and said that if he had the strength, then he would be able to hide it well enough. Hands reach out to the warrior, and Songbi explained that a long time has passed, but for sure, there are still those who are chasing him, and if he can choose from Baiwazhang, then his wife will probably still be suspicious of him and look for him. The young man turned around and said that he felt that with his return, his strength had waned. The grass was lying on the floor, and the guy added that now his true appearance was revealed. The protagonist looks ahead and thinks that it is good that he is no longer poisoned, but it is also a sword with 2 points. An image of Songbi appeared, and the hero mentally said that due to his long wanderings, it seemed that he was still looking for shelter and added that the man who had held the line on pikes for so many years was now so passive. His hand touched the mask, and the Puck realized that sometimes you need to hide your true identity. The man raised his hand and suggested that the chips also were out when used, to which the guy replied in the affirmative. Puck took out the object and said that then he would leave half of himself and they would spend this time together. The protagonist stretched out his hand with a pebble. The man handed something to the guy and said that he would have one condition, which was that Songbi would be under his protection. The pill lies in the palm of the young man, who realizes that it is a dragon bone and assumes that it belongs to the hero. The man raised his hand and answered in the affirmative to the question, and then added that if he wanted him to hide it, then he needed to know where he was and thought that no one could think that the remains after making the scabbard could be used like this. The guy leaned over and noticed that these were really amazing handcuffs. Sunbei looked at the hero seriously and said that he wanted to use him in exchange for him hiding him. Puck raised his head. The young man's eyes widened as the protagonist said that whether it was shackles or guards, it depended on his desire to be majesty. The guy gritted his teeth and hissed the last thing Puck said. The young man slammed on the table and shouted that he dared to call him majesty. Because of this royal blood, he was in such a position. A hand grabbed the guest by the collar. The protagonist leaned over to the guy and asked if he had thought about why his loyal servant was so stubbornly protective of him. The hero looked ahead and replied that he considered him his best friend and mentor, and everything he did was for his sake. The guy looks with horror at Park, who said that he should not hide behind the impossible, because all the time he only succumbed to the influence of others, and some he did personally. The man holds the young man and says that if he wants to live, then at least let him remember his friend who sacrificed himself for him. Songbi closed his eyes. The guy looks down. The guest clenched his fist and said that the words of Confucius were true. Goldeneye turned and replied that he was really only being influenced. Songbi picked up the guest and said that he couldn't waste any more time in this way. The young man brought the bone to his mouth and said that even for the sake of his friend, GoldenEye looks ahead and thanks the hero. He put his fingers on the bone on his tongue, and the guy realized that now his path was clear. The sun illuminates the house. The light illuminates the training field, and the protagonist noticed that it was like in kettlebell lifting. Park put his hands on his chest and said that this is really the best team, and he really tried. And OK asked why he came so late because the auction was already over. The man turned around and asked for the moment to concentrate on training and not to interfere with each other. The young man looks down. The protagonist pursed his lip and thought that this was the setting where everyone agreed to help and realized that he was almost forced to be his subject. The guy opened the door and realized that they would spend 25 years of training together. The young man is sorting through his things. Songbi took a step forward and thought that for now, he had to learn to trust. GoldenEye sits in front of the meal. The guy turned his head and said that he brings food every day and disappears. Sunbae looks ahead and says that he resembles a sorcerer. The building has been standing, in 2 months, in the house, 8 years. A man is sitting on the floor. The protagonist scratched his head and said that he only had a combination of magic and wind left, but he couldn't destroy it. The hero fell to the floor and began to shout that this could not be, that nothing would happen in 4 years. Puck closed his eyes and realized that he would have to turn to magic again, and the 4th stage was coming soon. The man looked to the side as a voice asked why he was so worried. The sword is on the phone. Puck turned around and suggested that this monkey hero was most likely a monk, to which the blade replied in the affirmative and added that he didn't want to kill, but he liked to be strong, to be invincible. The weapon raised his hands and said that his achievements were not very impressive, because the more he hurried, the farther away he was, which meant that he needed to learn to see more around him, to which Park replied that his precious drug had run out and he needed to go prepare a new one. The man put on a mask and said that he would be back soon. The protagonist looks forward. Someone opened his mouth in surprise. The grown-up Sunbae stands and notices that they have not seen the master for a long time. The guy looks down, and the hero realizes that it is Lee. Park stands in front of the young man and remembers that they haven't seen each other for about 4 years. But he looked after him and noticed that he had grown up in all this time. The hero raised his head and noticed that compared to when Wong was here, he had become more advanced and tried to understand how much he had grown. The guy put his hand on his chest and said that only last night he had achieved a complete bone transformation. The young man lowered his head and explained that it was all thanks to the favor of Confucius, because Confucius had given him a place to practice, and if it were not for the constant dosage, he would not be where he is now, either alive nor dead. The protagonist raised his head and suggested that this was the only influence, to which the boy replied that it was not, although at first he did not trust Confucius. Songbei looked ahead and added that if it hadn't been for what Confucius had told him, he would have continued to live underground, and then promised to remain loyal to Confucius, who had bestowed favor on him. The man turned around and told the young man to take the sweet medicine while he could. The guy looked ahead and noticed that Puck was holding something. The hero picked up a piece of paper and said that he was working on a method that he was developing, but it wasn't working yet, so he kept it with him at all times to write down any ideas and solutions as soon as they came to his mind. The student took a step and wanted to know if he could look at the recordings. Puck looked up and remembered the blade's words about taking a broader look at his surroundings. The mentor handed over the notes. The young man looks at the text in shock. Songbi stands against the background of 2 symbols and notes that this is a fusion of 2 methods, and the fusion of different methods. This is not an easy matter, and it is rarely possible to do it correctly, and then congratulated Confucius on the achievement. The hero raised his head and thought about what the young man immediately understood as soon as he saw, and he had the feeling that he was presenting a dissertation to a professor. The protagonist scratched his head and replied that he hadn't even walked half the way, and the guy said that he wasn't even halfway there, because he had everything he needed. Sunbae leaned over and noticed that placing and connecting were 2 different things and tried to understand why the hero did not see that it was not yet finished. The golden-eyed chorus on the recording is more intense. The guy raised his head and said that he would like to have a hand in the last step of his great work. The hand laid out the notes. The young man is sitting near the sheets. Songbi raised his hand and hoped that his recklessness would not become a threat to Confucius. The hand writes on paper. The protagonist looks at the dark golden aura. The pencil slid across the paper. Energy surrounds the records. The young man handed the works to his mentor. The hero looks down in shock. The protagonist smiled broadly. A man holds papers against the background of a green symbol and says that it is finally over. The sun illuminates the buildings. Someone knocks on the door and calls for Confucius. OK stands in front of the door. The guy raised his head and asked why he didn't come out, because he urgently needed to pass on something. Ruka holds an invitation to a meeting at the Wanun clan's main palace. The bespectacled man began to furiously beat the door and shouted that if he did not give it to him, he would get into trouble. The door began to open. OK recoiled. A white glow seeped through the opening. The young man covered his face. Magic rose to the sky. OK covers his face and notices that it was a strong gust of wind. The young man lowered his hand. Water began to fall from the sky. The tree is standing, and OK assumed that it was Shinchi rain. The unknown man took a step and said that it was raining in Singxi, which meant that someone so ferocious had come that he was able to break through the god's defenses. The guy in the sweater turned around and said that he didn't feel any magic, which meant it was just rain. The man raised his head and suggested that it could be a dragon since it dealt with the weather, and he had also heard that the Confucius of heaven and earth was located here and tried to understand if he had achieved anything, to which the yellow-haired man replied that it was a pit anyway. The bearded man looked ahead. The girl tilted her head, and the man suggested that the Shintoists had also managed to achieve Zen. The girl looked away. The blue-haired woman closed her eyes and replied that without the support of the teacher, she would never have done it, to which the man added that no matter how modest she was, she deserved the title of Taibeixing, because the fact was that she was chosen as a teacher, and this is proof of the superiority of the natural qualities of a believer. The star shines above the heads of people, and the storyteller explained that it was made possible by the defeat of King Han by the new god Tao, because the most prominent of the students of the Masters of the Eight Palaces were named 7 stars and said that he considered it an honor. The girl tilted her head and thought that first of all, King Han wasn't really her achievement, but only a facade compared to him. The old man took a step and said that they had been waiting for a long time and invited the people inside. The building stands in the rain. The squad is coming. The man looks ahead. People gather on the podium. The dark-haired man raised his head and said that he thought it would be an overview of the Eastern Sea, to which the yellow-haired man replied in the affirmative, and added that since most of the factions that would participate in the extermination were training in Shinshi, and it was here that they had opened it. The guy turned around and thought that he didn't see anyone who was stronger than their stars. People looked away when someone asked everyone to sit down. The unknown woman took a step forward. People look at people in unusual clothes. The girl adjusted her collar, and someone said that it was a volunteer contribution, and the girl said that the shoes were uncomfortable, and why she had to wear them, to which the voice replied that they were financing their work themselves. The host went to the center of the circle and assumed that everyone exists, and decided to get straight to the point. An image of a monster appeared, and the girl explained that the East Sea Dragon King was so ruthless that the dragon palaces of the West and South Seas decided to destroy the East Sea. The girl raised her hand and added that both sides had suffered losses, and at the previous leadership meeting, it had been decided that the adepts would join forces to conquer the Eastern Sea. People look at the host who reveals that he was awarded the Eastern Dragon Palace for his efforts, and the most lucrative positions for raising rates were taken by those who had a lot of money, but they received a lot of complaints, so they changed the way positions were distributed. His finger pointed to the side. The girl raised her hand and said that all but 2 ranks, namely lords and ladies, were won by competition. People are sitting in shock and someone whispered that there are only 3 months left before the victory, and they cannot afford to give up, and someone saw it as a chance to get a high position. The man looked to the side and thought that these people were in trouble, and the good places would be theirs. Someone smiled. The silhouette looks at the hosts. The girl turned and realized that it was him. Someone took a step forward. Park stopped and assumed that he had come too late, and everyone realized that he was the Confucius of heaven and earth. The end of the first season. Flags flutter on the spires. The protagonist is sitting. The hero tilted his head and realized that this was a competition for choosing a place. An image of strong members appeared, and the hero remembered that since there were many members of the Pantheon and the Savageon clan in the highest positions, it seemed at first glance that this choice was made in favor of large groups or individuals. But even among the younger members of the Pantheon and the Samvasan Valve, there were many representatives. The man raised his head, and Park continued that the members of this circle, even if their spiritual development is not high, they receive more support and spells than others, so victory is quite natural for them. The hero looked to the side and summed up that it was a structure in which those with more support occupied high positions. The participant is sitting. The guy lowered his head and realized that it was still disgusting. People look at the host who said that since the number of participants was quite large, not everyone could get the desired seats right away, so they determined the wrongly based on their spirit level. The girl used magic and said that it was their ranking based on their level of achievement. The red-haired man attacks his opponent, and the girl reveals that if they have complaints about their rank, they can fight whoever they would like to change. The guy raised his hands, and a female voice clarified that there was no change if they lost, but if they won, then the ranks change, namely whoever had the rank change moved 1 rank down. The protagonist looks ahead in surprise. The girl raised her head and said that Puck had come late and wanted to know what rank he wanted to summon. The window glowed green, and the hero said that even if it was a challenge or a joke, his rank was not there. The presenter raised her hand and suggested that the man had a different level, because he was definitely not here, to which Park realized that maybe he wasn't there, but he definitely wanted to participate, and the girl added that after the opening of the heavenly gate, it became easy to see and measure the level of cultivation, so many adepts used it, and she thought that everyone had it. But she did not pay attention to this, and added that she did not know that there was no such thing. The protagonist turned his head, and the sword realized that he had gained a rank by changing it, and Puck had gone missing during an argument about Docto, so it was a good thing he had given it to him. The woman clutched her head and said that she had made a mistake by not checking it, and decided to give Confucius an opportunity. The girl stretched out her hand and asked what order he would prefer. The man smiled. The hero stood up and thought that thanks to this he would be able to show his capabilities. The protagonist stretched out his hand and said that he was choosing the first one. Park stands and tells to be given the first place on the list. The girl looks up in shock. People turned around and tried to understand what he was thinking. The redhead sits silently. An unknown person stood up and said that the hero wanted to take his place. The green-haired man turned and noticed that this was bold. People looked at the man and realized that this was the third son of Baradaga Paride. The bearded man turned around and realized that he was at a higher level of divine state than them. The guy looked forward, and the man realized that he had focused all his energy in the direction of Aryan, so he was in the first place. The antagonist approached the hero and said that it was sad, because even Ganji's level didn't seem that bad, but when he thought they lost Ganji in such a place. The protagonist turned around and replied that he wouldn't know until he tried it. The referee raised his hand and shouted that Park vs. Paride and announced the start of the competition. Opponents stand opposite each other. The antagonist's blade was enveloped in a golden aura. A spirit appeared behind the young man, who said that especially for Ganji, he wanted to show a little bit of the power of the divine state level. The giant swung his mace. Puck dodged the attack. The hero jumps to the point, and the sword assumed that it was Jingang-jo, and the man assumed that the sword knew what it was. The protagonist runs, and the blade revealed that he saw it in the novel, where the protagonist is a monk and he seems to mean that he relieves the anxiety of the heart. The giant raises his hand after the blow. The protagonist concentrated the energy in his hand. Magic formed a sphere. Blue energy pierced the opponent's body. The guy staggered back because of the blow. Puck stood on the ground. The man took a step and said that as to who was using it, he seemed too worried. The antagonist raised his head and said that he underestimated the hero. A golden aura enveloped the young man's hand. The giant swung for a blow at Puck. The man looked to the side. The creature slammed into the place where the protagonist was, who remarked that it was fast and added that he was getting stronger, pouring out all the energy. The fist approaches the hero's face. The giant struck the ground. Someone stood on the ground. Puck looks at the monster and realizes that it won't help him. The protagonist began to draw his sword from its scabbard. The hero inflicted many cuts on the enemy. The blows are reflected on the body of the owner. The man stood on the giant and said that although the laws were good, but he didn't know how to use them, which was why he looked so dull and realized that he was seeing a sage who had just awakened. The young man looks down and realizes that he has poured all his energy, but he still lags behind, while the opponent did not use a single technique. Blue magic surrounds the hero, and the antagonist realizes that this is the pure method of Guangni that Betagon spoke of. The protagonist lowered his gaze and said that such high levels could be reached without the help of this monstrous artifact. The guy bit his lip and told the hero to stop laughing. A red rose appeared in the body of the antagonist, who shouted that he hadn't lost yet. The rose lies in the palm of her hand. The girl stood up and tried to understand what it was and why it was in his hands. The giant was sitting, and someone realized that it was the cursed Baradagi. A woman stands in front of the antagonist. Out of gratitude to Baridai who helped her, Zhang Chenbi gave only once. Among the visitors of the Heart Garden, only Zhang Chenji has the ability to break. A red aura envelopes the flower. Among the many flowers containing tens of thousands of different powers, a flower focused solely on fighting, Sura destruction. His hand clutched the flower. Red energy pierced the guy's body. Paride looked at the hero furiously and said that his loss was impossible. The giant behind the hero began to rise. The protagonist turned. Something is rapidly approaching Puck. The character, clenching his fists from failure, cursed indignantly. The hero, his eyes flashing furiously in a fighting stance, declared that he had not lost yet. The protagonist looked ahead, peeked to turn back at the unexpected sight, and exclaimed in an impressed way that this was truly incredible. The hero opened his eyes wide. The protagonist clenched his fist sharply. The guy was thrown away from the blow. The main character, looking ahead in amazement, asked if all the giant wounds had really already healed. Huge hands began to beat the ground. The fighter, jumping away from the opponent's blows, stated that the speed was now not at all the same as before. The opponent's hands tried to grab the protagonist, and the guy explained that if you pay attention to how Dayan Nanja insulted Baradega, it resembles a spell that Baradage himself uses. The protagonist ran ahead. The main character braked sharply with his hands. The man looked at the guy menacingly, and he enthusiastically proclaimed that this spellcaster was as capable as the incarnation of the god himself. The opponents stood opposite each other. The protagonist, looking uncertainly ahead, asked if this was true. The girl, excitedly holding on to the fence, desperately shouted for God to save them, and demanded that the hero be more careful. The monster clenched his fist, and the heroine from the balcony warned that even if it is spoiled and difficult to describe, it is still a flower that can bring great power. The hero clenched his fists and asked what the flower meant. An image of a bridge appeared, and the hero stated that if you pluck one petal, the army will be destroyed, and if you tear off two, then there will be no more country. A picture of a red flower appeared, and Picto added that if 3 petals were plucked, the whole world would end, and that it was the flower of the world's destruction. The young man looked up and thought how strong Dayan must be to have the right to crush this flower. The hero turned his head sharply, and the girl shouted that the enemy was already behind. A guy in a green kimono attacked the protagonist. The hero, repelling the attack with his sword, exclaimed in fright when it managed to be behind him. The character, waving his weapon away from the enemy's attacks, admitted that he could lag behind. The fighter, resolutely throwing the magic ball forward, said that then he would begin to act. A magical aura began to overtake the hero. The antagonist turned around indignantly. A guy in a green kimono rushed forward at the main character, and he muttered what it was all about. The guy struck Paik a brutal blow. The protagonist, flying backwards from the blow, exclaimed in shock that he had even managed to stop Mashenshingan. The narrator, clutching his sword in his hand, reflected that only a short time ago he could not believe that this was the same man who had always lost to him. Paik, smiling with satisfaction, stated that this should be enough. The hero raised his sword, and the girl insistently demanded that he respond to his opponent. The character was swinging his sword in panic, and the heroine screamed, begging God for help, and demanded that she be quickly pulled out of there, otherwise everything would be destroyed. Paik raised his head in interest, wondering if all he did was read novels, since he had never seen him learn spells. A guy in a green kimono named Paride uncertainly raised his hand with magic. The character, looking thoughtfully at the falling vegetation, muttered that the leaves were already beginning to fall. The fighter, holding his sword forward in a show of strength, promised that he would show his opponent something far more impressive than mere destruction. The warrior, pointing his weapon at the enemy, insistently ordered that this time he should definitely pay attention to his actions. The protagonist swung his sword, Paride's sword, into the air. The character opposing the main character, waving his hand, advised that he was fighting in vain and it would be better to give up this idea. The antagonist, violently tearing everything in front of him with a spell, demanded that the opponent surrender immediately. The guy looked ahead. The leaves squeezed the hero's hand, and he was dumbfounded and asked how this was even possible. The hero was abruptly pulled forward, and he began to scream. The enemy, flying into the distance, cursed the protagonist, calling him a bastard. The main character confidently held a sword in his hands. The fighter, clutching the weapon in his hand, honestly admitted that he thought that he would easily defeat him. The hero clenched his blade behind his back. The blow fell on the huge man. The protagonist landed on the ground with all his strength. Paride, turning his head back, explained that the opponent had used the giant to soften the blow, but the effect of that flower had unfortunately already worn off. The main character, soaring into the air, asked if his opponent had finally understood his position. The fighter, swinging his sword, concluded that this was the limit of his strength, both physical and magical. The guy pointed his sword towards the enemy. A magic spell struck at Parida. The antagonist, widening his eyes, exclaimed in impressed that despite everything, the opponent still retained such a powerful force. Paik swung his weapon. The determined protagonist, looking ahead, ominously warned that this would be their last battle. The hero fell to the ground. The character, looking around, asked to be left alone and not harmed. The magic vine struck the ground. The vine began to glow in the huge church altar. The water began to twist the leaves. The witness, looking ahead, whispered tremblingly that it was unbelievable. The hero looked ahead and asked dumbfounded if this was a force equal to the incarnation of a god. The protagonist raised his head to the sky, and the hero exclaimed in shock that the enemy had destroyed everything around him, and stated that its level was even higher than that of the Senshin, which means the stage of an old person reaching the 9th degree of enlightenment. The sword jumped up and gleefully asked if the protagonist had designed this miracle. The hero was holding a sword in his hands, and he said that if he could make him laugh, he would laugh all day, and Paik replied that the voice of the other person was the only thing he heard. An image of a sword appeared, and the hero explained in detail that this sword, combined with the power of a dragon and created from its own horns, made it easier to use the combined techniques of sword and magic, so he decided to use it this time. The girl, crossing her arms over her chest, assured that he had nothing to worry about after all. This was undoubtedly the merit of her training. The observer, looking ahead, asked if it was a petal. The crowd looked into the distance, and the heroine wondered where this petal came from. The girl looked up and whispered that it was impossible. An image of a tree trunk appeared, and the heroine exclaimed jubilantly that the petals had bloomed. The protagonist rushed forward and stated that it seemed that the garden of power had begun to bloom, and it seemed to have been influenced by his own spell. The object fell at his feet, and the guy muttered, wondering what it was. The hero, carefully studying the found artifact, suggested that perhaps this was the same object that the Moon Prince once held. The hero in a yellow kimono, approaching the protagonist from behind, said that this is Zhongji Gong, subject to everything. The protagonist's interlocutor, looking seriously at his partner, asked if he was going to go with him to the Chamber of Mirrors. The protagonist, shaking his head in bewilderment, mused that Haidong was indeed known for his role in the administration, and added that unexpectedly, such a person was heading to Huang Yuan's palace. The wallpaper was painted with patterns and patterns. The heroes walked forward along the wide corridor. A guy named Paik walked behind the man and wondered why he had been invited there in the first place, whether it had anything to do with the blooming flowers. Paik turned his head and thought about the fact that the room had very high ceilings. There were drawings on the walls, and the hero asked in bewilderment if all this was happening because of this painting. The hero looked ahead and asked himself about this painting. The observer, noticing the unusual movement, asked again if it was really moving. The hero, intently studying the mysterious object, at first assumed that it might be a monstrous fresco, but then corrected himself that no, it was something else. Putting his hands on the wall, Pictu said that it was Sanghejiang. An image of mountains and a lake appeared, and the hero explained that, according to the books found in Bektago, there is some data. An image of terrible monsters appeared, and the hero seriously added that the creatures from Sanghejiang had unique properties, and stated that they came from outer space in ancient times to rule this world. The character threw his hands up, and the hero concluded that the wise men, who had seen the true way, had closed the gates of heaven to prevent their dominion. The main character, thoughtfully running his hand over the frescoes, stated that if it were not for the sacrifices of those wise men, the world would have died long ago. The same personage, looking sadly ahead, added that now that the gates of heaven had been opened in their time, everything had changed, and remarked that modern sages were too preoccupied with their own interests and power struggles. Haydn, approaching the protagonist with interest, noted that it was interesting to observe the so-called external deities. A young man named Pete turned to the other person and explained that the external deities were those who were once the great masters of that era. The hero put his hand to the frescoes and wondered that if those creatures were really great masters, they must have possessed great power, but since the gates of heaven were opened, he had not heard a word about them and where they had disappeared. A huge monster devoured people. The protagonist, widening his eyes in admiration, asked again what the huge flower in front of them was, and wondered if it was the same two-star sun rod he had used earlier. The knowledgeable expert, looking at the ancient relic, announced that what they were seeing was Imjizinin. The listener, turning his head inquiringly, asked if this was the same Imjizinin, one of the 3 great rulers and 5 emperors who ruled ancient China, the one who studied agriculture. The main character, shaking his head from the unexpected discovery, exclaimed that he really used this technique. The guy sat in front of the monitor and proclaimed that this was his first technique. The protagonist looked at the golden card and remembered the solar wind. The magus, slamming his hand into the wall, happily declared that it even surpassed the level of the 10th star. The protagonist, looking at the frescoes, impatiently demanded that he show again. The hero put his fingers to the wall and shouted that he wanted to see more and more. In the hands of the drawn man, magic was formed. The protagonist admiringly put his hand to the fresco. The character, stepping back from the wall, explained that this is just a repetition of the same fragment, a return to the beginning. Pictu, looking ahead, suggested that perhaps this sage created the star wind method, and the legend of the solar wind found here provides a clue to reaching the 10th star. The main character, shaking his head, asked if there were any descendants of that man anywhere, and the man in the yellow kimono replied that no one among the famous saints had such knowledge, although if you dig deeper, who knows? The hero's companion, turning around, suggested that it was time to move on. The protagonist, looking back sadly, stated that it seems that except for very ancient saints like Wanan, no one knows about it. It's a pity that there are no relics left. The traveler smirked and concluded that he was nevertheless glad that he had received a clue about the star wind here and confirmed its connection to the 10 stars. The hero was waiting for the protagonist. The hero walked behind the mentor, and he announced that they were there. The heroes entered a huge hall. Magic sparkled in the center of the hall, and the hero wondered if it could be the root of Sandansu. Heido turned around and said that the hero knew for sure that his name was Hidongyang. He was in charge of the leadership of the Huangwang clan. The hero turned sharply. The guy stood in the center of the hall and demanded to answer without lying. He looked at the protagonist menacingly and asked about what he had done to Shindasu. The protagonist looked ahead and thought that they were now referring to him as the leader of the clan. The protagonist, throwing up his hand, honestly admitted that although he contributed to the flowering, it was not his intention. The warrior, scratching his chin, stated that his tension had reached even Shindansu, comparable to the strength of Chongryang, the dragon of the wood element. The hero turned his head and enthusiastically added that the hero had brought his father to such a beautiful state that he had not seen in thousands of years. The character, looking at the divine essence, exclaimed in shock which father he was talking about. The tree began to glow with the light of magic, and the hero asked in shock if this Shindansu was Huangwang himself. The young man in the yellow kimono turned to the side and explained that his father had used the power of this ridge to become a powerful being, taking advantage of the roots that grew here. The guy tilted his head and added that only his brother Kimash had the right to hear the whispers of revelation. The warrior put his hand to the tree and sternly stated that they were only allowed to know what Kimash would provide, and only that one root. The hero, looking ahead, wondered why the dragon was telling him this, if it was the secret of their tribe. The hero removed the cup from the table. The warrior, looking at the man, replied that he believed that the main character was qualified, because the holy blood shed by his father bound their tribe. The hero handed Paik a cup and said that by accepting this blood, he would become bound to his power, and it would make him stronger. The character, holding out the sacred vessel, said that the hero should rejoice in this moment and drink, and majestically added that this holy blood would cleanse him, allowing him to take a place next to his brothers. The protagonist looked ahead fascinated. The protagonist, throwing up his hand, politely refused, stating that if it was his right of choice, then he would politely refuse, and the warrior replied that it was not something that could be rejected, and the hero had better accept it without resisting. The hero, looking back at the surrounding elders, thought that because of these elders, he would not even be able to escape, and judging by the color of their hair, his father was recognized as part of the tribe. The man sat in the dark, and the hero reasoned that listening to and receiving revelations from the voice in the end, it seems that only Hamos can hear the voice of Shindansu. The character, looking forward, stated that if this holy blood was so powerful, he would have already felt its power in battle, and remarked that it all almost sounded like propaganda, and added that it was like a sect. The hero hugged his friend and continued that they were hardened in their views, happily considering the others to be members of his father's tribe, and stated that he would rather die than accept it. Pika looked at the bowl and honestly admitted that the Shindansa energy would definitely increase his power, and added that if he was worried about programming, it would give power to the Huangwon clan, and wished they didn't have this programming. The protagonist, peering into the vessel, asked in bewilderment if it was really for drinking, and thought that it was a poison that was injected inside to program the mind. The hero accepted the cup and concluded that even if he accepted this holy blood, it would not get better. The protagonist looked at the enemy and stated that he would not become what they wanted. The hero drank the liquid from the cup. The hero leaned over and shouted that it hurt him. The guy crouched and began to cough. The protagonist clutched his head and explained that his body seemed to be pierced by roots. The guy gritted his teeth and asked what the voices in his head were saying, and added that his head was bursting. The main character, widening his eyes from what he heard, stated in amazement that although this is a language that he has never heard, he knows what it is. The hero clenched his head in shock, and a voice shouted that it was for God's sake. The character was taken aback and said that this is how it should be. The protagonist tilted his head and stated that his assumptions were confirmed. The main character, pressing a magical hand to his body, concluded that he had decoded this holy blood. The hero was standing opposite the man. The warriors, shaking their heads in surprise, asked again what was happening after all. The hero did not become Snow White. Although this is ordinary sacred blood, but something is wrong. A warrior named Hado watched the hero, and he stated that the connection had finally been established. The hero stood in the middle of the room and asked himself if this was possible. The antagonist grabbed Pake's neck. The warrior, looking angrily at the hero, demanded to know what he had done. The main character, smiling calmly, replied that he said that everything would not be the way they wanted. Haydn looked at the hero and noticed that if he had planned something, then the connection would not have been established at all. The elder dismissed the protagonist and added that there had never been dragons in their bloodline, but perhaps it would take time to figure it out. The protagonist, holding his neck, admitted in amazement that he could not believe that the hero's mind had been freed, and Haydn stated that the amount of holy blood given to him was enough for him to stand on a par with him, the head of the clan. The head of the clan, looking at the protagonist, announced that from now on he would consider the hero his younger brother. Pika nodded to his new brother, and concluded that he hoped for further cooperation. The towers of the castle stood under a white sky, and the hero shouted that he was only a Chin's son. The protagonist, approaching the masked man, asked if he was still fighting for the title of Celestial. The young man put down his spear, and the herald announced that the second place in the competition of young masters of the Celestial Empire was occupied by a certain Li Hongwei. The mentor, approaching the student with satisfaction, asked if he had achieved what he wanted. The protagonist, examining the ward's wounds, noticed that his wounds were too serious, and it was time to return, and the student gratefully replied to him. The protagonist, looking at his friend, noticed that he did not tell him to take second place, but he still achieved his goal and stood below him. The guy frowned, and Pika stated that this guy was stubborn as hell. A few days later, the traditional house stood under a blue sky. The character, putting his hand to his stomach, noted that he had been watching him, but the sacred blood does not cause harm. Pika, looking at his comrade with satisfaction, added that Hanvi had also made a good recovery. The protagonist opened the paper and announced that the order of the participants in the Eastern campaign had been determined, and concluded that the details would be discussed at the next meeting. The main character, looking anxiously at the sheet, stated that there was very little time left, and that he had completed his training in Singxi, and now he needed to complete his preparations for the campaign as soon as possible. The character, turning back in bewilderment, wondered why the Manpasic shock pipe had not yet been delivered, although it should have already been delivered. The protagonist got up from his seat and reasoned that he did not want to hurry them because of Turving, but that the march was on the horizon, and he had to visit them, and he asked Hanvi that if he was free, he should keep him company, and his companion asked them where they were going. The leader, looking resolutely at his subordinate, replied that they would go to the north of the peninsula. The traditional building stood under a cloudy sky, and the protagonist added that he would meet with General Wadiak. The disciple, jumping up at the unexpected appearance of an important person, respectfully exclaimed that he was the Heavenly Lord. The protagonist, looking at the girl carefully, identified that she appeared to be a student of General Wadiak, who had been possessed by Turving, and asked where her teacher was, to which the nervous student replied that her teacher was away on business. Pitu, turning to his interlocutor, asked if she knew anything about the object he had ordered, and the bewildered girl cautiously admitted that there were some difficulties, and the visitor asked again what the difficulties were. The girl bent down and invited the heroes to follow her. The glare of the sun flooded the frame with the temple. The protagonist entered the room and asked if this was General Wadiak's chambers. The hero, approaching the girl, asked what they would do. The heroes looked ahead in surprise. The hostess, cautiously turning to the secret vault, reported that the item they had ordered was in this cache. The student stood up and honestly admitted that she did not know what had happened, but the people from Bekwigak suddenly took her teacher away. The girl looked at the heroes and excitedly added that before he was taken away, the teacher hid the object in a hiding place. But they could not open it, since the teacher told them to wait, and they were waiting. The guy in the mask looked to the side and said that now everything is clear. The seal glowed brightly, and the hero explained that the seal was superimposed so that only the master could open it. The heroes looked ahead in surprise. The magician, turning to the protagonist, explained that most of the students and servants here have fire chi, and if you pour the energy of water into the seal, the opposite element, then it can be easily removed, and the protagonist asked if he could remove the seal right now, to which the guy replied that yes, but you need to know where and in what sequence to direct the energy, and let them do so, as he will say. The protagonist agreed to try it. The witness, admiringly watching the characters, exclaimed that even her teacher's students could not remove the seal, and the master dealt with it with one glance. The girl, throwing up her hands in admiration for the main character, reflected that this was incredible, and I wondered how he looked without a mask, because he was the king of dragons who saved her life. The heroes put their hands to the safe. The light illuminated the room. The magic seal sparkled brightly. The protagonist, opening the cache, said that it was Manpasikchak. The hero took his flute, and the heroine respectfully confirmed that it was what he had ordered, and it was not surprising that the teacher hid it so securely before he was taken away. Pitu, looking sadly at the instrument, remarked that he had thought to get it from the hands of General Wadiak for a pleasant conversation, and wondered what Mrs. Yua was up to, since she had ordered the general to be brought to her. The assistant, carefully holding out the found document, said that it was a note. The hero, concentrating on holding the note in his hands, pronounced the name of the Taiwan rock. The main character, looking at the paper, wondered if General Wadiak knew that he would be captured, or if there was something else here, and where this Taiwan rock was. The hero turned to Lee and asked if he knew the place. The guy, looking at the protagonist, explained that this name is not used now, it is more often called differently, and nowadays it is called the tomb of King Manhwa. The king sat in a pose, and the guy added that Manhwa was the 30th king of Silla, the son of Kim Chung-chu, a famous ruler who ended the war with the Tang and united the 3 Korean states. The girl looked ahead and asked if it was King Manhwa. The heroine, nodding her head confidently, confirmed that he is a guardian dragon, and yes, she knows him, as he is well known among those who meditate on Yoija. The protagonist looked at his flute, and the girl revealed that it was said that the Manpasikchak flute had also gone there when she decided to become a dragon, and added that she had left it there. The sky was dark, and the heroine clarified that it was just after the end of the Silla-Tan War. A fire broke out, and she stated that the 7-year war between Silla and Tang had ended with the retreat of the Tang. An image of mysterious trees appeared, and the girl continued tensely that Emperor Gaozong refused to admit defeat, and added that he had awakened something that should not have been awakened and brought it down on the Korean peninsula. The hero raised his hand, and the heroine concluded that in order to resist the unstoppable monster, King Manhwa himself turned into a dragon. The sky was blue, and the heroine reported that the monster was defeated, but there are no details. The temple was under the sky, and the girl said that rumors had spread that the king had turned into a dragon, and everyone rushed to find him. The girl stood in front of the heroes and stated that the general probably knew the secret of the transformation. The thoughtful protagonist furrowed his brows and reasoned that General Wadiak knew the secret of turning into a dragon, and that was why Mrs. Yua had taken him away. The girl sat in chains, and the hero assumed that she wanted to create a dragon that would follow her orders. The girl looked down and asked if the general was ready to speak. A bearded man was sitting in a cage. The hero raised his head. Yua looked at him and asked why she didn't say anything, to which the protagonist replied that he simply didn't know anything. The heroine angrily crossed her arms and thought that all she needed was for him to speak. The girl grinned mischievously. The heroine approached the cage and said that the hands were the main tool of the master. The man was looking at the floor, and Yua ordered his hands to be cut off. The general jumped up and asked them to stop. The hero looked ahead. An image of the antagonist appeared, and the hero stated that she had tried to strengthen Bekwigak's position before. The protagonist, scratching his chin, thought that if she created a dragon, she would certainly announce that the place of the next lord of the Eastern Sea belonged to her, and enthusiastically noted that since there was no news yet, then the general, apparently, was still holding on. The character, carefully studying the found note, concluded that the general left it for him because he hoped for his help. Pitu sat down on the floor and categorically stated that whether this secret existed or not, seeing their past deeds, he could not allow them to seize power over the Eastern Sea. But if he went against Bekwigak, he would incur the wrath of the entire celestial world. The character looked ahead and optimistically stated that the connections should help resolve the conflict. An image of the hero's opponents appeared, and he explained that the problem was that he did not know anything about the transformation of King Manhwa, and Bekwagak could torture the general into giving information by force. The protagonist sadly clutched his head in his hands, and exclaimed that if he could learn anything about this secret, he needed to prepare to stop them. The protagonist, looking ahead, exclaimed enthusiastically that he had found a solution. An image of a tree appeared, and the hero said that he had someone who always knew the answers. The protagonist closed his eyes and noted how pleasant the aroma was. The owner, looking kindly at the sacred tree, constated that it had eaten all the spirits he had fed him. Ecstatic Pictu, looking at the ripe fruit, stated that the fruits were ripe, and there were as many as 5 of them. The hero looked at the fruit and asked what revelations it would give him. The protagonist opened his mouth. Pictu looked at the fetus, and the notification told him to take the medicine. The hero bent down and painfully exclaimed that the property of this elixir from the peach from the peninsula was very strong. The character, looking at the changes in the body, enthusiastically noted that this is an incredible feeling, and stated that metal energy is formed in the phalanges of the fingers. The protagonist, looking at his hands, noticed that first there was water, and now metal. The hero looked at his palms in frustration and cautiously admitted that this was too little, because his opponent was Bekwagak. Pictu looked intrigued at the remaining fruit, and wondered what it could be. Peaches fell from the tree, and the hero assumed that each peach gave one of the 5 elements. The character was lying under a tree and noted with satisfaction that it was very tasty, and now he was just someone who ate a delicious peach. Pictu looked at the fruit in his hand and stated that the first peach had given him water chi, a liver immune to poisons, and a horn like a dragon's, whereas this fruit was too weak in comparison. The bear pointed to the tree, and the boy exclaimed enthusiastically that the elder Quanic had said that the more a peach tree grew from the peninsula, the stronger the effect of its fruit. The protagonist looked up and sadly stated that his tree had long stopped growing. The character sat under a tree and shrewdly suggested that perhaps he was cramped here, and concluded that it was time to transplant the tree. The main character, a gardener, evaluated the tree trunk with his eyes and noted with concern that the tree creates a protective barrier, and it will not be easy to move it, and added that it would be good to just expand the space. Pictu, looking ahead, exclaimed enthusiastically that he needed to use the space. The hero, holding a forgotten artifact in his hand, jubilantly declared that he had a suitable item. The protagonist looked at the object and stated in annoyance that he had completely forgotten about the artifact that controlled space. The researcher, tossing the ancient artifact, wondered if it was activated with the help of chi. The tree glowed from the magic barrier. The protagonist, resolutely looking ahead, stated with satisfaction that the space for the growth of the peach tree was finally finished. The hero looked into the frame and practically announced that now he needed to find suitable soil. The sky was covered with clouds. Clouds floated across the sky. The hero poured the seeds into the ground. A few days later the situation changed. The protagonist looked at the sprout and muttered intently under his breath. The hero sat in the field and confidently reasoned that Hanvi would not give bad advice, so they chose the Naoju Plain, and explained that it was one of the main granaries of the Korean peninsula, a fertile land that had fed countless generations of Koreans. Pictu put the earth in a bag and thought that if he fertilized it well, the soil would be full of energy, and it was a good thing that Hanvi knew how to do it, and wondered if his tree would like the soil. The hero looked down. Pictu's body began to shake. The protagonist was pierced by a blow. The magical artifact glowed, and the guy assumed that it might be Chiljito's response. The protagonist grabbed the artifact. The sword on the hero's belt began to shake, and Turving shouted in resentment that he had another sword, and he didn't say anything, and asked who it was. Pictu calmly looked back and explained that Turving was seeing Chiljito for the first time and should calm down, as this sword was not meant for battle. The sword began to move, and Turving screamed hysterically that she could not calm down, because they wanted to move her, and it was a serious problem when a character with a similar role appeared in the manhwa. The sword curved. The protagonist, looking at the weapon, thought in confusion that she was carrying. Judging by her speech, she was still a baby, but she understood it, probably because they were both swords. The guy looked at the weapon and translated that Chiljito said that she was glad to be back home, and asked in surprise what kind of house he meant. The protagonist looked ahead and said that the sword was forged in Beach. The guy was standing in the middle of the field and said that Naju is the former land of Beach. Pictu looked down and realized that he felt a surge of energy. The hero swung his sword. The protagonist flew into the air. Magic lit up the space. A magical aura flooded the frame. The main character was transported to the temple. Pictu looked around the space and asked where they were, dumbfounded, and reported that Chiljito said it was Verison, and she was completely delighted. An image of a man in a city appeared, and the hero detailed that the state fell to Goguryeo and the city was wiped off the face of the earth during the reign of Kero, the 21st one of Beach, and mysteriously added that to this day, no one knows where this city was. The protagonist looked around and exclaimed in amazement that no one would have thought that they would find Verison in Neju. An image of a man appeared, and the main character reasoned that the time he swung Chiljito, following her response, he had encountered spirits associated with this sword. The girl was lying on the ground. Pictu looked at the sword and concluded that Chiljito was reacting to hidden places that held the memory of the past. The ground under the hero shook. The protagonist looked around and warily noted that there was an incredible concentration of metal energy, but there was no aura of people, and I wondered who lived here. The hero shifted his gaze to the side. A crowd of skeletons was moving towards him. Skeletons surrounded the protagonist. Looking around him, the hero anxiously suggested that it might be the army guarding the place, and there were a lot of them. The protagonist looked at the enemies. Skeletons carried banners, and the protagonist speculated that it was Kilji's army. If he was not mistaken, then Kilji was the title of the Wang, and perhaps it was members of the royal family or his personal guard. The skeleton came out to the protagonist. The ancient warriors pointed menacingly at the intruder, and hoarsely demanded to introduce himself and tell who he was. Picta held out his hand and proudly proclaimed that he was the owner of this sword. The sword fell from the hero's hands. The blade flew out of Puck's hands and desperately screamed that he was saying goodbye to them, and Turving commented that Picta also considered herself her master, and laughed evilly. The hero raised his hands and howled that he surrendered, and the girl snidely remarked that he had no one but her. The guy holds his hands high. The skeleton warrior wants to know his name. Park takes off his mask and reveals his name, and that he is a Korean citizen. The living dead, holding his sword, demands the hero to stop. The protagonist, holding garlic in his hand, understands aloud that he is not being listened to. He, putting the plant in his mouth, adds that he will have to act differently. Puck keeps his eyes closed. Take medicine, elixir property, garlic. The hero opens his eyelids, a temporary intensification. A young warrior makes a dash towards the crowd of skeletons. He jumps high. The guy, smiling in the air, says it's time to start. Puck swings his sword. Huge vines, along with water, attack the living dead. Skeletons crumble under the hero's attack. He, levitating in the air, is upset aloud that the roots are so weak. The protagonist, holding a sword in his hands, reveals that this place is cursed, then adds that the energy of the metal suppresses the energy of the tree. He shifts his gaze. The destroyed skeleton lies on the ground. The bones are covered with purple light. Parts of the dead fly into the air. A lot of remains fly to the rebel. One bone is attached to the body of the dead. The other two are also attached to the frame. The back of a white skeleton is shown. The undead look up. Puck, hovering in the air on the army of the dead, says that if they come to life, it will not be easy to get out. The hero, looking down with a smile, declares that this is a real immortal army. He raises his sword, the weapon claiming that they remind him of the Devourer. Skeletons in armor appear. The guy is surprised aloud. The blade tells that there are the same tenacious guys in the north. The dead man stands in front of the grave, the sword explaining that they are being held in this world by force, and in order to put them to rest, it is necessary to break the shackles that bind them to a mortal existence. The ghost's head opens its mouth. The hero's weapon asks to give them a worthy death. Puck, grabbing the scabbard. Smiling, he takes out the blade and says that he heard it. The blade screams. The protagonist with white hair rushes forward. The guy raises his sword behind his back in front of a lot of undead. He cuts through a group of skeletons. Puck, looking back at the remains, notes to himself that he feels the threads break. The protagonist looks behind his back and thinks that it really works. An image of a blade appeared. It indicates that it understood the meaning of the word death. Park silently watches the sword. The hero continues to hold the sword. The weapon adds that he has always dreamed of doing this, to which Park declares that it is his will. He loudly asks to look somewhere. 3 skeletons with bows pull the bowstring. Fire projectiles fly at the protagonist. A huge number of arrows are directed at the warrior, to which he notes this aloud. Water appears, which stops the ammunition. The hero destroys a group of the dead with one stroke. He notes to himself that there are too many of them to break the shackles of each individually, then adds that in this way he himself can run out of steam before time. Puck destroys another undead in flight, thinking that if there is an army, then there is a king who commands it. The guy cuts the door with his blade. The passage is destroyed. The hero reflects on the murder of the king. The protagonist takes a step. He, leaning against the opening, is surprised aloud. The warrior, looking at the 3 dead, notes aloud the presence of an incredible aura of metal. Puck, sheathing his blade, says that the king does not look very imposing, then adds that he is holding a 7-pointed sword. A corpse with a weapon in his hand sits on the throne. The guy asks who he is. Skull eyes glow blue. The skeleton, watching the hero, says that he smells like the KO clan. Park wonders aloud about this, then wonders how the king felt this after he left Wagik years ago. The dead surround the surprised protagonist, their leader declaring that he was the one who took his 7-pointed sword and destroyed Beach. The guy is surrounded by the undead. The main skeleton claims that by his mercy he suffered such humiliation. The king, rising from his throne, declares that he will regain his crown when he gets his hands on Puck's flesh. The leader of the dead, opening his jaw, demands to give him his body. 3 rebels jump with weapons on the hero. They hit the ground. The protagonist's silhouette lifts off the ground. Flying over many skeletons, he loudly says that the king is crazy. The undead raise their skulls at the guy, to which he notes aloud that after such long years of imprisonment, it is not surprising to lose his mind. He holds a fan in his hands with a grin. The warrior summons heat with a wave. Puck, smiling, tells him that we haven't seen each other for a long time. A lot of skeletons with weapons stand in front of the blue animal. The hero asks him to kill them all. The summoned beast jumps into the attack along with the small white elephant. A lot of the dead are holding weapons in their hands. Heat destroys the skeleton with a swipe of his claws. It opens its mouth wide. Pulgasari watches the fight. He eats the weapons of the undead. Puck looks at this, the sword in its scabbard, surprised that the beast is growing. The hero, looking up, says that the summoned animal feeds on metal, then adds that this is the only thing you can give. A huge white elephant with claws opens its mouth wide. The protagonist reflects on how the indestructible metal beast is able to grow to incredible sizes by absorbing metal, then adds that, according to stories, it can fill all 4 seas. A golden glow appears. The hero says to himself that this is why the animal was nicknamed Pulgasari Indestructible, then remembers what is said about him in Jumseong's book. The man lies under the blanket with a pillow. The guy continues that he can appear out of nowhere. The old man looks at the yellow glow in the hands of the old woman. The warrior notes to himself that Pulgasari may appear from the last breaths of a dying monk or a rice ball that the old man shares with his wife, then adds that they have appeared at all times, and each time in a mysterious way. A group of people study the library. Park tells himself that in order to subjugate these invulnerable creatures, many Celestials tried to create Pulgasari with their own hands. An empty room with many books appears. The hero declares that all attempts were in vain. A woman from the street opens the doors of the room. The protagonist muses that when Jumseong heard about Pulgasari in the country of Ogu, he thought it was nothing more than a story. The girl picks up a dusty volume. A lady in a kimono reads a book. Park says to himself that, oddly enough, Jumseong has found the answer to this riddle. A multitude of corpses lie against a background of screaming faces. The hero tells himself that, although Pulgasari is born out of human suffering, it is not one person who creates it, but the era of turmoil, then adds that the time when the people groan under the yoke of tyranny, and the ruler is blind to someone else's misfortune, and also greedy officials fill their pockets, sucking the last juice out of ordinary people. And then adds that the people who gave birth to Pulgasari were gripped by hatred, pain, and despair. As the black energy gathers into the sphere, Park thinks that when the country descends into chaos, despair, pain, hopes, and people's dreams, the Pulgasari egg is formed. The protagonist looks up and says to himself that the woman who is the boy's mother used the knowledge from the book to summon Pulgasari. The hero notices skeletons with bows under him. Fire arrows fly at the white elephant. The guy shouts to stop. The shells fly away from the animal's body. He makes an angry expression. Pulgasari puffs out her cheeks. Fire shoots out of its trunk. A jet of flame flies at the dead. A huge explosion appears. He hovers over an enraged white animal. A blue creature destroys skeletons with water against a background of fire. The soaring beast notices Puck leaving, who says that he should not have been worried. Heat jumps to the guy with a joyful face. The protagonist asks if he had fun. The big blue cat licks the warrior, to which the warrior asks where Pulgasari is. The hero shifts his gaze to the elephant. A white beast the size of a pebble is shaking. Puck, looking at him, wonders aloud why he has become so small. After all, he was so huge recently. The warrior strokes the white baby and says that he may shrink when he spends a lot of energy, then adds that he will need to be fed metal before next time. The protagonist, holding his hand over Pulgasari, declares that he has already eaten a lot, after which he adds that it is time to go home. A guy with a fan in his hands notices a skeleton on the ground. The dead man, coughing, talks about the pathetic descendants of Ko. Crawling to the hero, he demands that he give up his body. Puck, looking at him in surprise, is amazed aloud at the king's incredible obsession, then asks why he is so eager to get his body. The warrior, looking up, hums with interest. He looks at the 2 skeletons near the throne. The dead are holding a crown and clothes. The guy mentally notes this. As he continues to watch them, he asks himself why they are lying there instead of being on the king. Puck shifts his gaze to the undead leader at his feet. The warrior smiles. The hero, passing by the fallen skeleton, says that he understood why it wants to get his body. The protagonist, standing in front of a dead man with a crown, declares that it's all about her. The deceased holds a tray with a golden object. The young man claims that it is Kero, judging by the king's words about the defeat by Goguryeo, then notes aloud that the leader of the undead is cursed for the defeat and cannot wear the crown while in this body. Puck, turning around with a golden helmet in his hands, declares that it belongs to him. The skeleton watches the protagonist. The guy declares that this is payback for the fact that he coveted someone else's body. The king, looking at Puck, protests. The hero holds the crown above his head. The dead man opens his jaw. He reaches out to the warrior. The black-haired man puts on a golden helmet. The headdress on the head of the main character shines with light. The protagonist stands against the background of a yellow space. He opens his eyes. The guy examines the huge and rich hall and asks aloud where he is. The protagonist, walking along the room, suggests aloud that it looks like Virisin, but then declares that this is not the right place. He looks around and says that the decorations and buildings were built quite recently, and then suggests that he has been moved, but then adds that it has the same aura as before. Puck shifts his gaze in surprise. A man in a red kimono stands in front of him. Goldeneye, turning around, says that an unexpected guest has come to his domain. He, looking at the protagonist, claims that he is in the world of his dreams. The man with the scars on his face, continuing to examine the guy, asks why such an ardent young man was so reckless to put on a crown, then adds that he really hopes that this will not happen again. Park carefully observes the man, to which he assumes that the warrior, of course, wanted to teach the king a lesson, but then adds that his actions are a real seizure of power. The hero, smiling, claims that he expected anything, but not this. The dark-skinned man, with a slight grin, declares that he is glad to meet him, then reveals that his name is Anjo and is a descendant of Bio. Golden rays illuminate the room. The man with scars on his face, looking at Puck, says that he sees how much he has been through, then thanks him for all the way he has traveled. The hero, putting his palm to his chest, asks how it is possible to compare him, unworthy, with him, the founder of the state. The guy makes a bow and claims that he is ready to pass any test that is prepared for him. The man asks in surprise. The protagonist, looking up, tells him that he has usurped the crown of Beach. Anjo laughs and replies that it's funny to hear that from someone who already wears it. The man in the red kimono waves his hand with a smile and asks the warrior to leave, to which the warrior claims that he is not yet a descendant of the Beach family. The man with a sad look lowers his eyes and says that he was born a commoner, but by the will of fate he became a ruler, then adds that even after death he continued to protect his throne, watching how his descendants prospered. He, turning his back to the throne, asks if the hero is interested in why he handed it over and still stays here. The guy agrees. Rays illuminate the throne. Anjo declares that it is his duty and his burden. Smiling, he tells that few people are able to easily give up the power that they themselves have built, even if it has long been extinguished, then adds that in this world he experiences the illusions of those who are worthy of taking the throne, after which he explains that he is watching them, trying to understand whether they have the makings of a ruler. Puck watches a dark-skinned man, and he admits that he regrets that the man did not get here, as he would have loved to test him. The protagonist wonders who he is talking about. The undead king sits on a throne with a sword. Anjo explains that he meant the one the warrior met. The main character understands who they are talking about. A purple ghost is behind a figure with a crown on his head. The scarred man reveals that the king was never able to wear the crown, so he decided that one day he would take someone else's body and put it on, then added that the skeleton learned death magic and stayed in this world, after which he added that his obsession with the throne turned him into a monster. The protagonist looks into the distance with thoughts of death magic. Anjo, watching Puck, declares that he likes him. The guy makes a surprised look. The man explains to him that he is very strong in body, although he was born a simple man. Anjo, lowering his head, says that his older brother, Piryu, was the same. The hero is surprised by this fact. The protagonist, putting his hand to his chin, recalls the story in which, unlike him, who founded Virasin, Piryu founded Michael. A dark silhouette of a man falls against a bloody background. Park notes to himself that the man, considering his possessions too modest, committed suicide. Anjo looks at the hero with a frown. The scarred man, turning around, says that it was originally his brother who should lay the foundation of Virasin. The man pushes the young Anjo to the throne, who continues the story, saying that his brother was worthy of the throne, but his power attracted the Celestials, then continued that then he played a show. A man in a red kimono sits on the throne. Anjo says that after the alleged death of his brother, he was able to rule in peace. The dark-skinned man frowned down. Goldeneye, smiling slightly, knows that, fortunately, the Celestials were only interested in his power, and not in what surrounded her. He takes a step. Anjo, looking out over the courtyard of the palace, states that if his brother were alive, they would rule together. Puck, watching him, respectfully addresses him. A dark-skinned man turns around and says that force has its own laws. He passes by the surprised hero and asks him to follow him, explaining that he wants to repay him for his brother. The guy is surprised aloud. Anjo looks around and tells Park that if he decides to take someone else's throne next time, he should use the Imperial Seal, after which he asks if he has one. The protagonist asks in response what kind of seal it is. After a short time, the warrior takes out his bag with understanding. He takes a white object out of his bag. Anjo, looking at the boy, says that instead of putting on the crown himself, it is much more effective to use the Imperial Seal, to which he is surprised to clarify if this is true. Puck examines the item in his palm with interest, remembering that it belonged to Noctagon, Paradaga's son. A black-haired girl in a kimono stands with her back to her. A white object with a string appears. The hero wonders to himself if this is the seal of the Olgu state. He brings it to his face and muses that it will come in handy when Lady Tan decides to take revenge. The Emperor, walking on the red carpet, declares that they have come. Park and Anjo look at the throne. The guy, examining the throne, asks himself why it is to him. The man hurries him up. The protagonist, getting up, mentally asks what he is up to. The Emperor, spreading his hands, calls the name of the hero and names him his heir. Puck turns around in surprise. Anjo smiles and states that this is all he can do for him. Men stand surrounded by golden light. The guy keeps his eyes closed. A yellow circle appears above his head. He looks around and wonders aloud that he's back. Puck shifts his gaze to the voice. The skeleton king asks him to stop. The dead man, reaching out to the protagonist, says that this is his beach. The undead tremble, saying that it is his. His bones are destroyed. The hero watches this with surprise. The guy, making a startled face, is surprised aloud that the rebel disappeared without even rotting. The sword on his belt notes that he was held on only by the power of desire, and the protagonist destroyed everything. Puck notices a frightened weapon behind one of the pillars. A 7-pointed Hubarite sword behind a pillar. The warrior looks at him with an awkward smile. The blade on his belt notes aloud the fright of his brother, and says that he should have thought earlier. The main character thoughtfully studies the trembling blade. The weapon in the sheath demands to melt it. The hero keeps his hand on his chin with the thought that now that he has inherited the throne of Beach, he needs to visit all the places where the sword will respond. He goes down to the 7-pointed weapon and asks him not to worry. The blade looks joyful. The protagonist informs him that if he obediently shows him the way, he will not melt it. Blade bows, to which Park praises him. The sheathed sword notes aloud that it's boring. The hero shifts his gaze and says to himself that the problem is that if the 7-pointed one shines in front of people, then they will not be able to hide, after which he adds that it is necessary to figure out how to get around it. The guy grabs him by the handle with the thought that for now he should do what is in front of his nose. The warrior raises the weapon above his head and loudly demands to listen to it. The skeletons raise their heads. The protagonist tells who will be the ruler of Verisin. The dead rise from the ground. The guy declares that he will become one. He, holding his sword high above his head, shouts to pay homage to him. The undead army raises its hands jubilantly. Looking at the sky, people were discussing that Lady Yua was going to create a dragon and all this was live. The cafe patrons looked at the TV. Looking at the TV, the guys said that she loved it when she was shown on TV. She loved it so much when she was praised. They said that Chuman would become a dragon. If you think about it, they had never seen him. There's a legend about how Chuman ascended to heaven by stepping on the head of a yellow dragon. People were traveling on a train. The guy was watching a live broadcast. We were transported to the tomb of King Manhwa, over the ruins of which seagulls were flying. The crowd gathered in the square. Puzzled reporters said it was raining and anxious. They looked at the people sitting and asked why the Celestials were sitting closer to the stage than the important scenes. It was even somehow too interesting. Smiling, the guy said that they crave flattery, but at the same time openly divide everyone into first and second class, after which he offered to write an article about it. After which the reporter asked what if the Celestials decided to eliminate him, because they were like ants to them. Holding the camera in his hands, the stranger noted that he felt that this event would soon come back to haunt all of them. He imagined the warriors, saying that in Aesidal they say that even the 7 stars have gathered. The guy paid attention to the girl and asked if this celestial was also from Aesidal. Watching the boys, he reported that he had only heard of Tengen, and not of the other celestials in high positions in Aesidal. Looking at the girl, he stressed that it was really the first time he saw her. She was somewhat similar to Anyo. The reporter was shocked. A dragon appeared in the sky. Puck flew towards them. He landed on the ground. The protagonist shouted with a serious look that he had come to congratulate them on this momentous event, a descendant of Wang Anzhou greeting them. Stunned people looked at him and asked if the Heavenly Lord had become the ruler of Beach. The soldiers were furious at what they heard. They grabbed their blades, shouting that the bug from Beach had no place there. They took up combat positions. The guy with a calm look said that he remembered that in the mortal world he personally cut off the head of the ruler of Beach. MC was wary of what he heard. The stranger took a step forward and clarified what he was up to. Raising his hand, he stated that the warriors dared to draw their weapons. Although the guest honored them with his presence, they must immediately put away their swords. Frowning, he said that Koryang should calm down as well. Leaving there, Koryang noted that he was sorry, but today he would not be able to cut off his head. Looking after him, Puck thought that it was Chansu, who had killed King Karo. Looking at him, he noted that this guy was worthy of the title of Tamdek's son. The protagonist thought with a serious look that he had already reached the Jisung stage, so he needed to be careful. Putting his hand on his chest, the guy said that he apologized for the rudeness of his tribesmen. He was glad to welcome the descendant of Wang Anzhou to their land. Glancing at MC, he noted that his mistress wished to meet Anzhou's heir and asked to follow him. Puck's face was serious. Smiling, he replied that it was understandable. Raindrops fell on the tent. The guys entered it. Yoa sat on a chair and listened to the guy bring the Heavenly Lord. The protagonist was surprised. Looking at the old man, he asked in his mind what kind of condition General Wadiak was wearing. He was shocked by what he saw. Park noticed that the man did not have an arm. Looking at the general's distressed face, he wondered if they had cut off his arm so that he wouldn't give them the secret of turning into a dragon. MC gritted his teeth in rage. Wadiak noticed him. He looked away from the guy. The protagonist was surprised by this. Turning around, he noted in his mind that there were too many eyes. Yoa sat in front of them and said that this was incredible audacity, while the guy reasoned that he should wait for an opportune moment and get the general out of there. Smiling, the girl said that she was wondering what kind of descendant Beach had come to their festival, so he ordered him to be brought. Smiling, the main character asked if his younger brother had a reason not to come, but the names of these states and the enmity between them sank into oblivion 1,000 years ago. Yuva listened to him attentively. She asked in surprise if he thought that in a miserable 1,000 years they would forget how these mutts had ruined their future. Stretching out his hand, Park replied that it was impossible to forget it, but it was possible to try to let go of the past. As the heir to the throne of Beach, he had come there to leave behind the enmity of their ancestors and congratulate them on a significant event. The girl grabbed the cup. She threw it on the floor. Yoa cried out furiously that her ears were withering from these words. She pointed her finger at Tamdek and shouted for him to throw the protagonist out of there immediately. Covering MC with his hand, Tamdek declared that he had come there to end the feud and offered peace himself. Standing in front of her, the guy offered to listen to him. He said with a dumbfounded look that if it had been 1,000 years ago, he would have agreed with her. But now it was a different time, after which he asked why he should cling to the past, to something that no longer exists, and why pursue an impossible dream. Embittered, Yoa listened to the fact that many people had suffered from her obsession. She was no better than these upstarts from the Eastern Palace. Putting her hand on her chest, Tamdek noticed that after the gates to heaven closed, they, the inhabitants of the celestial world, had fenced themselves off from the mortal world, and therefore she continued to despise them, considering herself something more, but people were their descendants. He imagined how the girl manipulated people and asked if she understood that by robbing them, she was robbing her own descendants, noting that they should leave the past behind and live in the present. The young man with a serious look asked why she didn't just talk to the heavenly sovereign. Looking at him, the girl wondered if Tamdek dared to go against her will. With a wave of her hand, she shouted for the guards to throw the river gnat out. Closing his eyes, the guy said that if this was her wish, then he had something to object to her. Turning around, he declared that whoever dared to raise his hand against the heavenly lord would answer to him. Enraged, Tamdek remarked that the lord was his guest of honor, and any offense inflicted on Pak would be regarded as an offense inflicted on him, for which inevitable punishment would follow. Getting up from her chair, Yoa said that he was a scoundrel. She pointed her finger at him and ordered the guards to seize the two immediately. Wadiak approached her and asked her to stop. Watching him, Park wondered what the general was doing. Closing her eyes, the girl said that it was not worth spoiling the holiday. Waving her hand, she asked to take the protagonist away from there before she changed her mind. As he was leaving, Tamdek turned when the girl addressed him. With a smile on her face, she stressed that he would soon realize that she was right. She went on stage. Placing her hand on her chest, Yoa said that she thanked everyone who had gathered here today to witness the birth of the dragon. Pointing to the sea, she added that there, at the place where the king of Silla, Manhwa, had turned into a dragon to protect these lands from an ancient monster that had come from China. A black dragon appeared above her, as she shouted that today they would revive the ancient magic and create a new dragon. The girl spread her hands. Looking at the old man, Yoa said that this dragon would be her son, Chuman. He began to cry like a child. Surprised spectators asked what was happening. They watched what was happening closely. Stroking her son's head, the girl asked him to be patient a little longer. With glowing eyes, she noticed that soon Chuman would be reborn and become a dragon. Smiling, Yoa clarified whether it was true that his death was not in vain. The audience was shocked. Stunned, Puck thought that she was forcibly keeping his soul in this world. She had resorted to death magic. That's what madness leads to. The girl was standing over the stroller. She looked at the general and asked him to proceed. Waddick left the stage. He came to the shore. Closing his eyes, the man began to cast a spell. An aura enveloped the pile of stones. The water rolled over the stones. Waves washed over the ruins. Huge algae grew from there. They began to twist and form a fetus. A sphere of algae was formed. Raising their heads, people asked if the algae had fruits. Waddick plucked this fruit. Yuva took him away with the words that the general had spoken about it. Raising her hand above her head, the girl cried out that these fruits were the key to turning into a dragon. Watching this, the audience said that they really radiate incredible energy, but for some reason they feel uncomfortable with them. A frightened Puck wondered if it was a dragon fruit. The girl glanced at Chuman. She brought the fruit to him. Yuva opened his mouth. She put the plant in her son's mouth. The protagonist was shocked. He ran to the stage and asked what she was up to. The old man bit into the fruit while MC yelled for her to stop. Chuman suddenly began to scream loudly. Veins protruded from his face. From his mouth, the stems of the plant sprouted. The girl was terrified. She turned to her son with a frightened look. Smirking, Waddick said that she was pathetic, blinded by lust for power, and that she was dooming her own son to misery. Leaning over, the general wondered if she really believed that his friend, King Manhwa, or Popmin as he had been called before, had turned into a dragon. With an evil smile on his face, he asked if Yuva thought that he just knew how to create a manpasikchak, adding that Manhwa himself had told him about it. The dumbfounded girl listened that the manpasikchak is a weapon created from the egg of the ancient goddess Mago to kill Popmin. If something happens to him after he eats the dragon fruit, these fruits do not grant the power of a dragon, they give birth to monsters. She looked at the child. Standing opposite, Waddick said that she could rejoice, because her son, who already had one foot in the grave, would gain unprecedented power. He was suddenly wounded in the back. Koryang stood behind him and said that it was payback for daring to challenge them. The man began to fall to the floor. Puck rushed to his aid. Trying to pick him up, the protagonist asked the general to wake up. Smiling, Waddick noticed that he had fallen into the clutches of this mad creature and allowed it to rob him of his pride. At least that was all he could. Now he could only beg him for help. Blood ran down his lips as he said that what he had given to the protagonist was an artifact created from the remains of a powerful divine dragon. Let it be proof that only he was worthy of being called a dragon. Looking at MC, the general asked for forgiveness and revenge for him. He passed out with the words that Puck should destroy this monster. The vines were drawn to him. Rising to his feet, the protagonist turned to Hanvi. He said with a serious look that now it was time. The guys were watching the monster. Seaweed was crawling out of its mouth. They began to wrap around his body. The plague transformed into a monster. He bared his fangs. The monster released vines at the guys. People began to scatter and loudly asked for help. The soldiers tried to take the girl away from there. The spectators ran for cover. Tamdek stood quietly and watched the demon. Holding a katana in his hands, he turned to the goddess Mago. Preparing for the attack, the guy noticed that her greed had awakened an ancient evil. He drew his blade. The guy rushed into battle. Approaching the monster, Tamdek called it a freak. He cut the monster with the words that he would end it here and now. The monster's vines began to recover. They grew back together. The guy was surprised by this. With a puzzled look, he thought that his wounds were healing. Swinging his katana, the warrior assumed that he could not be defeated just like that. He was attacked. The vines were drawn to people. They turned around with a frightened look. The girl rushed to help. She covered herself with an umbrella from the attack. The girl with a dumbfounded look cried out that she would take care of them, and they had to deal with the monster. Looking at her, Tamdek nodded approvingly. Looking at the guys, the girl shouted for them to leave as soon as possible. While there was time, she turned her attention to the battle. Watching the warriors unleash so many attacks, she thought that even the best of the Celestials couldn't defeat him. She didn't see a single weakness. The puzzled girl emphasized the fact that this monster was just born. She imagined the monsters attacking her and asked if this was the power of the gods. Imagining the goddess, the girl began to reason that Mago, according to Korean mythology, is the goddess of creation, who is often called Mago's grandmother. Streams of water stretched towards the monster. Stretching out his hand, the protagonist wondered if this Mago was a goddess. He noted with a serious look that he was getting stronger by the minute. He did not know what to do. MC remembered the general's words that what he had given him was an artifact created from the remains of a powerful divine dragon. Let it be proof that only Park was worthy of being called a dragon. The man with an empty look asked for forgiveness. A stream of water hovered around him. Gritting his teeth, the guy turned to Wadiak. Looking at the girl, he wondered that the man was talking about revenge. But he blamed himself for giving birth to this monster. Yuwa tried to break free from the hands of her subordinates, while Park noted in his thoughts that he promises that he will avenge him, and for his pain. Putting his hand in the bag, the protagonist asked Hanvi to cover him. He took the flute in his hands. MC began to play the melody with the help of a flute. Blue energy surrounded the monster. His vines began to slow down. The warrior cut them up. The algae tried to grow together. Their healing was slowed. Tamdek was surprised by what he saw. Furrowing his brows, he cried out that his regeneration was slowing down. The guys began to inflict a lot of attacks. They dodged the demon's attacks. Chuman bowed his head. He began to tremble. The monster grabbed one of the algae. A purple aura surrounded him. A bow appeared in his hands. The monster's mouth began to glow. A hail of arrows flew at the people. The shot flew at the protagonist. Hanvi repelled the attack and called out to his master. Turning around, he asked if everything was all right with him. Watching him, the guy said that judging by the appearance of the monster, this monster still had trump cards up its sleeve. They needed to take cover in a safe place. He was suddenly taken aback. The arrow was in front of Hanvi. The guy was scared. Clouds of dust rose around him. Blood ran down his face as he thought it was befitting the legendary plague. Looking at the monster, he emphasized the fact that each arrow hits the target. Holding the spear in front of him, Hanvi reported that it was just a fading legend. A bow appeared in front of him. A bright glow emanated from it. The guy put an arrow on the bowstring. He was preparing to fire. The guy's face was serious. He remembered being on his knees and being asked to accept it. Inspecting the weapon, Hanvi asked if it was the Kanwangokian bow. Inspecting the bow, the guy said that it was the treasure of their lineage. He thought that they would never see it again. Lowering his head, the man said that now he needed to lay low, but it would definitely be useful to him in the future. Preparing to make a shot, the guy remembered the words that the day would surely come when they would regain their former greatness. Pulling the arrow, he thanked his comrade. The guy fired an arrow. The shot hit the monster's chest. The demon began to scream in pain. There was a hole in his chest. Hanvi stood quietly watching him. The monster looked at his hands. His body began to spread. Man appeared from under the algae. He thanked the guy with a smile on his face. The monster disappeared. The warriors looked angry and asked if it was all over. Tamdek covered the guests of the event with his body. He watched the guy. Hanvi's bow glowed. The protagonist approached the corpse of the monster. After pinching off the plant, Park said that it was ordinary clay and algae. As he knelt, MC remarked that he thought the foreign deities were made of something else. Thinking back to the image of the monster, he mused that it could be assumed that its shadow was a way to expand its domain. Getting back on his feet, Park added that he can't get there from the outside, so he uses organic to capture as much territory as possible and increase his influence. Yuva ran there. She fell in front of the monster's corpse. The girl began to cry loudly and call for her son. Lowering her head, she stressed that this could not be. Enraged, Yuva glanced at the protagonist. She pointed her finger at him. Standing in front of him, the girl said that it was he who killed her son. She and this old man conspired and disfigured her Chuman. Looking at her, Park replied that everyone knew that she was the one who pestered the general for the secret of turning into a dragon. The embittered girl screamed so that the guy did not dare to contradict her. If she, Yuva, said so, then it was so. Standing on the stage, the girl screamed for this creature to be captured, because he would pay for daring to deceive her. Closing her eyes, Anyo reported that MC was one of the 3 deities. Their pathetic rebellion would lead nowhere. She added with a calm look that even if everyone knew the truth, Yua's lie would become the truth. This dragon was not to blame for anything. Glancing at the warrior, the girl clarified what they were waiting for. The soldiers began to look at each other with a distressed look. The main character was surprised. The soldiers went to him and asked for forgiveness. Hanbi grabbed his spear and asked how dare they, since they had saved them. Surprised, Puck shifted his gaze. Tamdek held a knife in his hand and said that they would not succeed. Frowning, he declared that he would not allow her to do so. Looking at him, Yoa asked if he was back on his own. The guy with a serious look noted that he could no longer calmly watch Bekwagak do evil. Mana emanated from the blade as he said that even though he had the same blood in his veins as hers, he would take responsibility for her sins. He cut his cheek. His face was serious as he said that he would be the new head of Bekwagak. Turning around, Tamdek ordered the warriors to listen to him carefully. Furrowing his brows, the young man shouted that they had to remember everything they saw and heard there, and tell others about it so that everyone would know who was right and who was wrong, and if anyone dared to lie, he would unleash his wrath on him on behalf of Bekwagak. Stunned, Yuva clarified by what right he claims her place. The enraged girl asked if he really thought he could rule Bekwagak like her, noting that the other Celestials would never recognize him as the new head. The protagonist took a step forward and stated that he recognized him. With a smile on his face, he announced that he recognized Tamdek as the new head of Bekwagak. His face was calm. Smirking, Yuva pointed her finger at him and clarified that he, a miserable fish, thought of himself. Touching his face, the guy replied that he was the new Wang Beach anyway. He looked at Shin and added that he was her fiancé, one of the 7 stars. People looked at her and asked if it was Shin, Taibik's disciple from the 8 heavenly halls. Shifting his gaze, the protagonist emphasized that Mrs. Sinxi had accepted him into her clan. Surprised, they listened and began to discuss vigorously that they had heard that Chongwanan himself had met him. Looking at Yua, Park wondered if this was not enough to support the new head of Bekwagak. The surprised girl thought that she had also heard about the fiancé of Thebik's student, whom Chongwanan himself had met. As she looked at the protagonist, she wondered when this worm had managed to gain the help of Taibik and Sinxi. Smiling, Park said that the guy stood up for him, so he would do the same. He said with a satisfied look that he congratulated him on the beginning of the new era of Bekwagak. Tamdek opened his mouth in surprise. The sky enveloped the castle. There were many documents on the table. Sitting on the roof, MC listened that the next news was that during the celebration in Bekwagak, the details of Mrs. Yua's atrocities had surfaced, which caused a wide public outcry. Bekwagak announced that Mrs. Yua had been stripped of all titles, and appointed Tamdek as the new head of the clan. The master had promised to take responsibility for all of Mrs. Yua's deeds, and Mrs. Yua's case would soon be heard in the Nethercourt court. The blade held the phone. A girl's stream appeared on the screen. The guy paid attention to the words that he was a celebrity. Puck calmly asked if he thought it was funny. His gaze fell on the crowd that was shouting to let them pass to the Heavenly Lord. Sitting on the roof, the protagonist revealed that rumors of his affair with Taibik had reached them, and now they all wanted to be his friends. Blade imagined its owner running away from fans and clarified whether he was not only strong, but also able to charm. Looking at his phone, he revealed that there were rumors that Park had already reached the Jizyang stage. MC said with a thoughtful look that this was not the case. He might be able to reach the level of Jizyang for a short time, but then there would be nothing left of him. He was as far from Senior Tamdek as he was walking to the moon. Imagining the image of a man, the guy wondered if he would ever be able to reach his level at all. He remembered how Tamdek had fought and noticed that during the fight, he had fought as if he had surpassed the Jizyang stage. MC imagined how the guy won the duel and noted that it was no wonder that he defeated Nikshakyangwan with such ease. Closing his eyes, the protagonist emphasized the fact that he would not be able to call him Big Brother soon. Sitting beside him, the blade clarified what he was going to do with them, and why he wouldn't accept them. Jumping down from the roof, he replied that he was against it. If they began to accept their gifts, they would owe them something. Let them stand, and when they got tired of waiting, they would leave. Smiling, MC noted that if they didn't just give up, Canby and Herrick would have to sweat. The scroll was lying on the ground. Picking it up, Park asked what else it was and whether he had missed anything. The scroll said that it belonged to Uka. The puzzled guy asked in his mind if this was the same strongman Uchi, who was already dead. Looking down, MC pointed out that no one knew about Hamos for a long time that he was strong in body either, so the rumors about Uchi should not be taken at their word. Glancing at the guard, the protagonist added that he made everyone turn away and left this scroll right in the center of the throne room. A smile appeared on Puck's face. Unfolding the scroll, he wondered how such a challenge could be ignored. He was shocked. MC ended up at the club. The girl walked in his direction and greeted him. Placing her hand on her chest, she introduced herself as Sari, adding that she was grateful that he had come. Turning around, the girl asked to follow her, because she would lead him to her master. The guys were passing by the dance floor. Looking around, Park clarified who all these people were, to which he received the answer that all these young men and women had come there from all over the celestial world to express their admiration for her master. Looking at the guests, Sari noticed that her master was no stranger to worldly pleasures, so they all enjoyed his favor day and night. The protagonist was watching people closely. Stopping, the girl said that as her master had requested, she had brought the heavenly lord there. Sitting surrounded by girls, the guy greeted the protagonist. Holding the glass in his hands, the stranger asked if Puck had been taught to grab everything, noting that he was even more reckless than he thought. Standing in front of him, MC asked if he had called him there, after which the guy noticed that he might have left it, but it was he who opened it. Furrowing his brows, the guy wondered what kind of nonsense this was. He was taken aback by the words that he had the audacity, because he was strong in body. The dumbfounded heavenly lord asked how the guy knew about his strength, to which he received the answer that he did not hesitate to open a scroll on which the name of the most famous strongman was written. Smiling, the stranger asked if Puck had decided to grab him. Raising his glass, he said that the protagonist is too strong for this. Now all the Celestials know that he is strong in body, but if he asks them, they will not spread it. There was a smile on his face. Dropping his glass, the guy stated that before he told everyone about his secret, Park should fall to his knees in front of him. Taking up the blade, MC came to the conclusion that they wanted to blackmail him. Swinging his sword, he reported that the stranger had contacted the wrong person. The dumbfounded guy clarified whether MC really thinks that he can cope with all of them. Standing opposite, the protagonist answered positively. With a smile on his face, he asked what the stranger could do with his useless illusions. The guy was horrified by this. Standing opposite, Park said that it was necessary to come up with something more original. Looking at the body of the man who was disappearing, he wondered who the man wanted to deceive by introducing him in front of a crowd of celebrities. Swinging his blade, he shouted that next time, the guy shouldn't waste his time on these pathetic tricks, but should just call him properly. Uchi was terrified. The man wiped drops of sweat from his face. He was sitting on the floor and noticed the protagonist. MC was surprised. He noticed that the man had no legs. Looking at it, Park wondered if this was Oka's true form. Smiling, the man asked if he liked it, and felt satisfied looking at him. Trying to turn the wheelchair over, he asked if he was interested in how this famous Uchi had come to such a miserable life. Sitting on the wheelchair, the man said that there was no need to rack his brains over this. With a satisfied look, he emphasized the fact that if Park contradicts, then the same fate awaits him. Standing opposite, the main character thought that if the Celestials found out about his power. With a calm look, he asked why the man had brought him there, and why this whole spectacle. Uchi looked at him and asked why the Lord thought the three princes of the Eastern Sea opposed Bekwagak. Stretching out his hand, the young man replied that he thought that the reason was the same as that given by Mrs. Yua. Someone had tricked the Dragon King away. Sitting in front of him, the man noticed that Park was aware, and then asked if he knew who did it. Snapping his fingers, he listened to the fact that it was hardly revenge. In order to turn everything upside down so brazenly, you need to be able to fish in troubled waters. After which he replied that this is exactly so. Stretching out his hand, Uchi wondered who would like it if some dragon appeared out of nowhere and tried to take someone else's place. Noting that everywhere he looked, everyone was trying to cash in on someone else's misfortune, he wouldn't be surprised if Park's Eastern Palace was about to collapse. Crossing his arms, the protagonist asked if the man wanted to say that the one who deceived the Dragon King held a grudge against him and now wanted revenge on him, and he knew who it was, and then clarified how it related to him and his threats. Smiling, the man asked if he was interested. Holding the blade in his hand, MC shouted that he had not yet removed the sword. Closing his eyes, Uchi cried out that it was Hong Gil-dong of Welbinden. The surprised protagonist imagined the image of the guy. Pointing his finger at himself and his interlocutor, the man said that they both had power, but apart from their bones, there was nothing special about them. They were not able to control the energy of the universe. Putting his finger to his mouth, he said that Hong Gil-dong is a different matter. In a word, he can make the Celestials act. He is able to change the world. Most likely because of him, the Celestials are so afraid of people with supernatural powers. Lowering his head, Uchi remarked that that's why he thought, since this guy had his eye on him, why don't they team up? And the protagonist clarified if he wanted to intimidate him and force him to cooperate. The upset man asked him to stop, because he gave up. Looking at him, Puck thought that he felt that he was not saying something. Holding on to his sword, MC noted that it was clear that Uchi was sincere. He shifted his gaze. Looking around the room, he assumed that the man knew where to look for information. Examining the documents, the protagonist asked how he would do it, to which he received the answer that it is easy to get information with the help of illusions. Looking at it, Park wondered if he knew that among the treasures that Bekwagak and Shingung had put at stake, there was something so valuable that the Dragon King had believed the lies about the hidden treasure for the sake of it. The man with a serious look said about the liver. Puzzled, MC asked. Sitting in front of him, Wuchi reported that among them, water creatures, this is a fairly famous story about Master Wuljong. Holding his chin, The main character asked in his mind if this was a fairy tale about a turtle and a hare, adding that in fact a hare liver does not exist. Raising an eyebrow, the man asked if the guy knew this story. Holding the back of his head, Park said that he was still young, after which the interlocutor began to ask him how it is possible not to know the history that has been passed from mouth to mouth since time immemorial. Does he need to read again? Stretching out his hand, he asked him to listen. The man imagined a blue dragon and told him that in ancient times there lived a great celestial named Wuljong, a dragon king, coveting his gift of foresight, decided to possess him, eat Wuljong and become perfect. The dragon pounced on the man. The man disappeared and the monster crashed into the water. He was shocked by this. The boy flew away while Uchi spoke. The wise celestial, foreseeing his intentions, outwitted the dragon king, and he, deceived, could only watch helplessly as Wuljong soared to the heavens, to the moon itself. He imagined the dragon holding the sphere in his hands, and added that since then, a legend has been passed on among the sea inhabitants that whoever finds and swallows the liver, shimmering with all the colors of the rainbow, will become the new lord of the seas. Holding out his hand, the man said that these were just fairy tales, but the king of the eastern sea seemed to believe them, otherwise there was no reason for him to look for a liver to prolong his life. Crossing his arms, Puck thought that maybe the fairy tale about the turtle and the hare appeared thanks to this legend. Uchi with an arrogant look asked if the guy still dared to judge him, because the protagonist was still a child. Dangling his legs, the man shouted that he had told him a story and MC had to agree. Watching him, the protagonist wondered if he had just threatened him and if this was an attempt to bribe him. Shifting his gaze, he guessed that it was because they both had power. He was the same himself. With a calm look, he reasoned that the man had tried to threaten him because the Celestials had caused him a lot of pain, and he was forgiving him. Watching him, Park added that he knew who was behind it all and knew what bait was used to take the Dragon King away. Smiling, MC concluded that Uchi was not just useful, but just a treasure trove of information. The man was surprised when the guy asked him to listen. Leaning over, MC asked to tell him everything he knew. Smiling, he asked what Uka's true purpose was and why he had called him. A smile appeared on the man's face. A cry was heard in the yard that everything needed to be searched. The warriors fled to the sides. Frowning, Hanvi asked how he dared to deceive them and steal the overlord directly from the palace. Puck appeared behind him. He was sitting on the ground. The guys rushed at him to Hanvi's shouts that perhaps he was an imposter, so he needed to be checked. The dumbfounded main character shouted for the guys to stop. The guy with a calm look asked if the protagonist had met with Uchi. Sitting across from him, he noticed that he didn't think it would be easy to finish him off, but he didn't expect him to actually survive. Hanvi began to tear up the scroll with a serious look and stated that this man was a master of lies, so he shouldn't take what he had told him seriously, so he would destroy the scroll, after which Puck shouted that everything was fine. He fed him his horn. The guy suddenly calmed down. Closing his eyes, he suggested that they should get ready. Holding the paper in his hand, Hanvi told him that a messenger had arrived with an invitation to the Council of Clan Leaders. The protagonist was surprised by what he heard. Imagining a huge building, MC reported that it was the Stargazer's palace. After the gates to heaven opened and the demons invaded the earth, these ruins, which were once the Olympic Stadium in Seoul, were taken over by the Council of Clan Heads, and the Stargazer's palace was born. Going to the stands, Park thought that it seemed to him that only yesterday he had watched sports competitions there. Everything had changed a lot. He thought that the council would meet only just before the hike, and they decided to hold it so early. The protagonist, with a serious look in his thoughts, suggested that it had something to do with what happened in Bekwagak. They wanted to snatch their piece of the pie before they came to their senses. It seemed that after that, their position would be pretty shaken. As he walked down the stairs, he thought this was his place. MC was surprised as he sat down in a chair. A powerful aura emanated from the girl beside her. Her eyes shone brightly. Looking at her, he thought that it was Paradajai. No wonder she was allowed to enter the Siakon Gardens. She was almost equal in strength to the elder Tamdek. Glancing at the man, the young man added that this was why Mrs. Yua wanted to get Madame Tan. The protagonist suddenly felt someone watching him. His eyes fell on the guy's. The guy's face was embittered. He turned away suddenly. Smiling, Park noted in his mind that he was glad to see that they had regained their strength and glad that they were doing well. Watching the offended guy, MC added that he hadn't seen the elder Quanic for a long time. The arena suddenly went dark. As he sat in his seat, he heard a voice that the Clan Lord's Council would begin in a few minutes. MC was suddenly surprised. Looking at the man, he asked in his mind if it could be Senior Poon. Thinking back to their first meeting, he noted that he had thought that Poon was a subordinate of Mrs. Yua, but the elder Quanic quickly put him in his place. Looking at the guys, he asked if it meant that USA and Unsa were sitting next to him. Looking at the guys, the main character emphasized the fact that these Celestials are the highest among them, the Heavenly Trinity. They have incredible strength and at the same time do not belong to any clan. USA said with a satisfied look that he greeted everyone gathered there today. In the room, the voice of a young man could be heard saying that they had previously held councils in Singsi, but it seemed that the preparations had been completed. He thought that from now on, they would gather there in the Stargazer's palace. Snapping his fingers, USA noticed that they would get down to business. A map projection appeared above the audience. Raising his hand, the guy said that, as he had already said at the last council, before starting the campaign, they needed to resolve the issue with the Dragon King. They had almost made a plan for the campaign and distributed their forces. Looking at the map, he noted that, as they know, a few days ago there was an unpleasant incident in Bekwagak. As a result, their ranks thinned out, and now they do not have enough people to protect the coastline. The audience began to vigorously discuss that it was true. After that, as Elder Tamdake expelled all dissenters from his ranks, there was almost no one left in Bekwagak. But it was they who were supposed to defend the shore. USA stood quietly. His face was calm. Glancing at the protagonist, he revealed that this is why they are asking him, the Heavenly Lord, to support Bekwagak. Sitting on a chair, Park replied that if his memory serves him correctly, he was in the attacking group according to the results of the competition, after which he asked if he wanted him to join the defense of Bekwagak. Closing his eyes, USA stated that they had seen his strength in King Mundu's tomb. The power of the Manpasikchak flute and his subordinates would more than make up for their losses. They already had enough strength in the offensive, so he could help those who really needed it. Janbai cried out with a furious look that this was arbitrariness. Raising her hands, she asked if they wanted to just take everything away, although Puck had achieved this place on his own, and if they really had so many warriors, then why were they asking for the Heavenly Sovereign? To which she received the answer that it was just an offer. Stretching out her hand, the girl said that this could not be an offer, because when such a request was made by a celestial of his level, it was difficult to refuse. She turned around dumbfounded when she heard MC say he agreed. Crossing his arms, he stressed that he would do it alone. He alone would defend the entire peninsula. Those present were shocked by this statement. Unsa shouted angrily to stop talking nonsense, even though he had received the power of Piketusin. But he was only the Lord of the Lake, so he shouldn't be so presumptuous. Standing on the podium, Park asked. With a serious look, he asked if they knew anything about the Path of Dragons. Looking at the Celestials, the protagonist said that for many years they have been cultivating their powers to achieve harmony with the heavens. They must imagine how much effort and dedication it takes to do so. With a calm face, he noticed that even though they, the Celestials, were called gods in mortal legends, but deep down they were no different from them. Holding the fan in front of her face, Paradaji wondered if he was willing to pay with his head if he failed to keep his promise. Her face was serious. Smiling, Park asked to try to get it. A cry was heard in the palace. Johnby stood in front of him and asked what kind of nonsense he was talking about. The confused Blade watched her and said that she was just fire. The protagonist said with a satisfied look that he was not lying, he had a plan, so she did not have to worry. Holding out his hand, he admitted that he was actually bluffing for another reason. Standing in front of her, the guy said that he had heard that Valbinden was planning to attack him during the campaign. The surprised girl wondered if there was anything left of Hong Gil-dong. MC noted with a satisfied look that they were just pretending to disappear. He had proof. He showed the coin while Binden. Inspecting it, Jianbai stated that when Hong and his henchmen wreaked havoc on the world of the Celestials, they were ordered to destroy them, and for each such coin, the council promised a reward. Standing in front of him, she assumed that his informant was Uchi. She was surprised at the request to go with him. Showing 2 fingers, Park said that the man said that the 2 hidden artifacts could help him, after which he offered to find them and divide them. Puzzled, Jianbai asked if he thought Uchi had just told him everything. She started shaking the guy, screaming that Uchi could be blackmailed, to which she received the answer that everything would be fine. He was holding it in his hands. The frightened girl wondered if this was for sure. Looking at her, the protagonist asked if she knew that this man was also strong in body, noting that strong in body usually helped each other, probably because they were not favored in the world of Celestials. Taken aback, the girl asked if Park was also strong in body. Putting his hand on his chest, MC replied that it was, and it was all about the phalanges of his fingers. Stunned, Jianbai asked again if he was strong in body. The guys looked at each other in silence. The enraged girl listened to the question if she was going to kill him, after which she cried out that it was not so. She knew that it was not a crime to be strong in body, and she would never harm her benefactor just because he was strong in body. Crossing her arms, she asked what kind of treasure it was. Standing in front of him, the main character said that this is the treasure with which the last prince of Silla went to the afterlife. Taken aback, Jambi asked. Spreading her hands, she asked if he thought it was so easy to get there, because even the Lord would not be easy, after which Park said that Lady Tan went there every time she needed to get to the Garden of Western Paradise. She opened her mouth wide and said that she could be in the garden, because the flower keeper had granted him this right, but the Lord would have to die to get to the afterlife. We were shown a demon and told that the afterlife is the world where people's souls go after death. It is divided into levels depending on their distance from the mortal world. The higher the level, the longer it is from the world of the living, and the more difficult it is to get there. The girl imagined a palace and noted that the first level was closest to the mortal world. It contained worlds created by the Celestials, such as Asadal or Shinxi, and separated from the human world. A forest of beasts appeared in her mind's eye as she said that on the second level, both the environment and the inhabitants were not much different from the mortal world, but that it was smaller in itself and there was much less energy. Imagining demons, Jianbai emphasized the fact that starting from the 3rd and 4th levels, the landscape is strikingly different from the human world. There are monsters, and ordinary mortals cannot survive there. The 5th and 6th levels are dangerous even for the celestials, and even high-level celestials cannot get there unless certain conditions are met, as in the case of the Garden of the Western Paradise. Therefore, they try not to poke their noses there. Cosmos appeared in the girl's head and she said that the 7th level and higher is the domain of other gods. What is beyond them is unknown even to the celestials. Furrowing her brows, Zhongbi said that Ma Wui was at least at the 3rd level. Standing in front of him, she stressed that even the celestials cannot return from there after death. She was surprised to hear that Mrs. Tan could help him return. The girl put her hand in her pocket. She showed the plant and asked if the guy was talking about the rebirth flower. Zhongbi said with a calm look that she was afraid that this flower did not work the way it thought. After imagining the plant, she stated that it was called the flower of rebirth, but in reality, it only absorbed negative energy. If you took it with you to the afterlife, it could protect it from death for a while, but in the end, it would wither. A picture appeared in her head of how dark energy pierced the protagonist's body and emphasized that if he did not manage to dodge before this happened, he was finished. The upset girl said that she would not want the bishop to wither there like a flower, which was why she was against it. Nodding, the guy accepted her request. Closing her eyes, she listened to the fact that since she was in this mood, he would look for another way. Holding the back of her head, Zhongbi asked if the Lord needed this treasure to protect the peninsula, to which she received the answer that it was not. She did not have to worry. Leaving there, the girl said that if he needed help, he could call her. Puck waved after her. He looked at his hand. The protagonist remembered how the girl put the flower in her pocket. MC remembered how he stole it. Looking at the plant, he said that he could use the heavenly sword technique to hide. Looking around the city, the guy said that he had not been there for a long time. As he approached the barrier, he thought that he had been interested in it since the gates to heaven had opened. He imagined the monsters and wondered where they came from. As he entered the city, Puck wondered what he had realized when he learned about this. He imagined the red eyes staring at him and added that the farther from the mortal world, the more monsters there were. They must have come from the afterlife, from the places closest to the realms of other gods. Frowning, the guy came to the conclusion that in this case, through this tunnel, he could get to the afterlife. He remembered how the inhabitants were attacked by monsters and added that this is a place where countless of them live. He swallowed his saliva in fear. Holding onto the sword, the protagonist noticed that he was no longer the weakling he used to be. He began to make his way through the tunnel. He began to sink deeper and deeper. Closing his eyes, the guy said that even the air there was different and smelled of sulfur. MC was surprised. As he looked around the vast wasteland, he asked if it was the afterlife. Landing on the ground, Puck said that it was strange. The aura of death there was not as strong as he expected. Probably because it was very close to the mortal world, it seemed that the flower would not be needed yet. Looking around, the main character asked how he could find Ma Wui in this wasteland. His blade began to twitch and say that there was a place there that this sword was connected to. A bright light began to come from his bag. The surprised protagonist noted in his mind that Chiljito was responding. With a slight smile on his face, he wondered if there were any places in the afterlife related to this sword. He emphasized with a satisfied look that this is excellent. He took out a 7-pointed blade. Waving it, the guy shouted that he would start exploring the afterlife from this place. A little demon appeared in front of him. The puzzled protagonist paid attention to him. A portal opened in front of him. The monster's gaze was interested. He began to cry and attacked him. Wiping away his tears, the monster screamed that he missed him and had been waiting for him for so long. Park calmly asked if he was waiting for the ruler of Beach. Sitting on the floor, the monster spoke, created weapons and armor there. His children, grandchildren, great-grandchildren, they all fought with weapons created by him. He pointed his finger at the blade and noted that he had created it too. Examining the blade, he added that it was also his job. The main character was shocked by what he heard. The man is depicted in profile. It was said that this is Emperor Sujin, the 10th emperor of Japan, like Dangun in Korea. His reign is considered the beginning of the history of Japan. About the reign of subsequent emperors from the 2nd to the 9th, almost nothing is known. Only legends and myths have survived. The protagonist stretched out his hand, asking if he wanted to tell the story of Japan. The guy looked at the monster, saying that he should know her story, but he didn't want to spend too much time on it, because he needed to find the treasure. Jidal lowered his head, beginning to talk about how they, the Tenno family, descended from the gods. His relatives very much hoped that he would inherit the appearance of his ancestor, the patron god Amitsumura. Against the background of other people, a magic ring shone. He talked about how he, unlike his brothers, did not have the bones of heaven. The silhouette of a small monster was shown as he revealed that his finger phalanxes had awakened. Jidal said that his father was very angry, disappointed in him, and tried to kill him, so he fled. The man was looking into a nook and cranny. The guy stretched out his hand. The monster said that he had met Anjo Arak. He looked at the new sword. It was said that the guy was very kind to him, and they became like brothers. The man looked at his clothes as Jidal told him that the Anjo children had also served him and had even made roof armor for him. The monster looked up with regret. It was said that he was missing. The man was standing outside the house. Jidal knelt before the hero. Tears rolled down his eyes as he said he thought he wouldn't come back. Sweat appeared on the young man's face when he heard the question about why he had returned only now, replied that it was. The monster rushed to the guy, and he asked again. He grabbed him by the raincoat, and said that it was done very rudely. The young man clarified whether it was about clothes. Jidal looked at the red bag, asking if he had brought the material, because he needed to sew on a new fabric. The hero wondered why he would wear a new fabric. The monster grabbed the bag. The young man shouted in surprise. He straightened the cloak, telling him to watch. The guy said that it was Saikishu's clothes. Jidal's eyes lit up when he exclaimed what a beautiful fabric it was that could be used to make an overlay on clothes. He tugged at his coat, shouting for Park to take off his clothes, the young man shouting that he was himself. The masked guy silently stared ahead. A red belt was tightened around his waist. He was inspecting his new clothes, saying that he kept thinking about what to do with these extra treasures, and now they would be perfect for adjustment. An object shone on Puck's ear when he said that he was glad that the treasure could be made into jewelry. The young man lifted his mask as he heard that this swordsman Chiljito said that this guy was a descendant of Amatsamar, the god of the blacksmith. A sword was depicted. It was said that it was a worthy son of a divine blacksmith. Yohoban Turving Renewal became even cooler. The monster peeked out from behind the hero, saying that if it were possible to melt down the sword as well, then Anjo Araka's dream would become closer. Park replied that it was his favorite thing, apologizing. The hero looked around, thinking about what a master was, and why he was hiding here. The young man looked at the monster, wondering if he wanted to go with him to the human world. Jidal raised his palms, refusing. He looked at the hero, claiming that he felt good here. No one saw him here, the interlocutor asked again. Jidal lowered his hands, explaining about his ancestor. The guy clarified about the blacksmith. The monster looked down, talking about how the more he banged on the hammer, learning from the Arak, the stronger his aura became. Puck stood at the exit, hearing that this was why he had disappeared here. The sunset was pink. The monster said that his ancestor did not see him here. The characters are shown from the street. The guy asked if it was bad that God saw him. Jidal began to tell. He looked into Park's eyes, remembering what Anjo Aracha had said. The hero was surprised to hear that his ancestor was a god, a foreign god. The man looked at the sea. The monster told that 2,000 years ago, Anjo went to Japan for the sake of his friend Jidal, and to learn new celestial arts and strengthen beach. He went forward. It was said that since ancient times this country has been isolated from the rest of the world, Japan, this unexplored land. The young guy opened his eyes wide. He looked in front of him, seeing something in the air. It was said that the country was full of energy, not inferior to the energy of the Taibiksan Mountains on the Korean peninsula. The man spread his arms to the sides, looking at the guy. The monster said. Anjo was embarrassed by how strong and powerful the Tenno family was. They shook hands, explaining that for the opportunity to learn more about Jidal's ancestors and for the prosperity of Beach, he made a peace treaty. The characters looked into each other's eyes, holding hands. Anjo read at the table, and it was said that he quickly became close to the Tenno family and began to study their history, and soon found out. The guy was stunned when it was said that he had learned something incredible. His hand rested on hieroglyphs. It was said that the gods from whom the Tenno family descended were the inhabitants of Takamigara of the Heavenly Kingdom, that these gods were from another world. Characters with red eyes were shown. The young man touched his face, wondering if the people of this country had accepted them without any resistance, and according to the chronicles, they should have fought off the gods and closed the gates to heaven. People worshipped two characters in the ground when asked if they were actually worshipping these gods. The woman stood behind the man, informed that gods from other worlds possessed alien powers. Anjo held a candle. They said that if we take into account that their energy was not weaker than the energy of the Taibiksan Mountains, then this version seems to be the most likely. He extinguished the candle. Smoke swirled to the sides as it was said that this theory collapsed as soon as he saw a single sword. The guy looked at the weapon. Reptiles screamed bloodthirsty when it was explained that the sword of Amatsuno Mirakina or Kusanagi was one of the three sacred treasures. The eyes of the snakes burned yellow, adding that the sword with which Yamada was defeated was the most terrible demon in Japan. The sword was in a stand. The young man took it in his hands thinking that this sword, which was made of demon energy, also radiated such pure power. He looked down as it was explained that Anjo had decided that such pure power could not be possessed by a demon who had not been purified, and he began to study the ancient records carefully. The guy was sitting on books, reading. His hands rested on the open books as it was told that he had learned the terrible truth. A huge reptile with several heads writhed when it was said that Yamada was not a demon, but a guardian deity who protected these islands. He was defeated by the gods from another world, and he was turned into a demon. Puck clutched his chin, thinking that some of the great masters who had fought the gods from other worlds had lost, so Orochi had been defeated in Japan. The silhouette of the princess is depicted. He continued to think that even in Korea there is a creator god who is actually a foreign god, so one should not unconditionally believe history and legends. Jidal looked at the hero attentively, saying that Anjo had said that the Japanese gods foresaw the imminent closure of the heavenly gates. The white gate was standing in front of the house as he explained that so they had divided Orochi's body into 8 pieces and hidden it in the ground to fill it with their power, and then raised people who would worship them. They did it even after the heavenly gate was closed, and they had loyal followers left, and Anjo secretly collected Orochi's body parts. The monster showed 3 fingers when he said that he wanted to return Orochi to his power, which he lost due to gods from another world, and relying on this power, to elevate Bleach in Japan, and thereby give him the ability to defeat foreign gods. The guy planned to hand over Chiljido to his favorite disciple, Gungdisawin, and send him to Japan, so he engraved a path to Chiljido, which had to pass the sword, 3 points. Park listened attentively, thinking that Mrs. Yoa had prevented him and Beach had fallen. He had not told him all this in Virison because he knew that he would figure it out himself with the help of Chiljido. Ferocious monsters were shown when the young man reasoned that he didn't want the hero to revive Beach, so he recognized him as his heir. Now that the gates to heaven have reopened, he wants Park to use the power he was gathering to protect the world from the invasion of gods from other worlds. The young man understood that he could not allow this, so that Anjo's efforts would be in vain. The guy clenched his fist, clarifying if Jidal knew who Ma Uitaja was. The monster replied that he had heard about him from those who wanted to order weapons. Jidal jumped nervously, shouting that he would not worry, because he would not forge weapons for anyone but Araha. The hero said that it was good, calling him funny. The monster put his finger to his mouth, saying that there were rumors that someone had made his way into the world of the dead a long time ago, and was hiding somewhere there. The young man wondered where he was hiding. Jidal looked into his eyes, claiming that in the lands given to the founding mother Ogu. The girl covered part of her face with a fan. Puck was stunned, wondering about the lands Paradigi had gained in the world of the dead. The leaves were developing against the cloudy sky. Waves washed the shore. A guy was swimming in the sea. A wooden boat floated on the water. The hero looked attentively to the side, holding the oar in his hand. He stood on the edge of the boat, noticing that the world was black and white. Puck walked along the sandy shore from the water. The wind was rising under his feet. A young man approached the forest, saying that it looked like they had crossed the border. The atmosphere of the world of the dead really reigned here. Puck stretched out his hand. His hand was gradually losing color. He looked at his palm, thinking that he felt it in his gut. If you lose color here, you can't go back. The guy turned his eyes to the side. Behind his hand he could see the forest. He reasoned about the land granted by the 10 kings of the underworld to the founding mother Ogu. From the forest, the silhouette of the protagonist could be seen, who reasoned that she was said to have a close relationship with him, the lord of the underworld, wondering if he had given her these lands. Everything around the young man was black and white as he wondered what Paradegi was up to. Clover shone with light in his hand, and he knew that he didn't have much time anyway and had to hurry. Puck clenched his hand into a fist. The magical light flashed brightly. He took off abruptly towards the dark forest. The guy moved quickly between the trees. The masked hero jumped from side to side. The young man put his hand on the tree, wondering that this was the waterfall that Jidal was talking about. The guy was approaching a huge waterfall. The old man sat in the lotus position, saying that he had not seen colors for a long time. Puck stared ahead, frozen in silence. The hero looked at the man's back, thinking that he was the prince of Silla Maui Taija. The grandfather turned his head to the side, talking about the Dragon Lord, and that he felt the aura of the Pu clan. The young man stood behind him, answering that yes, he was not born with this power, but the ancestor Anjo made him his heir. The young man cautiously raised his finger, explaining that he had come to pick up 2 artifacts that belonged to the last prince of Silla. The old man agreed, which the hero did not understand. Maui's long beard was shown, who asked if he was surprised that he gave them away so easily, even though the guy had come all this way to the world of the dead. The old man turned around. The young man opened his eyes wide, thinking about the colors. Grandpa put his hand on the box, saying that they were in this box. Let him take them. Puck began to open the drawer. Weapons rose from there as he commented on a golden ruler that could heal any ailment, and even bring the dead back to life, and the fiery pearl that Queen Siandik had created to gain immortality and surpass herself. It took all the strength and resources of Silla to create. A great jewel lay on the pillow as it was explained that the purpose of the pearl was unknown, but of one thing he was certain. The hero held a casket in his hands, wondering if he was sure that he wanted to give them away. The old man stared at the wall, saying that many years must have passed in the world of the living. The waterfall was visible from afar. The man with his face in the phone was walking down the street. Ma lowered his head, asking why hold on to the past. Puck held the box in his hands, hearing that his grandfather had decided that he would give the artifacts to whoever came for them. The young man silently thought of something. The guy turned back after Ma saying that he seemed to have guests, and didn't want to say goodbye to him in a hurry. A bright light appeared in front of the man. He wished good luck to the descendant of Bio. Puck stretched his hand forward, trying to stop. Pieces of stones and dust scattered to the sides in front of the hero. The guy raised his hand. Someone said that he had heard that a man from the world of the living had entered the world of the dead and had come here. The man was in the air, talking about what a pleasant meeting. The young man smiled, saying that he was very glad to see Vladika. A bright light lit up in Puck's hand as he asked about who he was. An unknown person hovered over the hero, saying that he had forgotten to introduce himself. The young man put his hand on his chest, introducing himself as Hictagon V, the son of the founding mother Ogu. He looked down, asking if the hero had any idea why he was so happy to see him. The young man looked up, assuming that he probably wanted to avenge his brother. Hyk clenched his teeth, thinking that he needed to inform his mother that it seemed that a new Congress of Celestials was coming. The young man stretched out his hand, on which a dark ball appeared. He and his minions attacked with the hero's magic. Blows one after another hit the cave. The guy deftly dodged to the sides. The whirlwinds of water began to gather after the young man stretched out his hand towards the opponents. Hyuk raised his hand, wondering if this was all he was capable of. The young man shouted that the Heavenly Lord was no better than the others, carrying out another attack at the young man's legs. Puck continued to dodge unsuccessful attacks. The masked young man tensed up, thinking that his strength wasn't working at full capacity here, and it was probably because it was a different space. Hyuk raised his hand above him, forming a large black ball, thinking about having him try his dirty tricks like with his brother. The main character watched as a large black ball of energy grew above his opponent. The young man smiled, asking again, "There are notifications that you need to take medicine, and the elixir property is the flower of rebirth." A large ball of light began to grow around Puck. The young man, raising his hand up, realized that a color had appeared. The guy got ready, standing up. The young man smiled confidently, saying that he was ready to see what the enemy was capable of. Darkness against light. The scoundrel was beginning to understand what was going on, seeing the rebirth flower from the garden of Siakon. Hyk smiled, holding his hand above him, asked how he managed to get him. The answer was, "So what?" The dark material began to move. The scoundrel's hand reached forward. Demons with pink eyes appeared in front of him. The creatures flew to attack the young man one after another. Puck diligently swung his sword at the monsters. Demons flew to the sides after the hero's counterattack. He gritted his teeth, clarifying how he dared to touch his spirit. The scoundrel reached into his inner pocket for a piece of paper. The object in the opponent's hands lit up purple when one of his friends, asking if it was already. Magical flames enveloped the two warriors. Dark energy was accumulating around the main character. Demons lined up above Hyk in the sky. Monsters glowed lilac, towering over the villain. The young man pointed his finger, ordering him to go forward and turn him into fertilizer for his flowers. The spirits rushed to attack the young man. Puck held a sword in his hands, wondering if it was death magic. Enraged creatures flew at the guy when he reasoned that turning the living into spirits is disgusting sorcery. Puck spreading his arms to the sides, brandishing his sword. The limbs of the monsters flew apart, the spirits divided into parts from the blows. The young man hovered in the air above the hero, wondering how he managed to kill them. The young man swung his weapon, saying that he had recently seen one like him. The hero drew his sword, exclaiming that he would test what Heidel was capable of. The weapon swirled in a whirlwind of water. Puck swung his sword, attracting the magical beasts that were attacking. Powerful energy went through the villain's chest. Hyk was rapidly flying down. A column of dust and dirt rose into the air. The opponent lay pressed to the ground, exhaling. The young man stepped on Hyku's chest. He twisted his face. The young man lay there, talking about the pathetic dragon degenerates. The guy answered what to do. Puck looked down, thinking. Hyk looked at the object in his hand with horror until the young man asked what it was. The guy looked at the artifact, asking if it was a memorial tablet. The villain asked not to touch it, but not her. The hero's eyes lit up. He said that in the scrolls of King Karo, which he found, there was a description of a magical ritual where a memorial plaque was used. He asked a question about what should be done like this. Hyk's eyes were filled with horror, and he begged him not to do it. The young man was lying on the ground, shouting loudly. The tablet in the guy's hands emitted energy discharges. Puck looked ahead, knowing that this would probably be enough. The wounded enemy exhaled, lying on the ground. The hero did not take his feet off his opponent, asked about who he was. The young man repeated that he was Hyuk, the fifth son of the founding mother Ogu. The scoundrel lay motionless, listening to the request to tell him everything he knew about the lands granted by the 10 kings of the underworld to the state of Ogu. Hyk began to talk about this place without strength. The hero listened attentively, continuing to hold the tablet in his hand. He was surprised by what he heard, asking again. The guy was eating pizza when there was an explosion from behind. The young man in the wheelchair turned around, asking what was going on. Puck appeared in front of him, and he calmed down. Uchi was catching the sword when the hero asked what he seemed to want, asked if he had already returned. The young man's eyes lit up with a bright color as he greedily stared at the sword, exclaiming that it was finally here. The main character understood that this is a golden ruler that heals diseases and even resurrects the dead, right? Uchi raised his head when he heard that it was a pity, but she didn't seem capable of what he wanted. The guy was holding a ruler sword in his hands. Uchi sat nearby, wondering what it was. The young man insisted that thanks to the fact that he was telling him about the properties of the body, he could quickly determine the state of a person who was near death, and save him. To get it, Puck leaned on the armrest, saying that now he had better information. The hero leaned towards him, wondering if he was looking for information about flowers from the gardens of Siakon. Colorful plants bloomed under the sun. He added that especially the flowers that Paradeg had brought, namely the healing of the flesh, the healing of the breath, the healing of the bones, the healing of the soul, and the healing of life. Uchi looked at the hero with interest, asking about Siakon's garden. The interlocutor was angry when he began to shout that he had already tried them. It was useless. His danjon had never recovered. The young man noticed that he had not yet tasted the flower that healed the soul. Puck pointed his finger, saying that his body was not just crippled. Mana could be seen around Uka as the hero added that his soul had been torn apart. The guy put his hand on his chest, asking again. The hero stood in front of the young man, saying that he was sure because he had asked Hyk about the magic that controlled souls, wondering who had done this to him. The young man heard that it was Kanem and grabbed his chin, saying that he knew so, and he must have used the heavenly art that affects the soul, so he needed a flower that healed the soul. The guy opened his eyes wide, repeating about the flower that heals the soul, asked that everything that the Celestials know about him is a lie. Park replied that it is. He used the flower of rebirth when he went to the world of the dead, and it turned out that it has a different property. The silhouette of a man was held by a plant in his hands, when the hero claimed that it does not grant rebirth, but protects the living from the energy of death. Puck raised his palm, clarifying that this was why it was called the Ascension Flower, because it allowed him to return from the world of the dead. A bubble was depicted near the silhouette of the man when he talked about how the breath-healing flower, which supposedly allows the body to breathe, actually summons the soul to the world of the dead and gives it the ability to breathe. That is, it has the properties that everyone thought were inherent in the flower that heals the soul. Uchi opened his eyes wide, asking why no one knew about it. The young man crossed his arms, answering that because the flowers belonged only to Paradega. He was sure that the flower that healed the soul really existed, because the son of Paradega himself told him about it. Puck, smiling, stretched out his hand, saying that Paradegi would not correct him. The hero would get these flowers for him. The city was covered with a downpour. Loudspeakers were shown from which it was heard that they were starting an operation to destroy the Lord of the Eastern Sea, and asked all the inhabitants of the city to take refuge in a shelter. The sky was covered with clouds when they repeated that they were starting an operation to destroy the Lord of the Eastern Sea. It was said that a few days later, Pohang, the site of the operation to destroy the Lord of the Eastern Sea, a crowd of people stood on the seashore. The guy looked away, saying that this day had come. The girl closed her eyes, asking what to do. It was impossible to negotiate with him. He even caused a storm. It was easier to calm down a 7-year-old child. The waves were of great height as they noticed how many people had died because of it, and her cousin, who lived on the coast, had died in the tsunami it caused. The lady noticed the hero, continuing to speak. The problem is, the young man was standing with his assistants when the question arose whether this dragon would be able to protect the entire Korean peninsula. The man looked at the girl, noting that he was so self-confident and probably capable of it. She replied that who knows, maybe he just wanted them to be distracted while he himself robbed the treasury of the Eastern Palace. The young man on the side crossed his arms, saying that if he were like that, he would have already done it, wondering if he had heard what happened after the incident at Munda's tomb. The young man continued to stand surrounded by people when it was said that as soon as it became known that Pulseongdan, Taebaek Sonin, and Shinxi were behind the Heavenly Lord, the Celestials rushed to him, trying to smear themselves, and heaped him with treasures, and he returned and drove them away. Everyone talks about it. The girl, turning around, asked again if this was true. The man noticed that in this case, maybe he really was not so bad. The young man said that it was enough to talk, and it was time to prepare. Someone shouted that trouble. The guy was in despair when he shouted that 2 princes from the Eastern Palace had attacked Seoul, and were destroying the city. People listened with surprise, asking again. The man asked the woman if they had guessed about their planets. She replied that almost all the Celestials had gathered here. Only the defense forces remained in Seoul. The young man clenched his fists, shouting to the Heavenly Lord that a protective barrier was needed quickly. A huge shadow rose in front of the crowd of people. The heroes looked at a big wave when someone shouted that it was a tsunami. Fear could be read on the young man's face. He put his hand down, closing his eyes. When the guy realized that nothing was happening, he opened one eye. The wall of water was motionless. The young guy noticed that the tsunami had stopped. Splashes of water hung in the air. The vortices of water emanated from the main character. He held out his palm as if controlling the water. Puck waved his hand, saying that it was good that they had prepared for the operation in advance. The guy looked around, wondering if he had stopped the tsunami. The hero raised his hand above his head, noting that he had used the energy of metal. The yellow energy went around Puck. The warriors watched what was happening intently. The sand on the beach stirred. A skeleton's hand appeared from the ground. The dead man stood up, frightening the man. People surrounded him with questions about what kind of skeleton it was, whether it was made of wood. The dead man opened his jaw, which was glowing. Those around him watched him emit bright energy, wondering what the sound of the flute was. The young man stared intently, noticing that he was playing the same melody as at Munda's tomb. He was told in the earpiece that Ulsane also had a wooden skeleton. He played the flute. The girl turned to the roof, talking about what was in Taegu 2. Soldiers outside the building saw the same picture, reporting that a wooden puppet had been seen in Taejun. the light diverged to the sides. It became clear that the sounds of the flute could be heard throughout the country. The guy held his ear, wondering about the fact that his puppets were everywhere. The man turned to the protagonist, wondering if he was spreading his energy and flute music in this way. Puck played the instrument when someone thought that the other Celestials were only trying to smear him, fearing that he would take away their power, and he, having such power, did not boast of it, but simply did his duty. Who was he? The main character removed the flute from his lips when someone was talking about soul. The girl ran up, calling out to Vladika. She looked at him, wondering if this was the same way he was talking about, how the guy had done it. The young man replied that he had put a shard of his horn into each puppet and filled them with his energy and flute sounds, and it could ease the onslaught of the Eastern Palace. Park lowered his head, adding that the problem was that it looked like the prince who attacked Seoul broke his puppet, so his power doesn't work there. His job is to protect the country, so he has to go there. The girl clarified that right now. She opened her eyes wide, listening to the fact that if they filled the puppets with their energy, then the sounds of the flute would not subside, and the country would be safe. So he asked them to look after them. The lady reminded them that they were on the front lines if the protective barrier here dropped. The hooded guy raised his palm, exclaiming that the hero had promised to protect the Korean peninsula. They had distributed the tasks, and he wanted to change everything before the battle even began. Park asked not to worry. The sounds of the flute would not subside as long as the puppets were intact. Johnby clenched her fist, wondering if they should just fill them with energy. The guy replied that they honestly deserved their places. They needed feats. The girl's eyes lit up red, saying that he should fight her, and if he won, then his place. An unknown person approached, asking to leave it to him. Opposite them stood the imperturbable Father Tamdek. He approached, asking if they didn't agree that they would defend the country together. The guy said that he would send people from Bekwigak to guard his puppets. Tamdek looked ahead, menacingly declaring that he, the Heavenly Lord, entrusts Seoul. Puck looked at his interlocutor attentively. The downpour continued to fall in the city. A large dragon enveloped the high-rise building. The monster's eyes were bright green. Raindrops fell from the sky. The wreckage of houses lay on the ground. Hanbi and the main character flew over the city. Other wars flew behind Puck. He noted what incredible strength. Through his mask, he looked down at the city and added that he was still the son of the Lord of the Eastern Sea, albeit a prince, and that he thought that he just wanted to distract the Celestials gathered in Pohan. But it seemed that he had other plans, and that it seemed that Seoul had been attacked by the two princes. Great, it was time to put his plan into action. The boy turned to Hanvi and called to him. He handed him a flute and said that he would go down, and he would take it and go up with the Celestials. The latter looked at him and replied that if he gave him the flute, what would he do? Puck looked at him and told him not to worry and to walk. He flew in front of him and added that he would take care of it himself. The young man's eyes widened in surprise. He bowed to Park and said that it was good and wished him good luck. Hanvi turned to the back of the flying fighters and noted that everyone who had come here to help the Lord follow him. The main character looked at the soldiers who had flown away. Raindrops fell on him. He said that it was time for him too. A blue dragon coiled around a multi-story building. A man with white hair was kneeling in front of him. The dragon said that he was a scoundrel. The guy held his hand. He added that he dared to interfere with him. The monster looked at him and noted that he was impudent. His eyes were glowing blue. He said that this was the punishment that the Azure Dragon of the East had unleashed on those who dared to reject his mercy. The guy pursed his lips. The dragon added that he should resign himself to his fate. He continued to kneel and wondered if there were no Celestials left here. There were corpses lying on the ground. He added that how did they know that all the strong had gone to the Eastern Sea? Raindrops fell on the bodies of people's bodies. The young man thought that they decided to attack them when only weaklings and defense forces remained. The guy's eyes widened in horror. The dragon stood behind him and asked what he thought he could handle it. The white-haired man turned to look at him. He raised his head up and added that the game was over. Raindrops fell on his body. He opened his mouth wide. A guy was kneeling in front of him. He looked up at him and asked him that he was crazy. The dragon was holding on to the building. He asked that he at least understood what he was doing, why he was trying to drive a pillar of chaos into this land. A pillar appeared in front of the dragon. The guy added that he wanted to destroy this world. The dragon grabbed the pillar with his claws and noted that the time had come. The pillar of chaos shone brightly. A drop of sweat slid down the white-haired guy's face. The dragon coiled around the pillar of chaos. He straightened his claws and said that it was all for the Azure Dragon of the East. Houses collapsed from the dragon's movements. The young man jumped to his feet abruptly. He took a fighting stance and said that he would not allow it. The guy stretched out his hand in front of him with an open palm. Around the dragon, the boy's magical attack was flying. The magic seals emitted lightning. They were floating in the air around the monster. The man stretched out 2 fingers on his right hand and said that it would be a little longer. The dragon's eyes glowed a bright green color. The white-haired guy flew hundreds of meters away from the dragon's blow. He flew into a multi-story building. Blood was flowing from his forehead. He asked how. He looked at him and said what a force. The dragon looked at her and noted that they were trying in vain to resist. They were ready to die to become pillars of chaos. The dragon flew over the city and added that they would flood their lands and expand the domain of the Eastern Sea. And then their father, gaining power, would destroy everything and create a new world. Blood was flowing from the guy's mouth. He said that this was madness. He was standing outside in front of the dragon. A water sphere appeared in the dragon's mouth. He added that the thirst for power had overshadowed his mind and was pushing him to death. A huge stream of water burst out of his mouth. A huge stream of water hit the guy. Far away from him stood a dragon. He looked at the guy and remembered that there were rumors about a small dragon. Someone's foot stepped on the ground. For now, I activated my shield to protect the guy. He looked at the dragon, which said it was him. The dragon looked at him and replied that even if the land went underwater, he would make sure that he had a place to live. The guy was standing in a fighting stance in front of the dragon, who asked what he would say to join them. He looked at him and told him to forgive him, but he was not like them. Flower petals appeared on his wrist. He thought that this power could destroy even a ray of sunlight amplified by the Mashinshingen and the solar wind. He tucked his hand under him and added that he didn't want to use it to the last, but he didn't seem to have a choice. He put his hand on his side. There were houses outside the window. The guy raised his head and asked that he wanted to know more about dragons. Park sat down next to him on the table and said that he knew he didn't know much about dragons, and he seemed to know something. Park's interlocutor turned his head to the monitor and noted that he was using them quite well. He looked at him and said that he could do almost everything, so he only needed to be told what he should not do. He pointed his finger at him and added that if he wanted to survive, then let him save his reverse scales. The main character grabbed his side. The guy added that he would feel it, this place on his body that he would not want to touch. This is his reverse scale. Let him pierce it only as a last resort, when there is no strength left, and then the protagonist grabbed an element of his equipment. He tore it off. Lightning began to shoot from the guy. Puck stood calmly in the middle of the battlefield. He closed his eyes. The main character bared his teeth and thought that his strength was increasing many times over. He immediately rushed to attack the dragon. His attack struck the enemy. The dragon narrowed his eyes at him. The protagonist instantly jumped away from him. He stuck his tongue out of his mouth. The dragon asked if he had pierced his reverse scales. The dragon opened its mouth and said that it was bringing its own death closer. Even if it unleashed all its strength, it would still die. Dragon's attacks flew towards the main character. The guy grabbed his earlobe and asked what he thought so. He unfolded the scroll abruptly. The hieroglyphs on the paper glowed purple. Demon masks materialized from the scroll. The guy's eyes shone bright green. He said that he would go to the world of the dead. Rays shot from the masks at the dragon. They instantly hit the dragon's attacks flying at the protagonist. The dragon stood entwined around the pillar of chaos. He opened his mouth in pain. The guy looked at the monster's attacks flying at him. The monster said that he would not come out. Puck grabbed the weapon with his right hand and said that he wanted to do without too much blood, but he was too stubborn. He inserted an additional part into the weapon with his left hand. His hair instantly turned white. The dragon looked at his attacks and said that it couldn't be his brothers. The dragon turned to the guy, who asked that if the pillar was destroyed, then all their plans would collapse. The guy jumped over the dragon. The monster opened its mouth on him. Puck added that he would destroy him. The dragon writhed around the pillar and said that it was not the pillar. The young man jumped in front of the dragon. The monster opened its mouth wide. The protagonist stuck his sword into the dragon's body. He held onto its hilt with both hands and said that it looked like he didn't have the strength to destroy it. Along with the entry of the sword into the dragon's body, roots began to appear. The guy added that in this case, how about this? The main character bared his teeth in anger. Blood gushed out of the monster's mouth. Roots have grown around the monster's body. They wrapped all over his body. The monster was imprisoned in a cage made of roots. The guy knelt down, holding it in his hand. The dragon looked at him out of the corner of his eye and asked that he had pierced his reverse scales to stop him. Park looked to the side and replied that yes, because he had not fought alone. Puck got to his feet. He looked somewhere in the distance and thought that it seemed that they had coped. The dragon said that he was a fool. Blood flowed from the dragon's mouth. He added that he thought they were only interested in the earth. The guy looked at him and asked what he was talking about. He looked down at his feet in bewilderment. He opened his eyes wide in surprise and thought that he could feel it in his gut. Somewhere in the distance the land was sinking under the water. The water surface fluctuated slightly. The waves crashed against the rocks. Dust rose over the city. Puck stood on the roots and thought that the energy of the eastern sea was getting stronger. He needed to stop them before it was too late. A cape hung on his naked body. He gritted his teeth in pain. A young man with white hair flew up to him. The protagonist knelt down holding his sword. The guy asked if he was okay. He replied that everything was fine. The main character looked up at him. The man with blue eyes looked at Puck. He opened his mouth slightly. The protagonist remembered that he had tried to kill him. The guy was on one knee in front of him. He touched the fingers of his right hand to his face. A drop of sweat slid down his cheek. He realized that he had lost his mask. The protagonist looked up at the guy with white hair and added that if he recognized him, he would kill him. A young man with blue eyes stretched out his hand towards Puck. He put his hand on his left shoulder. The main character opened his eyes to him in shock. He asked him to come to his senses. He bent down to the young man, who added that it seemed that the Lord had spent too much energy. Now he would heal him. He looked at his fingers and noted that it wouldn't be enough. Puck thought he didn't recognize him. He looked at the canvas of his sword. Its shiny surface reflected the protagonist himself, and noted that exactly when he pierced the reverse scales, he changed. Park looked at the guy with white hair and added that it was good that he did not recognize him. He asked to pay attention. Hanvi sat on a huge blue snake and called out to the main character. He jumped down to him and asked if he was okay. He replied that he was, and he also dealt with the prince and his pillar. Comrade Pakat took him by the arm. He added that as he himself felt, everything was not so good in other places, he needed to return to Pohang as soon as possible. The guy with white hair told him to wait, the lord needed treatment. The protagonist turned back and shouted that there was no time. The power of the Lord of the Eastern Sea was growing by the minute. Corpses of people lay on the seashore. Parts of the skeleton were lying on the sand. Next to him lay the bodies of other people. The girl was on one knee in front of the bodies of dead people. Water ran down Jambi's face. She looked at the water tornadoes and asked what it was. Tornadoes swirled in the depths of the sea. She added what he had done to become so strong. She raised her head to her comrades flying from above. They went down to her. The girl said that she was glad that the Heavenly Lord was okay, and asked him if they had coped in Seoul. He replied that they had, and he found out what they were up to. The young man looked at Zombie and added that the Lord of the Eastern Sea wanted to flood the lands and expand his domain by sacrificing his own sons. Puck's companion stared at him and asked him again. She stood in front of him and noted that it was really an earthquake, and asked how he was going to flood the ground. The protagonist replied that it seemed that they were using some kind of pillars. She clarified that they were pillars of chaos. A guy with white hair approached the main character from behind and said that the Lord had left them in Seoul. The whole company was standing on the seashore. They looked towards the water. The young man added that it seemed that they had not been able to do the same in Japan. Jambi took hold of her left hand and said that the Lord of the Eastern Sea had not appeared, and that it was all over here, and that it would be great if she could dive in the sea and pull him out of there. Puck put his left hand on his belt. He said that he would go to him. His comrades looked at him in shock. The white-haired guy grabbed his hand and resolutely said that no, the Lord had already fought alone with the prince, he needed to be healed first. The protagonist released his left hand and replied that he was the only one here who was still able to fight, so he would go. He lowered his head down, thinking that besides, he should do it alone. Someone ran up to the protagonist. The red-haired guy grabbed his shoulder. He closed his right eye and noted that he wanted to do everything himself again. Puck turned to him. He told him not to walk alone, he would die. Guanik exhaled and said that therefore he would go with him. The young man said that the wounds of the elder Guanik were too serious. He grabbed it. The guy mentally added that he, as before, was kind and sympathetic. The blue-eyed man thought that now that he had become part of the celestial world, his strength would only hinder him. Puck removed his hand from his left shoulder and asked them to move away because they were in the way. He walked away from his comrades and reported that he was leaving everything to Hanvi. The red-haired guy didn't jump up to Hanvi abruptly and said no, you can't, let him stop. He stretched out his hand in the wake of the departing protagonist. He sank deep into the water. His eyes widened in surprise. He looked around the seabed and asked that this was the Eastern Palace. Air bubbles flew past the houses. Trees grew in the streets. Puck walked through the city and noticed that there was no one here. He looked around and wondered if he had sacrificed all his sons. But why did he need so much power? The guy with the horns raised his head and added that something was wrong here. He thought that someone would try to stop him, but it was as quiet as a grave here. He looked down and noted that this energy was undoubtedly the energy of wood, but it was somehow alien, and there was a lot of it. A green aura was in the air. The main character opened the doors to the house and added that it was really possible that so many celestials with the energy of the tree had gathered in one place. It was a rarity. He opened his mouth in shock. The corpses of people were covered with the roots of plants. The guy asked who all these people were. Leaves grew on the roots. He looked at them and said that it seemed that they had recently awakened the heavenly bones in themselves. People stood with banners in the street. Park wondered if they were the ones who had been sacrificed to the Lord of the Eastern Sea. A man was standing on the stage with a microphone. The protagonist touched the plant and realized that it was the alien energy of the tree. He looked at him and said that he understood. In front of him lay the corpses of people. He added that the Lord of the Eastern Sea had conducted experiments on them. He rubbed his chin with his right hand and wondered why. A picture hung on the wall. The main character turned to his desk and asked that he had created some potions here. He touched the wooden statuette and added that he needed a statue. Puck picked it up and noted that it emitted the faint energy of wood, and that it was the subject of his research. He looked at the base of the statuette and read the hieroglyphs. The main character looked at the base of the statue in shock and said that it was Shinnon. An image of an ugly monster appeared. The guy thought that he was a great master who taught the art of star wind, a technique based on the energy of wood. Puck looked at the bottom of the figurine again, adding that the Lord of the Eastern Sea had also studied the energy of the tree. He turned to hear a voice from somewhere, begging to be saved. The man's body moved slightly and asked to be saved. Puck looked at him and replied that he would forgive him, but there was nothing he could do to help him right now. He stood in front of the corpse and noted that if he returned to the world and the living and regained his strength, he would be able to get rid of the alien energy of the tree and awaken his own celestial bones. He raised his head and added that for this he would have to accept the invitation of the Lord of the Eastern Sea. The guy entered another room. His eyes widened in shock. In front of him lay a cluster of roots. It sounded a blue aura. The protagonist asked that it was the Lord of the Eastern Sea. He raised his head to this lump and said that not only did he have the energy of a tree, but he was also a plant. A sword was held on his belt. He said that it could not be, and asked if this was the Lord of the Eastern Sea. The sword emitted an aura and added that it wasn't the energy of a single dragon. Every seaweed was a living being. A huge accumulation of algae lay in front of Puck. A voice from the sword added that there were millions, tens of millions of them. The guy looked up at him. The seaweed was torn. Someone said he was waiting. His little dragon. A huge green dragon looked at the protagonist. He looked up at him and clarified that he was Oken, the Lord of the Eastern Sea, why he had called him. The monster opened its mouth and said that it had the energy of a tree. How could it be fine? Puck lifted his head and asked why he was fine, what he meant. He lowered his hands at the seams. The dragon noted that he was so small, and already possessed the energy of water and metal, and that no one else could control the opposing energies. Oken narrowed his eyes at the protagonist and realized that he had a moon spirit liver. The guy opened his eyes in shock and asked again what the moon spirit was. He clenched his fists and noted to himself that he not only immediately realized what power he possessed, but also guessed that he had a liver that allowed him to control energies. An image of peaches hanging on a branch appeared. Puck added that the liver he had received from Bando was not just an organ that changed the elements, but the liver of a moon spirit. A drop of sweat slid down his cheek, and he asked himself what was so special about her. In front of him lay the body of a dragon, who said that he thought that Valbinden was just laughing at him, but it seemed that the liver of the moon spirit did exist in the mortal world. The monster opened its mouth at the protagonist and shouted for him to give it to him. Roots rushed into the guy. He added that with her help he would become stronger. He attacked Puck. He bared his teeth and asked what he thought he would give her away so easily. The protagonist rushed to attack Oken and told him to try to take her. The guy stood up for an attack. He instantly sliced through a part of the dragon's body. Severed parts of the monster's body fell to the ground. Puck turned to face Oken's attack flying at him. Hundreds of sharp roots rushed into the guy's body. They grabbed him. The roots also destroyed Puck's magic masks. He looked back and noted that he had even broken his steel staff. He jumped to attack the seaweed. The voice from the sword added that there were too many of them. If he fought with everyone, all his teeth would fall out. The guy replied that he should be patient for a while. He would think of something. The protagonist bared his teeth and thought that he was using the energy of metal. It was stronger than the energy of wood, but he was too strong. He could use Mikenshinken with the energy of metal. The dragon looked at the young man, who added that if he resorted to him, his strength would be exhausted before he could defeat him. Blood gushed out of his mouth. He grabbed the seaweed and asked why in reverse scales. The main character let go of his sword. He flew into the monster's mouth with his sword, a voice from the sword telling him to wake up. The guy narrowed his eyes and noted to himself that he no longer had the strength to use artifacts or fight. Blood was running down his face. Blood splashes flowed down the wall. The main character asked if this was really the end. The blade stuck in the seaweed and shouted that it was melting. Not far from him, a guy was sticking out in the seaweed. A voice from his sword told him to get up. The sword trembled and said that he didn't want to sit down to die, that damn dragon. The guy's body was falling somewhere. Someone's voice was telling him to get up. The protagonist closed his eyes and thought that his whole body was aching. He could not even move a finger. A torn cape hung on his body. He added that it seemed that he had pierced the reverse scales too early, and had used up all his strength here. The main character closed his eyelids and thought that he was thirsty if there was anything edible here. He opened his eyes slightly and asked himself about the edibles. Small particles glowed in the air. The guy was in the air and noted that there was a lot of wood energy here. A flash burned in his palm. He thought that he was a stupid dragon. Puck clawed at the seaweed and added that his power would be his. He made his way through the seaweed. The dragon opened its mouth. He put his head down and asked what he was doing. An aura glowed inside him. Cracks appeared on his body. The protagonist himself escaped through them. He sat down on the ground and noted that he thought this would be the end. The voice from the sword said that he was a bastard. He almost died. The young man rose to his feet, the dragon's voice saying that he knew the star wind technique. The monster changed color and added why didn't he become a plant like him. Parts of his own bodies were falling from him. He noted that he had been searching for hundreds of years, but could not find a way to regain his former appearance. Park looked at him and asked him in his mind why he had forced people to worship him and experimented on them. He stretched out his hand with an open palm and replied that this was not an excuse. The guy grabbed the handle with his right hand. He waved his weapon and said that if he really wanted to return to his old life, then let him go to the next one. Puck swung his sword at the dragon. The monster lifted his head and asked what it was. He looked at his body. Cracks began to appear on it. His body was tearing to pieces, Oken noting that he was sucking his energy. The dragon flew up. Small waves washed the shore. People were standing on the sandy shore. Someone said that the sea had calmed down. Another asked if the Lord of the Eastern Sea had lost his strength. Drops of sweat rolled down Jambi's face. She thought she hoped he was okay. The guy pointed his finger at the sky and shouted for everyone to look. Something appeared in the sky. A portal materialized in the sky. The man asked what it was. A part of the dragon's body fell out of the portal. Behind her, the entire body of the monster fell into the sea. The girl covered herself with her hands from the splashes. She looked at what had happened with one eye. In front of the crowd of people lay the corpse of the Lord of the Eastern Sea. Someone asked that it was a wooden dragon. Puck looked at the people. He flew in the air above the defeated dragon and said that it was Oken, the azure dragon of the east, wreaking chaos in the mortal world. The girl looked at the protagonist floating in the air. He raised his sword in front of him, and added that it meant that the Lord of the Eastern Sea would no longer threaten the world. He landed on the dragon and shouted loudly that they had defended their country. The guy went down to the shore. The girl happily reported that it was good that he returned safe and sound. Park looked at his weapon. Jianbai asked how he managed to pull this giant to land. He replied that he had found Chiljito, and with his help I would pull the dragon to land. The girl crossed her arms over her chest and said that it meant that Chiljito was the Lord of the Eastern Sea after all. The people from Zingan tortured them because of him. Pax silently replied to herself that she should forgive him. He had been with him all this time. The girl stood in front of him and noted that in any case, thanks to him, the Heavenly Lord, they had won. She looked at him and added that now she needed to take care of his wounds. The guy coughed up blood on his fist. Blood was flowing from his mouth. He noted that it looked like he was too late. The protagonist looked up at Janbai. She looked at him in horror. Hanbi rushed to the guy. He grabbed him by the shoulders and told him that he was too weak and that if he allowed him to share his energy, he replied that no, he was also exhausted. The protagonist lowered his eyes to the ground and thought about the words that his comrade had told him, that he should pierce his reverse scales only as a last resort, when there was no strength left, and then his strength would increase many times over. Puck smiled slightly. He put his left hand on Hanbi's right shoulder. Puck looked at him and said that he trusted him with everything. Latika completely evaporated. The girl's eyes widened in shock. She threw out her arms in despair. The guy turned to her and said that the Heavenly Lord had used up all his strength and left this world. A blue-green serpent flies over the ground. The girl in the tracksuit opened her eyes and asked if the Heavenly Lord was dead. The guy in bandages brought his hand to his chest. The princess walked up to the crowd. A group of people said that the Heavenly Dragon had protected them, fighting alone with the Lord of the Eastern Sea. Bari opened her mouth. People thought what would happen to the treasuries of the Eastern Palace, and whether they would go to Chanji since their lord was dead. Two men from the crowd turned around. The princess objected to them that this was nonsense. A large number of people gathered around the girl in the kimono. She said that could it be that the heavenly serpent was equal in strength to the Lord of the Eastern Sea, just as a dragon ruling over a lake can be equal in strength to a dragon ruling over the entire sea. The girl with purple eyes froze and said that he must have arranged everything to take possession of the treasures of the Eastern Palace. A woman in white clothes came up and said that Vladika had not done anything. She pointed to the dragons and asked what kind of corpses they were. A woman in a white kimono opened her mouth and said that the facts speak for themselves and she is a witness to this. The princess frowned. The white-haired girl raised her hand to her chest and said that she had seen the power of the Lord with her own eyes. She imagined the image of the Lord in her mind and said that he instantly increased his strength and killed the son of the Lord of the Eastern Sea. He was hiding his power because using it could cost him his life. The girl in the white coat put her hand to herself and asked if she was right. A huge catfish appeared in the air and thought to himself if the man in the white and green clothes really thought that he knew everything. Handi opened his mouth and said that the Lord wanted to divide the treasures of the Eastern Palace among everyone. The princess frowned and was surprised. The woman in a white yukata asked why he had participated in the operation to destroy the Lord of the Eastern Sea. The masked man covered his mouth and thought to himself that the Lord wanted to defeat the Dragon of the Sea to match the strength of the Paulsondan and Samwonson, but he couldn't reveal the whole truth to the people. The masked man raised his palm to the top and said that the bishop did it for the sake of the people. The people standing nearby were surprised. The blue-robed fighter turned his head to the side and said that how could such a person exist? Bari opened her eyes and asked if it was for the sake of people. She pointed at the guy in the purple robe and shouted that this was a blatant lie. Let him tell the truth. She clutched the amulet in her hand and retorted that the dragon had killed her son to increase his status in Shinshi. If he didn't have a secret motive, then he wouldn't have done it. A girl in red clothes appeared next to her and called out to her. Janbi clenched her fists forcefully and said that how dare a princess insult a hero who sacrificed himself for us. The man with the ponytail took the staff in his hands. Janbi said that one more word and Bari would be in trouble. The princess turned away. A sword fell near Hanvi. He picked it up and said that the Lord wanted to divide the treasures of the Eastern Palace among everyone. He raised his weapon with the point upwards and said that he wanted to take the Chiljito in which he had put his last strength. The girl in the tracksuit froze in place. The long-haired guy took the weapon in his hands and said that the sword was also part of the treasure of the Oriental Palace. Janbai replied that they were still arguing with the Singung about who it belonged to. She threw up her hands and said that they knew what the Heavenly Lord had done, but it was a matter of diplomacy. The man with the bandage on his leg said that he was taking it upon himself. Tamdek came. He folded his hands behind his back and told Jianbai not to worry, and Jianbai replied that Baewagik was already on the verge of collapse, and if the Shingung pressed again, the Tamdek shouldn't take it upon himself. The girl in the sweater looked away. Her interlocutor said that the Lord of the Eastern Sea wanted to expand his possessions and used the pillars of chaos to flood the lands. He opened his mouth and said that Japan could not stop him, and now there was chaos there. They would take advantage of this and take away the Chiljido. The yellow-eyed girl opened her mouth in surprise. She put her hand to her forehead and thought that the sword was an artifact that had even started the battle of the Celestials. Janbi turned. The Lord stands with his back next to the sword, for the sake of the memory of the heavenly Lord who sacrificed himself. Janbi looked away. She struck her chest with her fist and said that she would help Tamdek. He was grateful to her. He opened his mouth. A short-haired man walked up to Hanvi and thanked him. The man in the colorful dressing gown bent down. He lowered his sword, and Janbi wondered if it was Hanvi. Tamdek opened his fist and said that after they had dismissed Mrs. Yoa, they had given up looking for her. Hanvi stands still. Tamdek asks him if he wants to go back to Bekwagak. The masked man takes it off and says that he is grateful that his abilities are so highly appreciated. He stands in front of the crowd and says that he would not have agreed before. Hanvi held the mask in his hands and said that the Heavenly Lord had helped him understand what his purpose was, and now he had no place in Bekwagak. The yellow-eyed man opened his eyes in surprise. He looked down and said that even when he left, Hanvi was doing good. Tamdek crossed his arms behind his back and said that if they were destined, they would meet again. The guy with the purple bandage walked up to the snake and said that he was grateful to Tamdek. The crowd looks up at the sky. Jinbai can barely hold back her tears. The two dragons rushed into the sky. The red-haired woman turned her head to the side and called out to Kwanik. He looked up and replied that everything was fine. He narrowed his eye. The man hit his head on the scales of the serpent. A guy in dark clothes lies on the body of a snake and says that after the heavenly sword dance, he doesn't even have the strength to move a finger. Hanvi said that the Lord has done a good job. Surprised, Puck asked if it was possible to die if the reverse scales were pulled out. The man sat in front of him and said that this was not entirely true. Raising his finger, he said that the dragon loses its appearance and returns to the state it was in before it passed through the dragon gate. So most dragons do not touch their reverse scales. It takes hundreds, if not thousands, of years to become a dragon, and then start from scratch is terrible. The protagonist closed his eyes. Looking down, he thought that was exactly what he had done, pulled out the scales, pretended to be dead, and came back to life as Puck. The guy woke up in bed. He looked at the room. MC said with a satisfied look that it was very pleasant to eat after a hard day's work. Continuing to eat, he stressed that he had got Chiljido, so there was no need to hide anymore. He was holding a red sphere in his hands. The protagonist imagined a dragon and stated that the pearl he obtained when he escaped from Oaken's body would help him regain his strength. Smiling, Park added that he would be able to openly announce that he was alive. Looking at the pearl, the young man said that if he used it, he could sleep again for a long time, and no one knew how long he would sleep, because this pearl belonged to the dragon that ruled over the Eastern Sea. He noticed Hanvi's voice, which said that the Lord had woken up. He went to him and noted that everything had more or less calmed down. The guy imagined the image of the guys and said that as Park had requested, Gang Bei and Hiroku had accepted his energy and become the new masters of Chongji. Lowering his head, the protagonist thanked him, noting that Hongwei had done a lot for him. Now Kanbi and Hiroku would take care of Chongji. He was surprised by the question whether he was going to leave Chongji. Looking at his comrade, MC stated that everyone knew that he was dead. If he stayed there, he would be found quickly. After all, he was connected to Chongji. He had other plans, so it was better if Chongji was under their control. The guy with a serious look asked if he could also leave in such a case. Park was shocked by such a question. He asked with a frightened look where Hanvi wanted to go, to which he was told that his presence would interfere with his plans. The guy put his hands out in front of him and asked the gentleman to stop, who clarified whether he demanded too much from him or did not like his elixirs. Smiling, he declared that he would be glad to continue serving him, but he was going forward, and he had to go his own way. Sitting in front of him, the warrior confessed that he wanted to find his way, just as his master wanted. He remembered looking at the scroll and said that while helping the protagonist, he was looking for a way to recover the secret techniques of the Li clan and learn that the techniques of the Yuan and Ming dynasties, which influenced the techniques of the Li clan, were still stored in one place. Looking at the master, Hongwei said that he was therefore going to go to Zhongyuan and study the way of the Celestials there. Park was shocked by what he heard. Lowering his head, he suggested in his thoughts that it was time for them to say goodbye. Closing his eyes, the protagonist said that he was sorry that he had put so much on him, to which he received the answer that it was not so. Everything was fine, he did what he had to do. He could not imagine that he would become so devoted to him. Holding the back of his head, MC said that he was too rude at first. He was taken aback when he heard the guy remark that he was talking about their meeting in Bekwagak Garden. Pushing aside the canopy, the protagonist asked if his subordinate knew him. There was a smile on the guy's face. Closing his eyes, Hanvi revealed that Park had changed a lot, so he didn't recognize him. The protagonist remembered how he carried the tray in his hands. The guy paid attention to him. Looking at him, the warrior stated that the smell of his tea remained the same. The dumbfounded main character clarified whether the guy knew everything from the very beginning. With an embarrassed look, he thought that he had done so much in front of him. The protagonist began to scream in shame when his comrade reported that he was good at portraying a dragon. Holding his chin, Hanbi emphasized the fact that MC knew he was human, but pretended to be a dragon anyway. He patted Vladika on the head, saying that he had saved his life. He could not have treated him so meanly. Looking down, Park thanked him for being silent and apologized for everything he had received, to which he was told that everything was fine. Thanks to him he was safe. Taken aback, Hanbi said that Mrs. G&B was taking his death very hard. The guy imagined the girl and asked if the protagonist was going to tell her the truth. Looking away, MC noted that he could do it. A picture appeared in his head of how the girl with an angry look clarified whether he had deceived her. Puzzled, Park admitted that he was afraid of the consequences. The frightened guy said that if she began to pry secrets from him, then she would not be able to remain silent. Pink mana began to float around the protagonist, after which he noted that they would not see each other again. He handed the items to a friend and asked to take them goodbye. Smiling, the Heavenly Lord said that he had taken the orb from the Prince of the Eastern Palace. He wanted to find more, but it turned out that there were too many guards. Hanbi looked at the book with a look of surprise. Looking at her, the guy listened to what Park wanted to get her back for a long time. This is the formula for activating Hangul that King Sejong created. He thinks that it will help the guy master the heavenly arts. The joyful warrior said that it was a generous parting gift, to which he was told that he shouldn't say that. It was a thing belonging to the Lee family, so he should take it. Getting to his feet, MC stressed that he had already recovered a little, so it was time to go. Showing his fist, Puck asked to take care of himself. Hanbi held out his fist back, and remarked that he had to be neat too. They banged their fists. As they inspected the settlement, the people asked if it was true that there was no one left in the Eastern Palace. People followed the man and said that these were the last ones. They would check and return. They opened the gates. They saw a vine and asked what it stinked of. People were shocked by what they saw. Plants covered the bodies of the killed. They looked at them and asked them to wake up. Puck was lying unconscious on the ground. The news showed the corpse of the monster, and said that it had been 3 weeks since the operation to destroy the Lord of the Eastern Sea had been carried out, but the city was still reeling from the destruction. Residents sat by tents while a reporter said that at least Korea was doing better than other countries. Orderlies distributed food to the wounded, and the news reported that one of the heroes who defended Korea was said to be the Heavenly Lord, who, among other things, did not allow the son of the Lord of the Eastern Sea to drive a pillar into the ground. The man was sitting at the table and said that they say that this pillar is called the Pillar of Chaos. The ground into which this pillar is driven is gradually going underwater. People in the cafe looked at the TV and listened to the question of whether this meant that the sea level was rising and the Eastern Sea was getting bigger. Stretching out her hand, the girl reported that the Lord of the Eastern Sea wanted to expand his domain by force to become stronger. But although the Lord of the Eastern Sea is dead, pillars of chaos are still flooding the lands. Looking at the map, she cited the example of Honshu, one of the 4 main islands of Japan. Looking at the TV, the guy said that if the island went underwater, then they would be in trouble too. Sitting at the table, the stranger added that at least they had managed to prevent the worst, and all thanks to the Heavenly Lord. Park sat at the next table and listened to the guys discussing that he was dead. They didn't know which of them would protect him next time. There would be a memorial service for the Heavenly Lord soon. Holding the phone in front of his ear, the protagonist told his mom that everything was fine. A cry came from his phone that this was not good. He had been held captive for several months in the Eastern Palace. Looking at the screen, he listened to his mother's suggestion to join the defense forces, because it was safer there. They were mainly engaged in reconnaissance. His face was calm when he was asked why he needed these dangerous tasks. Closing his eyes, Puck thought that he was strong in body and could die at any moment. Raising his hand, the guy asked the owner for another portion of kuklap, while his mother told him to come to her America. It was quiet there, probably because the territory was large, after which he replied that he did not have money for a ticket. Smiling, MC said that his phone was running out. They would talk later. With a puzzled look, he noticed that she was just worried about him, at such a time. Looking at the next portion of soup, the guy thought that it was good that his mother was safe and it was good that he sent her to his aunt as soon as the gates of heaven opened. Putting the spoon to his mouth, he reasoned that 2 weeks had passed since he had been rescued from the laboratory in the Eastern Palace. As he ate the soup, he added that he had returned safely under the name Puck, and the one who had helped him get out of the Eastern Palace prison. With a surprised look, he looked up at the voice that said that the guy was having lunch. Tambek looked at him with a smile on his face. Standing in front of the protagonist, he asked if they could talk when he was done. Sunlight enveloped the building. There were drinks on the table. Sitting opposite, the main character asked if something serious had happened, because the elder came to him himself. Looking at him, Tambek asked if he had heard what was happening to Chiljido. Smiling, Park replied positively, adding that everyone was talking about it. Putting the drink on the table, he listened to the elder come to ask him for help. Stretching out his hand, the young man told that in Korea, thanks to the self-sacrifice of the Heavenly Lord, everything was fine, but other countries located on the coast of the Eastern Sea suffered greatly. Japan suffered the most. It seemed that they had difficulty destroying the remaining pillars, and they said that they would give them Chiljido if they helped them. The protagonist was taken aback by what he heard. A drop of sweat ran down his face as he reasoned that it was complicating things because he thought they would get it easily. Sitting across from him, Tambake added that he would love to go there himself, but he couldn't, so he wanted to apologize for asking Park to do so while he recovered. But he remembered how masterfully he fought during the Battle of Dokdo. They would provide him with elixirs and artifacts that would help him increase his strength. Surprised, MC asked if other Celestials would go there, after which he thought that it was better to do it himself than to entrust someone else. Smiling, the guy replied that it was so. They had selected the best fighters who had proved themselves during monster hunts and celestial battles, and promised to generously reward those who distinguished themselves in battle. Park, with a satisfied look, stressed that he would receive Chiljido and another reward from above. Folding his hands, he asked when they were leaving. Holding the phone in front of him, the protagonist said that they would go to Japan after his memorial service. As he walked down the street, he reasoned that he wanted to get Chiljido and find the remains of Orochi that Jidal had told him about, so he would go to Japan anyway, but he didn't think there would be such an opportunity. Shifting his gaze, Park noted that he had returned under his own name because he could not enter Japan as a heavenly lord. He imagined himself wearing a mask. The guy imagined how chains surrounded the world map and said that shortly after the gates of heaven opened, all countries forbade the Celestials to freely cross borders to prevent chaos in the mortal world. Raising his head, the protagonist stressed that given that there were cases in history when Celestials fought with each other. Looking at a photo of a comrade on the building, MC added that security measures had been stepped up, and even dragons had been banned from leaving the country in which they had settled. As he toured the building, Park noted that therefore, newly awakened Celestials could get permission to travel abroad, although it was more difficult than getting a regular visa, and he was going to use it to get to Japan. No one would have thought that things would turn out this way. Looking at the red sphere, the protagonist thought that all the problems were solved. Now he could try Yoija. Holding his chin, he wondered how he could speed up the process. After introducing the palace, he clarified whether to ask Herrick and Canby. The old man ran to him and asked if they knew each other. If he had warned him that he would come, he would have met him. Standing in front of him, the protagonist asked if he had come at the wrong time, to which he received the answer that the old man was always happy to see him. Looking around, MC clarified where Hiroka was. They approached the huge serpent, after which Canby revealed that he was trying to swallow the yoiju that Park had given him and was fighting the spirit of her former owner. Taken aback, Puck asked again about the battle with the spirit. Holding his hands behind his back, the old man said that it was true. In order to absorb Yoija, one had to defeat the spirit of her former owner. Looking at the master, Canby added that Yoiji kept the power that the dragon had accumulated throughout his life, and his spirit, full of determination, did not want to give it away. Smiling, the old man stated that Hiroka would cope quickly. Thanks to the protagonist, he had become much stronger. He would soon win and absorb Yoiju's energy. With a thoughtful look, Puck wondered if there had been anything like this when he had devoured Yoiju after his battle with the shinobi, and why he had slept so long then. He remembered his wound and noted that his danjang had been destroyed. He was on the verge of death. He imagined that he had seized the spirit, and assumed that he had slept so long because he needed to regain his strength and get rid of the spirit. Looking at the red sphere, MC wondered that the Yoiju he wanted to absorb belonged to Oken, and it was unknown what would happen if they met in the world of illusions. A dragon appeared in his imagination. Looking at Canby, the guy asked if he could describe his feelings during the battle with the spirit in more detail and if it had anything to do with the level of strength, to which he was told that it was not. It was more related to the strength of the spirit. Adjusting his mustache, the old man said that it was like a battle of fantasy and willpower. A smile appeared on the protagonist's face. Holding his chin, he emphasized the fact that if this was a fantasy battle, then he would definitely win. Powerful energy emanated from the sphere. The guy closed his eyes. A blue aura enveloped his body. The old man stood before him and said that after all he could not resist the temptation. His eyes glowed yellow. Smiling, Park emphasized that it was the spirit of Oken, the azure dragon of the east. Looking around, he noted that he was in white space. Standing in front of the enemy, MC wondered if this was his world. Holding his hands behind his back, Oken reported that it was incense that calmed the mind. Frowning, he said that the guy had prepared to meet him, but was mistaken. The old man rushed into battle, shouting that he was not just an illusion. He gritted his teeth in rage. Canby sent a water dragon at the boy. The protagonist managed to dodge the attack. The water was reaching for him. Puck rushed at him. A stream of water formed behind him. He was shocked by this. He closed his eyes in pain as scratches appeared on his body. The young man with a serious look thought that when he used the energy of the tree, his attacks were visible, and with the water, his attacks were almost invisible. Observing the old man, MC noted that Oken was a master at using water magic, which was not at all what it used to be. He saw the white dragon behind the old man and emphasized that this was the true power of Oken, the azure dragon of the east, before he became a plant. Frowning, Puck asked if he had really defeated the dragon with such incredible strength. Flying over him, the spirit said that the protagonist was steadfast. Folding his fingers, he noticed that he would make it easier for him. He snapped his fingers. A glow emanated from the clots of water. The shots hit MC. He began to cough up blood. Lowering his head, the guy tried to catch his breath. Looking at the enemy, the protagonist thought that something was wrong there. He was attacked in the world of illusions, but he had problems with his body. Water swirled around the old man as he said that he saw. The guy was confused that everything was not going according to his plan. He noted with a serious look that the body is a reflection of the spirit, even if it is a world of illusions, but for Park it is real. Holding on to his shoulder, the main character wondered if the wounds he received there could affect his body. He calmed down and came to the conclusion that even if he returned to a person's body, this is his world. Blue energy enveloped him. He grew horns, after which the protagonist noted that he had already reached the top of the dragon's power, and would simply embody this power. The guy prepared to make a dash. Outstretching his hand, Okan fired projectiles at him, and noticed that he might not even think about it. Puck dodged all the attacks. He found himself in front of a spirit who asked if the guy thought it was that simple. He swung his fist and said that this is how it should be beaten. The blow hit the protagonist in the face. As he launched attacks, Okan shouted that MC was stupid, there was nothing he could do. Frowning, the Heavenly Lord emphasized that he didn't have a single weakness. He was suddenly taken aback. A powerful stream of water got into it. Puck was lying on a pile of stones. Upon landing on the ground, the old man asked how he was doing it, noting that the protagonist couldn't even use his trick properly. Trying to get up, he asked if the spirit was overconfident, because he must not forget that he was the one who killed him. The old man grabbed him by the throat. Lifting him off the ground, Okan assumed that it was Park who was underestimating him. With a serious look, he wondered how many dragon Yoiju had absorbed, noting that the power in this world comes from the imagination, and he is just an insignificant worm who has lived for only a moment and thinks that he can defeat him with only pathetic incense sticks, although he is not happy that his soul has transmigrated into someone else's body to survive, but using his body, which has the power of wood, is quite good. Holding the protagonist, the spirit clarified whether it would be able to use the techniques of the 5 elements with his body. Waving his hand, Okan added that besides Park had the liver of the moon, this would be his last blow. The protagonist was shocked. He closed his eyes. The old man's hand suddenly dissolved. The man was shocked by what he saw. A smirk appeared on MC's face. He broke free from the grip and assumed that the medicine had begun to work. The old man was furious. Standing in front of him, Puck noticed that the spirit hated tricks. Holding his hand in front of him, he said that he had received a prescription specifically for him. After all, everything that happens in his head can be solved with the help of psychotherapy and pills. The protagonist rushed into battle, shouting that he would try again. He waved his hand. The guy hit the ground. The roots of the plants were moving towards the old man. The attack hit him. After creating a sphere of their water, Okan said that the guy was too overconfident if he thought that just one pill would help him. He destroyed the plant and said that nothing would come of it. With a satisfied look, Puck asked if it was another trick. He also made a blob of water energy and said that he already knew his techniques. The old man began to retreat from the attacks. Frowning, he thought that he didn't have a single weakness. He added with a dumbfounded look that the guy was using his strength so recklessly that if he waited a little longer, his fortitude would run out. The vines began to bind him. Trying to break free, Okan said that it was the cursed power of the tree. Taking a step forward, the protagonist asked if the spirit was offended. Holding the vine in his hands, MC noted that the old man had been conducting experiments for so many years, and he used this magic with such ease. Looking into his eyes, Park said that if he was so offended, he could try it himself. Standing in front of him, the guy said that he let him go too easily. With a serious look, he emphasized the fact that he would make the old man suffer even in the spirit world. The vine pierced his body. Stunned, Okan saw his blood splattering to the sides. Standing underneath it, the protagonist listened to the spirit screaming in pain. His face was unfazed. The emaciated old man sank to the ground. Frowning, he said that there was no way he would lose. Kneeling in front of him, Okan added that he couldn't lose to some youth. Everything he had accumulated, everything he had built. With a serious look, Puck asked not to worry. He released a stream of water into it, and noted that he would take it all for himself. The spirit began to disappear. The protagonist was left alone in space. He closed his eyes. Smiling, the young man said that he had warned the old man not to be underestimated. The sun's rays enveloped the city. People gathered in the square, where USA said that the king of the Eastern Sea did not pay attention to what was happening in the world and sought absolute power. Standing in front of the pulpit, the young man added that in response to this, their hero, the Heavenly Lord, did not spare himself, defeated the king of the Eastern Sea and saved the world. Looking at the audience, USA revealed that in order to honor his memory, he had invited them today. Frowning, Jambai said that this guy had done nothing but talk about it. Tamdek thought with a serious look that if Pyong Sangsamgan divided the fighters into attack and defense groups, then the Heavenly Lord would not have to sacrifice himself so much. Looking at the guy, he stressed that if they pointed them out, it would only aggravate the situation. Continuing his speech, USA said that after that, he would like to hear the Pulsanan representatives speak. A stream of water rose behind him. The audience paid attention to this. A huge dragon stared at them. The stunned guests of the event shouted that USA had said that the Dragon King had been killed, and a dragon associated with the core of the Eastern Sea had appeared. Kwanek raised his head. A smile appeared on his face. The dragon disappeared while the Lord said that he was pleased that they held a memorial service in his honor, but they must first settle everything. USA was shocked by what he saw. Tamdek said with a dumbfounded look at this voice. People were shocked. The Heavenly Sovereign was sitting on the podium. Standing behind him, the guy cried out that he had seen Park die with his own eyes. Raising his head, the protagonist reported that when his body was on the verge of extinction, his subjects transported it to the palace of the Eastern Sea and restored it with the help of a cannonball. Looking at the guys, MC revealed that during this process, he had contacted the core, but it was better than Okan taking possession of the East Sea. The surprised children debated whether this meant that the Heavenly Lord was now the king of the Eastern Sea. The young man took a step forward and asked how he could believe that he was a Heavenly Lord. Looking at it, the guys noticed that it was Pyong Sansangan. He asked with a serious look if Park thought he could prove his identity by hiding behind just a mask. Stunned, Janbai said that if you look at the protagonist's cunning face, you can immediately understand that this is a Heavenly Lord. Turning around, Pyong Sansangan said that the girl said that she was so close to the Heavenly Lord that she could not even argue with him and was probably glad that he had returned. Sitting in front of him, the main character asked if the guy wanted him to prove that he was him. He said with a thoughtful look that this was understandable, because many people there had seen him die. A smile appeared on his face. Stretching out his hand, Park offered to fight so that the guy could be convinced of his strength. With a wave of his hand, Pyong Sangong replied that he agreed, and then asked him not to cry when it was discovered that he was a fake. He was waving his brush. The spirit of the tiger appeared. The protagonist dodged the beast's attack. Looking at the monster, he asked if it was a white tiger, adding that he had also brought one with him. MC asked with a satisfied look if they would play. The tiger watched him carefully. The water spheres struck the monster. The audience closely followed the fight. Tamdek shielded people from shrapnel. Looking at them, he asked to move away, because the fragments from the blow could hurt. Crossing her arms, the girl stressed that she was sorry that she had not been able to arrange a battle outside the barrier. Looking at the guy, she wondered why this celestial from Pyongyang was dissatisfied with the Heavenly Lord, even though they didn't even know each other, to which she was told that he was creating something using his celestial arts, and there were rumors that it had to do with the Eastern Sea. Shifting her gaze, Janbai asked in her mind if Pyong Sangsang had created something related to the East Sea. Her attention fell on the battle. Watching the tiger, MC wondered if the guy wanted to fight him with this pathetic beast. A black ball of mana appeared behind him. Phoenix flew at him. The bird released streams of flame into it. Puck jumped over the beast. He created a cloud of water and screamed so that the guy wouldn't think about it. He hit the phoenix with water. The bird fell to the ground. The tiger pounced on him from behind. The protagonist managed to jump away from the attack. With a puzzled look, he thought that the white tiger had golden energy, and the red phoenix had fiery energy. It seemed to him that Pyong Sangin could give each created beast different properties. Watching the guy swing his brush, Puck thought that it would take a lot of effort to create such creatures. The guy closed his eyes. He frowned. After creating a magic seal, he ordered the monster to come out. A black dragon appeared in front of the protagonist. He revealed his suit widely. Smiling, MC asked in his mind why Pyong Sangon was trying so hard to kill him. Flying over his opponents, Park said that he was so serious. It seemed to him that he was not going to fight just like that. Enraged, Pyong Sang shouted for him to shut up, because he had ruined his plan. Crossing his arms, the protagonist clarified if he really wanted to get his hands on the core of the Eastern Sea, adding that only a dragon could get it. With a haughty look, he wondered if the guy wanted to get a core by creating a dragon with his pathetic abilities. A dragon flew over his opponent. Park said with a straight face that Pyong Sangon had spent a lot of effort to gain the ability to create beasts, but since the protagonist had obtained them, he was upset that it was not a success to test them. Frowning, the young man listened that it was useless. If the core could be obtained through such pathetic techniques, then the mistress would not be so greedy to get it, so much so that she even sacrificed her son. MC noted with a satisfied look that he would show him what he deserved. He drew his blade. Gusts of wind swirled around him as Park shouted that this was the true power of the Eastern Sea. A water dragon appeared in front of his opponent. He slew the azure monster. The dragon began to disappear. The water dragon rushed through it. The monster split into two. They rushed into battle. The water dragon was surprised by this. He was wounded on both sides. He began to fall to the ground. The dumbfounded people shouted that the dragon was falling there. They began to cover themselves with their hands. Trees began to stretch in their direction. They reflected the flow of water. The protagonist stretched out his hand. He asked with a serious look if the guy was worried about his subjects. Pyong Sansang shouted with a smug face that MC was a dragon who even took care of worms, and then asked if he knew that in the celestial world, only the strongest survived, and if he took care of such creatures, he would die first. The dragons pounced on him. With glowing eyes, Puck asked again if he had called people worms. Waving his brush, the guy noted that he would see how he stopped it. He created the snake and the turtle. The beasts pounced on MC. The protagonist frowned as he watched the opponents. Swinging his blade, he sliced through the creatures. A stream of views swirled beneath him. His face was serious. His opponent was shocked by what had happened. Frowning, he said that his creatures were dead. Raising his brush above his head, the guy asked if Puck thought that this was how it would end. The root bound his hand. A dumbfounded Pyong Sansang asked what it was. The roots of the tree pulled him. The main character was in front of him. The guy flew away from the blow. He fell to the ground. The warrior with an angry look thought that he had even broken his magic artifact. Besides, it was too fast. Watching the Lord, he asked if this man was really that strong. Standing in front of an opponent who was trying to get up, Park asked him to stop. Pyong Sansang found a broken hand next to him. He grabbed her. Raising the artifact above his head, the guy cried out that he couldn't end up like this. He struck the ground with his brush. A huge number of drawn monsters appeared. The protagonist began to dodge their attacks. He found himself in front of the dragon's mouth. The monster swallowed him. Water was running down his body. A stream of water flew out of the monster. The creatures rushed to catch up with MC. Turning around, Puck paid attention to them. He created a stream of water around him, which surrounded the beasts. The heads of the dragons were cut off. He was floating in the air. The protagonist began to descend. Sitting on the ground, Pyong Sangon reasoned that this could not be. The guy with a dumbfounded look noted that he had destroyed all of his martial techniques that he had been working on all his life. Looking at the Heavenly Lord, he wondered what kind of monster had appeared. Upon landing, MC wondered why he was just standing there like a fool. As he walked towards him, he asked if he had anything else. Puck grabbed him by the collar. He said with a furious look that then they would finish with his games. Frowning, Pyong Sangon looked into his eyes. Looking away, he asked him to kill him, because if he lost, it was better to die. Examining him, the protagonist replied that he could not leave him so easily. The root of the tree pierced his stomach. The guy began to cough up blood. After letting him go, the main character revealed that he had destroyed his dantian, so it would be difficult for him to accumulate chi as before. Stretching out his hand, Puck asked not to worry, because he hadn't destroyed it enough to threaten his life, but the chi would gradually drain away, and his body would weaken. The guy was shocked by what he heard. He was saddened to say that he would live the life of the same non-entity that he contemptuously called others. Then he would understand what it was like to live a weak life. People ran up to him and began to help him up. His subordinates dragged him away. Pyong Sangsang began to cry and cried out that it was better to kill him. The protagonist's face was serious. The children watched the Heavenly Lord. Sonnen opened his mouth in surprise as the people behind him discussed that the Elder of Pyongyang would no longer be able to take a place in the 8-star sect. It seemed that the 8-star sect had declined. These words shocked him. Frowning, the man thought that it was such a disgrace for an 8-star sect that deserved praise. This celestial master, having barely revived, immediately began to do such dirty tricks. Looking at him, Sonnen wondered if cooperation with him was a mistake. Looking at the guys, Puck said that there was now another vacant place in the 8-star sect. The audience looked at him attentively. Stretching out his hand, the protagonist stated that then, from now on, he, instead of the Elder of Pyongyang, would take his place in the 8-star sect. People looked at me in amazement when they heard that in such a case. Stretching out his hand forward, the main character said that from now on he would take the place of the Pyongyang Celestial in the Council of 8 Saints. Standing in front of him, the man asked in surprise. Frowning, he shouted that he thought this place could be obtained just like that, with a snap of his fingers. Smiling broadly, the protagonist asked what it meant that he intended to continue to keep the one who had lost to him, and whose chi had been completely destroyed. Stretching out his hand, Sonnen replied that he still could not give this place to him. The Council of 8 Saints was not just celestials ruling the mountains. He looked at him maliciously and added that along with the 3 primordial deities and the 3 heavenly lords, they determine and regulate the laws of the celestial realm. Puck smiled and asked again. Stretching out his hand to the side, he said that the laws of the celestial world are ultimately power, aren't they? Frowning, the hero added that this was a thoughtless demonstration of his own strength, not paying attention to anything around. Standing in front of people, the protagonist said that he defeated him in a fair fight. Looking at the man, he asked that so he had enough reason, didn't he? The master looked at him maliciously. Gritting his teeth, Park asked why they had such faces. After all, they were bound by a vow. People began to talk after hearing what it meant that the heavenly teacher would enter the Council of 8 Saints. People turned around when they heard that in the Council of 8 Saints, this is extremely unusual. Looking at the man, Cheon said that he should shut his mouth, otherwise they might really lose their place, to which Yuktun replied that he had withstood all the might of the Pyongyang Celestial and remained standing. Could it be that they would lose their places? Taking the man by the shoulder, the young man said that he should listen. He knew him, so he answered. The girl put her hand to her face and grinned. Looking straight ahead, she wondered that he had created an opportunity for himself to take his place even without her help, and on top of that, he had also taught those pompous members of the Council of 8 Saints a lesson. Crossing his arms, the main character said that he alone would defend the entire Korean peninsula. The thought arose that this was why he was so self-confident then, how far he planned all this. The protagonist tucked his hands behind his back, and the girl mused that if the heavenly tutor took a seat on the Council of Eight Saints, there would be an excuse to take other vacant seats. The balance of power would change depending on whose puppet took this vacant seat. The woman furrowed her brows. Sonnen silently looked ahead. The guy stood at attention. The protagonist smirked slightly. It was said that this meant that everyone here could claim a seat on the Council of Eight Saints. Looking to the side, John bethought something special. The man furrowed his brows, and she added that Tengen was from Asadal. With her eyes wide open, the girl thought that this celestial had only taken his place through brute force, so if he wanted to take a seat on the council, it would be difficult to stop him. Gritting her teeth, she added that well, it was better than if Bari took the place. People stood at attention. The thought arose that until now she had kept in the shadows, but lately she often appeared with Unyo. The guy looked ahead, and Jianbai wondered that this Quanic was said to have played a big role in suppressing the Eastern Sea, greatly expanding his influence. Looking to the side, she added that he would not miss this opportunity to strengthen his position by contacting the Council of Eight Saints. Watching the people, the girl thought about what he was up to. The man grinned slightly. Cheon turned around when he heard that they were really going to put someone new. Frowning, Bari said that these places are inherited and preserved for a long time. Looking at her, the hero heard that although both the three original deities and the Council of Eight Saints had vacancies, she believed that the remaining ones would be able to maintain order in the world of the Celestials. The man took a step forward and said that now are different times, a new era must take the empty places. Tengen smiled and added that a fresh wind would rush into the world of the Celestials. Standing in front of him, Sonnen turned. Looking at him, the guy shouted that this was the business of the Council of Eight Saints, and that outsiders were not allowed to enter, to which the master replied that it could not be said that this matter did not concern them at all. Furrowing his brows, he added that their interests were already too closely intertwined, and besides, they also had a vacant position. The girl looked at him. Standing in front of the master, the protagonist heard that they would therefore decide together whether to make room for the new Azure Dragon of the East, who had overthrown the Pyongyang Celestial from the Council of Eight Saints. The waves of the sea appeared. It was heard, unexpectedly, that Sanon voted in favor. As he went underwater, Puck said that he seemed to appreciate his strength more than the pride of the Council of Eight Saints. The hero grinned slightly. Looking at his hand, he thought that well, thanks to this, he had finally risen to a seat on the Council of Eight Saints. Clenching his fist, the protagonist added that he had finally risen to the same level as the lady who tried to kill him. Now even if they found out that he was a monster, it wouldn't be so easy to touch him. Park looked surprised to hear him say that he would give the remaining seats to eligible candidates when they appeared, to which he replied approvingly. Going down to the palace, the hero said that he would like them to be worthy celestials. He, as a beginner, did not even have the right to vote. He closed his eyes when he heard that he would just break into the building and scatter everyone, to which the protagonist replied that he would first inspect his new home. Suddenly he stopped in the middle of the room. Looking at the ceiling, Puck said that this was the same. Inspecting the walls, he added that his new home. The hero smirked when he heard that how did it happen that there was not a single treasure left here, that he had been deceived with real estate, to which he replied that who would leave an empty house that looked like a treasury. Closing his eyes, he added that there seemed to be only a millstone left. A hole in the floor appeared. It was heard that the palace of the Heavenly Lord was quite spacious, but this one was simply huge. Looking to the side, the protagonist said that they would probably have to sweat. It would be good if she were nearby, to which he was asked if he had any other acquaintances. Puck froze when he heard that he had no friends, to which he replied that he should be quiet. Standing in the middle of the palace, the hero asked why it was so spacious, how he would manage all this, and then said that he had suddenly received such a huge palace, and now he did not know where to start. At least in the palace of the Heavenly Lord, Hiroku and Kanbi were engaged in everything. Looking straight ahead, he added that he needed to find a celestial who could rule this place. Gritting his teeth, the protagonist thought that someone's energy was at the gate. Turning his head, Puck asked who was there. The man walked into the room. With her eyes wide open, the girl said that it was nice to meet you. Her name was Dory. Looking at her, the hero thought that the official clothes, she lived in this palace, and then said that the owner of this palace had changed, on what business she came. Dory looked frightened and replied that she had come to ask him to take her as his advisor. Standing in front of her, the protagonist asked why she was saying that, knowing that he had killed the previous owner of this palace, to which she replied that yes, which is why she came. Smiling, the girl said that the new Dragon Lord was the benefactor of their family. Puck froze in bewilderment and mumbled. The dragon's eyes lit up. It was said that dragons had descendants who inherited their blood. Sitting on the floor, Dory said that they are born as children of dragons and are used as a fighting force, so dragons have many children. Since only a few are born as descendants, dragons take many concubines. Images of people appeared, and it was heard that he also had his eye on many yokai to make them his concubines. Looking straight ahead, the girl said that among them he desired her mother. Raising her eyebrows, she added that their bloodline had held the position of advisor in the Eastern Dragon Palace for generations. The man stretched out his arms to the sides, and Dory said that her father, who loved her mother, tried to prevent her from becoming a concubine of her master, and in the end he was declared a traitor, and their family fell. The man was lying on the ground. It was heard that after that the father could not endure the suffering and died early. Dory sat on the floor, and it was said that her mother, languishing with grief, had left her. She looked away. The dragon looked at him angrily, and the lady said that she thought she would live with a grudge against him all her life. Smiling, she shouted that but the dragon lord had destroyed him. The hero gritted his teeth and thought that he had managed to do so many villainous things. Looking at the girl, he added that it didn't look like she was lying. Anyway, there was nothing to rob here, so why not give it a try? Sitting on the floor, the protagonist asked that his palace was now in a deplorable state due to land rats, if she would be able to control it. Clenching her fists, Dory said that of course, let her just trust her. Her parents taught her, so she was confident in herself. Suddenly she froze in amazement. They were standing in the middle of the palace. The girl mumbled in bewilderment. Closing his eyes, the hero thought that he knew so, nothing special, there was no point in hoping. Suddenly Dory rushed forward. Following her, the protagonist said that it was the same. Looking at the hole, he added that he should not get too close, otherwise he would burn. Turning her head, the chancellor apologized and asked what he was inside. Looking down, Puck asked. He stared at the abyss in silence. Particles appeared in the air. The thought arose that this was an underwater volcano. Frowning, the hero thought that how could he get there? It was so hot there. With her eyes wide open, the girl asked that he could go there, to which the protagonist asked what was why. Raising her eyebrows, she replied that there was something hidden in it that Oaken could not get in his entire life. Gritting his teeth, the protagonist thought about it. Turning his head, he asked what that meant, to which Dory replied that she could see. Looking down, she said that her father had said that he was practicing magic. The creature's eyes lit up. Standing next to the girl, Park asked again, to which the chancellor said that yes, this is the title of the previous lord of the Eastern Sea. Oaken killed the previous lord and captured the Eastern Sea, but he could not get inside. The hero opened his eyes in surprise and asked what the previous dragon lord was. Putting his hand to his face, he added that it meant that Oaken had killed his father and taken his place, to which Dory replied that no, he was not a direct descendant of the previous dragon lord, he was just one of the servants who helped him. The dragon stood around the man. It was said that the previous dragon lord originally ruled not only the East, but also Japan and the ocean beyond. He was the true lord of the Eastern Sea. He was the ruler of the four seas. The hero froze, remembering the phrase that with his body, he might be able to use the secret arts. A glow appeared around the throne, and the protagonist thought that in ancient times, however, he had been badly wounded in a battle with a foreign god, and Oaken had taken advantage of this to seize the throne. But Oaken was only able to hold a fraction of the power of the Eastern Sea. Putting his hand to his face, Puck said that he too was a great master who had fought a foreign god in ancient times. The man looked at the dragon, and it was heard that Oaken had become like this, trying to master the energy of the tree in order to become the same lord of the Eastern Sea. Turning her head, the girl said that the energy of the tree could be poison for creatures with red blood. With her eyes wide open, she added that that was why Oaken had disfigured his body in trying to steal and learn the techniques of the previous dragon lord, which was why the pure energy of the tree flowing through the body was so rare. The hero looked at her in amazement and asked again. Dragons appeared and the protagonist pondered that it was said that he was born with the essence of water and wood, but over time, he mastered the 5 elements, as well as yin and yang, and even the energy of human bones. Due to his unique constitution, he was said to have had 8 heads, each with its own essence. Looking at the girl, the protagonist said that it was an 8-headed dragon. Looking down, he wondered if he had heard it somewhere. Suddenly Puck opened his eyes in amazement. The creature's eyes lit up. The man struck the dragon. The thought arose that he was betrayed by Oaken, and killed by a foreign god on the Japanese islands. Frowning, the hero thought that this story of how he mastered the 5 elements, yin and yang, and even the energy of human bones, it seemed to him that it was not for nothing that it reminded him of his liver, which transforms essences, the legend of the 5-colored liver, passed down among the dragons. This is the story of a man. The man stood still, and the protagonist added that he had a liver like his, capable of transforming entities. Closing his eyes, Park thought that the king must have known all this. He had handed over royal power to him so that he could find out everything for himself. Opening his eyes wide, he added that then what was the connection between them? An image of a girl appeared, and the hero thought that when he found all the remains of Orochi, he would need to find a way to meet him. Lowering his head, the protagonist wondered what to start with. Particles were flying in the air, and he added that this was the place where a person with the essence of wood practiced alchemy. Looking down, Puck reflected on how the essence of the tree is rare, so there might be clues about them here. He should go there. Looking at the girl, the hero said that then he would leave this place for her. With her eyes wide open, Dory replied that yes, while he was gone, she would put the palace in order. The protagonist stared at her silently. Leaning on the ground, he wondered if it wasn't as good as Hiroka and Canby, but it was better than nothing. Puck jumped down sharply. He was rapidly flying into the abyss. The hero furrowed his brows and said that it was incredibly hot here. Without the divine blood of the Eastern Sea, he would not have been able to get here. Flying down, the protagonist heard that he was about to melt. It was so hot here, to which he replied that he should be patient a little longer. With his eyes wide open, he said how deep he had to go. Suddenly, Puck hit the barrier. The hero looked at him in surprise and asked what kind of place it was. Looking to the side, the protagonist thought that there was not lava under the volcano, but a forest. A view of the forest opened up. Trees appeared, and it was heard that there was an incredible concentration of wood energy. As he flew down, Puck said what was the amount of energy of a tree that could grow such tall trees. Frowning, he thought that there was an even stronger energy below. Opening his eyes wide, the hero added that he would go deeper. The protagonist landed on the surface. Eyes appeared in the trees. Suddenly, the roots flew out in the direction of Puck. The hero jumped up sharply. Gritting his teeth, he said that he knew it. The protagonist looked at him in surprise and said that the heavenly sword concealment technique was indeed useful. Lowering his head, he added that wow, a huge monster was staring at him. Suddenly the giant slammed his hands shut. Puck jumped up. The hero opened his eyes in amazement. He bounced off the monster's body. Gritting his teeth, the protagonist said that these cursed trees could see all his movements, not a single breach. Waving his weapon, he added that in this case. The monster looked to the side when he heard that he needed to aim for his eyes. The rays suddenly flew into the giant. Gray smoke rose up. The giant stared silently ahead. The monster stood still. Holding the weapon in his hands, the hero said that he fired the energy of metal, which opposes the energy of wood, but this is not enough. Smiling, the protagonist asked that he hadn't gotten out for a long time. Waving his weapon, he shouted that he was forward. The pet rushed towards the creature. It bit into his arm. The beast bit the giant's hand. The monster turned its head. He looked at the severed limb. Suddenly, the giant's eyes widened. He blocked the attack from the hero. The creature was looking ahead. Suddenly, the monster raised his hand up. The creature attacked the ground. Roots appeared around him. The giant raised his head up. The protagonist flew in his direction. Frowning, Park said that there seemed to be no end to it, which was why Okang hadn't been able to get here in his entire life. The beast flew towards the creature. It was heard that it could not see the threads connected to these trees, to which the spirit replied that no, it did not, its blade could not cut them. Lowering his gaze, the hero said that damn, then how to destroy them, although they are strong, but do not deal decisive blows. It seems that they do not want to kill him, but are just trying to drive him away. They are guarding something. The creature looked up. Gritting his teeth, the protagonist said that what he was guarding. Holding the fan in his hands, Puck thought that if he told them that the owner of this place had changed, they might open the way for him. He abruptly rushed towards the giant. The hero swung his fan. Rays began to fly around the monster. The beast's eyes lit up. The monster looked at him in surprise. The pet struck the creature. The protagonist rushed in his direction. The giant fell to the ground abruptly. Frowning, Park shouted that he was the new master of this sea. Standing on the monster's body, he added that he had come here to inherit the legacy, so let them show him what they were guarding. The hero looked at the hole in the roots. Frowning, he thought that this was not enough. Suddenly, the protagonist shuddered in amazement. The roots of the trees began to move apart. A path opened up for the protagonist. As he walked forward, he said that they wanted him to go there. Looking to the side, Puck said that everything was so big and spacious, maybe it was a path that only Gwang used. The hero took a step forward. He froze and said that it was a palace. The doors of the palace opened. A view of the room opened. A huge hall appeared, and the protagonist said that it was unbelievable. Going forward, he added that the place to relax is so luxurious. Gritting his teeth, Puck thought that he looked like the chambers of some noble lady. Did he really have a wife? Looking at the door, he added how much he must have loved and appreciated her to hide her here so securely. The doors opened, and the hero wondered what and why she continued to live here after the death of the master. The protagonist was standing in front of a statue of a girl. The girl gritted her teeth. Puck watched her. Looking at her, he asked why she was like that. The statue made a faint sound. Her eyes lit up and she said that it was a rather troublesome task to get him back. Frowning, the hero wondered what it looked like Oken, he, too, studying magic, had become like that. Looking at him, the girl asked what his name was. Wide-eyed, the protagonist introduced himself. They were standing in the middle of the palace, and she asked that he was the new Dragon Lord. The protagonist raised his head when he heard that she was from the Lizon family. She was the emperor's youngest daughter. Looking down, the girl said that her name was Niwa. Puck looked at her in amazement, and thought that she was saying that he was one of the three lords. As the ship sailed on the water, the thought arose that when he was looking for information about the emperor, all that was left was a short story about how he went on a voyage across the eastern sea, drowned and turned into a bird. The man held the girl's hand, and the hero thought that she was Guan's wife. The girl lowered her head down. She closed her eyes and said that at last her tongue was loose a little. Looking up, Niwa said that she felt that her husband was in trouble, but as she could see, she had been chained to this place for a very long time, and she could only languish in anxiety. The protagonist looked at her in surprise and asked that she knew what had happened. Standing in front of him, the girl replied that even in this state, after living for so many years, she could feel something. Raising his hand, Puck replied that he had searched the things that Oken had with him, and found it. Holding the statuette in his hands, he asked that it also belonged to her. Looking at him, Niwa replied that it had been a long time since she had seen it, It was true that this shard contained a part of the herbalist, the one related to the art he was studying. Looking at the statuette, the hero thought that the solar wind means that everything that goes beyond the 10th level is contained inside. Looking at the statuette, the lady said that looking at it, she was remembering the past. Gritting her teeth, she added that her husband had been her savior. An image of a man appeared. It was heard that in ancient times the shameless one had revealed his ambitions, but instead of punishing him, her father gave him her elder sister in marriage in order to make an alliance. The girl stood in front of him, and Manhwa said that her sister had not been able to tame his ambitions. The man swung his weapon, and she added that in the end, her father and Wan clashed in a duel for power. He struck the man with his foot. The old man crouched to the ground. The guy was standing in front of him. He swung his weapon, and it sounded like he had lost, and her father's head was cut off. Huang stretched out his hand forward, and Manhwa said that he wanted her sisters. The woman looked at him. It was said that she did not want to be in the arms of this enemy. She ran swiftly forward. It was heard that therefore, having collected her father's things, she ran as far as possible. The ship sailed on the water, and the girl said that it was when she was hiding from Wan's pursuers. People jumped on the ship, shouting that there she was. Let them catch her, seize her, and bring her to Wan. The girl looked to the side, hearing that he should run. Lowering her head, Manhwa thought that she had to protect her father's relics where she should run. Suddenly the wave went up. The woman looked up in fright. She opened her eyes wide when she heard that it was a tsunami. Manhwa fell under the water. The man stretched out his hand to her. The man furrowed his brows. It sounded that it was then that Guan had saved her. The dragon lowered his gaze. They looked at each other in silence. The man was sitting next to the girl. It was heard that after he saved her, he stayed by her side until she recovered. They were standing on the shore of the lake. It was said that he was so caring. Manhwa smiled as she looked at him. A phrase flashed through her mind that she couldn't help but love him. The lady stood before the dragon, and it was heard that she had given him her father's art too. She held the statuette in her hands. Gritting her teeth, Manhwa said that her husband had fully mastered the art and achieved great mastery, and she had become what she was now. When she had accumulated enough wood energy, the chi in her dantian began to boil and get out of control. Standing in front of her, the hero listened to the fact that even Oken, who had taken her husband's place, dared to crave his power and ended up in the same position as a fool. Wide-eyed, the protagonist wondered why this was why the art was only transmitted under the name of Solar Wind up to the 10th level. Smirking, he added that but he, possessing the attribute of a tree, could release it completely. Looking at the girl, Puck said that he had come here to study the parts of art beyond the 10th level. Could she tell him all about it? The hero asked in surprise when he heard that, then let him bring her a neck. Lowering her head, the girl said that she was still staying here because she couldn't take revenge. It was her eternal sadness. Looking straight ahead, she added that her body was shackled, but this Wan had not only killed her father, he had also married her sisters, had children with them, and was still thriving. Smiling, Manhwa said that therefore, let her bring her the heads of those in whom Huang's blood flows, but let her remember, they should not be older than 3 generations. If she promised this, she would tell him everything about art. The protagonist opened his eyes in amazement when he heard that moreover, if he brought the heads, she would reveal the cannon of fire to him. The man was sitting on a tiger. It was heard that this is the art that Roan had mastered in ancient times. He had become famous as the deity of fire. The cannon of fire he had mastered was originally the method of melting fire passed on to him by her grandfather. Her husband had also mastered this art, and accumulated the energy of fire. Smiling, the girl asked if he shouldn't follow his example. The hero frowned when he heard that he was a child who would continue the will of her husband. Standing in front of her, the protagonist thought about the art of fire that Guan had mastered. With a smirk, he added that he was tempted by it, but that she said that he should cut off the head of Huang's descendant. She realized that it was almost tantamount to putting her life on the line. Looking at the girl, Puck thought about what she wanted to say, that if he wasn't ready for this, then it wasn't even worth trying. Lowering his head, he added that he had been too careless, but he had risked his life more than once. Putting his hand to his chest, the hero said that it was good, he would definitely prove it. Manhwa looked at him silently. Gritting her teeth, she said that she would wait. The protagonist walked through the palace. Holding the statuette in his hands, he heard that she had passed on art to her husband in person, but now her body could barely move. Looking at her, Puck listened that she would therefore tell him how to use this shard to study art. The hero stood still. It was heard that since he had mastered the art to the 10th level, let him start from the 1st level, pouring his energy into the shard, and continue in order. The artifact was standing on the floor, and the protagonist heard that then he would react and say the next lines. Standing in front of her, Puck asked that they would start. The hero closed his eyes and added that from the 1st level of breathing, a glow appeared around the artifact. Stretching out his hand forward, the protagonist said that then the 2nd level, the sun's rays. Taking a step forward, he added that further acceleration. Plants appeared on my hand. I heard that the opening of the sprout, the planting of a seed. A bright glow appeared. Closing his eyes, Park said that the 10th level is the separation of breath. Suddenly he opened his eyes in amazement. The statue took a step forward. The man waved his hand. The hero looked at him in surprise and thought that this was what he had seen in the catalogue of mountains and seas. Smiling, he added that he finally saw that he was coming after the 10th level. The protagonist stood in a fighting stance. Puck looked away. He lifted his leg up. The hero furrowed his brows. The statuette stood in front of him. The protagonist took a step to the side. Suddenly his leg shuddered. Looking down, Puck thought that he had almost collapsed from exhaustion. Up to what point it lasted, his energy was already running out. He gritted his teeth as he heard that there was no way he should stop halfway. If his strength ran out in the middle, then his level was limited to that. Frowning, the hero thought that he would not stop. Plants appeared around him, and he added that just a little more. The protagonist looked up. Suddenly he fell to his knees. The artifact was standing in front of him. Lowering his head, Puck said that damn, now this is really the limit. Frowning, he added that there was really something else. Looking at the statuette, the hero heard that he was congratulating him on overcoming the forbidden border and achieving a great achievement. Wide-eyed, he wondered if that voice had left him in the shard. The protagonist shuddered when he heard that for someone who had fully mastered his art, he had left the original seeds. Let him accept them, to which he asked. Looking straight ahead, the man said that nature had been harsh on their people, and he grieved that the weak and young could not find the seeds that could truly nourish them, and so he personally improved all the white grains. But he knew that the power contained in these primordial seeds would become great power when their people became stronger. Putting his palms together, he added that was why he had kept them here. Particles appeared on his body, and it was heard that now that he had reached the proper level, let him replace him and help their people prosper by spreading these seeds. The hero jumped to the side. Covering his face with his hands, he asked what was happening. Suddenly a stone fell on his head. Seeds began to fall on him. Sitting on the floor, the protagonist asked if these were all primordial seeds. Looking at the seed, Park asked what it was. Rice grains. What rice grains were the size of almonds? Looking down, he said he would try. The hero looked at him in surprise and said that the energy was incredible. Looking at the seeds, he added that it would not be easy for an ordinary person to cope with such energy. The protagonist looked to the side and said that by the way, he had a land where no one would notice. A field appeared, and he asked if he could try to grow them there. Puck sat on the ground. A glow appeared around his palm. A sprout appeared from the ground. The hero looked at the plant in amazement. He froze, looking at him. The protagonist looked up and said that he had invested as much energy as he would normally put into growing ordinary seeds, but they had already grown to that size. Looking at the fruits, Park asked what it was. She felt the energy he gave her. Did he have intelligence? The skeleton stared at him silently. The plant bent to the side. A blow flew to the skeleton. The hero froze in bewilderment. Looking at the plant, he asked if he was wary of anything other than its energy. Ancient times were frightening. Looking at the fruits, the protagonist thought that he would plant the rest of the plants. He walked out of the portal and added that he would then return to the Dragon Palace after a long break. Turning around, the girl said that he had returned. Taking a step forward, Puck asked what she was doing, to which Dory replied that she was cleaning up a bit. Standing in front of her, the hero asked again, to which she said that she was the only servant who took care of the Dragon Palace. First of all, she cleaned the room where he would live. Putting his hand to his face, the protagonist asked what was true, and then thought that the palace was so huge, and she was alone. Standing in front of him, the girl said that another gift had arrived, to which he asked again. The case was lying on the table, and it was heard that the Choi clan had sent a gift in honor of his ascension to the throne of the Dragon of the Eastern Sea. Taking it in his hands, Park asked again and said that they had not communicated for a long time. Images of people appeared. It was heard that they say that the place of the three divine beings was taken by two new chosen ones. They are called half-demons. The hero froze in bewilderment. Gritting his teeth, he repeated their names. The man stood at attention. It was said that 1,000 years ago, the then young Choi, being a mere mortal, passed the Tang exam and obtained the position. There was an ancient tomb called the Tomb of the Two Maidens at Choi's destination. The man was holding a scroll in his hands, and the thought arose that Choi had written a poem in her honor. A building appeared. The man walked slowly forward. The guy was walking along the path, and the hero thought that Choi had received an invitation from the owners of the grave and went to it. The man was standing near the tree. He looked at the building, and the protagonist thought that instead of a grave, there was a magnificent mansion. Images of girls appeared. The thought arose that Choi also met with the spirits, the owners of the grave where they spent. A building came into view, and it was said that they had told him their story, and he spent the night composing poems and songs for them. The young man stretched out his hand to the side, and Park thought that from then on, two women came to Choi's house every night, and he ended up accepting them as his wives. Mountains appeared, and it was said that later, when he retired to Mount Kaya in disillusionment with the state of affairs in Silla, two spirits followed him. The girls were sitting in a chair. The thought arose that they were two sisters, especially similar to each other, born from these women. It was said that together they took the place of the three divine beings as one deity. Looking down, the hero thought that he had heard that their influence had been greatly enhanced by their active role in the East Sea campaign. Sitting on the floor, the protagonist asked if there was any news about who would fill the vacant seat in the 8-star halls. Holding out a roll of paper, Dory replied that the news was here. Looking at the paper, Park wondered if he wanted a decent person to take this place. Holding the letter in his hands, he read that it was reported that Gwanek had become a new member of the 8-star halls. The guy looked away. The hero looked at him in surprise and wondered why Gwanek had become a member of the 8-star halls. Putting his hand to his face, he added that he was certainly worthy. But did he aspire to power? The man put his hand on the guy's shoulder, and the protagonist thought that he had often been seen with Tengen lately. Maybe he was being used. The young man looked ahead. The thought arose that if Gwanek became a member of the 8-star halls, then they would soon meet as equals. The protagonist grinned slightly. A memory appeared, and Puck wondered what he missed him. Opening her eyes wide, Dory said that this letter was about passage fees, to which the hero asked. After handing over the letter, the girl asked that soon the army planned to cross the sea and go to the islands, right? The protagonist tucked his hand behind his head after hearing that they would have to go through the domain of the Dragon of the Eastern Sea to do so. So this is a letter about the best way to pay the passage fees, to which he replied that for sure, the sky is infested with monsters, so it's better to go across the sea. Closing his eyes, Puck thought that he would go there anyway, so he thought there was no need to charge a passage fee, and then said that well, let them pass. Frowning, Dory shouted that she couldn't. She looked at the hero angrily and added that he said that he would not charge a passage fee, which meant that the saints could move freely in the Eastern Sea. Clenching her fist, the girl said that it was also a dragon palace. Standing in front of the hero, she added that he was empty, completely empty. He knew how much effort she spent on this. Dory began to cry and asked what to keep the palace in order. The hero smirked and thought that it seemed like it was hard for her to run the palace alone. Well, yes, she was cleaning such a huge place alone. The girl looked happily when she heard that she could then entrust this part to her, to which she replied that yes, she would do everything carefully and accurately. Holding the papers in her hands, Dory said that she would take care of the details, but that he should also familiarize himself with the process. The protagonist looked at her in amazement and asked what it was, to which she replied that these were financial statements from Oken's time. Holding the paper in his hands, Park said that even if she brought them, he still didn't understand it. His eyes widened. He asked why she was getting so much for passing. Raising her hand in the air, Dory said that before the heavenly gate opened, it was the human world. But now it is the era of saints. Now the Eastern Sea is considered the territory of the dragon and a separate state, because there is no saint as powerful in the sea as the dragon. Closing her eyes, she added that therefore, instead of just letting them cross the sea, they charge a fee for protecting them from other saints and demons, for allowing them to fish, and for controlling the currents and climate. They receive tribute, so the Dragon Palace is an incredibly rich place. Gritting her teeth, Dory shouted that it was all taken away, to which the protagonist thought that he didn't want it to be taken away. Let him go and deal with Oken. Looking at the papers, he added that unlike in the days on Mount Pictou, there is much more to do in the sea here. Frowning, Park thought that it was too difficult for him to consider this place a separate state. How he, a simple temporary worker, could rule an entire state. Looking at the girl, he added that it was good that at least she was here. The hero smirked, thinking that she seemed genuinely interested in this business, and she had good abilities. Dory was holding the documents in her hands, and he added that maybe he should trust her. Snapping his finger, the protagonist said that this guy had his horn in him, so let him use it as his bodyguard. Stretching out his hand, he continued that besides, if other people were needed, let him choose them herself. The girl looked at her in amazement when she heard that now that she had become chancellor, she should try to do well. She opened her eyes wide and smiled. Puck crossed his arms at the thanksgiving. Putting his hand to his face, he wondered what it meant that when he joined the Yuan army, he might need the power of the East Sea Dragon. Closing his eyes, the hero thought that he would need to play two roles, and he would need someone to help. Gritting his teeth, he added that by the way, if we are talking about Japan, then it has something to do with that girl, he can take her with him. A view of the forest opened up. Stretching her hands forward, the girl shouted. Hugging the hero, she said that she missed him. Smiling, Sodam asked how he was doing. He did not miss her. Suddenly she froze and asked again. The sky appeared, and the hero thought that he came in vain. Taking the hero's hand, the girl said that she thought it would be a few more years before she could see it again. She was so glad to meet him again so soon. Smiling, she asked how he had been doing all this time. The protagonist looked at her in surprise and said that she had grown up. The man looked at him in surprise and asked that Mr. Park had come. The hero froze when he heard the greeting. Looking at the men, he said that everyone had grown up like that. Gritting his teeth, the man said that when they ate what Mr. Park planted, they had grown a lot, and had become incredibly strong. Now they could create many different things from sticks. Standing in front of the hero, Sodam said that but they had all become very cramped to live here. How long should they stay here? Smiling, the protagonist thought about what he remembered now, because one of the conditions for their move was the king's promise to provide a new place for the spirits. This place is just a temporary refuge for spirits persecuted in the world of immortals, so the conditions here are not the best, where they should move. Suddenly he opened his eyes in surprise. Holding a gun in his hands, Park said that he had the perfect place for them and then asked that they wanted to move right away. The spirits looked at him in surprise. An open field appeared, I heard that it was a new house. Looking at it, the man shouted that it was so blue. The flowers floated on the water, and someone said that the water was incredibly delicious. Buildings appeared, and the spirit shouted that there were so many houses here. Closing his eyes, the hero thought that he was glad that everyone liked it. Looking at the plant, the girl shouted that the rice was so huge that it had grown gigantic, to which the protagonist replied that it was forbidden to go there. Turning around, Sodam said that this was a new harvest for them. Rice grains began to fall on her. Lying on the ground, she said that it hurt so much, to which the hero replied that no one should come here. The protagonist looked to the side when he heard that they should come here quickly. Malduk's eyes widened and shouted that there was a castle here. The girl froze in amazement and asked again. A huge palace appeared, and she shouted that it was a castle. Looking up, Sodam said that it was the first time she had seen such a thing, to which Puck wondered that it would be better for the spirits to use him than to leave it empty. She looked at her in surprise to hear that if the king had arrived as planned and married their mother, she would most likely have lived in such a castle. Sodam froze as she heard that they were planning to join forces with her to defeat the Japanese king who possessed the power of the outer gods. But due to interference from the outside, the king lost the seven-toothed sword that could summon them, so the spirits stayed in the Jichinhyang zone. Grinning, the hero said that in fact, he also had business in Japan, but if she did not mind. The protagonist looked at him in surprise and turned around. A tear ran down the girl's cheek. Looking at Park, Sodam said that if her mom had married as planned, she would have become a princess. The hero looked at her in bewilderment and asked again. Clenching her fist, the girl shouted that the very palace where his mother and her fiancé wanted to go would take him. Smiling, she added that if they took him now, he would be king and she would be queen. Waving his arms, the protagonist replied that no, you can't just take what you want. Raising a finger up, he said that besides, Japan 1,000 years ago and now are different things, now everything is much more complicated. Sodam asked again in amazement when she heard that therefore their strength was not enough. The girl clenched her fist and said that it meant that she had thought she was disappointed, as he had thought. Sodam looked at me with admiration and said that the more difficult the task, the greater the reward. Surely there was a much more majestic and luxurious castle. Puck froze in bewilderment. Raising her hand up, she said that she was so happy, they were going to Japan immediately, right now, and they would take everything that my mother could not achieve, several times more. Looking at her, the hero thought that they say that spirits are a race that lives and dies for the sake of ambition. Closing his eyes, he said that it was problematic now, to which the girl asked why. Stretching out his hand, the protagonist said that in the first place, there was a lot to prepare, and besides, had their spirits quarreled with the world of immortals. Sodam looked surprised to hear that if they spoke now, it would be extremely difficult for them. She looked down and sighed. Standing in front of her, Park asked that, by the way, she knew why they had a quarrel with the immortal world, to which the girl replied that her mother told her not to talk about it. Closing her eyes, she added that if he was going to marry her anyway, she would tell her, and then she thought that she should only not say later that he had not been warned. Giving a thumbs up, Sodam said that the reason why the immortals hated them was because of the things her aunt had taken as a dowry. Her grandmother had refused to return them, and it had all ended in this conflict. The hero looked at her in surprise and asked again, to which she replied that yes, she married well, became a princess, and her mother often criticized her for this. Her mother even said that she would definitely become a princess herself. The protagonist's eyes widened when he heard that, but she did not envy her. Her husband was terribly ugly, and his name was ridiculous, just like their uncle, the Bull King Wang. An image of a girl appeared, and Puck wondered what Aunt Sodam meant to be a witch. Could it be that the dowry was a fan that, if waved once, swept away everything that was rooted on the ground, if waved twice, covered all the landscapes under the mountain with rain? An object appeared, and he added that if it were 3 times, it caused a catastrophe, like the wrath of heaven, combining wind and rain, a legendary artifact, a fan of a banana leaf. Smiling, Sodam said that exactly, the ant was so beautiful that there were too many admirers, and the grandmother used it to drive them all away, so the rumors about the banana leaf fan spread everywhere, and the world of immortals really wanted it. The ant took one fan as a dowry, and the other remained with them. Probably because of the fear of touching the ant's husband, they coveted him, that he remained. Closing her eyes, she added that they say that this insignificant fan was given to her great-grandmother to control the heat in her grandfather's hearth, to which Park asked. An image of a man appeared. It was heard that he served in the time of his great-grandmother. He is called Taishan. The hero shuddered in amazement, and thought that the ancestor of the spirits served Taishan. Standing in front of the girl, the protagonist thought that he was a great sage of antiquity, wasn't he? And since he gave this fan, it was clear that it was an incredible artifact, and the girl said that in general, while they were fighting off the annoying types who coveted the fan, the head of one of them split, and after that, they found themselves in conflict with the world of immortals. Smiling, she added that they had been strictly warned to hide until all those immortals were destroyed. If she said that she had taken out the fan for him, her mother and grandmother would understand. Puck lowered his head after hearing what it meant she could now go with him, to which he replied that she couldn't. Stretching out his hand, he said that her appearance was too conspicuous. Anyone would immediately understand that she was not human, to which Sodam asked, Opening her eyes wide, the girl said that she should not worry about it. The hero covered his face with his hands when he heard that she was transforming. He looked at me in bewilderment and asked again. The girl pursed her lips. Her hair was dyed a different color. Lifting her leg, she said that she had not worn this hat in a long time. Closing her eyes, Sodam asked that she looked like a human now. Really? The protagonist stared at her in amazement. His eyes widened when he heard that his face was red. Puck looked at him embarrassedly and mumbled. He gritted his teeth tightly and exclaimed, to which the girl said that he had run somewhere again. The palace appeared, and the hero thought that the devil, he said, should not do it beautifully to his liking. There was a view of the South Sea Dragon Palace. Putting his hand to his face, the man asked that he was already receiving tribute from the saints in the Eastern Sea. Sitting behind her, the man heard that how this dragon who used to splash in the muddy water could know the laws of the sea. But since he was able to defeat that arrogant Oaken, it was clearly not so easy. Snapping his finger, the man said that it was good. Smiling, the man said that if this was the case, maybe this young dragon would be invited to the Feast of the Three Seas. The hero looked to the side and asked again. Standing beside him, Dory replied that yes, apparently the rumors about the activities of the Eastern Sea had reached the other dragons. The protagonist looked at her, hearing that this feast is usually held once every 100 years, but this time it was decided to arrange it after 40 years. Closing his eyes, Puck thought that he was already busy with the army, and now there were other dragons since he had become the dragon of the Eastern Sea. Why was everything so tense? Raising 3 fingers up, he added that if this was the Feast of the Three Seas, then it must be the gathering of the 3 dragons, the Western, Southern, and Eastern Seas. Gritting his teeth, the hero thought that it was because he had taken the throne of the dragon of the Eastern Sea. The feast was arranged ahead of time. There was not a moment of peace. Standing behind him, the girl heard that she could tell about the dragons of the Yellow and Southern Seas, to which she replied approvingly. Dory's eyes widened and said that she would start with the dragon of the Yellow Sea. The man was sitting on a chair, and his name was a red dragon. A map appeared, and the girl said that his domain stretched from the sea between eastern China and the Korean peninsula, which in Korea is called the Western Sea. Marked zones appeared. It was said that the western half of the East China Sea is closer to land, and along the coast of China to Vietnam. Standing in front of the protagonist, the girl said that in fact, among the 3 dragons, he receives the most tribute. Giving a thumbs up, she added that in addition, he was very proud of his dragon status, which was why he had a bad relationship with Oaken, who had taken the throne of Guan when he was only a servant. Sitting at the table, the hero heard that, so he probably would not look at him, who took the throne of Oaken, with kind eyes. The man smiled, and it was heard that the dragon of the Southern Sea was also a red dragon. A map appeared, and Dory said that he had less influence on the Korean peninsula, so his presence was less noticeable, but the territory he ruled was larger than that of the red dragon. His possessions included the remaining half of the East China Sea, part of the South China Sea, and the entire territory of the Philippine Sea. Thus he was influenced by many countries. However, it was said that he did not interfere much in the affairs of neighboring countries. The man was holding the box in his hands, and she added that in the old days, when Guan was still alive, he did not show himself as a dragon, and even paid tribute to show his respect. The man's eyes lit up. It sounded that, but this did not mean that he was weak. The man stood at attention. The beast smiled. It was said that the fact that it had been able to preserve such a vast territory over the years showed that it was far from simple. Putting his hand to his face, the protagonist thought that both dragons were clearly not simple. Looking to the side, he added that if they were dragons from ancient times, their strength must be immense. What if they wanted his territory? Looking at him, the girl said that they were having a feast to see the new dragon, but it was likely that both would not be too hostile to him, to which Puck asked why. Smiling, she replied that because the initiator of the feast was Liang, if he wanted to expand his domain at the expense of the Eastern Sea, Okang would no longer exist. Closing her eyes, Dory said that he wouldn't interfere easily either, because he wanted to take over the Eastern Sea. Looking at her, Puck heard that he needed to go through Liang's domain. According to the latest rumors, the relationship between Liang and Qin had deteriorated greatly, so most likely, a feast was arranged to understand which side the new dragon would take. The hero smiled and thought that then. Looking to the side, he added that if he could win Liang's favor, he would be able to protect him from Chen's hostility, and they would be able to maintain a balance between the 3 dragons. Closing his eyes, the protagonist thought that it would not be easy to win Liang's favor. Even a show of force would hardly help. How to do it? Dory looked at him in surprise. Looking at the plants, she asked what was going on. What was it? To which he asked again. Holding the plant in his hands, Park replied that this is something he has recently grown, wants to see. Sitting in front of the girl, he added that she probably knew what kind of terrestrial plants they were. Looking at the pepper, Dory said that judging by the red color and pleasant aroma. With her eyes wide open, she asked if it was an apple. The hero exclaimed in bewilderment when he heard this. Holding the pepper in his hands, he said, "No, it is." The protagonist smiled and asked what he wanted to try, to which the girl asked if it was possible. Closing her eyes, she said that this was her first apple. They say apples are so sweet and delicious. Dory prepared to bite into the pepper. Looking at her, Puck asked what was going on. Delicious, to which she replied that yes, delicious, but not as sweet as she expected. Suddenly her face turned red. Flames flew out of her mouth. The girl stuck out her tongue and shouted that it was sharp. The hero laughed as he watched her. A plant appeared, and he thought that danchango, an herb that, as its name suggests, tears the insides to pieces, but now it has been improved and has become an ordinary spicy green chili pepper. Crossing his arms, the protagonist thought that according to the herbalist, this is a plant from another world. The dragon looked at the man. The thought arose that in ancient times, when a man fought with a deity, he found himself in the 6th layer of the underworld. The man looked at his hand. The thought arose that by getting lost and exposed to the energy of another world, he had discovered a fruit. He looked at the plant. There were many trees in front of him. A vegetable appeared. It was said that it had an excellent taste and aroma, a nutritious pulp that turned into flesh and blood. The man opened his eyes wide. The thought arose that this was followed by unbearable pain, as if his insides were torn apart. He, not even having water to drink, was forced to endure this pain, eat pepper to restore strength, and return to the world of the living. Looking at the plant, the hero reflected on the fact that it is said that danchango was brought because it has properties that allow it to survive without being eroded by the energy of another world. Holding the vegetable in his hands, he added that in order to separate the two properties of danchango, as an ingredient and as an unknown medicine, a lot of effort has been made. What has succeeded after failures is modern chili peppers. The girl was drinking water, and the protagonist thought that, by the way, there was an art in the herbalist that used the heat of danchango. Smirking, he added that if he used an art based on a plant from another world that would be unfamiliar even to Liang. Looking at the girl, Puck asked that they had a big cauldron, right? Dory's eyes widened and replied that yes, it was used to cook food by the servants. Turning her head, she asked what but why the cauldron. Smiling, the hero replied that he wanted to make butter. Sitting on the roof, the girl thought about when the Western one would come. The hero secretly harvested. They looked up. The beast closed its eyes and smiled. Standing in front of him, the protagonist asked that this was the cart they would be riding. Putting her hand to her face, Dory replied that she used to be pulled by majestic seahorses, but most of them were stolen, so now only stingrays can drag her. She looked at the girl in surprise. Jumping up, Sodam said that she needed to eat a lot of delicious food. Gritting his teeth, Park said that this was a saint who would become his wife in the future, thinking she was worth taking with him to such an important event. Turning his head, the hero thought that in fact, he was caught harvesting. Taking a step forward, Dory said that it was a pleasure to meet her. Wide-eyed, she added that she was the Chancellor of the Dragon. The girl looked at her in amazement when she heard the address. Standing in front of the Chancellor, she greeted him. Sodam smiled and put her hands to her face. Hugging Dory, she said that she smelled strange, but she was good, to which the girl asked again. Looking straight ahead, the spirit said that it was definitely Western. Turning her head, she asked who it was. The guy stood still. It was heard that the atmosphere was not joking at all. Looking at him, the Chancellor said that since the Three Seas feast was being held this time, it was a bodyguard sent by the Peninsula Saint Council. Even if the dragons didn't claim the Eastern Sea, no one knew what might happen to the new dragon. Standing in front of the young man, the hero thought that a bodyguard had been sent. Apparently they were worried that the palace of the Eastern Sea had been plundered. With a smirk, he added that well, yes, if the East Sea dragon who had killed Oaken, whom they couldn't defeat, lost somewhere else, it would hurt their pride hard. Looking at him, Dory said that according to the investigation, this is a saint who does not arouse much suspicion. What will they do? They will take her with them. The guy looked away. The protagonist looked at him and wondered, which did not arouse great suspicion. Turning around, Puck offered to take him with him. He took a step forward. The beast flew up. The cart flew through the air. They flew forward for a long time. Putting his hand to his face, the hero thought that it would take so long to go. He looked at him in surprise when he heard the address. Looking out the window, the girl said that she should look there. Watching the city, she said what a beauty. Standing beside them, Dory said that this was Liang's territory, but this place was used as a neutral zone for the Feast of the Three Seas, which was held once every 100 years. Buildings appeared, and she added that those lights indicated the places where the guests of the palaces of the Yellow and South Seas were staying. The golden light was Cheng's territory, the silver was Liang's. Turning around, Sodam asked what they were. A light appeared around the buildings. It was heard that this blue-green color. Gritting his teeth, the protagonist said that he was small, to which the girl replied that he was too small. Clenching her fist, she said that she shouldn't worry, everything would be fine. Even though he was as small as her master, she would crush the heads of these guys and expand his blue-green territory. To which Dory replied that no, she couldn't do that. Smirking, Park said that they would go to the banquet hall first. He took a step forward. They walked slowly down the street. The villagers looked at them. It was heard that this was the new dragon of the Eastern Sea. It looked rather pathetic. Smiling, the guy asked that the one behind him was a man. He seemed weaker than him. To which the hero thought that all these people here were the servants of the dragon of the Eastern Sea. Lowering his gaze, the protagonist added that even after becoming the dragon of the small Eastern Sea, he was still part of the 8 great holy temples of the peninsula, and such neglect was simply outrageous. Frowning, Puck wondered what he was beginning to understand now. Looking at the residents, he added that there were still so many steps to climb in front of him. Looking at him, Sodam asked that they could look around, to which the hero replied that he just didn't have any problems. Smiling, Sodam said they would go, and then called the girl Peanuts, to which Dory gave her name. Taking a step forward, the hero said that so. Standing behind him, the guy heard why he had come, even after changing his appearance. The guy frowned when he heard his name. Walking forward, the protagonist asked that he had come to follow him, to which Tengen replied that no, dragons don't usually show their true form, and such festivals are a rare opportunity to see a dragon in person, so he just followed him. Turning his head, Puck added that why would a great being of the highest level of the peninsular immortal world watch the dragons? Smiling, Tengen replied that he had become a dragon thanks to the land charter given to her by his mother, and had entered the immortal world, after which he had taken his place as one of the new stars among the immortals. The hero turned around when he heard the question what he was aiming at. Looking at the guy, the protagonist asked what he meant by this question. Frowning, Tengen replied that he was here to take over the whole world, and then asked if he knew the history of the times before antiquity. The archers pointed their weapons, and it was heard that in an age when mankind did not yet possess reason, in ancient times, called the beginning of everything. The man's eyes lit up, and the guy said that the world was overflowing with the energies of heaven and earth, and this world was too big for people. The foreign gods, attracted by greed, came to this world, took it over and began to rule over people. The man waved his hand. It was said that, however, few people were able to awaken the chi energy and master the principles of yin-yang and the 5 elements, which led to the birth of the ancient era. A gate appeared, and it was said that the power granted by this knowledge had enabled mankind to fight the alien gods, expel them, and according to lore, close the gates of heaven, but the history passed down from generation to generation did not reflect the true end of that ancient era. The man swung his sword, and Tengen said that the emperors were fighting for supremacy over the central plains. Corpses lay on the ground, and he added that it was a war caused not only by the desire for conquest, but also by part of larger events. Even enlightened beings with strength could not escape the struggle. Like alien gods, they also sought to dominate the human world, which was why the great sages, the heroes who had banished the alien gods, had disappeared. 2 dimensions appeared, and the thought arose that the heavenly gates created to separate the world of immortals and the world of men had been closed to put an end to these wars. Frowning, Tengen said that but one day the gates of heaven suddenly opened. Standing in front of the hero, he asked what he thought. It happened by accident. The hero froze in amazement. Looking at him, the guy said that it was true. Frowning, he said that the gates of heaven, which could not open on their own, were deliberately opened by someone. Standing at attention, the young man added that to this day no one knows who he is and what his goals are. Gritting his teeth, Tengen said that he could guess one of his goals, if this meeting was arranged because the 2 dragons could no longer tolerate each other's existence, and decided to enter the competition. The protagonist looked in surprise when he heard that it was like the end of an ancient era. Frowning, he began to think about what it meant if he took part in this competition. He intended to eliminate him, so that's why he was telling him this story. Tengen wished to create a world free of war, peaceful. It was said that the greatest warrior since his time was Tengen himself. Standing in front of him, the guy said that he should not worry. He was not going to violate his duty to his parents, to which Park asked again. Looking at the hero, the young man said that he had heard that he had been adopted into the clan and became their adopted son. If he felt his father's aura in him, then it wasn't a lie. Lowering his gaze, he added that as a mere bastard son, he had no intention of doing anything against him. The hero looked at him silently. Tengen froze, and the protagonist wondered why he was so uncomfortable, and why he was so sad. A view of the palace opened. The man stepped forward. Puck stopped suddenly. Smiling, the man said that the guests had arrived. Rising to his feet, he asked that he was the new dragon who had ascended to the throne of the East. Landing in front of the hero, Leon said that he was welcome. He had come a long way. Stretching out his hand to the side, he added that everyone should greet their brother from the East. The protagonist was watching people. People raised their bowls up, and the thought arose that although they were expressing a warm welcome, he still felt a slight pressure. Frowning, Park thought about what it meant. He just had to calmly allow himself to be suppressed. Grinning, he added that he too, putting his hands behind his back, the hero said that he was grateful for the hospitality of the Southern Sea, and then thought that he was not so simple. A view of the roof of the palace opened. Sitting at the table, the man said that it looked like he was the one who had taken the new throne of the Eastern Sea. Holding the cup in his hands, Chen added that Liang was too lenient to consider someone who hadn't lived 100 years to be a dragon. Standing behind him, the girl said that she should not worry so much. She closed her eyes and yawned. His daughter bit her lip and said that after all, he himself considered the dragon of the Eastern Sea to be just a backup card. Sitting down beside her father, she added that had not Chiol, whom he had so desired, had already sworn allegiance to him. Lowering her gaze, the girl said that even if this half-breed from the Eastern Sea aroused interest, he would not be able to compare to him. Looking at the cup, the old man replied that she was right. Since Chiol was loyal to her, why should he waste his energy on this inferior? Let him see how the Chiol she had been looking for so long was now in his hands. Frowning, he added that he would take his throne. The man smiled as he looked ahead. The dragon's eyes lit up. It was said that Chiol, originally born as a demon with the nature of water, he had accumulated the energy of metal, but his pearl was distorted and he gained the nature of fire. Failing to achieve his goal, he became a monster terrorizing the world. Open books appeared, and the thought arose that even after the gates of heaven were closed, his atrocities continued until the Joseon era, and he became so notorious that he was mentioned in various literary works. Images of men appeared, and the girl thought that Liang and Chen, the red dragons who had been accumulating fire energy from birth, had seen in Sheol, who despite his distorted nature, had reached a high level, the key to reaching the level of the red dragon. They had made every effort to win him over to their side. The man held the dragon by the tail, and she added that the fruits of this effort were reaped by none other than her father, Chin. The girl smirked as she thought that as the only rightful heir and prince, she had offered Kioliu to be her husband, seducing him with her beauty, and he had agreed to join their clan. Raising her hand, she added that she wanted to see Chul kneel before his father and swear allegiance in front of everyone. Standing in front of the hero, the man said that it was so nice to see him here. Liang closed his eyes and added that he asked to accept a cup of wine from him. Stretching his hand forward, he said that this was his favorite wine, called the pure aroma of the treasure. Looking at them, the girl asked what he was suggesting to him. Sitting on the ground, people talked about the fact that wine infused with the fruits of the only vine in the depths of the sea is said to be harvested from only one bunch. Liang held the cup in his hands. He took the cork out of it. The hero looked at him in surprise and thought that it was an incredibly pure aroma. His gaze froze on the spot, and he added that he really wanted to win him over to his side by offering such a wine. The protagonist brought the cup to his mouth. Suddenly he opened his eyes in surprise. Gritting his teeth, Puck thought that this was a dragon-optimized feature. Holding the cup in his hands, he added that who would have thought that there could be so much hidden potential in one cup of wine. Frowning, the hero thought that but he could not afford to admire it here. The man looked in amazement when he heard that everything was fine. Liang froze as he listened to the fact that he had obtained the pure fragrance of the treasure, and that was all he could say. Could it be that this young man did not understand what a great value he had obtained? Stretching out his hand, the hero said that since Liang personally offered him such a precious wine, holding the decanter in his hands, he added that he should reciprocate. The cork flew off the decanter. The aroma spread everywhere. People were fast asleep, and Dory said that she could no longer drink. The man sat silently on the ground. Looking straight ahead, Liang said that it was indeed an excellently brewed opaque wine. Sitting in front of him, the protagonist heard that yes, against this background, even the treasure of pure aroma looks less impressive. Who would have thought that the wine was made from cereals of an ancient era? Smiling, Park replied that as expected, he understood everything immediately. Holding the bowl in his hands, Liang said that in addition, the treats and rice cakes that he served along with the wine were also made from the same ancient cereals. With such an abundance of energy and great taste, no one could refuse. Looking down, he asked what it meant that these cereals had remained thanks to him, how he had managed to do it. Suddenly, an explosion thundered to the side. They looked at the black spot. The dragon's eyes lit up. Raising his head up, he said that let them bring it urgently. The dragon opens his mouth and says that such invigorating wine is a rarity even for him, and demands to bring more. And the man says that it looks like someone got too carried away with the wine and started making a mess. Liang shifted his gaze and asked him to wait. He looked at the dragon and said that this type was iron. Chiol soared into the sky. A girl in a yellow kimono flew up to him and exclaimed what a mess he was doing. The dragon looked at the girl and thought that how could it be? He allowed himself to lose his dignity due to the simple intoxication of wine and continued that in front of him was his future wife, and suggested that she try cakes and wine, because they cheer up by themselves. The men stood in front of the guest, and Liang asked that it was his wife, and thought that the main character had lured Iron, promising him the daughter of a celestial being his wife. The dragon lowered its muzzle. He immediately opened his mouth and growled that if he was no longer served wine, he would swallow the protagonist. The monster is rapidly flying down. Liang holds out his palm in front of him. He holds out his hand and asks how he can make a fuss at a feast he has organized. The blonde man turns to the dragon and continues that he seems willing to go to any lengths for this. Chen looked forward and said that he was talking a lot for someone who just wanted to bribe the East Sea Dragon. The old man looks down and orders everyone to get up, and asks them how long they are going to wallow from some snot with his wine. The guys are lying on the floor. Chen goes upstairs and says that enough of these children's games and asks that from the very beginning, their goals were the same and isn't that the case. The elder opens his mouth with fury and exclaims that it's time to dot all the I. Liang lowers his head slightly. The dragon rushes down, and Master Chen orders him to show all his strength. The reptile concentrates a bundle of energy in its paw and urges its bride to look carefully. He soars up and growls that this is his strength. The main character approaches Liang, and he tells the man to step back and asks that he does not want the guest to get hurt. The blonde man moves his hand to the side, and the protagonist says that there is no need to start a big battle. Park put his hand to his forehead and said that drunks should be put to bed. He snapped his finger. The dragon's eyes look at the guy with fury. The reptile opens its mouth. Young people open their mouths wide. They fall to the ground, and the elder asks that it is poison. Chin shifts his gaze and exclaims that the wine is poisoned. The protagonist approaches Liang and thinks that it is a poison for which there is no antidote, even for those who are immune to poisons. Puck clenches his fists and asks him what he did. The pepper pot appears, a wine magic created using capsaicin, invented by Shinong, which uses the herb of the ruptured intestines, so pungent that it is easy to confuse it with poison, that it is all hidden under the guise of a burning oil. The elder looked down. He turned his head and ordered Ganchal to kill the East Sea dragon immediately. The dragon tends to go down. He stands in front of the main character and says that he really thinks that everything will happen the way he wants. A girl with black and red hair flies swiftly forward. Chen shifted his gaze. Liang raised his head and asked how it was possible. The protagonist looked up. The dragon lies defeated. Soden indignantly opens his mouth and says that he is a scoundrel. She throws her hand forward and says what he's doing to her fiancé. The girl opens her mouth and declares that she will make a fillet from the dragon herself. Liang raises his head and asks that she is really drunk, and the main character mentally adds that this is really the art of a drunken fist. Soden clenches his teeth. The elder towers over her and asks how the pitiful Yakushis, who live on land, dare interfere in the battle of dragons. Chin throws up his hands in front of him and chases the girl away. The protagonist's fiancé clutches a weapon in her hand and says that it's time for him to get out. Soden soars up and calls for him to come out. Chin turns around. Young people flee in terror. Black magic envelopes everything around. The guy gets into the network. A girl with black and red hair stands on a dragon and turns to the main character that she has caught everyone and will now quickly cut them into sashimi and serve them to him. The elder turned his head and said that they were worthless creatures. Fire surrounds the girl and she says that the great Xing is burning hotly. The protagonist looks at Soden and thinks that she is so drunk that she does not even notice that she is on fire herself, and the girl asks what it is and adds that she decided to cook seafood soup. Park throws his hand up and shouts at the bride to give him the trust. The girl turns around and says that this is it. Liang shifts his gaze and remembers that this is the fan that tames the demon of fire. The main character holds a fan of banana leaves Bishosen in his hand. He raised his hand for a wave. The hero waved his weapon. Sodem stands on a huge dragon. She froze with a truncheon in her hands. The protagonist's wife brandished a baton in the air and said that she had perfectly fried the fish. Park thought that she had extinguished the fire before it was too late. A stream of fire rushed near Sodam. A man in a yellow kimono appeared in the sky and said that who would have thought where the main character got such a weapon. He waved his hand and said that there was no use in brandishing this miserable treasure. There was an explosion in the sky. The bearded man grabbed the old man's hand and said that let the children fight among themselves, and the adults should decide the affairs of the adults. Liang squeezed his opponent's wrist. The gray-haired man formed a fireball in his hand. People are fighting in the sky, Chio called out to her master. The red-gray monster raised its head and said in his head that the master should wait for him, because he could help. The monster felt a blow to the forehead. The main character sat on his head and asked him where he was distracted. Puck put his hand on his knee and said that the snake still needed to fight him. Sodam froze in place and said that she wanted to cook this fish for her husband. Tongues of flame wrapped around her. The girl in the yellow kimono rose into the air and said that how dare the pathetic Takabe insult her father. She clutched the flaming whip in her hand and added that she would pay for such humiliation with her life. The protagonist's wife put her elbows to her body and asked if it was the offspring of that huge fish. She made a lunge and said that then she would roast her rival to strengthen her husband's strength. The red-eyed girl frowned. The hero's wife raised the club behind her head. The protagonist, leaning on his knee, said that it looked like the battle had begun. The two men were fighting at a height. Sodam thought that it was necessary to use the Manfishikjak, but since the Orion had already used his strength, it was better to refrain. The body of the dragon Chiol appeared. She grinned and mentally said that she would not allow the main character to force her man to see her in such a form. The protagonist leaned over and said that the monster had drunk. The net envelopes the dragon's body. The monster thinks that he does not want to listen to excuses from the vile scoundrel who mixed poison into the wine. The red serpent rushed into the sky. Puck remained standing in the air. The dragon stared at the hero and said that the scoundrel and serpent would certainly tear him to pieces. The monster's mouth spews fire. He shoots a beam of flame from his mouth. There was an explosion in the sky. Puck dispersed the fire with his fan. He smiled casually. The guy created a whirlpool of water. Waves of liquid are directed at the dragon. Chul stared at Park and deduced that the protagonist was dissipating her fire from behind the damn fan. She wrapped her body around the warrior with the fan and said that she herself would burn this pathetic weapon. Puck is imprisoned inside the demon's body. A huge serpent attacks with bright flames. His eyes sparkled, and he thought what it would be like to see the hero's weapon turn to ashes. Energy bursts out of the cracks created by the Darkon. Air currents come from the protagonist. The dragon falls to the ground. Puck hovered on a height and said that it seemed that the serpent had turned to ashes on its own. He took it in his hands and asked the monster how he felt. The dragon lies on the ground and says that the main character is a scoundrel. The warrior waved his fan. The dragon shudders from the currents of wind. Chul raised her paw up. Park said that he swung his weapon, and here was such power. He looked down in surprise and thought that it was no wonder that the Sunina wanted the fan so much. It was an excellent magical weapon, but it could be a hassle, so it was better to return it to Soda. The monster stood up and said that the opponent was a scoundrel. Chio looked around the sky and thought that her opponent was a scoundrel. The dragon spews a beam of flame from its mouth and says that its fire will not be extinguished so easily. The man with long hair prepared to strike. Fire engulfed his body. Puck gritted his teeth and concluded that how could a monster be so wounded and still possess such strength? It seemed that Ganchal called the Aspen father-in-law. Now it was clear why Sin had even passed off his child as a Ganchal in order to get him. He lunges at the dragon and says in his head that all he has to do is give it his all, even if he falls after exhausting his kanon. The warrior narrowed his eyebrows. The red dragon emitted an aura. The protagonist waved his weapon, and the fire burst out to save the monster. He asked what he was going to do, brandishing this pathetic toy. Puck soared above the dragon, who added that he should not even dream. A powerful explosion occurred on the battlefield. The main character flew over the city. He looked down at him and thought that if things went on like this, he would mix the water energy. The black-haired guy waved his fan. Chio looked up at Park. He threw his hands in different directions. Streams of water rushed at the dragon. He shouted that no, his fire. The latter looked at him angrily. Chio's eyes opened in shock. Magical attacks from the water flew in front of him. He noted that he couldn't retreat so easily. He looked down and added that if it hadn't been for that damn wind. A stream of water struck the dragon. He lifted his head in pain. The opponent of the main character looked at the sky and wheezed that his fire should not go out. Park was hovering in the air in front of him. He added that he couldn't lose like that. The exhausted dragon lay on the battlefield. The protagonist covered his face with his left hand. He immediately jumped to him and began to reason that since this guy was a Mugi, he could be sealed in a bamboo whip called Bomajuksen and used. Tears flowed from the monster's eyes and called someone named Doknan. A young man with black hair stood in front of him and noted that it was the name of Queen Songjak. In surprise, he opened his mouth slightly and added that the great Queen Seongjak, for the sake of Pulse and Chauval, had invested all the strength of the state to create Waja. Liang ran up to him and said that who would have thought that he would see the Paechosen of Taesang Nogan himself. The man stood in front of Park and asked if he had married Takabi from the long-lost cave of Kemvidin. It seemed that he had made the right choice. The guy turned to him and replied that he was flattering him, who added that he knew he would say so. The man smiled broadly at the protagonist, who said that since he had defeated Sin, what would happen to the Western Sea? He replied that he should not worry about it. Liang held the old man's hair and noted that he had originally sought to preserve peace. After all, only Xing was angry. Out of anger, the elder clenched his hand into a fist. Park looked at him and thought that now, Sin, stop his nonsense for a while. He glanced out of the corner of his eye at the green-robed guy standing behind him and added that Dan hoped he wouldn't hurt him. Liang lifted the old man by the clothes and said that he clung to the purity of the bloodline as if his life depended on it, but he had no idea that for the sake of Han Em he would drag Chiol, Xing. The old man averted his eyes and justified himself that this was just the ravings of a pathetic Imagi. The dragon rose to his feet and said that this old man was the first to talk about marrying him to Ming. Red fur grew on the dragon's body. He opened his eyes wide at the people standing next to him. Chiol fell belly to the ground. Sadon held a bat in her hand and said that she had caught a delicious fish. With her other hand she lifted the girl. Park looked at her and noted that he was having déjà vu. The girl was holding a fish in her hand. Liang said that his future wife was really impressive. He replied that he was flattering him. The man wiped the tears from his eyes and added that for a moment he thought that he had made a mistake in his judgment, and that he seemed to have underestimated him. The guy looked at him in amazement. He asked if he would like to continue to maintain good relations, if he would accept gratitude for today. Puck opened his eyes in shock. Liang held a golden wand in his hand. The main character noted that it was a Jumbaban staff, a magical weapon wielded by Jichin Desen's son Wukong. The young man put out his hand and thought that this was the Ayaban. He opened his eyes wide and added why then the energy of the Quebec stakes emanated from him. The man waved a golden wand and asked why he was wondering why the familiar energy was emanating from him. A bearded man holding his hair in his hand, Liang said that the Kebiok stakes were originally created by the great master of Poksha. He wove from their hair the external god Pangu, who devoured the lands of Zhongyuan to restore the destroyed foundation of the entire world. The man held a golden staff in front of him. The old man with the crown on his head kept his palms open. Liang added that the Yaibong had a much deeper origin. The man looked at the protagonist and added that it had been carved and polished by Taesan Nogan from one of Pengu's bones, originally kept by the East Sea Dragon Palace, although the Pakshi and Niwa had restored the land. The main character looked at his interlocutor in surprise and clarified, if he was in the Dragon Palace of the Eastern Sea, then how he ended up at Jichin Daesung. He twirled the artifact in his left hand and replied that this guy threw a tantrum in front of Guan, demanding a weapon. He looked at the object sparkling in the sun and added that Guan had been weakened back then, and he had just taken the place of the Dragon King of the South Sea and wanted to return him in his place. The heads of huge snakes fell down. Liang said that he did not expect this to happen to Guan. Park and his company were standing in the square. The man said that he had difficulty finding him outside the western lands, near the Mediterranean Sea. But Jichin Dae-sun was no longer there, and why he had climbed so far, he also did not know. The guy thought that he had died in a foreign land. The Dragon King smiled at him and informed him that since it originally belonged to Guan, he was giving it to him. He handed him his staff. The golden rod reflected the rays of the sun. The protagonist replied that with gratitude. Will. His eyes widened in horror. Cracks appeared on the floor. Puck looked at them in bewilderment. He averted his eyes in embarrassment. The man explained that this Yaibong, even when reduced, weighed 13,500 gun, and asked how he was going to lift it. Air bubbles flew up. The guy cursed this old man. Liang looked at the suffering young man and said that if he was reduced even more, the weight would drop significantly, because the weight depended on the size. The protagonist picked up his staff and silently replied that he could have said it before, and said that he would accept it anyway, and thanked him. Liang waved his right hand and said that he hoped for the prosperity of the Eastern Sea in the future, and it would be great if, the next time they met, he could again take a glass of wine from him. Park raised his hand and replied that he, in turn, sincerely wished that their next meeting would be at a feast in the name of friendship. Comrade Paka closed his eyes and laughed. They shook hands, and he said goodbye to him. A chariot was flying in the sky. Soden slept in an embrace with the girl. The protagonist asked what reward he would consider worthy for protection. Dan sat opposite him and replied that there was no need for this. It was better not to leave loopholes that could be grabbed by ill-wishers. He closed his eyes and said that by checking the participants of the feast, it would be possible to understand the general situation in the world of the Zhongyuan Yekai, and that would be enough. The guy looked at him in surprise and noted that he drew the line so sharply that it was even a little offensive. Dan was loading a sword in his left hand. Park mentally replied to him that he was only Soja. He was not going to cause him any obstacles. The main character narrowed his eyes. He looked at his interlocutor and addressed him about having a question, and asked if he was illegitimate, if that meant he was subordinate to Sinxi. He looked down and replied that no, he had no debts or shackles that would force him to obey his father's will. His mother, on the contrary, wanted him to continue his father's path. The tiger and the bear looked at the man with the beard. Dan added that he must have heard the myth of his mother, the talk about the surrender of Chongxiang Gangnam to the peninsula. Puck put his hands on his feet and thought that this was a legend about how the bear ate wormwood and garlic, spent 100 days in a cave and became a man. The guy opposite folded his hands in his lap and noted that, contrary to what people think, his mother was not a simple beast. She was a great mentor in the past, the guardian of the Daejeon's peninsula. The girl held a spear in her right hand. She opened her mouth and looked up. Dan said that a long time ago there were two Sun-Ins. They were the first on the peninsula to comprehend the path of immortality and became great masters. Fighting with the external goddess Mago, they led the people and civilization of this land to the light. The tiger and the bear bared their teeth. The young man added that people, inspired by their shapes, called them the bear and the tiger. The red-haired girl threw her hands up above her. The guy continued that their power was great, but they sought to surpass the limits of human strength, to reach power beyond Qi-Song. The protagonist opened his mouth slightly in surprise. He noted that if they succeeded, they would literally become tsunami. The main character looked at him and thought to himself that if only he could do it, and asked if it was because of his father. A green-robed guy sat across from him, and replied that it was because he wasn't originally born on this peninsula. He stared forward in front of him with glassy eyes and said that his mother had described him as an immortal who came from the outside world. The man with the beard looked down menacingly. Park opened his eyes wide in shock and thought that it was Wan Unwexing. Dan leaned slightly towards his companion and said that it was said that he had not come to invade like Mago. He was an exile who had fled after the fall of his world. The girl was kneeling in front of the man, who added that his mother and the tiger had gone beyond the stage of communication with the energy of heaven, earth, and all things to be reborn as Shinrin, completely merging with nature. They sought to accept the energy of the external god and perform the Chongbu ritual. A drop of sweat slid down the young man's cheek. He asked to himself that he had accepted the energy of the outer god, if he was really so powerful that even after the fall, myths were formed about him. The two women stood in front of the bearded man. Comrade Paka added that when the bear and the tiger, eager to become divine spirits, were joined by Wanan, seeking to regain their power, the peninsula's energy was sorely lacking, and then his father suggested that he would defend the peninsula from Mago if the two gave up their aspirations. Dan's father held out his hand. The girl clenched her left hand into a fist. Dan added that unlike the tiger who rejected this offer, his mother was imbued with feelings for Wanan. She opened her eyes wide at the man. The girl folded her hands. The guy said that I was helping Wanan. She expelled the tiger and his kind. Taking garlic and wormwood, she lowered her cake in the rank of her clan, almost reaching a superhuman state. White leaves fell from the tree. Dan added that his father, as he wished, had turned into the sacred tree of Sandansu, rooted in the lands of the peninsula. He erected Sinxi on Mount Taibi to revive the prosperity of his family, leaving his mother behind. The girl with the child in her arms fell to her knees. The child lay in his arms with his eyes closed. The young man said that the reward for the mother was him, her son, born from the union with Wanan, and the sword. The guy looked at the protagonist and said that therefore he seeks to rule the peninsula, expand its fame and influence around the world. He dropped his hands from his knees and added to inherit the mission of his mother, the original guardian of the peninsula. Park sat and silently listened to him, and thought that his sadness was not because he did not enter Shinxi, but because of his mother's memories, that because of Wanan he was left with nothing. He sat across from Dan and added that if he acted to continue Yunio's work, Wanan would clearly not be happy, and that Dan was planning to capture Shinxi. 2 girls were sitting next to him, and he said that since he had told him the story, he must have liked his behavior at the feast. The young man looked at his interlocutor and replied that in order to achieve what he wanted, he needed those who had reached the stage of ascension to immortality. The protagonist stretched out his hand in front of him and asked about ascension, and asked what he meant to those who were on the verge of becoming divine spirits. But even now, when there were more people and life was richer than then, it was not easy to find such people. He told him this so that he could help find the hidden great masters. Dan sat across from him and replied that there was no need to choose the thorny path. The magic of the great masters on the verge of ascension was still there, and all that remained was to find those who were willing to take that path. He looked at the main character and added that there are already 5 of them on this earth. 2 of these Sunnins are already with him, so he reveals his plan to him. The man put his hands behind his back. Comrade Paka noted that the first one was the new owner of the pavilion, Paekwagak. The 2 girls stood next to each other. He added that then Choi's sisters were from the Choi Saiwan clan. The protagonist sat opposite his interlocutor, and noted that these sisters. He speaks as far as he remembers. They have not yet done anything remarkable. Dana replied that they were disciples of Hagen Chile. A drop of sweat was practicing on his cheek. He thought that they were disciples of Patriarch Subhuti himself, the mentor of Sun Wukong. The main character pointed his fingers at himself and asked, and he replied that he was a dragon. The red-haired guy with the scythe turned back. Dan added that he was also his mother's blood relative, his uncle. He stood before him and said that the bear race ate wormwood and garlic, lowering their kayak. A guy was kneeling in front of the girl. Dan added that he refused wormwood and garlic, unleashing anger on his father. As a result, his mother imposed a ban on him. An image of a teddy bear lying on his stomach appeared. He added that the one who was closest to the divine spirit after his mother had lost most of his steps and memories. If the ban was lifted, he would undoubtedly be able to become a divine spirit immediately. The protagonist twisted his face. Dan added that now due to the ban he was forced to stay by his mother's side, but his uncle was still waiting for his old friend. The girl looked down. The guy was saying that at last, Jianbai, the mistress of the flowers from the Siakon flower garden. Park sat back down and asked if Paradajai couldn't have more flowers, and he replied that Paradajai didn't count. That woman couldn't pick a single new flower anymore. The girl looked arrogantly into the distance. The guy added that Paradajai, consumed with hatred for being abandoned as a child, had seized the Ogaguk throne under the pretext of reforms, and her first act was to exterminate the 6 princesses, her own sisters. The corpses of girls lay on the floor. The bound man and woman looked at the corpse of one girl. Dan said that in front of King and Queen Ogaguk, she had hacked to death all 6 princesses, their husbands and children with their households. The bloody stench was so thick that one could believe that the throne was originally scarlet. The princess sat on the throne, who added that Saradaran, the keeper of the flowers from the Siakon garden, had come and read out a message that the spirits of the Siakon flower garden would never forget Paradaga's sacrilege. The princess stared menacingly into the distance. Dan said that therefore, Paradajai could not possess more than the 5 flowers that had been bestowed upon her, and was unable to reach the stage of ascension to immortality. The protagonist opened his eyes wide in surprise and thought that was why. Someone opened his mouth slightly and said that this was the place. The main character stretched out his hand with an open palm and noted that here Queen Mother Ogaguk is trying to create a new Siakon flower garden. Since she cannot get new flowers in the former Siakon garden, she decided to build a new Siakon garden on the lands of the afterlife. He smiled and added that unexpectedly, a valuable thing fell into his hands. With this he would be able to overthrow Queen Mother Ogaguk at any moment, and silently asked Lady Dayan to be patient a little longer. A chariot flew in the sky. Park asked why he had told him such a secret if he suddenly did not want to unite his intentions with it. Dan put his hands on his knees and replied that he had first seen him when his uncle returned to Asadal. The red-haired boy put his hands behind his back, and he added that he had seen him swindle the scrolls of heaven and earth from his mother, and wondered if she had given him too generously, and then followed him to take the scrolls. The main character was on his knees. Tears flowed from his eyes. He added that it was then that he witnessed how he, shedding tears and snot, sobbed out loud, a pitiful sight. The red-haired guy watched Puck. Dan added that since then, he had been closely watching his every move. He was standing in the middle of the stands. He added that and then, as he still missed his uncle, the protagonist silently stared somewhere ahead. He was sitting in front of his interlocutor, and asked if he felt sorry for him, or something. He shook his head and replied that no, he decided that he was Sonin, who had loyalty, that he would not allow him to abandon his uncle. The guy looked at him, and added that if it was possible to remove the Junj from his uncle, he would surely join him. A drop of sweat was running down Puck's cheek. He thought that the ban on his older comrade from Mount Quannock would be lifted. He trembled slightly in surprise. He noted that, As expected, he was fired up by this thought. Dan stretched out his hand and asked what his answer was. He held his hand in front of him and asked if he would go with him. His eyes widened in surprise. A mask hung on his face. He replied that if so. The room in which they were sitting shook. They flew in the sky on a white cart. Puck looked out the window. A flash burned on the ground below. His wife put her hand on his shoulder and shouted that it was a palace. Dan looked at them and said that judging by the clash of the two energies, the two immortals were engaged in a battle for supremacy. The young man looked down in shock and wondered who dared to arrange an immortal battle in his palace. He bulged his eyes and noted that this man. The girl was floating in the air. Park noted that it was Mrs. Dayan, who gritted her teeth under pressure. A few hours before Haniel arrived at the East Sea Dragon Palace, clouds flew across the sky over the houses. Johnby put her hands in her pockets. A man was sitting in the lotus position in front of her. She asked what business he had called her for. She was standing in front of him. He replied that she could go to the Dragon Palace of the Eastern Sea right now. She asked him again about right now. The guy sat calmly on the floor and said that he had asked Beowulf to abandon the pursuit, because the sword of Chiljido now belonged to the Dragon King of the Eastern Sea. But he said that he could not back down from his oath and did not listen. The girl looked at him menacingly. He added that he had turned to Singung, but they waved it off, saying that it was not their concern. The girl said that it was Shingung who brought the foreign sonin, so why? A mask hung on the boy's face. Danbiak replied that it was probably because the Dragon King of the Eastern Sea was a native of the peninsula. He closed his eyes and told him that if Beowulf died, they would glorify him as a noble immortal, faithful to his oath to the end. If the Dragon King of the Eastern Sea fell, there would be a chance to replace the ruler from the peninsula. Johnby gritted her teeth in anger. She looked at the guy furiously and said that there was no loss for them, so they decided to leave it as it was. He looked at her and said that of course, the Dragon King of the East Sea would not yield to Beowulf so easily, but since the White Flower Pavilion had taken charge of the matter, he had summoned her. He closed his eyes and added that since Beowulf had gone to the Dragon Palace of the Eastern Sea, she could not leave him. The girl threw up her hands in front of her and replied that she understood. She would go there at once and smash his face. Danbiak stretched out his hand after her and replied that no, not that. A drop of sweat ran down his cheek. At the entrance to the palace there were guards. A warrior appeared on their doorstep with a sword at the ready. Beowulf approached the guards. He opened his mouth and asked where the Dragon King of the Eastern Sea was. The guard stretched out his hand and replied that judging by his appearance, he did not look like a guest. Uninvited people were forbidden to enter here. He slammed his fist into a wall a couple of centimeters from his face. The guard looked at his fist out of the corner of his eye and noted that it was Mr. King's barrier. Beowulf continued to hold his hand and said that he would ask again where the Dragon King of the Eastern Sea was. He clenched his hand into a fist and added that he had come to fulfill his oath. Several houses exploded. 2 people ran away from the explosions. The girl drew her child to her and called for the king. Beowulf picked up the guy by the clothes. He said to be brought to the king immediately, who looked at him in shock. The masked man reached for his sword. He grabbed the hilt of the blade with his hand. Beowulf waved it in front of the guy and said that otherwise, he would blow everything to pieces here. The girl stopped the attack. She covered the face with her hand and said that the damned bastard, this Kiljidu already had an owner. Johnby gritted her teeth from the pressure. She held out her hand and added that a beast like him who didn't understand would blow him to a pulp. He smiled slightly. Beowulf's eyes burned blue. He joyfully shouted that Johnby. He was waiting for the day when he would meet her. A drop of sweat slid down the girl's cheek. He took off his mask and added that he wondered if he would see her again, and it was not for nothing that he had snuck into the peninsula disguised as Beowulf. He raised his hand and revealed that when he saw her during the Battle of the Immortals on Dokdo, his whole body itched with impatience. The girl looked at him, and he added that the oath had made him chase after Chiljido, and it had spoiled his mood a lot, but now his expectations were finally rewarded. Johnby stared at him in shock and said that he was Modi, the son of Thor. The blonde man held the hammer in his hand. The girl jumped away from him. He raised his hand and said that from the first meeting he had been captivated by her strength. With his and hers with power, they could give birth to children to surpass themselves. He waved his weapon and added that he had rushed in from the northwest. The girl clenched her fist in anger. With her attack, she stopped the hammer flying at her. Modi's weapon and her hand were shaking. He looked at her and noted that yes, this is power. A golden aura began to burst out of the hammer. He added that here is the power that they should pass on to the warriors. The tiles cracked under Johnby's feet. Modi told her to become the mother of his child. She gritted her teeth and replied that she had beaten him before, and he still did not come to his senses. She threw up her left hand to the side and added that she felt sorry even for the hammer in his hands. The girl clenched her hand into a fist. She took a fighting stance. She opened her mouth slightly. Under the onslaught of her power, Modi's hammer pushed back. He looked at his weapon. The girl jumped behind him. She attacked him with her foot. He lifted his head up. Johnby jumped over the enemy. She stretched out her hand and shouted that this was her final blow. A stone shattered from her relics. Modi's eyes widened in pain. He got down on one knee. The girl sank to the ground and asked how he was. She stood in front of him and asked if he was ready to give up. The guy smiled slightly. He stared at her and said that, as expected, he liked it. Maud stood in front of her and told her that even after so much training, she still made him kneel. No wonder she was the woman he chose. He swung his hammer and shouted that he would definitely take her to the northwest. His attack hit the floor. The girl looked down apprehensively. She raised her leg and said that these were pathetic tricks. Janbi slammed the ground hard. She looked ahead and asked what he seriously thought would stop her. The girl looked ahead in shock. She raised her head and asked what she was. Lightning flashed in the sky. Janbi looked up at the sky and said that damn it. A huge lightning struck the sea. The girl covered her face with her hand. A huge object appeared in front of her. She asked what it was. Lightning emanated from it. She added that it was a huge lightning rod. Puck appeared behind the girl. He asked if she was okay. He looked at her. The girl exclaimed happily at the sight of him. The guy stood next to her and asked who the guy was. She replied that it was an annoying fly that had been following her for a long time. Jianbai turned her head to Puck and added that she would deal with him herself. After all, this was the matter that the White Flower Pavilion had taken on. The guy pointed his finger back and asked them to fight outside the palace. He leaned his hands on his hips and thought that this time, Lady Dayan had nothing to worry about, and he would put the palace in order for now. A red light lit up on the guy's ear. He looked at him, a voice from there telling him to use it to hack this guy down with one punch. Modi held a hammer in his hand, the voice adding that it seemed that he was from the direct descendants of Odin, and if his blood got on him, something very good would happen. Puck smiled. He looked to the side and said that he didn't know what it was, but he had never talked nonsense except for his made-up stories. The voice from the sword replied that he had a grievance about his fandom. The protagonist looked at the girl and said that this guy had invaded his palace, so he was joining in as well. She turned to look at him, and he added that if he sat back and left everything to others, what people would think of the Dragon King of the Eastern Sea. She replied that yes, he was right. Modi looked at them and asked what they were whispering about, and added that how dare some fish interfere with his duel with his field violet. The guy looked at his opponent in bewilderment. He went to meet him and told him that he had invaded his palace without permission, so if he wanted to fight Lady Dayan in a battle of immortals, he would have to defeat him first. The guy with the blonde hair opened his eyes wide and replied that okay, he would kill him interfering with them and take his field violet. Puck put his hand to his ear and said that it was some kind of field violet, or something. A sword appeared in his hand. He held the blade with his right hand and said that he would receive a couple of blows. Arrogant invader. The main character bit through something with his teeth. His eyes burned red. Yanyak, Jackson, Ingalkayun. He jumped sharply into the attack. Park swung his sword in front of Modi. Modi blocked the shot. The guy clenched his fist furiously and shouted for him to fall through his palace. They moved their duel to the open sea. They stood in front of each other. Modi said that he drove him out of the sea. Wow. He looked at his opponent and added that everything under the clouds was his fiefdom. Well, to thank him or something. The guy smiled and asked what he was talking about. His front yard was above the sea. A magical attack in the form of wolves rushed at the enemy. They grabbed the blonde guy. He grabbed the hammer and said that they were cute animals. It was he who tamed them. He straightened his shoulders and added that these were all pathetic tricks. Modi raised his hammer above him and told him to admire his cute lightning. Puck instantly dodged each lightning. His opponent held out his hand. The protagonist blocked the blow with his hammer. He looked at him and said that it was not for nothing that he smelled like fish. If he was a sea serpent, then let him turn and fight for real, and not lie here with pathetic tricks. From the pressure, Park gritted his teeth. He repelled Modi's attack. The guy looked at his enemy and thought that he seemed vulnerable, but not a single breach, and his strength was no joke. He held the sword in his right hand and asked that this hammer was the one that he knew, right? The sword replied that it was true. Mode held out his hammer Mjolnir in his hand. Puck looked at him and asked how such a guy inherited the weapons of a great master. It's just not fair. He held out the sword in front of him and added that maybe he should have given it to Lady Dayan right away. It seemed that he was sticking his head out in vain. The hilt of the sword was in his right hand, his voice saying that they were a little different from the local guys. The main character dodged the lightning attack. The voice added that the local jokes seemed to be made to order for their masters. He asked that he and this Mjolnir were not the same as magic weapons. The sword cloth glittered in the sun. Two old men were forging a sword, a voice saying that he and he were forged by dwarves. These dwarves are eternal slaves who create and lose. An image of the protagonist's ball appeared. The voice noted that they do not make weapons for themselves. They pour their lives to create masterpieces for others, so they are called demonic. The power is transcendental, but the danger is no less. The guy looked at his sword. He told him to look at it. Everyone who wielded it went crazy. He replied that yes, he was also a demon's sword. A picture of the sword's guard appeared, and the voice from the sword added that the two brothers who had forged it had put their lives into the curse. The sword stuck out of the ground, wandered in the hands of the children of Odin, and cut them to death, so that this blood would flood all Asgard, drowning it in crimson, so that they would not taste the glory of Valhalla. An image of the protagonist's ball appeared, a voice saying that when he cut down the descendants of Odin, their essence would not be in the paradise of Asgard, but in his blade, making him shine, so let him cut it without delay. The main character looked at his sword in shock. He opened his eyes wide, the sword added so that he could awaken. Modi looked at his enemy and asked that he was stunned with admiration for his power. He rushed to attack Puck. He swung his sword slightly. The guy grabbed his hand. His eyes widened in pain. The hammer and the severed hand fell into the water. Modi turned to Park and said that he was a scoundrel. He would bite off his hand. A vein on his forehead was swollen. He hit the blonde guy on the back of the head. He fell into the water. A voice from the sword asked why it was necessary to cut him down. What a pity. The main character raised his sword and thought that in an instant he had cut off his hand. What kind of power was it? A drop of sweat slid down his cheek. He asked that he had sucked all his inner energy and done something. Blood flowed from the blade, the voice saying that this was the essence of the descendants of Odin, who had been dormant in him all the time. Blood flowed down his fingers. A voice asked how he looked now, differently. The guy looked at his sword and thought that the turfing was so powerful. Had he been sparing it all this time? He held the hilt of the sword in his hand, the voice saying that he was satisfied now. His inner energy was so pitiful that he didn't even think of releasing this power. But he finally waited, although that didn't mean that the current one would be able to withstand it. The guy looked at his sword in shock. The young man's face twisted in pain. He grabbed his hand. Puck lifted his head up. A splash of water rose up. The protagonist was sinking. The voice of the sword saying that it would be a pity if he had slashed his neck. He would have been able to completely imprison his essence. Someone's hand rested on his back. Jambi caught him. She took him in her arms and said that he had done a great job. The guy was lying on the bed. He opened his eyes. In front of him was a skeleton with glowing eyes. He opened his eyes wide and screamed. Somewhere in Korea there was a huge building. A girl in a dressing gown opened the door slightly and asked that he had woken up. Park turned to her. She added that something had happened. He replied that no, it's okay. The main character looked at the maid and asked how long he had been sleeping. She replied that about 3 days. A skeleton lay in front of the guy's feet. The girl said that Sonin Janbai had dragged the intruder away in a hurry and asked him to tell him that she was sorry that she could not heal him. The guy asked that she had dragged Modi away. He rubbed his chin with his hand and thought that she had decided to discuss his fate with the immortals in the Star Greeting Palace. He furrowed his brows and added that yes, he had broken into Korea without asking, but as a figure in Northern European mythology and an influential immortal, his fate was not so easy to decide. Puck looked at the maid and asked what news was there afterwards. She replied that there was no news yet. The guy grabbed his clothes and noted that fortunately, it seemed that the decision had not yet been announced. He had to hurry. The guy put on his clothes. The girl asked where he was already going. He would still like to rest. He said that he had to make it before it was too late. He turned to her and asked where Modi's hand had sunk. People were sitting in the stands. They looked at each other. Someone asked what to do. The other said that the decision had not yet been made. The old man pointed his finger at Modi and said that this guy had tricked them, secretly snuck in here and further confronted the Dragon King of the Eastern Sea. This is a grave crime. You can't just let him go back. He was on his knees, bound with chains. The audience looked at him. Someone said that he was the son of the Thunderer from the northwest. If he was hastily executed, who knew what trouble it would bring? Janbi looked at him and said that immortal Nyandak, he promised to take all the responsibility. Why did he allow things to go so far? She looked at him furiously and asked him what he thought they had missed, what they could have done if this guy had sneaked in here disguised as Beowulf. They didn't know anything either. Ganbiak sat next to him and said that no one wanted a conflict with the Northwest, so they shifted the blame to each other. The girl replied that besides, if this happened, there would be Sun-ins from other countries who would take advantage of the moment to stab in the back. She crossed her arms over her chest and added that even right now, the Zhuyuan immortal world was waiting for a chance to cross the borders that the criminal had drawn. The guy was on his knees. She added that even if they had the right to cut him down, it could give the invader a reason to invade the peninsula. She had said that if he was left alive and imprisoned in the afterlife, those fools would shout that it would damage the prestige of the peninsula. Dandiak looked at her. She thought that at least there was some way to settle everything. Puck came up from behind. He lives in his hands behind his back. I said that he would give them this way. John B. looked at her master. The protagonist passed by the stands. Someone asked if he was not very weakened after this incident, and was not treated. He replied that how could he be absent when they discussed the affairs that happened in his country. A man with a beard sat on a chair and said that it was against the laws to interfere with an immortal gathering that had already begun. The guy looked ahead and replied that it seemed that they had forgotten, but the Eastern Sea was also a full-fledged state. He looked at the man angrily and added that the country where this guy had made a mess of him, and the one who had fought him in a duel was also him. The main character stood with his hands behind his back and said that why the fate of this intruder is being discussed on the peninsula. That's what he does not understand. Is it said with the laws of the world of immortals to appropriate criminals from foreign lands? The man with the beard bared his teeth at him. He walked by and said that well, since he had managed to sneak into the peninsula disguised as Beowulf, he was ready to understand why they were discussing it. The guy looked somewhere in the distance, and concluded that this was all. He stood in the middle of the podium, and shouted that the fate of Modi, the son of Thor, was in his hands. The crowd looked at each other. The girl smiled slightly. Paradajai came up behind Puck and said that she had just occupied a corner of the palace of the 8 immortals, and arrogance was already up to heaven. She gave him an arrogant look and added that he was right because he was ready to take full responsibility for his own decision. The princess narrowed her eyes at him. The guy turned to her. She asked what innovative solution he would use so that the peninsula would not suffer and preserve its dignity. The young man smiled slightly. He kept his head turned and replied that he would send Modi the son of Thor back to the northwest, but would divulge all his deeds through the organs of the messengers of the immortals. Park stretched out his hand and said that he did not know if there were any among the participants in today's gathering of immortals who were in the know, but for now, Modi, the son of Thor, under Beowulf's personal search, had rummaged everywhere in search of him and had violated the space of the messengers. The guy looked ahead and added that these records were full in the chronicles of their messengers. They knew about it. The guy was standing among those present. Someone said that this happened. Among them there are almost no those who are versed in the news of the messengers. Puck stretched out his hand and replied that since his deeds were already known, he would divulge who this Beowulf really was, how he had invaded his domain. The princess stood behind him, who added that then the northwest, even if they returned Modi, would have to punish him without hiding his guilt. It was not easy for them to go beyond the boundaries that the messengers had established. The girl smiled slightly. She raised her hand and replied that this was indeed a peaceful exit. The immortals of the northwest would be looking back at the heralds, punishing him. Paradajai approached him and asked him what he thought would go as smoothly as he said, even if the messengers found out about the deeds of the immortals, what would it change? She glanced at Puck out of the corner of her eye and noted that messengers were only those who were supposed to worship and exalt the immortals, unless a tiger noticed the swarming of ants. The girl raised her hand and said that it was not to pay attention to the deeds of the messengers, but to show what happens to those who break the laws. As an example, it is best to drag this criminal to the afterlife and find him suffering until the end of his measured time. The boy was on his knees in the middle of the arena, and she added that no matter how high the Sonan's reputation was, the law was the law. Would it be wrong to clearly show the immortal world what happened to violators? The two men looked at each other, one saying that as expected of Mojishina, even in front of the dragon that killed Oken, she didn't blink and said her opinion. People were sitting in the stands. Someone said that she was right. Why should they look back at the messengers? And it was true that they should judge according to the laws. Every word of Mujison was the truth. The princess smiled slightly. Puck looked at her and thought that she had outplayed him, that she did not deviate from his expectations by a hair's breadth. The boy smiled and said that Mujishina was not Mujisina. What difference did it make if she was exalted when her eyes were full of greed and she turned out to be a creature even lower than the messengers? He looked at her and asked why he would drag him to the afterlife. Because he had a powerful inner energy and was good for fertilizer for her flower garden. A drop of sweat slid down the girl's cheek. The protagonist grinned slyly and noted how easily she made him get into trouble for attention. They stood in front of each other. The princess looked at him and asked him again about the secret flower garden. She knitted her brows and wondered if he had sniffed out that she had been given land in the afterlife. And no matter how he knew, there was no proof, so let him not cling in vain. Park kept his hands behind his back, and she added that yes, she could enter the Siakon flower garden in the afterlife, but she had something to do with the criminal's imprisonment there. She brought her hand to her mouth and added that he was trying to relate it to this, just because of the mention of the afterlife. There were people sitting on the podium, one saying that it seemed that the fish that lived only in the water, having got a place, imagined itself immortal among people, and that it was a pity for its efforts to study the laws of the world of immortals. But the judgment of the Dragon King was empty fantasy. The girl brought her hand to her mouth. Two people jumped out behind her. An opponent was flying at Puck. He said that this fish should be gagged, which desecrates the sacred assembly of immortals. The guy stood calmly on the steps. People in the stands began to fuss. The bearded man looked at the princess and said that Mojason, how dare she demonstrate strength at the meeting of immortals, had not yet decided that he would be imprisoned in the afterlife. The girl looked at him and replied that then let the one who has a better idea open his mouth. The man bared his teeth. Paradajai put her hand to her face and told them to look at it. They didn't like it. It was not good to talk alone, but someone who was able to express his opinion clearly. She narrowed her eyes. Puck was standing on the steps in front of her. She said that they would kick out the intruder and begin a thorough discussion. John B. jumped up from the podium and remarked that he was a mad scoundrel. The protagonist went downstairs and said that it seemed that Mujison thought he was talking idly. He raised his hand and asked if she knew the saying that she walks among the commemorations. The guy curled his fingers. He held out a wooden plank and said that until you had listened to the man to the end, you would not understand him. He held it out above him. Someone asked if it was his son Hughes Vifi. The princess looked at him in shock and asked how he got her. The guy narrowed his eyes. The guy stood up from the podium and said that Hyuk Taegun, the son of Mujishin Paradajai, should answer his questions in detail. The veins on his face were swollen. He asked what Mujishin Paradajai was up to in the afterlife. The young man raised his hand to his face and replied that his mother was Queen Ogaguk. She looked at the servants flying above her and said what they were worth. She needed to shut her brother's mouth. The blonde guy grabbed his face with his hand. His brother asked him to wake up. He jumped up in front of him. The guy stuck out his fingers on his hand. Another guy rushed to the rescue and shouted for his younger brother to be patient for a while. He stopped abruptly. The young man with the turquoise hair held out his hands in front of his comrade. He said that he would stop his brother, and he would rather deal with this Dragon King. The young man grabbed his friend. He looked at him and wheezed, which would make him break the spell he had cast. A black sphere began to form in the hand of the former. He added that he was already a master of the art of spirits. An explosion occurred above the princess. She looked up and said, "Oh, he's a scoundrel, what has he done?" Puck stood imperturbably in front of her. A wooden plank flew above his palm. John B. approached him and asked him what he was doing. He replied that yes, a little trick. The girl looked at him. The main character raised his hand and said that since she had revealed her name to him, he trusted her and cherished her. He stood in front of her and added that he had been looking forward to this moment. He turned to her and told her that he had spread a stage for her, so let her give vent to the madness that had held her back for so long. The girl looked at him in bewilderment. She smiled slightly. John B. clenched her hand into a fist and replied that it was fine. She rubbed her fist and noted how long she had been waiting for this moment. The girl jumped abruptly off the ground. She flew over the princess and said that Paradagi was a cursed creature. She barely managed to dodge. The girl smirked and said that they had something to talk about after all these years of silence. The princess covered her face with her hand. She soared into the sky and said that she was being deceived by this Dragon King. She put her hand to her heart and added that she should return to her. She would grant her any wish. John B. smiled slightly. She approached the princess and asked what she was saying that the Dragon King had deceived her. The girl gritted her teeth in anger and said that it was she, the creature, who was vilely stabbing her in the back. She jumped abruptly to the princess and added that she liked that she had been dragging behind her all these years, where she was dragging her. John B. waved her hand to strike and said that now she would hit her on the back of the head so hard that he would dent, so let her grit her teeth. John B., flying into the air, asked Paradagi if she liked the fact that she followed her all these years, wherever she was drawn. Yellow-eyed, raising her fist with a smile, declares that she will hit the back of the head so hard that it will dent, then warns him to grit his teeth. Girls soar above the crumbling earth. John B. is about to punch his fist. Paradagi dodges his opponent's blow. The black-haired woman, looking at the modernly dressed woman, asks to listen to her. The girl in the turtleneck, watching her, asks if she really thinks that she will listen to her. John B., clenching his fist and teeth, claims to know everything Paradagi has done, as well as who really broke her Yosui, and why she did it. The black-haired woman makes a surprised face. She, opening her mouth, tells her that he did find out. John B. looks up. The girl in the kimono declares that so much the better. Black energy swirls around Paradagi and she tells her that breaking her and making her puppet will be the best way to keep her close. The black-haired woman takes out a rod with bells. Lifting the object above herself, she summons an invincible warrior. A dark pattern appears. Someone's hand came out of print. A dark-haired man with glowing eyes appears above Paradagi. John B., smiling with a clenched fist, tells her that both Modi and Modi are scoundrels, then adds that they are all, for some reason, eager to get her. Yellow-eyed makes a piercing look and talks about arrogance about being broken. She pushes off the ground, talking about the connection with Paradagi. A girl with a piercing, flying at a huge summon man, declares that today everything will come to an end. A young warrior raises her fist in front of him. John B. takes a punch. A huge man with glowing eyes blocks the attack with his palms. Yellow-eyed, forming a pink object above her right palm, claims that she knew so. She clenches her fist. John B., with both arms crossed together, shouts belligerently. The brown-haired woman strikes a vertical blow at a huge man. A guy in a kimono, watching the fight of women, calls out to his mother. He opens his mouth in confusion and says that he needs to help his mother immediately. A white-haired man kicks him in midair. A man with dark blue hair, fighting off the attacks, asks his younger brother to wake up. A guy with earrings, making a frightened face, swears aloud that he does not listen to him, then asks what he should do. Black stripes stretch from the white-haired warrior to the main character. Puck holds a red object in his hands. The man in the kimono says that it is a cursed dragon's claw. The guy with the earrings, continuing to defend himself from the attacks, loudly declares to his brothers that he will hold the younger one while they have to finish off the vile Dragon King who is manipulating him. The hero, grinning under the mask, mockingly asks if they really think that since he controls their brother, he will not be able to stop them all. Green vines bind two men. Puck, approaching them, states that they and their mother underestimated him too much. A guy in earrings is tied on his knees. The hero claims that looking at how he leads their brother by the strings, it would be time for them to tremble with fear. The protagonist puts his right hand on the shoulder of the white-haired warrior and asks the blue-haired one if he should be tamed in the same way. A guy in earrings makes a frightened face. Puck, looking down at him, declares that if he does not want such a fate, then let him sit quietly and wait. In response, the tied-up swears aloud. The hero, looking into the distance, thinks that he has pinned down Paradagi's sons, so he can relax and wait for Mrs. John B. to force her to submit. The protagonist watches the fight between a girl and a huge man. The summoned unit raises its fist with a purple glow. He releases black energy from his palm directly into the brown-haired woman. It slides on the ground from the impact. Yellow-eyed, crouching, says that she is already tired, then adds that it is time to wrap up. A girl in a jump raises her leg above her head. She opens her mouth furiously and yells at the dark man to go away. G&B kicks the creature vertically. It hits the ground from the attack. Paradagi makes a frightened look. She watches the girl hovering in the air. The brown-haired woman shrill observes the woman. She calls her name. Yellow-eye, hanging above the ground, asks her why she did this. John Bai examines her eyes and wonders why she broke her and brought her to such a state. Paradagi stares at her silently. She, leaning her palm to her chest, tries to answer her. The woman, holding her head up, states that she just wanted her to be with her. The black-haired woman, her eyelids wide open, explains that she only wanted to crush this unjust world with her and stand on top of it. John B., opening his mouth, replies that he does not want this world to collapse. Floating in the air, she says that although she has lived in hardship and betrayal, she is not so heartbroken as to kill her relatives, after which she adds that she is not so full of hatred as to take this place. Paradagi watches the girl, who states that they are not alike. The brown-haired woman, making a serious face, repeats that they are completely different, then demands not to look at her as her reflection. The black-haired woman stands on the ground in front of the floating John B. Park takes a step. The woman asks the girl in the piercing for something. The guy repeats Paradiga's words that she wanted to stand on top of the world, then states that his guesses were confirmed. The hero, standing with his arms crossed behind his back, claims that once, as the ruler of Beach, he descended to the afterlife on a matter inherited from his ancestors, after which he continues that he learned something amazing there. He raises his left hand and says that all the Sun-ins here know that musician no longer receives recognition for new flowers from the Siakon garden. The hero points a finger at Paradagi and declares that she is a villain who has planned to create another garden in the afterlife, then adds that he found out that she even bargained for some of the lands from some lords of the afterlife, after which he asks what will happen if the mythical guardian, the keeper of flowers, finds out about this. The woman, looking up at the guy, asks what difference it makes that she wants to create a new garden, and then adds that she is just using the lands of the afterlife that were given to her, and asks what the trouble is. The protagonist, watching her through a mask, says that if it were an ordinary flower garden, then no one would say a word. Raising his hand, he loudly asks the audience why only the chosen ones are allowed into the Siakon garden, and claims that there is no one here who does not know its value, where flowers grow, which become spiritual elixirs and treasures. The guide turns to the stands and declares that the immortal, who has lost the recognition of such a valuable garden, is creating a new one, which is a serious offense. The old man with the black beard crosses his arms and says that musician's plan is a felony, before going on to say that the flowers Paradagi can pick are still needed by the immortals and besides, she can't get them. The man in the blue kimono next to him wonders that she could just be set free when they clearly saw her inciting them for her own gain. The black-haired woman, looking at the podium with people, is amazed that they dare to judge her. She presses her palm to her chest and loudly declares that she is one of the three great spirits, then adds that this is an insult to Olgaguk. Paradagi, standing in front of the crowd, claims that there are only words that she started a new flower garden in the afterlife, and adds that there is no evidence of this. A man approaches the hero from behind. Dan, looking at the black-haired woman, wonders if she will be able to answer for her words. He, being next to the protagonist, says that she is too careless, thinking that the afterlife is inaccessible to the Sonin, and then adds that there is one here who can go there and talk to the lords of the afterlife. Paradagi puts his sleeve to his mouth and wonders aloud that Dan himself is taking on the investigation, and asks if he has too much free time. The bearded man, watching her, replies that this is a chance to drop the charges against Queen Mother Olgaguk, and says that he must do such a little. He turns to the group of people and loudly declares that he will take charge of Olgaguk and Paradagi herself for the time being, then adds that if she is pure, that he will release her. However, if the Dragon King is right, then he will use the woman to take control of the Siakon garden into his own hands. The man with the beard looks at the many people. He tells the woman that, like an old comrade who shared a place with her among the three great spirits, he asks to be allowed to settle it in his own way. The two men discuss the fact that Dan himself said it. Paradagi bites his lip, calling him impudent. She points her finger furiously and asks what right he has to mock her and her country, after which she asks loudly that he really thinks that her country will become his plaything. Dan looks back at Puck, who says that he understands what he is talking about. The hero takes out a white object. In his hands there is a seal. The black-haired woman wonders where he got it from. The guy tosses the thing in front of her, and claims that he took it a long time ago, in the Sonin battle in Shinxi. The protagonist smiles and wonders why he would entrust such a valuable object to his son. Paradagi makes a startled look and remembers something. She lowers her head and says that this cannot be. The woman jumps at Puck with her arm outstretched and demands that he return the seal. The hero smiles with a glowing white object in his hand. He stops the black-haired woman with a snow-white pattern on his palm. The girl is surrounded by a bright symbol with lightning. She makes a furious face and declares that this should not happen. The hero stands in front of the prisoner. She claims that this is impossible. The protagonist, giving the seal to Dan, explains that Paradagi is finished. The guy reaches for the red stone on his ear and says that there is only one left. Puck summons a heavy weapon near him. A huge hammer appears with a severed arm. The woman says in surprise that it is Mjolnir. The guy grabs the sledgehammer by the severed limb and states that Mjolnir Modi took it for himself, after which he adds that he did not have time to mention it, as Mujison interrupted him all the time. The protagonist picks up the object and claims that he offered to send Modi back. The hero jumps down from the podium. Approaching the man lying in the rubble, he tells him that letting him go just like that will not benefit the reputation of Sangi of the peninsula. The guy takes a blade out of the stone on his ear. The protagonist makes many strokes of the blade on the blonde. Janbai stands next to many people. They are all surprised by Park's action. The hero turns to the yellow-eyed woman and asks if she has a salsali flower. The girl, putting her hand into a red bag, says that she understands what the guy is getting at. A masked warrior catches a yellow plant and reveals that he has a suggestion. He brings the flower to his face and declares that he needs to send Modi to the blonde in the northwest, as if he did not receive a scratch. Modi's body is restored. Park explains that if they want to return his soul, they must pay a ransom, after which he adds that then the human world, knowing that the peninsula returned him to the northwest, will admire their greatness. The guy stands over the blonde man and says that, of course, there are spiritual elixirs or spells like the salsali flower in the west, but then adds that, as everyone knows, such powerful things are not so easy to get. A lot of people look at the protagonist, who explains that in the end, the northwest will either accept the loss, or bow its head in front of the peninsula. Someone from the crowd says that the plan turned out to be much more cunning. The hero, standing with a sword in his hand, reflects that even if Paradajai, who can get the flower of life, tries to get out of it and make a deal with the northwest, she will never succeed. Modi is reflected in the blade of a smiling guy. Park remembers to himself that he shoved all the soul of the blonde right into the cursed sword. A modern bright room appears. The dungeon of the Palace of Star Salutation. The hero is sitting on the sofa next to the sword on the table. Holding his arms crossed, he thinks of the two people who flashed before his eyes as he walked out of the immortal gathering. The protagonist shifts his gaze to the two girls, thinking that he understood from their appearance the intention to talk, and added that this is why he rented this underground shelter in a hurry. As the two twins stand next to each other, Park realizes to himself that they must be Choi's sisters. Calling a wooden case over his palms, he reflects on the fact that it is unlikely that they have come to chew on what they have already decided at today's meeting. The guy holds a closed case in his hands and tells about himself that, most likely, it's about the casket that was once given to him. The hero looks up in surprise. Someone thanks him for his work. A dark female figure stands in front of him. He explains that he is a maiden, then adds that she didn't think he would respond so quickly. The girl opens her mouth, after which she asks to introduce herself for the first time. The long-haired lady puts her hand to her chest and states that she has recently taken a new place among the three great spirits, after which she claims to be the youngest of Choi's sisters and says that her name is Raon. She, standing in front of the guy, says that usually people are horrified when they see a half-demon like her, to which he replies that he has seen everything in his lifetime. Puck makes a surprised face and asks the girl what business led her to him. She hides a smile behind her hand and declares that he is slyly pretending to be a simpleton. Ryan gives the protagonist a piercing look and asks if they haven't been dodging it for so long, then adds that it's not the most honorable thing to do. The guy looks at the girl in amazement with a question in his head from the fact that he received something. A wooden case is lying on the table. Puck assumes that the conversation is about this subject. Standing in front of the interlocutor, he explains that there is always a price for a causeless gift, and therefore did not open the seal, after which he offers to directly say what Ryan needs, to which Ryan says that the Dragon Lord did not deliberately evade the sister's answer. The old man covers his face with his hand next to the two men in front of a burning pile of books. The long-haired girl tells that 1400 years ago, the famous scientist, Paektagon, and 3 others gathered to create a divine mechanism, then adds that, however, their strength was not enough, and the great work remained unfinished. Ryong puts his hands to his chest, asking him to lend him his power to the Dragon Lord. She, looking into the eyes of the hero, declares that with him they will be able to complete the divine mechanism without flaws. The protagonist takes a serious look with the idea that this mechanism has been left unfinished. The girl smiles. The guy says to himself that he doesn't know what it is, then adds that she seems to think that if he became Chanji Kanja, he learned something from Baektagon that she needs. Longhair opens her mouth happily and asks if Mr. Dragon understands that this is not just a whim of the sisters. A masked warrior watches Raon. She declares that if Kiamseongdi is completely completed, that his name will reverberate through the ages. The guy mentally remembers the name of the mechanism. A woman with a crown stands in front of a huge white tower. The protagonist mentally remembers that this is Siendik of Silla created by the Empress, then adds that it is the world's first astronomical observatory. Ryong lowers her eyes with a sleeve to her mouth and claims that she is ashamed to admit something. She gets very close to the hero and reveals that she found out that he taught the arrogant guardian of the City of Gods a lesson, as well as his exploits after she continues that since then, without knowing when, the Dragon Lord has taken a place in her heart. The girl hugs Puck, who asks him to stop, to which she asks him to be with her. The protagonist blushes and awkwardly tries to tell Ryan. She clings to the guy's chest, after which she asks him to complete the divine mechanism together for her. The girl continues to lean against the hero. Smiling, he says to himself that he can try, noting that he is very happy. Puck, looking into the eyes of the lady, agrees, who in turn calls him Mr. Dragon. They come together for a kiss. The guy stops, the sentient sword on his belt, is amazed at the way the warrior behaves, and then demands that he stop talking nonsense. The weapon hangs on the protagonist's belt. It claims to have been bewitched by a spell. Puck takes a step back. He draws the blade from its scabbard. The guy points the blade to the girl's throat. She asks in surprise how he figured it out. He points his gun at Ryong and replies that he understood her actions just now, then adds that she gave him another reason not to help. The hero, opening his mouth wide, loudly declares that he is disappointed in her. Longhair makes a frightened face and claims that she has no words of excuse for this mistake in front of the Dragon Lord. The lady, clenching her fist, asks to understand that this was her own act, and her sister has nothing to do with it. The girl's palm shakes. She claims that her sister sincerely wanted to treat him with respect. Park wonders if she knows that these words no longer mean anything. Ryong's chin trembles over the blade. The guy says he can't just take and stab her. The woman opens her tearful eyes wide. The hero reminds how he treated the one who was killed by Modi. The warrior looks carefully at the long-haired woman. She replies that if so, then it is better for her. The protagonist says that she has no right to choose. He cuts the blade through the girl's black hair. She clutches her head with a scream, the weapon surprised by Puck's action. The guy, lifting his locks, says that the sword that cut souls took away Ryong's ability to grow hair, then adds that she used her hair to create illusions, so he cut off that power as well. He lifts the strand in front of him and declares that he will take it for himself. The girl loudly calls him Mr. Dragon. She, crying, holding her head, says that she looks shameful. Tears run down her face. She claims that it is worse than death. Ryong kneels in front of Park and asks to cut off her head, who replies that for the sake of honor, he forces him to spill her blood. The girl grabs the protagonist's legs and explains that without hair she will not be able to create illusions. The guy, standing in front of the disgraced woman, is interested in the fact that her tricks really come from her hair. She, in turn, begs for mercy. The hero lifts part of the curls and talks about 50 strands. He, holding a lock, asks if this is enough to hide the circumcised head with illusions. Ryo looks up in surprise. The protagonist states that he is not going to give them away just like that, then asks him to choose one of the two. Disgraced cries. The guy explains that the first option is to go to her sister with her head as it is. She loudly chooses the second, then adds that she is ready to do anything, but only if her hair is returned. The girl clutches Pack's clothes. He says that he didn't even tell her about the second choice. She replies that she will choose another option and pay any price. The hero grinned. He takes out a white pill and demands to swallow it. Ryong agrees. She puts a white object in her mouth. The disgraced one closes her eyes above the water with the reflection of her eyes. The protagonist, standing in front of the woman, demands her to leave, to which she is surprised aloud that this is all. The warrior throws her a lock of hair, and wonders aloud that she is asking for an even higher price, and then says that she must get out of here before he changes his mind. Ryong disappears into white smoke, saying that he will never forget this mercy. Puck folds the dark locks into a red pouch, and tells me aloud that the rest can be put aside for now. He takes out his fan with a smile, thinks about the need to find out about the astronomical observatory, then adds to himself that he just knows one person who should be aware. The protagonist is hovering in front of the green landscape of the forest. He, shifting his gaze, says that an acquaintance is somewhere here. Chiol shouts to stop. The dark dragon opens its mouth and calls names. Bogasari and he pour water on him. He asks him to stop. Puck thinks to himself that this guy knows for sure about the observatory. A huge blue cat and a white elephant open their mouths with smiles. They surround Cole. The warrior notes aloud what fun they have here. The black and red beast asks him for help and remembers aloud the promise. The hero raises his head to him and asks if he knows anything about Kiamseongi. He asks again in surprise. The dragon bows to the old man. The protagonist thinks to himself that Chiol is the elder of Herrick and Kanbei, which means he was a servant who served the old Baektagon. The yellow-eyed beast makes a smirk. The guy notes to himself that he should know that the observatory is from a different point of view. The dragon asks about the topic of conversation. Park crosses his arms and explains that the case is old, so he does not remember the details. But he tries to remember, then adds that he would not like to keep such a fool as a servant. Bogasari sits over Chiol's eye. The yellow-eyed beast replies that he knows about it, since he has been working on this case for a very long time. Heat smacks the dragon with his tail with a smile. Chiol makes a furious face, and loudly demands that the blue cat and the white elephant stop, after which he calls them names and tells them to leave. They make upset faces. The protagonist asks the red dark beast to be light on his tongue, to which he apologizes. The warrior and the long-haired guy are sitting in the gazebo. Holding a bowl of liquid, he asks Park about Herrick and can be giving him this thing, to which the hero asks him to tell about Kiamseongi. The masked swordsman, looking at his interlocutor, wonders if this is not just an ordinary stone tower. The dragon lowers his eyes and declares that it looks like so, but in fact it is not. The men sit in the center of the gazebo. Chol states that Seondik had her own reasons for building the observatory. Park clarifies that it is the Queen of Silla. The beast in human form agrees, then adds that it is a long story. A woman stands behind a figure with a crown. The dragon explains that Seondeek had not yet ascended the throne, then adds that, as the king's daughter, she was just a girl, with no chance of the throne. A lady in dirty clothes stands in front of the lake. Cheol explains that because of one incident, she went on a long and dangerous journey to the north. Seondeek knelt in front of the water and says that she has come to deliver a message to the Dragon Lord of Mount Pitu. The old man is standing inside the room with his hands behind his back. The red-haired narrator explains that the elder thought that everything would somehow sort itself out, so he did not pay much attention, after which he added that the girl did not sleep or eat for 3 days and 3 nights, but only sobbed out loud. An elderly man appears from under the water and asks the woman why she is crying. Cheol said that Paektugan appeared in front of her. The lady, weeping, tells the old man about the maiden and the dragon of Mount Pitu. She collapses with words about greeting. A woman lies on the ground. A beast in human form says that Seondeek bowed low and immediately collapsed unconscious. The elderly man looks at her silently. Cheol notes that he decided to shelter the girl. Park, sitting opposite the dragon, asks when the conversation about Seongdi will begin, to which the red-haired man replies that he has already warned that the story will be long. The protagonist picks up a red and white object. The long-haired man talks awkwardly about the reasons for leaving. 3 women stand in front of a large man in yellow robes. Cheol explains that at that time, the emperor sent 3 women to Silla, each wearing a delicate outfit with embroidered red, purple and white peonies, then added that they were nicknamed the 3 peonies. A man with a crown on his head sits in front of 3 ladies. The red-haired narrator explains that the king gladly accepted these 3 sisters as a gift from the emperor, then adds that he made them concubines. 3 girls move pieces of stone. Cheol says that they, each in her own way, bewitched the king and split the country, after which he adds about the cunningly sown discord within state affairs. Seondeek hides behind a pillar from her concubines, and the beast in human form explains that she knew a crisis was brewing, but adds that she didn't have the strength to handle it. The lady kneels before the old man. The red-haired dragon tells that she went to Paektugan, a rare guardian of perfect neutrality in the world of immortals. The elderly man, looking behind his back, says that he is sorry, but he cannot help directly. The woman twitches her whole body. The man declares that although he rules only a small pond on the mountain, he is still the Dragon King. He shifts his gaze and says that if he openly intervenes and solves her father's problems, it will lead to even greater consequences. Paektugan, looking at Cheol, claims that he can send an assistant, to which he is amazed aloud. The dragon hovers around the black-haired girl. The red-haired narrator explains that thanks to his help, Seondeek dealt with her troubles and ascended the throne as a queen. Many people stand behind the woman with the crown. Cheol explains that not only the Tang dynasty, but also Goguryeo, with the support of the forces of the world of immortals, plotted and intrigues. The queen, standing next to the dragon, asks him about the injustice. The yellow-eyed beast looks at the girl. She replies that in the end they are all people. Turning her gaze to the monster, she declares that the Tang emperor keeps the immortals in his hands and uses them as he wishes, after which she adds that why don't they also master the power of immortal magic, and wonders if they don't need something with which they can protect themselves with their own powers. The protagonist and a dragon in human form sit against the background of a huge white stone tower. Cheol tells him that Seondeek invented an interceptor tower to protect against enemies called Seongdi. The red-haired man looks down and says that they have begun to build it. He, making a displeased face, swears and talks about some person. Puck, sitting with a mask on his face, asks about the fact that the plan was thwarted. Cheol, clenching his fist, agrees. The silhouette of a man stands in front of an old man and a girl in red. The dragon reveals that a Taoist from Old Kai with the surname Choi has joined, then adds that, contrary to what the hero thinks, it was not himself, but his ancestor. The silhouette of a man points his finger at the old man in a book. The red-haired narrator explains that Paektugan was delighted with the man's intelligence, then added that he and others had developed an observatory that collected the heat of the stars. An image of a white tower appeared, and Cheol says that finally, the completed Seongdi stood on the lands of the Choi family, near Mount Gaia, where the Heinsa temple now stands. The silhouette of a man stands behind a multitude of people. The longer man explains that on the day when Seongdi was supposed to earn money, the Taoist Choi did not appear, and instead of him, Sun-ins from Zhongyuan appeared on the mountain. The stone building collapses. The red-haired guy says that they destroyed the tower. Chul hovers around a screaming Seondeek. The dragon declares that he has protected her. The girl cries and screams. The old man attacks many people. The longer narrator explains that Paektugan fought a horde of immortals, but in the end, the entire area of the mountain was wiped off the face of the earth in that battle. A bowl of water is on the table. Park asks about the betrayal of the Taoist. The red-haired guy replies that it is obvious. The dragon makes an angry face and says that Tokman and Senior put their hearts and souls into sheltering the observatory. The girl picks up the wreckage. Chul continues that in the end she has nothing left, then adds that a fortune of the treasury was spent on preparing for the construction of one tower. Sandak tearfully clutches the stones to his chest. The long-haired man lowers his head and declares the creation of at least one star pearl. Puck, looking at him, asks about this subject. A red sphere flies against the background of a white tower. Cheol explains that it is also called a fire pearl, then adds that it is a magical artifact in the shape of a ball, and then asks to imagine that this is the fuel that Kiamsiandi creates from stellar energy. The first is to absorb the energy of the stars, the second is to collect this energy and create a pearl from it. The hero takes out a casket and asks that even this pearl was not created. The long-haired guy, lowering his eyes, declares that Sleephawk was languishing from illness. The protagonist places a wooden object on the table. He opens the case in front of Chiol, who says that in order to create one, you had to absorb starlight every night. Park, showing a red sphere, reveals that Queen Siandik has dedicated the rest of her life to it. The protagonist walked forward. The hero turned back sharply. The red-haired guy looked at the ball in his hands. Pik-2, looking at the object in his hands, said that after Kangchiol's words, it would be worth taking a look at the wooden casket that the Choi sisters had left. The guy opened the box. After examining the letters in the box, Pik-2 asked if it was really a project. Looking at the notebook, the protagonist said that the star pearl was not at all as simple as he thought. An image of a monster appeared and the young man explained that it itself was not just a repository of part of the stellar energy, but a whole star that helped the Emugi create the Yuju pearl in its body. The red-haired guy looked at the ball in his hands and the narrator described it as a priceless treasure that breathes external energy and is charged with it, where the Emugi is a mythical serpent that aspires to become a dragon, and Yuju is the pearl of desires, a symbol of the power and transformation of the dragon. Turning his back on the hero, Pik-2 asked why Kiamsiangdi created the star pearl after all. Chiol, looking down at his hands, said that Tokman had disturbed him. Clutching the artifact in his hand, the hero noted that Zuin Orixing and those Choi rats knew how to create great things, where Zuin Orixing was the master foreman. Menacingly baring his teeth, Chol said that Tokman did not possess such qualities. The heroes looked at the stone structure and the guy explained that the idea to create the weapon belonged to Tokman and Choi, and it was she who dragged him into this business, and wondered if Tokman would be able to use the weapon according to his plan, even if it was completed. The monster looked at the dark figures of the Magi and Chol said that he was worried that all those dark horses from the Choi family might abuse their weapons later. Turning his head to the side, Pik-2 asked again if it was them, and Chol confirmed his role. The monster approached the guy and the young man said that he had begged Zhuing Orixing over and over again, and he had to talk thankless nonsense about not wanting to become a dragon anymore. Looking back, Pik-2 began by asking what he was doing with Queen Siandik. Chiol, looking at the artifact in his hands, confirmed that it was so, and admitted that he wanted to become a weapon for that girl. An image of an old man and a monster appeared, and a hero with red hair reported that Gangchul had sacrificed himself, and Paektugan granted his wish. Paektugan interrupted Kangchul's training to ascend into dragons, where Kangchul, a servant of Paektugan, devoted himself to the mission, and Paektugan is the lord of Pik-2, the mythical Mount Pik-2. The ball was lying on a velvet pillow and the narrator continued that he planned to turn Kangchul into something other than a dragon, and so the idea of the star pearl was born. The huge monster opened its mouth and the guy said that the treasure would be the new pearl of Yuju for Gangchul, and the Emugi, who had mastered the art of Ma Chion and almost became a dragon, carved his dantian and absorbed the star pearl, and this was the second completion of Kiamsiandi's plan. Tilting his head down, Pik-2 exclaimed that he now understood why Chiol, being an Emugi, had become a creature of fire. Sitting with his back to his interlocutor, the young man asked when Chiol had remade his body using a secret technique other than the star pearl, and he said that after Kiamsiandi was destroyed and the world of immortals cut him off from Tokman, he began to search for the source. Furrowing his brows menacingly, the young man finished by looking for a source of fire to replace the star pearl. The monster's eye flashed in the darkness, and Chiol said that he had searched all of Zhongyuan and obtained one of Zhu Qiao's eye, but it was not enough. The monster rushed down, and the guy stated that he was too weak to replace the star pearl and paid his price. Tilting his head down, Chiol said that with this star pearl, he would be able to gain the power he dreamed of. After all, it was an art that the sergeant major had redone and perfected over and over again. Looking angrily at the red artifact, the young man said that there were problems. Placing the artifact on a velvet pillow, Chiol ordered Pik-2 to take it. Indignantly getting up from his seat, the protagonist shouted that this was a stupid act. The hero turned his head and asked Pik-2 if Chiol would now say that he was not worthy to take the star pearl. Replied that why not. Sitting inside the gazebo, the guy said that that girl had been dead for a long time, and he was no longer the stupid snot who chatted without understanding anything. The protagonist looked at the interlocutor and asked if he was no longer a snot. Looking at his friend, Pik-2 added that if Chol wanted to be swaggering, he should be at least a little consistent. Swinging his fist, Chol asked again if he had said everything he wanted. Swinging at the blow, Pik-2 asked where he was going. The warrior flew back. Looking forward in fury, Chol hissed that Pik-2 was a damned old bastard. The guy took the artifact in his hands. Approaching his comrade, the protagonist said that he had nowhere to put such a worthless vagabond who could not even collect himself. Stepping forward, the character said that he would give him one chance. Looking up at the protagonist, Chol exclaimed that he didn't need this chance. Holding the artifact in his hands, the protagonist suggested that if the guy did not want to, then perhaps he would give this star pearl to another Emugi. Throwing his hand up, the young man said that the star pearl now belonged to him, and wasn't he the one deciding how to use it? Widening his eyes, he yelled for the protagonist to wait. Tapping his hand on the ground, the hero agreed that he understood. The guy knelt down in front of the main character and said that from now on he would serve him as a master. The character bent down and stated that he would be loyal to the protagonist all his life. Holding the artifact in his hand, Pictu stated that it was fine, then they would not pull. He handed the artifact to his comrade. The guy was holding the artifact in his hands. The hero opened his mouth to the red ball. A girl appeared in front of the hero. The character handed her his artifact. Looking at the artifact, Sheol named it Tokman. A pillar of energy slammed into the ground. Swinging his fist, the protagonist suggested that we go get some air. Jipoy waved his weapon. The dragon's eye opened wide. The dragon disappeared into the portal. The monster flew over the city. Stroking the monster with her hand, Tokman exclaimed what happiness it was after all, she got to him. The monster flew under the moon and the heroine said that she was so afraid that he would not be able to take the star pearl, and Sheol thanked his beloved. An image of a crowd of heroes appeared, and the protagonist revealed that a ceremony was being held to send reinforcements to Japan to help the Japanese islands affected by the Great East Sea War, and that 9 of the best shonen of the peninsula had been selected through the Pictu competition. Everything happened on the day of the departure ceremony. People crowded on the pier. Kwok, throwing up his hand, announced that a warrior was joining this army of reinforcements. Tang looked at his interlocutor and replied that he knew that at the request of the Dragon King of the East Sea, one Takabe would join them. Looking ahead indignantly, Frog continued that they already knew, but they say that this Takabe is not just some petty spirit, and there are rumors about him. Turning his head away, Tang stated that he knew that he was at the level of Ji-sung, and he knew about it, where Ji-sung was the highest, 9th stage of immortal mastery, the peak of strength, and the guy grumbled that he just wanted to suck up to Tang Jin-cheon to earn points. The protagonist scratched his head and asked the gentleman to answer. Frog, pointing his finger at the latecomer, asked where he was wandering and why he had crawled just now. The passengers turned around and the hero shouted that he was the one who had nothing to do at the ceremony. He should have dragged himself and waited a long time ago. The protagonist scratched his head and told them to forgive him, because in his time it was different. Pictu looked up and the sword exclaimed that he loved such moments. The hero turned around and Frog begged that he had been wrong all along. The guy stood with his back to the characters and the sword explained that when a master who has reached the top, he quietly hides his power, and then bam, there is a reason, and he shows who is in charge here, and added that all these impudent people who showed off, once knock out, bang, and that's it, and the protagonist said that his friend would stop baking his fantasies, and asked if he was hooked on wuxia. Looking in the direction of the protagonist, Frog shouted that Puck could not hear him at all, and wasn't that enough? Turning his head back, the character exclaimed what it was. The hero looked ahead. The pumped-up guy, approaching the heroes, noticed that a little more and their younger comrade would cry here, and the young man asked if he really thought that he should interfere. Looking at the commander, the warrior said that the sacrifice before crossing the sea was not yet ready, to which the hero replied that if you pamper these thugs too much, they will begin to become impudent. The guy punched the opponent and the narrator explained that he was the most unusual of them, and added that without outstanding skills and influential background, it was unthinkable to qualify for the Pictu competition. The character raised his hand and the narrator continued that he unexpectedly passed the preliminary tests. In the final he got to the 16 strongest, showed an incredible fight and eventually became the winner. Directing his gaze at the dark-haired hero, the guy stated that as an older comrade, they should be lenient towards this guy. Tang, looking at the heroes from the sidelines, commanded everyone to be quiet and said that they would soon be sacrificing to the Dragon King of the East Sea for safe sailing. Looking at the protagonist in exasperation, the hero stated that he doubted whether the Dragon King would accept a sacrifice from someone like Pictu. Smiling, the young man replied that the Dragon King of the East Sea was himself. A dark-haired guy named Frog froze in place. Crossing his arms, the pumped-up warrior asked what difference it made that he swallowed more elixirs, and why he was so ruined. Looking at his friend, the protagonist said that he was grateful to his senior comrade, and he asked what to be grateful for. Turning his head towards the main character, the guy added that if one climbs to line up everyone, there must be another who will cover them, and then the balance is maintained. Holding out his hand, he asked what the name of their younger comrade was, and the character in the cap. The hero looked at the hand of the interlocutor, and he noted that Park Haniel is a great name. The unknown man, holding out his hand, called himself Uthuri. Looking at the monitor, the young man said that this guy is one of the leaders of Walbinden, where Walbinden is the Poor Rescue Party, a legendary group associated with Hong Gildong. The guy turned to the main character and said that he was fooling the starpers from the world of immortals. Looking at the screen in surprise, Pictu exclaimed that the leader of Valbinden was this Uthuri. There was a hero's face on the screen and the character explained that yes, apart from Hong Gildong, the hero seems to be the highest ranking of all the members of the Walbindang he has met, where Hong Gildong is the legendary Korean young man, the Korean Robin Hood, the leader of the Walbinden. Looking at his screen, the protagonist's comrade concluded that the guy was probably one of the founders, who stood at the origins of Walbinden from the very beginning. The protagonist furrowed his brows and added that this guy was from the same do as them. The guys stared at the screen and he noticed that then the legends that are circulating about him, of course, are not entirely true, and he is hiding something that's for sure, and explained that it can be said that Athuri is like the guy they know about, and asked if the protagonist understood what he was talking about. The guy looked at his interlocutor and thought that even Young Wuchi couldn't figure out why Athuri had joined the reinforcement army, and if he didn't interfere, then there was nothing to worry about. The girl, looking at the departing, wished them a safe return and brought gifts. The object fell into the water. There were many boxes floating underwater. The water splashed. The girl straightened up. The heroine leaned over and exclaimed that she was grateful for the mercy of the Dragon King. Looking ahead, the hero said thank you. The heroes were standing on the pier and the commander commanded that this was great. It was time to load. Throwing his hand up, Frog shouted that everyone was following him, because he felt like the pirate king himself, and added that he was going to leave. The heroes were standing on their ship. The man raised his head up. Throwing his head up, he worried that purple clouds should already be near the islands, but what a sinister feeling seized him. Looking at the shaking, the sailor exclaimed that something was happening and asked what it was. The water splashed, and the sailor asked if it was an earthquake in the sea. A monster appeared under the water, and the young man shouted that there was something in the sea. Frightened by the unknown, the sailor groaned in horror. The water burst into tears and the captain shouted that something was coming out, and ordered them to grab tighter. Looking at the creature, Frog exclaimed what it was. The monster rose above the ship, and the sailor shouted that it was a dragon. The monster opened its mouth, and the young man muttered what the hell it was. Looking at the creature, Park exclaimed that it was an alien Ayakashi god. Looking ahead in horror, the girl repeated that they were Ayakashi, and that it was said that he had been defeated at the cost of his life by 5 G-song level immortals from the islands, where Ayakashi is a Japanese yokai, a spirit or supernatural creature often associated with the sea. Falling to his knees, the old man exclaimed that it was all over and asked how they could deal with this monster. Directing his gaze to his comrade, Kwok said that he should not be embarrassed, because someone like Ayakashi was not their opponent, and the old man reminded them that they had some kind of plan, suggesting that they remember how they got here. The guy folded his hands together. The hero, looking up at the sky, shouted that he was asking the Dragon King to save them, and repeated that they were begging for salvation. Watching the situation, Park muttered what a hassle it was. Looking overboard, he said that he wanted to help, but now was not the time. The guy looked ahead and Park added that he first wanted to see what this leader Walbinden was capable of, and noted that Athuri was recognized by Hong Gildong himself. The hero, calling to the sky, shouted that they were turning to the Dragon King and begging him for help. On their knees, the sailors repeated that they were asking the Dragon King to save them. Crossing his arms, Kwok shouted that the Dragon King should hear him, because he, Kwok Jin Pyong, lived honestly, and asked to save him, and Park muttered that he was talking about honesty. The guy was looking overboard and the protagonist said that he was going to wait for Athuri to show himself, but there were too many spectators, and it was somehow uncomfortable. Looking away, Puck stated that there was nothing he could do, he would have to remove unnecessary glances. The guy tilted his head and the protagonist said that shouting would not help here. Spreading his hands to the sides, the protagonist asked if they had forgotten about the sacrifices and prayers at that rite, and added that the sacrifices and prayers were only for safe passage. Looking directly at the hero, the sailor muttered that this was definitely nonsense. Looking ahead, the sailor agreed that they did bring gifts for the sake of safe sailing, and even if trouble struck, the Dragon King was not obliged to help them out. Driving up to the protagonist, the hero exclaimed what to do now if a new ritual is not held right now, and the guy said that it was not about the ritual. Taking a bag out of his pocket, the protagonist added that the problem was in the gifts. The bag flew overboard and the young man shouted that it had happened. Directing his gaze overboard, the hero said that if the Dragon King saved his life, the guy dived into the water and shouted that he would devote the rest of his life to him, and the sailors shouted that he was going crazy and demanded to return. Looking into the water, Frog asked him if he really thought that the Dragon King would immediately save him if he promised gifts. A pillar of water soared from the water, and the sailor exclaimed that everyone should watch this as the sign of the Dragon King of the Eastern Sea. The protagonist flew upwards and the sailor shouted that the Dragon King of the East Sea had responded to their pleas. The sacks floated into the water, and Frog prayed that the Dragon King would accept his humble but sincere request. The sailors began to jump into the water. The monster jumped out of the water. Looking at the danger, the girl shouted that something was approaching and asked her to take care. The boat shattered. The hero flew to the side, and then shouted to the Dragon King to help him too. The girl waved her hand and exclaimed that he was the Dragon King. The guy was flying in a pillar of water. The warrior watched what was happening. Looking at the situation, Park stated that now there are no extra eyes. The guy was getting up from the wreckage and Park said that Athuri had to show what he was hiding, and he complained that there was not even time for an offering, and called it ridiculous bad luck. The monster opened his mouth and the guy asked if the sky had turned away from him. Furrowing his brows, he replied that it was good. The monster pounced on the enemy. Looking at the enemy, the young man said that they would try. The hero jumped on the enemy. Ayakashi, attacking, shouted menacingly. The guy struck the opponent. The character swung his fist at the monster. The guy was pierced by a blow from behind. The man turned his head. The monster began to wrap around the vine and the Ayakashi groaned. The man was lying on the grass. The guy looked ahead and noted that due to the dark energy of Ayakashi, it was almost impossible to grow plants, and added that Puck's light energy made it much easier. The vine wrapped around the monster's mouth. Standing on the platform, the young man declared that he would finish with Ayakashi. The character folded his hands together. The monster fell into the water. Athuri, looking at the Dragon King, exclaimed that such was the power of the Dragon King of the Eastern Sea. The pillars of water fell down. Looking down, the hero ordered him to tear up the Ayakashi. Vine made a monster. Blood gushed out of the enemy's carcass. The monster opened his eyes. The protagonist threw up his hand. The cloth flashed. Picto was levitating in the sky. The vine began to sparkle and the protagonist said that Mjolnir must crush the enemy. The monster opened its mouth. The body shattered into pieces. The water clashed back. Looking up, the blonde-haired guy said he hoped they didn't think his actions were unfair. As he approached the hero, Picto explained that although he had observed their danger, he had not intervened immediately, because the gifts they had brought before they sailed were only for safe passage. Tilting his head, the protagonist added that he had ascended the throne of the Dragon King less than a year ago, and if he began to make exceptions, succumbing to his feelings, he would soon no longer be able to rule the Dragon Palace. Directing his gaze at the hero, the guy muttered that it was unclear. Grinning, the main character said that, however, everything is not so simple. The warrior gritted his teeth angrily and the main character exclaimed that it was the first time he had seen such a monster. Looking at his opponent, he asked if he would continue to be silent, like a dumb man who had eaten too much honey. Bowing his head, he said that all he had to do was report to the meeting of the immortals, and he would be imprisoned in the pit. Throwing up his hand, he replied that if he wanted to, then it was good. Looking at the cup, the guy muttered what it was. The vine enveloped the hero's back. Frightened by the mechanism, Park exclaimed what was happening. Looking at his interlocutor, the young man said that this millstone could grind everything that was sandwiched between it, and added that once started, the millstone would not stop until it had crushed everything to the end. Looking at his friend, the guy asked if he knew anything about this millstone. Looking away, the warrior replied that he had heard something about it in the time of the Valbinden, and asked if Puck knew how to use it. The hero turned around and said that this millstone was very strange. Scratching his chin, he began to say that according to legend, this millstone turned seawater into salt, and went on to say that it was actually a boat capable of discerning the composition of things and decomposing them into pieces, and the last owner of it had made a whole salt mine, and added that that was why it was still called the millstone that spewed salt, and the protagonist exclaimed, "That is how it is." Directing his gaze to the main character, the interlocutor asked if Valbinden Pack had been pestering him lately. Looking ahead, the young man said that he was a little worried that Picto had been cut off by Valbinden's cash flow and that Hong Gildong had somehow fallen silent, and the protagonist asked if he had really cut off their money. An image of vegetation appeared and the hero said that the former Dragon King of the East Sea conducted experiments on people, and the victims of these experiments went to offerings through Hong Gildong, and in return, Hong Gildong received money for Valbinden. Scratching his chin, the protagonist revealed that he had taken the throne of the Dragon King, and there were no more reasons for offerings, so their cash flow had dried up. Throwing a finger up, the guy agreed that this was why Valbinden was sharpening his teeth on Puck. Looking at the enemy, Athuri asked how Picto thought his body would last between these millstones, and the protagonist added that it didn't matter how strong Park was. Levitating in front of his interlocutor, the guy clarified that it was true he did not grind millstones, but rather decomposed, and this was a more appropriate word. Looking at the enemy, the main character said that in order to lay something out with this millstone, you need to understand what it consists of, and pass it through this hole for testing. The guy showed the object in his hands. Opening his palm, the protagonist said that he had no intention of harming him. Looking ahead, he exclaimed what it was. Raising his hand, the main young man explained that you need to take a fee to save your life, because the gifts must be paid for. As he poured the objects into the millstones, Picto said that these 3 Sangoera cereals should be enough to reveal his comrade's essence. Looking at the protagonist, Athuri yelled at him to wait and not use his body, and asked if he would listen to his story. An image of martyrs appeared and the hero revealed that his mother was an immortal who had practiced in a worthy school for 100 years, but could not advance beyond the 3rd stage of Da Song, and realizing that she would not cross the next threshold and her life would soon fade away, she gave up the path of immortals. The family looked into the frame and the young man added that the mother decided to live the rest of her life as an ordinary person, tied the knot with a simple man, and conceived a child. The characters held the belly of the pregnant woman with their hands and he explained that by the will of fate, the child turned out to be not quite human. A picture of a child appeared and Athuri said that without the life force that a person should have, he was like a spirit woven only from light energy. The characters argued in the frame and the guy added that, in other words, he was a Quegel, a creature that goes beyond the laws of yin-yang and the 5 elements, and said that usually such a fruit would have been immediately removed, but a new, disgusting look appeared. People looked menacingly ahead and declared that it was undoubtedly breathing life, moreover, endowed with the priceless nature of extreme yang, and added that such a being should be called a spiritual treasure. Looking ahead, the man asked if it wasn't right for an immortal born with a celestial bone to absorb him, absorbing his energy without loss, and if it wasn't an unfair fate. The man stretched out his hand, and Ithuri said that there were many people who wanted to be overwhelmed by the same greed, and in an instant a kind of auction was arranged, and soon an influential figure in the world of immortals bought the child. The girl pressed the child to her chest, and the hero noted that, of course, neither the child himself, nor his mother, who was forced to sell her son, had the right to vote. The child was asleep, and the guy explained that the immortal who got Ithuri did not immediately absorb him, but simply carved tattoos in the form of wings on his armpits and put shackles. The man smirked, and the narrator added that through these tattoos, the immortal followed the hero's every move, waiting for the child to grow up to pick him up when the light energy reached its peak. The mother looked away, and he said that the price for the child was considerable, and after he grew up, he was to be devoured, and the rest was to be paid to the mother so that she could buy the elixir and start her life anew. The woman cried bitterly, and the young man stated that she loved her son. The girl turned around, and the guy said that then, like a miracle, life-saving help appeared, and the benefactor introduced himself as a monster like her. The heroes shook hands, and the narrator explained that, according to custom, the highest Kui meets the lower and once in a lifetime helps another Queggle survive in the world of immortals. There were bags of food on the table, and Ithuri said that the man had given his mother a bag of rice, soybeans, and red beans and told her how to save the child, at the cost of her own death, but the mother did not hesitate to accept the help. The boy stood in the frame, and the narrator noted that according to the man's instructions, the woman fried soy and sewed a raincoat for her son from it, and the wing tattoos that shackled the child lost their power. The heroes went forward. Mother and son were able to escape. There was a plate of rice on the table, and the hero reported that more than 10 years had passed. The child had become a young man and had grown old enough to understand and accept the last will of his mother. She took the soy from which the cloak was made to hide them, and molded it from it to create a new body. Shadows appeared in the cave, and the guy stated that soon the immortals found the cave where the mother and son were hiding. The girl swallowed the pill, and Ithuri said that after hearing the screams of the immortals, her mother swallowed the last soybean grain and cast the secret art spell that the man told her. Tears ran down her cheeks, and the narrator added that one seed, fraught with endless possibilities and secrets, gave her the strength to protect the child at the cost of the rest of her life. The immortal, stepping aside, shouted that the stubborn creature was too tenacious, and the guy said that it was only after a day and another half a day that her breath stopped. The body was lying, and the narrator noted that the owner of the child, along with other immortals, entered the cave where he was hiding, but there was no living boy there. The boy went into the forest, and the hero noted that the soul that was supposed to breathe there was already weeping in uncontrollable grief hundreds of li away. Continuing to cry, Ithuri said that he missed his mother, and the narrator added that the new body could not shed tears. The protagonist looked at the hero and realized that only now did he understand the fear that tormented him, and it was not the fear of death, but the feeling associated with Sinche Balbu Suji Byumo, the idea that the body received from parents is sacred. Looking at the hero, Pikachu asked if Ithuri knew nothing about the eccentric who had given his mother the 3 grains from Sango's time, and added that he did. The guy raised his head, and the protagonist asked what about Valbinden. Looking directly at the interlocutor, the main young man asked if the guy had heard about the plot to kill him, and if he was involved in it. Looking up, Ithuri explained that his assignment was not related to the East Sea Dragon Palace. The guy approached the interlocutor, and he added that, in addition to the leader of the party, there were 2 others like him, and it was the 3 of them, including him, who were called Sam K, the 3 monsters, and Pikachu said that they were hunting him. An image of the 2 heroes appeared, and Ithuri added that before Puck was captured by the East Sea Dragon Palace, only one had been given the task, but now both Panchaki and Ando were following him. The protagonist levitated in the air and said that this is how things are. The vine wrapped around the hero's body. The balloon fell into the water. The protagonist's ear lit up. The guy turned around. The hero stood on a yellow fish, and said that 2 of the Chilbok were paying homage to the Dragon King of the East Sea. Ebisu, tilting his head down, said that he was Ebisu. Bishamonten, looking ahead, said that his name was Bishamonten. The protagonist looked ahead, and Bishamonten wondered what the monster that the Dragon King had just fought, what he called Ayakashi and supposedly banished earlier, looked like. The hero looked ahead and asked if it was possible to find out how the Dragon King had banished him. Dropping to the ground, the protagonist replied that it was a strange question, how else to defeat a raging monster devoid of reason, if not by force, and the interlocutor added that from the first meeting you can move on to jokes. Looking at the hero, the protagonist said how dare he despise the Dragon King of the East Sea. Ebisu, looking at the hero, replied that he did not, and asked how it was possible to think so. Standing on the fish, the hero asked if there would be any explanation if the Dragon King demanded an explanation. The guy looked ahead, and Bishamonten said that he really didn't understand. Because of this vile creature, 10 reinforcement warriors from the peninsula almost died helping him. Levitating in front of the heroes, the protagonist added that if he hadn't boasted that he had banished the Ayakashi from the mortal world forever, the immortals of the peninsula would not have sent the 10 young enlightened ones to the sea unprotected. Furrowing his brows, the young man continued that he also knew very well how strong this Ayakashi was. As he hovered in front of his companions, he asked if this meant that the warrior was ignoring him, and Ebisu added that how could he be ignored. Bowing his head, he replied that it was definitely their oversight, and swore that they did not intend to humiliate the protagonist. Moving his hand, he exclaimed that this is how it is. The hero opened his eye. The guy took a cane in his hands. The warrior waved his weapon. Paying attention to the artifact, the chief priest asked if it was the legendary fishing rod of heaven. The character looked ahead with incomprehension, and the protagonist wondered why he had pulled her out now. The bodies of the heroes lay in the water. The heroes slept in the balls, and Pikachu replied that he wanted to call the army for reinforcements on land. Directing his gaze forward, Ebisu said that this was a misunderstanding. Flying into the air, the protagonist ordered that there were enough excuses, and ordered them to be escorted to where they belong. Tilting his head, the guy replied that they would do so. The hero threw his hand up. The balloon began to rise. The guy tilted his head and began to count. The aphids flew up, and the character noted that he had been told that the reinforcement army was 10 people plus one more external creature, but there were only 8 bells, which meant that 3 were dead. Looking ahead, Pikachu said that the Takabi had not yet appeared. 10 people had brought him gifts to save their lives, but 2, unlike the 8, had brought meager offerings, so his bodies were still his. Taking the object, he said that in such a case it was necessary to provide a pass for these 3 so that they could set foot on the islands. The hero threw the artifacts. The guy was holding objects in his hands. Standing on top of the fish, the man said that they would take the 8 to Japan and asked to allow the others to land so that the local gods of the earth would guide them. Bending down, Ebisu said that was it. The heroes flew into the distance. Looking down, the hero added that the character can come out. The heroes swam underwater. The girl emerged from the ocean on a skateboard. Directing her gaze to the hero, Sodam exclaimed that it was really fun. Clinging to his girlfriend, the young man said that he needed to wait, slow down. The guy attached a sticker to his backpack and said that he needed to put it on. The hero began to unwind his backpack. The girl held the bag on her back and added that it had become easier, and the guy said that it was great. Now they would break through the barrier of the immortals and get there without any problems. The character looked ahead and said that when they arrived in Japan, they would do a lot more. The heroine rushed forward and shouted. The characters walked. The girl looked around and said that the dark energy was off the charts, and Pikachu replied that they were in a safe zone, and the sword added that she had something to say. The guy clutched the sword in his hand and thought about what he was reacting to. The sword vibrated and the guy wondered if this was it. The character swung his weapon. The hero entered the portal. There was a skeleton lying on the ground and the young man said that it was here. The girl was running under the skeleton. The heroine looked up and asked why there was no head. She ran everywhere and asked what the thing with 8 tails was. Examining the area, the guy stated that everything had dried up. A picture of a wolf appeared and the guy said that ki is an energy that is present everywhere, both in animals and in plants, and added that even minerals have this energy. Putting his hand on the skeleton, the character noted that there was not a drop of a thing here, and even if everything turned to white bones, something had to remain. Looking ahead, Sodam called out to the protagonist. Directing her gaze forward, the heroine told him not to hesitate and leave immediately. A crowd of skeletons came out to the heroes. Looking ahead, the young man said that it was Mokujinja. Stepping forward, Mokujinja exclaimed that he had finally had the honor of seeing a new aura. The protagonist looked ahead and the hero added that he was filled with awe. Jumping towards his opponent, Mokujinja said that he was an Oroha, and said that he asked to be commanded. A wooden warrior wearing a helmet looked away as it was said that those guarding Agwan's remains were Kiljigan metal soldier dolls created by ancient beach technology. Puck looked at the skeletons, realizing that they looked like Kiljigan from Virison, but there was a pickaxe in the monster's hand. The guy thought that their task was not to fight, but to excavate on the spot. The hero and the girl were standing in front of the monster when he said that he seemed to be in charge here, but the vessel that contained his soul did not seem to be his true essence. The wooden man confirmed, saying that his task was initially to track down the traces and remains of Goryon. Mokujinja held a box in his hand, telling that when King Jingusu, the first owner of Chiljido, was going to conquer Vaeguk, the warrior was supposed to hand over the remains of Agwan and join the campaign himself. Skeletons looked around. It was said that King Jingusu never set foot on the islands, and he, along with other secret agents of Beach, who were preparing an uprising in Japan. Mokujinja bowed his head, specifying that they could only wait for a new hour. The 2 guys with the flags of Japan and Korea were chatting, the wooden warrior wondering if the relationship between the descendants of the peninsula and Vaeguk hadn't changed over the generations. Park's eyes widened as he heard that he had put his soul into this vessel so as not to forget his destiny. A diagram was shown where the warrior stretched his arms to the sides. It was said that it was possible to put a soul into the created Kiljigan if there was a will. But in order to extract the soul, you needed the order of the one who had power over Kiljigan. Mokujinja fell to his knees in front of the young man, telling him that in other words, he had decided to remain in this false body, imprisoned for life, keeping the duty of a vassal, until the bearer of the royal power of Beach appeared. His eyes sparkled as he exclaimed that he had met a boy, Aura, and his joy was immeasurable. His ribs were shown as the warrior apologized for having been unsure of his arrival, but had only watched. The young man looked away, listening to the question that Orha had already realized what had happened to these remains, right? The hero replied that it seemed that the decomposition of Agwan's body was arranged by someone. The dark-faced gods looked down when the question arose as to whether the celestial gods of the islands that supposedly defeated Agwan were up to something. Pak clarified where the 8 heads had gone. The warrior replied that the founder Anjo Wang had found out while researching Agwan. The man flipped through the books one by one, saying that according to Anjo's discoveries, Orochi was not a yokai who threatened the mortal world. A young guy struck a man, surrounded by other warriors. It was said that he was fighting with many alien gods. It was told about the holy king of the EC, Agwan. The young character closed his eyes, where half of his face was a monster. It was narrated that the so-called gods, the great masters of the world of the immortal islands, were actually alien gods who killed Agwan, that is, Orochi. Mokujinja recalled the head of a reptile with a weapon, noting that Chion Ungam was a weapon created from the properties of a human bone extracted from one of Agwan's 8 heads. The guy listened in surprise, saying what it meant. Magic items were illuminated with different energies, and it was said about the other 2 sacred treasures, which were also created from Agwan's heads, extracting the properties of celestial bone and earth bone turned into bope. The man brought his finger to his mouth, explaining that these 3 sacred treasures were secretly kept by the Japanese imperial family. The wooden warrior looked up, mentioning that somewhere on these islands. The young man was dumbfounded, hearing that the true essences of the alien gods were sleeping, that they called themselves heavenly gods, and replied that this could not be. Round doors in the sky were shown. When it was said that the gates of heaven should weed out alien gods, the question was asked about what it meant that they broke through the gates of heaven. The girl carefully looked at her husband, who said that if so, the immortals would feel their energy. Mokujinja stared intently as he said that there was a great power that could hide this energy. The hero was surprised, thinking that it could be. The 3 artifacts were illuminated by magic, being in front of the demons. The question was asked that the 3 sacred treasures also served as a veil hiding the presence of alien gods. The wooden warrior insisted that this was not all. The immortals of Vegaka used Shinto shrines as their bases, and worshipped the gods they worshipped. 3 worshipped turned to the light. The man and woman were enveloped in energy as he talked about the astounding fact that these generations do indeed have power, allowing them to gain some of the divine power and gain power that surpasses their original level. Mokujinja watched attentively, continuing to say that the heavenly gods used the power of the 3 treasures not only to hide their essence, but also to transform the energy of alien gods through temples and transmit it to the mortal world. Puck imagined 2 people, suggesting that if the 3 sacred treasures were captured, the alien gods would not be able to transform their energy, and the level of the Japanese immortals would decrease. The wooden warrior lowered his head, saying that this was so. The hero scratched his chin, revealing that most Japanese immortals did not know that the celestial gods they served were actually alien gods. The man's eyes in the background of Mokujinji were illuminated in red as he confirmed, with the exception of probably the imperial family and a handful of supreme immortals. No one in Japan knew about the terrifying true form of these celestial gods. The couple looked at the monsters. The young man was talking about how if the veil created by the 3 sacred treasures fell, chaos would ensue. The warrior wanted to say more. The soldiers were holding their weapons when Mokujinja told them that as soon as the rebellion began, they were to seize the 3 sacred treasures, and the suicide squad sent to obtain them for Aura had already penetrated there, but in the course of time the detachment died. There were hieroglyphs in the notebook. The warrior added that the location of the 3 sacred treasures was unlikely to remain the same. Mokujinja silently looked down. The main character suggested, looking at him, that it meant that everything had to be started from scratch. The monster confirmed. The wooden warrior was holding his knees with his hands, saying that it would take time, but Mokujinja looked up, saying that if there was a will, they would prepare again step by step. Half of the young man's face was shown, who talked about how they had neither the time nor the resources. Puck dropped to one knee, realizing that he had to hurry, so if there was another way, let him speak without hiding. A guy was reflected in the warrior's eyes. He said that there was a way, but the skeleton stood still when it was mentioned that this required cooperation with an extremely arrogant type. Whichever way you look at it, it is better to move slowly. The black man was smiling. The hero was thinking about who he was. Sadun clenched her fist as she heard that in the past, when they had asked for his help, he had demanded half of Beach's treasury. The wife climbed closer when the guy clarified who this guy was. Mokujinja raised his head, sitting on his knees, announced that the current Dragon King of the Eastern Sea, he could not be dealt with at all, and if he were in front of him, he would even throw gold in his face. This guy really did. The current Dragon King should be eliminated immediately. The main character looked intently into the eyes of the interlocutor. Mokujinja cried bitterly. The girl swung the bat, saying that she was ready. The wooden warrior shed tears, calling out to the guy. Park raised his palm, asking that he need to stop joking aside. His wife replied that it was not a joke. The warrior looked up, saying that Ogven had a child, he could help. The guy tilted his head, remembering the child, said that he heard for the first time. The young man pointed his finger, wondering if the child born here in Japan. The warrior replied that it was so. The men stood opposite each other. It was said that Ogven sailed to these islands, and established friendly relations with the Denumigak. The characters shook hands. The young man asked again. The demon with horns crossed his arms as the warrior spoke of how it was not the land of men, but the land that was called the land of the Oni, of the local Takai. A young guy touched the girl's belly. They said that the daughter of the leader of that land and Ogvin fell in love with each other. A small child screamed at the top of his lungs. They told that they also had a child named Chuthandagja. The hero looked into the eyes of the interlocutor, wondering how Chuthandagja could help. The warrior was interested in obtaining 3 sacred treasures, whether pure power was needed. The young man was surprised, asking if he was really so powerful. The man sat with his back when it was said that he was far from being a simpleton. He spoke his name. The young man clenched his fists, wondering if he had seen him with his own eyes. The warrior raised his hand, saying that out of all the things he had met, he was definitely the most outstanding. The man swung his fist at his opponent. The wooden warrior told how he instantly defeated yokai as huge as mountains, and killed the famous exorcists with one blow. The monsters sat on their knees behind the man. It was said that when the sky gods began their raids, and all the yokai of the islands trembled, begging only for survival, Chuthandang gathered the yokai and led them so that they would not become prey. Mokrajinja raised his hand, saying that at first he was only in command of the gangs around Mount Ibuki. The monsters with horns watched closely when he said that after hundreds of years, this had become the most powerful yokai territory on the islands. The main character imagined a guy, realizing that if he enlisted the support of Chuthandangja, it would greatly help in the search for the 3 sacred treasures. The young people looked back at what was happening. Park looked down, clarifying that it was an earthquake. The wooden warrior replied that such tremors have been happening one after another lately, probably because of Quebec Maltuk. Mokrajinja ran to the side so that the hero could wait a little. The couple looked after them in surprise. The guy asked about something important. There was a white bottle in his hand when someone explained that it was bone marrow collected from Ogvin's remains. Puck took it in his hand, talking about bone marrow. The wooden warrior said that although it was bone marrow, there was not much of it, so the effect would be weak, but it would strengthen it at least a little. The young man opened the cork of the bottle. He began to drink from it. His pupils shrank from not understanding what was happening. His wife watched in surprise as he vomited on the floor. The warrior looked at the hero questioningly. Puck, losing consciousness, fell to the floor. The girl rushed, calling out. The hero was lying with his mouth open on the floor. When his wife asked what he fed him, he replied that it was bone marrow. The young man, with a trembling hand, activated the magic with the earring. He brought the container to his mouth, closing his eyes. There was a message about taking the elixir. Its property Chinkhelj promotes blood production. Sodam grabbed Mokrajinju, saying that if something happened to her sweetheart, he would beat him like that. The wooden warrior asked him to calm down. Blood flowed from the guy's eyes when he notified his wife that he was fine. A bright light lit up behind the main character. It was said that Park quickly coped with the situation by taking Jinkhelj, a stimulating hematopoiesis. After taking bone marrow, the old blood left his body. A monster was depicted when it was said that due to this effect, his body was rapidly filled with new blood, but it was not human blood, but the blood of a deer. The young man sat down on one knee. Hearing that at first he was very scared, but the effect was impressive. The hero thanked him, asking if he knew Kadal. Mokrajinja clarified how it is possible not to know a master craftsman. A portal opened before his eyes. Puck smiled, saying that he would make sure that his long wait was not in vain. The warrior was surprised to hear that until he summoned again, he should lead Kiljigan to Kadal. The heroes were standing at the portal when Mokrajinja said that he was listening. The pair walked forward through the desert. His wife turned around, asking if he was going to look for this Chuthandangja right away. The young man replied that it was not a priority. They were looking at the clouds. The guy explained that he was sent here for a reason. A hand is held out in front of the travelers, asking them to stop. Senj, the god of the land of this place, stood in front of them, asking if they were an army of reinforcements from the peninsula. The hero replied that it was so, introducing himself. The man tensed, thinking that he didn't look very useful. The lady waved her fan, asked why he had raised his head so proudly. The god asked about Jisong. She opened her mouth, claiming that they had crossed the sea to help them in trouble, and that he was acting extremely impudent. Sweat from fear appeared on the man's face when the girl said that here was a sign from their Chkilbakshin. Let him check it. Apologized, saying that he would check it now. Sodam put her hands on the table, exclaiming how much booze and food they had brought. The guy replied about what he saw. Park was surprised to ask where she learned to play so much. His wife replied that she was great, really. The hero touched his chin, reasoning that he needed to figure out the Quebec Maltuk hammered in 2 places. A stick was inserted into the ground. It was said about the first, in the heart of the islands, on Mount Fuji. The stake was against the background of a destroyed building. It was explained that it was in Hiroshima. People were standing by a hole in the ground. The hero reasoned that the world of the immortal islands had sent out a call for help to the mortal world, gathering masters of agriculture to prevent flooding with the help of sacred trees. Sodam was stuffing her cheeks with food when someone inquired about their arrival. The guy notified his wife that it seemed that Chkilbakshin was here. Going for a while, she agreed. Senj looked to the side, imagining a man who had arrived with an army of reinforcements, asking to greet him. The young man stood in front of the couple, declaring that he was Puck, with an army of reinforcements. The man introduced himself as Kabiko. The woman looked away, saying that she was Persephone. The man looked at him from the sidelines, knowing that it was said that there was a brilliant girl on the eastern outskirts who plucked the flowers of other worlds, asking why the owners of the gardens from Bequigak had not come. The hero bowed, answering that trouble had happened in Bequigak. Quebico held a blade of grass in his teeth as he heard that they could not leave the peninsula. The woman looked at her attentively, saying that there was no need to take this girl then. The man added that he had heard 2 other immortals with him, asking if they were related to agriculture. The guy stared intently, saying that he was a master farmer. He was told that everything was clear. Quebico looked away, talking about going back to his country or joining his companions and helping here, and if anyone asked why, let him say that the scarecrow god had told him so. The hero was surprised, shouting that it was polite. He looked at the man's back, assuring him that he had not yet told what he was capable of. Quebico turned back, clarifying that the puppy dared to talk about politeness in front of him. He said okay. The man picked a bouquet of flowers. He was furiously clutching the flowers to his hand. Quebico held out the plant, ordering it to be revived. The lady straightened her hair, addressing the poor man, said that it would be better if he left. The man pointed his finger, declaring that if he could not revive him. Crumpled flowers lay on the floor. Puck's limb turned red lines. He was told that his arm would become the same as this stem, ordering him to begin. The young man was picking flowers from the floor. The girl looked at what was happening with sympathy. She thought that it turned out that the hero was just a naive child. Persephone watched from the sidelines, wondering if it was capable of reviving. The young man's hands were cleaning up from the ground. It was said that this herb was not just crushed. Quebico had sucked out all her yang energy, leaving her dead. Puck looked ahead in anticipation. He made a hole in the pile with his fingers. The young man took 3 objects in his hands. The man, looking at what was happening, asked what it was, received the answer that it was a needle, a solar needle, a tool of his skill. The artifact was in his hand as he understood the hereditary bolt from the successors of the solar wind. The guy forcefully stuck the needle into the ground, demonstrating the power of solar energy. The monster's body glowed with a bright light. 3 needles were placed in a heap of sand. It was explained, this solar needle controls the spirit of the earth. The young man looked down, adding that when piercing the hell of the earth and awakening them, Quebico looked down from above, hearing about how the energy of the earth was pouring into the plant through play, bringing it back to life. The man's hand trembled. He asked how he dared to talk such nonsense. The hero replied that it was true. Quebico was surprised to see an unexpected sight in front of him. Grass sprouts began to rise from the ground. The woman looked at the huge plants in surprise. Green stems rushed high upwards. The main character put his palm on them. He said that he was capable of such a development. Persephone looked up, reasoning that even she, the daughter of the goddess of the earth Demeter, had not heard of such a thing. The sprouts were at her feet as she continued to think about reviving a plant devoid of all yang energy at once to such a state. Puck took the needles. The young man was sharpening his knife when it was explained that in fact the sun needle was just the horn of Puck, slightly sharpened by himself. The hero drew not from the energy of the earth, but from his dantian, pouring great strength. Yellow energy stretched upwards along the sprouts. It was told that it seemed to the audience that it was the power of the solar needle that revived the plant. The couple watched attentively, listening to the fact that, as the 2 senior masters feared, the younger one was not yet 30 years old. The young man turned in their direction, saying that his level of skill, by any standards of the East and West, was extremely modest. He looked at the tall Quebico, claiming that he sincerely wished to fulfill his duty as part of the reinforcement army. The man noted his technique. Park put his hand on his chest, talking about what is called the solar wind. Due to the lack of a mentor, enlightenment is difficult for him, but Mrs. Yoa, the head of Bequagas, highly appreciated his potential and supported him. Sweat appeared on the man's face as he noticed why he hadn't said it earlier. The woman stood in front of the hero, wondering if the spectacle was impressive enough to reconsider the decision, wasn't it? Between them was a large tree plant when Quebico declared that it was good, allowing him to join. The guy was standing by the cliff. He looked ahead, surprised at what he saw. The young man saw a huge hole at the end of the city. He stared at her, thinking that it seemed as if everything was being pulled inside this hole. Puck continued to watch questioningly, wondering if he was absorbing the energy of the entire neighborhood, wasn't it? He noticed the fence, chasing away the thoughts in his head that some barrier was holding her back for now, but the main character imagined a tree with roots, asking if they could really fill this huge hole with trees. A man approached him, asking if he had inspected everything. The 2 were standing on the edge of the cliff when Quebico, clarifying how he was, replied that he looked very serious. The man turned around, leaving, asked for a little time. As the person responsible for everything, he had to personally check a few questions. A mug of tea was on the table. The man was sitting in an armchair at the table, saying that now he could finally greet him properly, sincerely apologizing for the coldness that he had to endure. The hero said that it was okay. Quebico bowed his head, apologizing, saying that although his level was modest, he was a guest who had come with a good heart to help these islands. Puck closed his eyes, answering that it was true, everything was fine, asking the senior master to raise his head. The young man looked intently in front of him, thinking that he was also bowing his head to play a show. In the old days he might have bought it, But okay, he would pretend to believe it. The man looked up, remembering Persephone, apologized once again for not doing it earlier, and as he saw, the woman who came out to meet him with him was the wife of the one who ruled the shadow world of the West, and he had no idea what sinister plans were hiding behind it. The guy opened his eyes wide, hearing that it was difficult for him to understand this. His coldness was only to protect him. Quebico put his hands on his knees, explaining that it was a long story, but whether he knew what seeds of the sacred tree their islands had obtained to repair these holes, the hero replied that he was thinking with Yggdrasil from northern Europe. The Yggdrasil tree was shown, and in Norse mythology, a giant ash tree that supports the universe, with which almost the entire world of the immortals of the West is connected, a true sacred tree worthy of the gods. The man looked at the guy, saying that the first thing anyone would think of was Yggdrasil. Park listened attentively, not taking his eyes off the fact that this was not the case. Most of the rumors about sacred trees were distorted. The shoots that would fill the holes on the islands were donated free of charge. The hero clenched his hand into a fist, wondering that the seeds of the sacred tree were given for free. The two were sitting opposite each other. When Quebico asked if he knew the history of paradise, the guy asked again. The man clenched his fists as he spoke of a paradise with 2 trees. The apple shone brightly. It was said that in time immemorial the Creator planted 2 trees, one gave eternal life, and the other fruit, which gave knowledge of all things and the difference between good and evil. The snake surrounded the girl with an apple. It was said that the Creator forbade people in the garden to eat the fruits of the second tree, so as not to see the light, but the insidious serpent deceived them into eating the fruit, and people were expelled from paradise. The young man looked at the huge fiery sword. It was said that the entrance was forever guarded by a flaming sword, not allowing him to return. The young man looked away, saying that he understood what he was getting at, and knew what he was thinking, saying that for the younger it was not only unexpected, but also too difficult. Quebico was dumbfounded, saying that he was younger, he couldn't know yet. They continued to sit at the table as he said that he not only did not believe what he said, but also thought that such talk would not be good for him in terms of safety. He said that his doubts, as one who had known the harshness of this world of immortals, were understandable to him, but the man placed his hand on the table, asking what he would do, asking to believe him, begging him, and saying that at the same time, he was sitting there to protect his safety. The hero looked at him, saying that he would listen to his story further, and they agreed. Quebico stood up from his seat, put his finger to his face, said that everything he said next should remain secret, and if even one word leaked out, they would be in trouble. Puck replied that he understood the senior master. The hero was dumbfounded, asking again that he was saying that the Garden of Eden not only exists. The man put his hand in his inner pocket when the guy was interested in the fact that the seeds of the trees were also here. He pulled out the box, saying that it was so. Puck frowned, chasing thoughts of the seal casket through his mind, wondering what the man was holding back the energy of the tree from escaping. Quebico looked at the box, imagining an apple, said that inside was a branch of a tree that bore the fruits of good and evil. The young man said that he was then on Mount Fuji. A branch of a tree was shown. The man laughed that there was a branch of a tree that gives life, both branches of Eden not from alien forces, but a gift from the heavenly gods to these islands. The gods are depicted behind him, when he explained that it is their task to raise them discreetly and safely. Quebico's pupils widened as he spoke of how if he succeeded, no force would dare to challenge the islands. Park clenched his hands into a fist, listening to him ask for his assistance. The man spread his arms to the sides, saying that if everything worked out, he would help him appear before the heavenly gods and earn their favor. The young man looked down, answering that he didn't expect the senior master to appreciate his modest talents so highly. He was infinitely grateful, but he was worried if he had hopes for him that exceeded his abilities. The man put the casket in his inner pocket, answering that he had seen his amazing acupuncture with his own eyes. Wondering if he was now modest, the hero replied that that rapid revival was possible only because it was simple field grass. A scarecrow was shown when Quebico remarked that it was possible, but not to worry. He knew what was bothering him and was not going to put all the burden on him. The man looked at the other person attentively, saying that his acupuncture surpassed his level of proficiency because it did not draw from his own strength, but from the energy of the earth that he awakened with the needle. Right, so cultivation that exceeded the power of the earth could not be the same as before. He listened to Puck talk about how acupuncture can only draw the power of the earth from the immediate neighborhood, smiled, thinking that he wasn't modest. He just didn't know. He had no idea how great his abilities were. The man sat in front of him, chasing the question of whether he was from Bekwagak. Right. The protagonist closed his eyes, lowering his head, as Quebico thought about how Lady Yoa, the head of Bekwagak, must have been hiding it with all her might, but she fell, and now there are no ones in the immortal world of the peninsula who understand its true value. The man broke into a smile, realizing what he meant now. The young man looked up as he listened to the other person that he shouldn't worry when everything was ready. The power of the earth around these holes would be the most powerful in the mortal world. The young man didn't understand what he meant. The men were sitting across from each other as Quebico clarified whether he had heard Oroki's name. A huge serpent attacked the heroes when it was said that Kafuko had told an ancient legend. There was a yokai whose audacity pierced the heavens, threatening the heavenly gods. The man laughed as he looked at the bones, and it was said that the gods had not only cut off his head, but had buried his body deep in the bowels of the islands, making it fertilizer, which filled the islands with energy. The hero was surprised, saying that this was the first time he had heard such a story, that the body of one yukai made all the islands so rich, which meant that growing 2 sacred trees also used the energy of this yukai. Kabiko lowered his gaze, saying that no, Orochi's energies had long been widely spread across the islands. A tree was depicted when he talked about how even if it were harvested to grow sacred trees, the islands would not become as fertile as before. Puck was surprised to hear that they were therefore using a new fertilizer to patch the holes, and talked about a new fertilizer. The man drank tea, specifying that the selection of those who would become the leaves had already begun. The hero imagined people falling, hearing that in the same way that the heavenly gods made fertilizer from Orochi's body, they would repair the holes. He replied that the fertilizer was really the common people of the islands. The 2 characters were sitting at the table when Kabiko said that not all. The guy objected that then the whole mortal world would condemn it right here on the islands. Park was stunned to hear that this was why he had said that if it leaked, his life would be in danger. The young man imagined himself flying down, hearing about how the man didn't know his true value, and almost sent him, like the others from the reinforcement army, to fertilize. A cabinet with a lamp with photographs was shown. When the hero clarified that he was talking too loudly that if someone heard, the interlocutor asked not to worry. This room was protected by a barrier and the sound would not come out. Puck frowned, saying that it was good then. Kwebiko looked ahead, repeating that it was good. The red-eyed guy swung his sword sharply. He looked at his opponent, saying that his death would go unnoticed. The man was lying on the floor, trying to get up. The sword clarified what kind of sudden collision it was, whether he was a psychopath. Kwebiko held on to his neck. The young man looked at him, saying that he did not have drops of blood, a strange body. The man called him a scoundrel. He shouted about how dare the guy. Insects flew out of his mouth. The scarecrow jumped up from his seat. The hero threw it aside. Bright lights appeared around his head. Shots followed the scarecrow. Insects burned in the fire before the eyes of the young man. A scarecrow to the side burst into flames. The man held on to his neck, thinking about what it was. The hero rushed in his direction when Kabiko did not understand what the lights around him were. The demons' heads floated in the air as he realized that it was Saikishu's ghost cannon. The young man brandished his sword as the man wondered why he had it. The effigy was lying on the floor. The guy looked at him, saying that this is true, this is not a real body. The hero stood by the scarecrow, saying that the scarecrow god was just a scarecrow. If he had missed, he would have become the same himself. The young man approached the scarecrow's head. He kicked him with his foot, exclaiming that he should give treasure here. There were jars of pills. The question arose that this was a spiritual potion. Puck took out a package, saying that it was a book of insects. The guy turned back, saying that the latter was Kabiko's brain. The hero's earring lit up after he decided that he would throw everything into Komobo first, and deal with it later. He looked to the side, saying that it was time to go. 2 effigies were burning in the middle of the room. Scarecrow was engulfed in flames as Puck said goodbye to Kabiko. The young man heard that there was someone behind the door. A woman stood outside the door, reporting that it was Persephone, asking if she could enter. Puck stood on the other side of the door and listened to the knocking. Shifting his gaze, he thought that if they were caught now, everything would fly into the abyss. Looking at the door, he reasoned that because of the barrier in the room, they would not be heard anyway, and then asked if he should lean out and talk. The girl said with a calm look that she was entering. Grabbing the blade, the protagonist came to the conclusion that he would have to cut the door completely. He noted with a dumbfounded look that this was not according to plan, but it would demolish it with one blow. The girl pulled the doorknob. They were taken aback when they saw each other. Black smoke rose in the square. MC sheathed the blade. He stood at the door and listened to the footsteps. Frowning, the young man thought that the footsteps were moving away. Opening the door, he said it was great, now or never. Running down the hallway, Puck emphasized the fact that he would first wash away and pretend that he didn't know about anything. He ran around the corner. Persephone turned and looked at him. Looking at him, she asked if he was scared for the yukai, to which she was told that he was due to a sudden loud noise. The protagonist listened with a smile on his face that he did not have to be afraid, she would hide him safely. She was suddenly slapped on the back of the head, while Persephone begged to be taken by the hand. The woman fell to the floor. Soden closed her eyes, saying that she almost fell over. Frowning, she wondered who had decided to take her darling away. Holding a club in her hands, the girl said that she could not just follow some girl who was calling him, after which the guy said that he was not going anywhere. Embarrassed, Soden clarified if he was serious. They were suddenly taken aback when they heard a scream. The girl glanced at him and stated that some guys on the outside smelled like them, and that yukai from the outside world didn't usually talk. Surprised, Park wondered if this meant that these Yokami attackers were not from the outside world, but local, island. The protagonist began to run away and called his wife outside. Monsters flooded the settlement, and said that there were no more people there. They were suddenly taken aback. MC went outside. As he walked down the street, he noticed that there were more than 100 monsters there. Looking up, he was surprised. He saw a web with many cocoons and asked if they had entangled all the immortals. He imagined how the cobwebs surrounded the settlement, and noted in his thoughts that it was huge, took over the entire area. It was not so easy to escape. Surprised, Soden pointed her finger up and asked to look at the center. There was a huge spider. Their eyes fell on the monster. The girl looked at them and said that they were still alive. The demons raised their heads and called out to Lady Tsuchigumo. Her face was serious. The spider broke one of the threads. The cocoon suddenly began to fall. Sodem swung her club. A huge fan appeared. He blew away the cobwebs. The dumbfounded demons asked how it was possible that Mrs. Tsuchigumo's web had been destroyed. The face of one of the monsters was unfazed. Park watched them silently. The embittered yokai said that this was some kind of annoying rabble. The protagonist was shocked by these words. He said with a slight smile that he had found it. Looking at the monster, MC clarified if he was the leader there. The stranger paid attention to him and said that the guy was not from the people of this land. Crossing his arms, the monster asked if the protagonist had heard his voice, noting that he was looking for one Kubiko, and if he cared about life, he had to tell where this guy was. Sodam with a satisfied look asked not to waste words on such a small thing. As soon as he spoke, all his sixes below did not even squeak. The silence was deathly. She winked at her husband, noting that the guys were well trained. Apparently, on ordinary days he walked around there as a leader, straightening his shoulders. With an important look, people like him are called. Gao rules the flesh. Yukai was furious. Veins of anger protruded on his face, after which he loudly asked what kind of nonsense she was talking about. His patience was not infinite. Looking at him, the girl replied that if he did not want to talk, then it was his business. With an enraged look, she asked why she should yell and get mad. She imagined a beast and pointed out that the demon looked like a tanuki struck by lightning. She thought she would get married, settle down, be quiet and meek, and then all sorts of rabble were climbing for all purposes, making a fuss. The irritated stranger asked if she had called him a rabble. Sodam reincarnated as a goblin and named him a tanuki struck by lightning. The monster with glowing eyes said that she was an underage who had not yet really waved. He grabbed the blades and threw the hood off his head. The frightened demon said that the head had drawn a sword. This girl was a corpse. Going to him, the girl clarified whether this was all. Tsuchigumo watched them from above. She began to move her paws. The monster formed an arrow from a spider's web. Park was behind her and said that if she fired, he would kill her. Sitting on the cocoon, MC said that he thought he had found the leader, but even though she was of a lower rank, her brain was working. It seemed that he had made a mistake. Looking back, the girl thought that he was strong. With a dumbfounded look, she asked where this Kabiko was hiding, to which she received the answer that he was not hiding. Puck caught him. With a calm look, he said that the Kabiko was the first to climb up to him. He fought back and smashed him to dust before they arrived. Frowning, Tsuchigumo asked if she should believe it. Holding the hammer in his hand, MC said that he didn't care if she believed it or not. He was giving them a chance to settle this mess they had done. Holding the arrow in her hands, the spider asked. Drops of sweat ran down her face as she thought she didn't have time for him to chatter. Turning around, she stressed that Puck needed to be pinned down and shaken out where Kabiko was. She tried to follow the guy's movements, and noted that he was lightning fast. With a swing of his blade, MC sliced through the web. The embittered spider cried out that he was a fool and broke a couple of threads. Raising the hammer above his head, the guy asked again. Lightning struck the web. It began to burn. Looking at the burning cobwebs, the girl thought that she had lost to some person. The monster was lying on the ground. Standing over her, Puck asked if she had woken up. Watching her, he said that with her carcass, a fall from such a height would not kill, but a good thrashing was another matter. The girl was shocked by what she heard. She noticed how Sodam was beating the demon. Covering himself with his hand, the guy shouted to be forgiven. The yokai trembled in fear as they watched. Stopping, she asked what he was muttering, after which she heard that he was begging for mercy. The protagonist touched her shoulder and asked her to stop. He would not run away in this form. Lying on the ground, the beaten demon thanked him. Turning around, Park stressed that the immortals would soon be coming there. He took out a blade and said that he would break a loophole for her. He cut through the space and created a portal, after which he noted that they could hide if they wanted. Examining the wounded, the soldier asked what had happened there. The stranger closed his eyes while the plot told us that soon fragmentary information about yokai and webs came out of the mouths of those who were still holding on. Upon learning of this, the immortals immediately gathered pursuit squads, divided into 6 groups. They combed everything around. The warriors examined the forest. They stumbled upon red footprints while we were being told that there were search results. But the problem is that it's all very strange. Kneeling, the man asked what was happening there. The traces disappeared in an instant. Tsuchigumo tried to catch her breath. Sitting on the floor, she noted that everyone had finally made it. Puck approached her and asked if this was her true appearance. The girl imagined her appearances and said that she had exhausted all her strength, so she now looks human, after which the protagonist asked if she was a half-breed. Looking at the demon, MC reported that he sensed some kind of awkwardness in others. The dumbfounded girl said that she was 300 years old. Looking at the wounded man, the protagonist asked how old Otakamaru was, to which he was told that he was 1,000 years old. Holding his chin, the guy began to reason that compared to Yoki, what he radiates, he is quite young. Well, That's why he couldn't fight. Bending over, the guy asked if she liked tea. Sitting at the table, Tsuchigomo said that these are not the Japanese islands. With her eyebrows furrowed, she wondered how Puck had managed to escape Tsukimi's eyes. Holding the cup in his hands, MC asked if Tsukimi was one of the sky gods, after which he noticed that he hadn't slipped away, just that the god's gaze didn't catch him. As he sipped his tea, he heard that it was impossible. The girl imagined a mountain and told that the sun drives away, the moon locks up, and the storm rules. She imagined the god reaching out to her and saying that it was about Amaterasu, Tsukuyomi, and Susanoo. Because of the moon of Tsukimi, they could not leave the islands without permission. The guy with an interested look asked if they had tried the magic of space. Taken aback, Tsuchigomo cried out that Tsukimi could not be fooled by such tricks. If it were possible, they would have spat on the precepts of their ancestors and fled this cursed land long ago. Puck put the cup down on the table. He showed the blade and said that it was thanks to him. Looking at the sword, the girl asked if he would be able to use it again, to which she was told that he could use it as much as he wanted. Raising her finger, she cried out that the protagonist only had to help her once. She wanted MC to return with her to the islands. She had to bring him to their main chieftain. The guy was surprised by what he heard. He imagined the man and wondered if she was talking about Chuthandanja. The girl introduced the demon, and revealed that their current chief was not from the islands. He came from the continent, but fell under the eye of Tsukimi and was locked up on the islands. Holding on to the back of his head, Park concluded that this was not Chuthandanja. Tsuchigomo said with a serious look that Chuthandanja had long been defeated, fell into the trap of the immortals, and was beheaded. The protagonist was surprised by what he heard. Looking at her, MC clarified why they were hunting for Kabiko back then. The girl imagined a man and said that their chief had learned that the Japanese immortal islands were preparing a great extermination of all creatures on the islands. They wanted to break in, but the chief stopped them. Looking down, she added that he had told them not to act rashly. She remembered leading the Yukai squad and emphasized that this time they had decided to act on their own. As she sat on her knees, she added that they thought that if they seized him and brought him before the chief, it would provide a clue to the solution. Sitting opposite, Park replied that he understood everything and would fulfill her request. Smiling, he added that he would go to the chieftain, but first she needed to rest. He also had things to do. Sunlight enveloped the building. The surprised monster said that it was magic that blocked even instantaneous movement. Stretching out his arms, he noticed that it sounded strange to him, after which the demon added that he also thought so. When they created Shoujido, they did not even think about it. Standing in front of the protagonist, she added that if such a thing really exists, accidentally hit the nail on the head, it simply does not happen. Approaching the guy, he asked how Anzo Oroha was able to pull him, a descendant of the Japanese imperial family, out of the islands, if there really was such an eye, after which MC clarified if he thought it was a lie. The guys stood in front of him and said that it was not necessarily so. He and Mokugunja could have missed something, not know, and the monster added that they did not know exactly what the powers of the outer gods were capable of. Holding his chin, Puck thought that it was not yet clear, but it was better to be on his guard. Looking at them, the protagonist asked how the improvement of Kiljigan was going on and whether more time was needed, to which he received the answer that there were less than 3 days left. Pointing to his comrade, the demon said that thanks to the old Kiljigan that Mokugunja had brought, they had been able to rework it with iron. They would be much stronger and more powerful than he had promised Oroha. Showing his thumb, the protagonist asked to work a little longer and keep his true appearance a secret. Puck moved through the settlement. He glanced at the box. Opening it, the guy saw a piece of wood. Puzzled, MC clarified if this is a branch of good and evil. Burying the tree, he assumed that if it was grown, something would come out. He began to meditate. A tree grew in front of him. Puck was surprised by what he saw. His eyes fell on the fruit on the tree. He plucked it and said that he was uneasy because there was only one fetus. He threw it into his mouth and said that he still had to try. The protagonist was suddenly taken aback. He suddenly felt bad. Sodam was sitting over him. The dumbfounded guy stood up. Lowering his gaze, he clarified in his thoughts whether he had lost consciousness and what had happened. A drink appeared in his hand. The puzzled girl watched him. She pointed her finger at his hand and reported that her husband was injured. Smiling, Sodam said that she knew what to do. Placing the jar on the ground, she emphasized that she had learned in the mortal world. She took his hand in her mouth and began to drink blood. Embarrassed, Park clarified what she was doing. The girl was surprised. Sodam lifted the guy in her arms and cried out that she was suddenly overwhelmed with strength. She could even lift him. The enthusiastic girl asked me to tell me what to do. MC watched his wife, who shouted that it was just a blast. The puzzled guy said that he did not know why she was suddenly like this. He paid attention to his wound. Looking at the girl, Puck wondered if she was overflowing with energy after she licked his blood. A truncheon appeared in his hands. The joyful girl shouted that she wanted to fight Otakamaru again. Looking at the projection, the guy read that he had received buffs such as recovery, increased concentration, improved physical strength, and clarified whether Sodam received the same effect as him from the energy drink. Examining his hand, he reasoned that it had drunk his blood and received the same charge as he had. Stunned, Park asked in his thoughts why this was so and from what moment it became possible. He drew attention to the tree from which the energy was emanating. The protagonist remembered eating the fruit, and wondered if his body had changed after eating the fruit of good and evil. Pointing her finger at herself, the girl wondered if she had become such because of his blood. Smiling, Sodam came to the conclusion that therefore, those who eat people cannot stop. She suddenly showed disgust on her face and asked me to forget what she had said. Holding his chin, Park noted in his mind that he was more concerned about how far the effect of the fruit of good and evil extended. The girl began to cry and asked not to tease her. He was sitting in the gazebo. The guy watched his wife while the plot told us that he brewed tea from herbs that counteract caffeine and gave soda to drink. His blood soaked in this tea. Naturally, there was no cumulative effect. He tried to leave quietly. The protagonist left the gazebo. The guy stopped. Looking at the tree, he asked what the tree wanted to show by feeding this fruit to him. Raising his head, MC added that it didn't matter, he had got his own so far, and he had a lot to do besides him. He turned suddenly. Paying attention to the demons, he ordered them not to eat it. Athuri suddenly started screaming. Looking at Puck, he asked what was going on there. With a puzzled look, he asked why he was just standing and staring. The guy was suddenly taken aback. The main character with a serious look said that their gang is more skillful than he is at hiding his true appearance. When he finishes being surprised, he must let you know. Frightened, Athuri asked for mercy. Sitting in front of him, the protagonist said that such a conversation is the easiest way for both the guy and him. But it doesn't look very good. Looking down, Puck asked how the debt was. Closing his eyes, the guy said that he understood what he meant, but for him it was not the ideals of Valbindon or the leader that were more important to him, but the protection of body and life that his mother had given him. A glow emanated from his body. Sitting in front of him, MC asked what Valbindon was trying to achieve. Athuri introduced people who worship the guy and said that their ideal is to follow the spirit of Hanukkah of ancient times, to be a light that saves the mortal world, to put it simply, equality. The two men shook hands. Gold coins fell on them, while the guy said that the power that he had appropriated to the world of immortals would be shared equally among the oppressed poor, so that everyone could protect themselves from evil, and create a world where there was no cost for it. With a calm look, Park clarified why then the guy had arrived from the island with an army of reinforcements, to which he received the answer that to begin with, to play the role of the hero of the crowd. Ithuri imagined how people were drawn to him, and told him that he was a hero, that he stood out among the common people and young immortals, so fame would make it easier to recruit. Looking down at him, the protagonist stated that with such charm of young immortals, he would be able to recruit more than a dozen young immortals. Looking up at the sky, the warrior said that he had recruited 15 people before they got rid of the habits of ordinary people, but in 100 years they would become skilled and loyal members, ready to give everything. While observing the yokai, Puck asked why he was on the islands other than recruitment, to which he was told that it was because Handanjutsu knew the weakness of one yokai hidden in Japan. He imagined a city shrouded in pink mana and noticed that they wanted to drag this yokai out of the islands, and use it to overthrow the immortal world from the peninsula. A picture of a fox with 9 tails appeared in his head, after which he said that he was talking about Bigmayan Gumigumigo. Clouds surrounded the ruined city. People were sitting in the street. Puck followed the girl. With a calm look, she asked not to anger the leader when the guy met him, because he was incredibly strong. Continuing to follow her, MC clarified if he was that cool. Tsuchigomo imagined a woman watching the city from above and told that once upon a time there lived Tamgi, a femme fatale. Her seductiveness was so great that she not only destroyed the Ean Empire of ancient times, this monster whose name thundered in the world of immortals, causing a war of the gods. The girl's eyes shone brightly. Taken aback, the protagonist asked if her name was Bigmayan Gumigumigo, after which the protagonist replied that from his surprise he had heard of her. The dumbfounded guy remembered spying on Athuri, who said that Handanjutsu was using Bigmayan Gumigumiho's weakness to overthrow the peninsula's immortal world, and then noted that no one would have thought that she was also a yokai. Stopping in front of the building, Tsuchigomo noticed that she lived at the very top of this place. As she walked down the hallway, she asked if Puck was carrying the amulet, to which she was told that he was. A seal hung on his chest as MC reasoned that no one knew he was from the reinforcement army, the amulet of disguise hiding his appearance, making him look like a common man. Dropping his hands, he asked if her master was pretending to be immortal, after which Tsuchigomo said that their leader did not choose this place to hide. Looking at him, the girl added that it was for her favorite entertainment. Standing in front of the door, she said that when Puck saw it, she would understand. The guys opened the doors. As the protagonist walked past them, he noticed that their eyes were glowing. The girl said with a serious look that she was repeating that he should not anger the chief. MC was suddenly taken aback. The warriors fought indoors. The stranger began to shout with an angry look. He slew his opponent. The Heavenly Lord was taken aback when he heard the girl's voice. She sat at the table and shouted that the warrior should not surrender. The man's face was hit by many blows. The enraged chief screamed for the battle to end. The guy was taken aback by the words that she wanted a clean, masculine fight without any force. She rose to her feet and told him to be quiet. Pointing her finger at the boy, Bigmayan Gumiho ordered him to apologize immediately, because according to the laws of this land, he must apologize until they accept. The warrior bowed his head. The girl stood in front of him and listened to the words of apology. Puck watched with a puzzled look. Crossing her arms, the girl asked if it was cute. Looking at Tsuchigumo, the protagonist thought that this was not at all what was told. Standing opposite, the chief asked what this expression was. Frowning, the guy said that he was grimacing with disgust. Touching her lips, the girl said that everyone says so at first, but in the end they forget their words and become cute. She stepped on the warrior's head and asked him not to worry, because it wouldn't be long. Tsuchigumo was taken aback by the words that the cute spider girl had grown up. MC covered her with his hand. Smiling, Bikmayangumimiho stated that it was a disappointment because of some guy raising his hand. He threw an object at her. The figure of the bird fell to the ground while the chief said that it should not allow itself to be silenced, or stop its actions. She was suddenly taken aback. Standing opposite, MC said that this was well said and impressive, but she herself did not fit into this rule. He remembered sitting in front of a guy to whom he had told them that they possessed her wishes. The interested protagonist clarified how Han took possession of the desire of the great monster of ancient times and how he pulled it off. The guy frowned. He spat out the box. In it lay a figurine of a bird. The surprised protagonist asked what it was. Looking at it, Athuri told him that it was just an old trinket dug out of the ruins, without a modicum of Sansal magic, but it was taken from Yildoguk. Holding the figurine, Puck asked. He imagined 3 people and thought that in the Joseon Kui era, they were despised and persecuted. The guy imagined himself watching them and noted that this was why Hong was looking for his own kind of Kui to create a world without oppression, and was burning with the ambition to seize the throne and become the king of the mortal world. The warrior held out his blade at the man as we were told that his sword was not aimed at the world of immortals, but at the royal court of Joseon. There was a smile on the guy's face, while the plot said that the reason was simple. It was impossible to change the world of immortals, so he wanted to create a refuge outside the laws of the immortals, and that refuge was Joseon. The old man was holding a fan in his hands, and we were informed that there was a Dosa family in the royal court of Joseon, capable of resisting the world of immortals. Hong planned to take away their power and secrets, seize the throne. Looking at the warrior's back, the plot added that he wanted to gain power to challenge the world of immortals. Athuri imagined Han flying over the mountainous terrain and pointed out that in case of failure, Han was looking for a place to escape and found Yildoguk. The warrior's eyes began to glow with a red light as the boy said that after finding Yildoguk, Hong had suddenly changed. He stood in front of the disciple as we were told that he admitted that he was wrong. Even after seizing the throne of Joseon, he would not be able to resist the world of immortals. We had to wait for the right moment. The warrior stood among the elders, and we were told that Hong hid in Yildoguk and reappeared only after Seijo, when the throne changed for the 3rd time. We were shown 2 forms of a man, and Athuri added that before that he had been hiding from both the world of immortals and ordinary people and had acquired a new mask. There was a bright energy around the people, and the guy noted that the bastard of the Han clan, rejected by his father and brothers, trampled upon by the injustice of the mortal world, even the world of immortals first recognized Hon through this mask, and his name, like a comet, stirred up the world of mortals and immortals. People had a heated discussion, and the guy said that whether it was a robber or a monstrous bone, Hong had become a symbol of someone who opposes the ossified power. He passed by Athuri, and we were told that since then he had ceased to be interested in Joseon, and his goal was to change not just the country, but the whole world. The soldiers raised the flag, after which we were informed that Han then called himself Denjutsu and founded Wulbinden, beginning to gather supporters. Athuri was given the box, after which the plot told us that before he left for Japan, Hong showed a new statuette and told an unexpected story. Lying on the ground, the guy said that Yildoguk is the birthplace of Bikmayangumagumaho, that is, Tamga. He said that when she sees this statuette, she will understand and bow her head to the one who rules her homeland. Sitting in front of him, Puck listened to the fact that, as he had said that they were not servants of the Han clan, but only allies who shared his goals, he did not like the changed Han Denjutsu. The protagonist looked at the figure, and the plot told us that after listening to Athuri, he was immersed in thought. He came to the library, and we were told that he didn't know much about Bikmayangumagumaho and Tamga, but he knew something about the origins of fox yukai from the books. He imagined a demon and noticed that unlike other yukai in beast form, fox yukai gain 1 tail as their strength increases. The girl sat in front of the animals, and Puck said that the books were not so much about fox yukai as about the legends of their master. The woman walked past her subordinates, who bowed their heads, and we were told that they had once been Savannah's maidservants, and the goddess had endowed them with tails to establish a hierarchy. Imagining a mountainous area, the protagonist noted that the place where this skill or creation took place was Galunsan. We were shown a woman and an old man and noticed that Savannah with her elixirs, and Taisanagon with his magical artifacts. A mountain of treasures appeared in MC's mind, and he emphasized that the place where their elixirs and artifacts are stored is the pinnacle of this world, Galunsan. Taken aback, he said that this is why Han changed when he got to Yildoguk. He imagined the boy's dumbfounded face and listened to the mountain that had disappeared with Savanmu, the mythical abode, the garden where her countless elixirs grow, Yildoguk, what Han had found, this was Galunsan. Seeing this, he lost his head. Looking at the figurine, MC emphasized that it was excellent, Now he was ready to meet the nine-tailed fox. He moved the object into the earring and noted that he didn't know when it would happen, but he would collide if he wandered around the islands. The dumbfounded girl wondered how the guy got it. Tsuchigumo was horrified. She hit her subordinate in the face. The warrior flew aside. People began to run away from there. Park stood quietly and said that if Bikmayangumamumiho wanted to know, he could tell, but her attitude did not inspire confidence. Pink energy hovered in the room while the protagonist said that he was not interested in listening at all, to which he received the answer that this was not so. Soon he would speak himself. The girl with a distraught look asked to see how long he would last. Raising her hands, she also said that he had to prove. Tsuchigumo staggered. She lost consciousness and fell. Taken aback, the guy wondered what this feeling was. He imagined lying and thinking about the most delicious food in the world, the sweetest music, the most fragrant smell, and the most beautiful woman in the world. His gaze was blank. The girl went to him and said that she knew his true faces. Stretching out her hand, she ordered everything he knew right now to be laid out. Smiling, Tamgi asked where he got this statuette, and then told him to tell everything to his mistress. The embarrassed guy asked again. The girl said again with a satisfied look that she was his mistress. He was kneeling in front of her. Park gritted his teeth and asked what it was. We were shown the medicine and told that the protagonist, almost falling to his knees, quickly swallowed the pill, and thanks to its composition, he came to his senses. MC introduced the plant from which the green aura emanated and said that the effect of this pill is to counteract hallucinations. The medical anti-hallucinogen neutralized Tamga. Blood was dripping from his mouth. Blue mana filled the room. Taken aback, the girl clarified what it was. A smile appeared on her face. She opened her mouth wide and began to laugh. Looking at her, the guy said that this is the effect of a hallucinogen, which lasts at least an hour if you do not swallow the antidote. Folding his hands, he noticed that it was time to finish. Tamga's legs began to tremble. We were shown how Pak walked along the corridor and was told that before going up to the floor to Tamga, he scattered vine seeds on the first floor to lock the building. Vines enveloped the skyscraper. The girl was tied up. Standing in front of her, the protagonist said that even if she relaxed, there was no point in expecting serious strength from her. Shifting his gaze, he added that he thought that since the chief would be incredibly strong, it seemed that he had overestimated her. He swung his blade. MC threw Tsuchigumo into the portal. He was taken aback when the blade called him a fool. Turning around, he heard a crash. Tamgi escaped from the trap. She touched her face and began to laugh loudly. Her eyes shone brightly. The girl rushed into battle. Frowning, the guy wondered what had suddenly happened and whether she had regained consciousness. He began to run away from her. Looking back, the protagonist noticed that it was due to the remnants of the drug's action. She was not herself. He took the hammer in his hand and heard a voice that he needed to finish it off before the effect wore off. Tamga's face was furious. She turned into a fox. Raising the hammer above his head, lightning began to flash from it. The beast was moving towards him. Lightning struck him. Her face was furious. Puck was shocked that the lightning hadn't damaged her. The girl absorbed the energy with the help of Tails. She released a powerful flow of energy. An explosion rang out behind the guy's back. With a frightened look, he noted that if it had hit, there would have been an instant end. Folding his hands, MC came to the conclusion that a frontal attack would not work. Then there was only one answer. Two vortexes appeared near the monster. Tamgi began to scream in pain. She was shocked by what had happened. The army of water dragons headed towards her. A powerful stream of water hit her. The fox began to cough up blood. The protagonist rushed at her into battle. He swung his blade. Taken aback, the guy asked if she had disappeared. He saw a cocoon of tails. Someone peeked out of there. The little girl asked where she was. With an innocent look, she asked who this noble gentleman was. MC flew in front of her. Looking around, the girl clarified where the Queen Mother was. The guy listened with a serious look that this was a play and it was immediately clear that it was a fake, after which he replied that it was true. He pointed his blade at her and ordered her to stop breaking the comedy. Puck stared at her. The fox began to cry and said that she did not understand what they were talking about. The child with a tear-stained face said that she did not understand what the noble gentleman was talking about. Tears fell on the blade. Standing in front of her, the guy noticed that if she wanted to live, she had to tell the truth about who she was. Looking at him, the girl introduced herself as Pikana. With her tail between her legs, she announced that she was the 101st servant who served the Queen Mother. She had recently gained her mind, and so far she had only one tail. Surprised, Park wondered if that meant she didn't have a name. Disappointed, Pikana replied that it was so, she had not yet achieved mastery, that the Queen Mother had given her a second tail, so she, a nonentity, could not bear a name. He covered his ears at Tsuchigumo's shouting that the chief could not be like that. Looking at the child, she asked if it was baby Tamgi. The puzzled girl replied that she was Pikana. Falling to her knees, the spider said that this was unthinkable. Looking at the gazebo, MC said that Sister Sodam would give her rice cakes there. Looking after her, Tsuchigumo noted that she should not have taken him to the chief. Standing nearby, Park said that there was nothing to be done, this was the reality. And then he heard that the great and noble leader turned out to be such a child. He looked at the child and asked to let her eat pies. The protagonist with a serious look asked what Tambi predicted about the remaining time, to which he received the answer that there were 10 days left. He imagined people standing in front of boxes and thought that people in the safe zone used to get enough supplies, but at some point, the supply stopped. He presented empty canned food and stressed that in 10 days everything would be over. Looking at the girl, the guy noted that in 10 days the supplies would run out. Tsuchigumo imagined the city and reported that in 10 days there would not be a single person left on the islands in need of supplies. She listened carefully that her task was clear. She had to spread this message to all the yokai of the Ostrov and force them to follow him in order to raise a rebellion and turn the islands upside down. Standing in front of her, he added that the rebellion would be with Chuthandangja, who was not defeated but sealed. The guy imagined a warrior and said that the Japanese world of immortals recognized the threat of Chuthandangji early on and tried to uproot him, but he came to life over and over again, becoming more and more powerful. A picture of an army of soldiers appeared in his mind, after which Park stated that when his forces began to directly threaten the world of immortals, the frightened immortals turned to the heavenly gods for help, and they granted Shinpyeong Vadakju poisonous wine. The guy was kneeling in front of the guard. The soldier held the blade in front of the man's throat as MC revealed that a party had been assembled to hunt Chuthandangju, and after being trapped by the immortals, he drank the poisonous wine and was forced to give up his head. The man's head fell while the guy said that his vitality had not faded, and the world of immortals, so that he would not be reborn, marinated his head in poisonous wine and sealed it. Holding out her hand, Tsuchigumo asked how he was going to deal with the crowd of immortals in Kyoto. She imagined a squad of people and emphasized the fact that the immortals of Kyoto were of a completely different level. Closing his eyes, Park replied that he would take it upon himself. Standing in front of them, he said that the yokai had only two choices: climb onto the raft or resign themselves and sit idly by on a sinking ship. Looking away, the girl said that it was better to have such a conversation with Otakamaru. He had such a weight among yokai. With a puzzled look, she noticed that like the chieftain, she only bowed her head to her because she was a great yokai of a different level. Sodam ran to them and asked who it was, to which she was told that it was Pikana. Pointing her finger at her, she clarified where he had brought such a cute baby from, noting that she had crept up to her and asked if there were any pies. The girl was eating with delight. A few hours ago, the protagonist stood in front of her and said that he was the lord of this sea. She should apologize for the invasion and pay a decent tribute, or pay with death, after which she noted that she did not know how she ended up there. Wiping away her tears, Pikana said that she swore that she had done nothing wrong to the noble lord, so she asked that they have mercy on her, an insignificant one. Holding his hands behind his back, Park asked if she would then serve him. Looking at her, he remarked that he couldn't take her miserable life out of his hand, so she could serve him until she met her master. The young man with a calm look said that when she found him and received payment for her, she would return to the service of the Queen Mother. The surprised girl replied that if it was only before meeting the Tsarina Mother, then she agreed. Closing his eyes, Park emphasized that this is how it all happened, after which his wife noticed that she thought that he had a child somewhere before her. Turning around, the protagonist stated that Tsuchigumo had said that she needed to be convinced. Otakamaru sat on the ground and clarified what kind of conversation it was. The girl hit him on the head with her fist. With a furious look, she wondered who he was staring at so much. When the sweetheart called, it was necessary to run in a moment, and not to become impudent. The guy stood quietly and noted that Park could say what he wanted, and he would listen to him carefully. Approaching him, MC clarified if he had a good reputation among the yokai, adding that he needed their power. He added with a calm look that he would not start long conversations, so he would talk to the point, and then asked where exactly Chuthandangja was locked. The guy was shocked by what he heard. Otakamaru glanced at him and asked why he needed to know where his older brother was. Smiling, the protagonist stated that he needed it to free him. The surprised yokai asked if he knew what Kyoto was, noting that this cauldron, with a 1,000-year history, was a place of a completely different level. And that's not all. After the elder brother was imprisoned, this Tambi only chattered her tongue. She had never set foot in Kyoto. He imagined the leader's puzzled face. Standing behind, Tsuchigumo said that he was right. She imagined demons and revealed that Kyoto was surrounded by an invisible but powerful barrier that had been holding for 1,000 years, enveloping the city. For yokai like them, just entering Kyoto was already difficult to breathe. She remembered hiding around the corner and telling her that in Tokyo, if you didn't get caught by the immortal patrols, you could use magic freely, but in Kyoto, it was unthinkable. Looking down, the girl noticed that even the chief had said that there was no way out, and that this barrier was not one that could be broken by force. Looking at the sky, Tsuchigumo said that it was better to put up with Chuthandangja. The guy showed 3 fingers. He said with a satisfied look that he was giving them 3 days, and the two of them had to gather as many yokai as possible by midnight on the 3rd day before Kyoto. The demons were shocked by what they heard.